Hashtag C2229 limit. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Saint Emperor Huanlei stared at Chu Yan, waved his hand, took out the jade talisman that he carried with him, threw it at Fan Tianhua, and said, Fan Tianhua, take my jade talisman, go back to Shantian Palace, and get the Shantian spiritual liquid. Since I, Shantian Palace, have said that there is unlimited supply today, we must do what we say, and never let anyone see our Shantian Palace's jokes. As soon as the words landed, Fan Tianhua quickly took the jade talisman and bowed to accept the order. Yes. Glancing at Chu Yan, Fan Tianhua's eyes were full of sinister smiles. This time, Chu Yan is finished. It's okay to provoke Gohong, but now, this Chu Yan is actually on the shoulders with the Huanlei Saint Emperor, which is simply courting death. This Shantian spiritual liquid is extremely precious. Even if it is the Saint Emperor of Phantom Thunder, if he wants to obtain it, he must redeem it with points. Therefore, he gave his identity jade talisman to Fan Tianhua, which meant that he was going to exchange his points for Shantian spiritual liquid. With points, of course it is easy to do things. In less than a dozen breaths, Fan Tianhua returned the jade talisman to the Huanlei Saint Emperor. Saint Emperor Huanlei, who took the jade talisman, glanced over the jade talisman with his consciousness, and with just one glance, the corner of his mouth twitched. A bottle of 4,000, 10 bottles is 40,000. Even if it is the second palace lord of Shantian Palace, the Huanlei Sage Emperor actually only has hundreds of thousands of points. Fan Tianhua didn't change too much. According to the request of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, he exchanged 20 bottles, which consumed a total of 80,000 points. Chu Yan, let me see how much you can drink today. Come. In an instant, Saint Emperor Huanlei's expression changed into a forced smile. He looked at Chu Yan and waved his hand. 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid flew to Chu Yan. Palace Master Huanlei, that's interesting. Then I won't be polite. Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with the Huanlei Sage Emperor at all, so he dealt with it casually, grabbed the nearest bottle, and opened his mouth to drink it. Chu fights against the Emperor. Master Hu and Emperor Ziyun and other people from the Earth Demon Palace. They all walked towards Chu Yan with nervous expressions on their faces. Could it be that this time, Chu Yan is going to swallow 10 bottles in a row? Emperor Ziyun glanced at the corner of the hall. The people who exchanged Shantian spiritual liquid first were still sitting there cross-legged, their whole bodies trembling to refine their spiritual power. All of them had pained expressions. And Gohong's expression is the most ferocious, gritting his teeth, his whole face has been distorted. These people just swallowed a bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid. But Chu Yan has already started to swallow the 17th bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid. What surprised everyone the most was that the speed at which Chu Yan swallowed Shantian spiritual liquid was getting faster and faster, and his condition was getting better and better. From the very beginning, after swallowing, you need to close your eyes and refine it. Up to now, a bottle of water seems to be the same as drinking water, no difference. Moreover, even a blind person can sense that the aura on Chu Yan's body is constantly improving. Under everyone's staring eyes, the 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid were gone. My God! 25 bottles. As expected of the Emperor of War who inspired 9 stars Yao Tian, isn't this too strong? 25 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, how is this possible? It can't be Shantian Palace, water it. Water for a fart, look at Master Gohong. This. In the entire trading hall, all the bosses and members, everyone's expressions changed. So far, Chu Yan has swallowed 20 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, and he has swallowed them continuously. Even some bigwigs present could swallow 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, let alone this upgraded version of Shantian spiritual liquid. A trace of panic finally appeared on the face of the Huanlei Sage Emperor. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this Shantian spirit liquid has no effect on that Chu Yan? With Guhong, no one doubted the strength of the spiritual power of the Shantian spiritual liquid, so the Huanlei sacred emperor naturally thought whether Chu Yan had any special means to be immune to the Shantian spiritual liquid. Second palace lord, now, what to do? Huang Fuitian's other two direct disciples, as well as Fan Tianhua and others, had subconsciously gathered beside the Huanlei sage emperor, and asked with a bitter expression. So far, Shantian Palace has taken out 30 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid. This is 240,000 points. According to the original plan, 20 bottles were prepared to deal with one Chu Yan, which was more than enough. But unexpectedly, not only was it not enough, but 10 bottles were added. The Huanlei sage emperor's complexion had already started to turn black, and he was about to answer when suddenly, Chu Yan, not far away, spoke again. Ha ha ha, this Shantian spiritual liquid is indeed a good thing. Palace Master Huanlei, do you have any more? Chu Yan sensed the situation in the sea of consciousness, and with a look of excitement, he spoke directly to the Huanlei sage emperor. Can I have another 10 bottles? Boom. This sentence, like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, exploded in the trading hall. The body of the Huanlei sage emperor suddenly trembled, and he took half a step back with his right foot. A burst of dizziness hit the sea of consciousness. What did you say? Raising his head suddenly, his bloodshot eyes stared at Chu Yan, and the face of the Huanlei Saint Emperor was full of shock. 10 more bottles. Chu Yan replied softly. Fu Lan, Lu Heng, Fan Tianhua, and other people from Shantian Palace opened their mouths so wide that their eyeballs almost flew out. They stared at Chu Yan one by one, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of martial spirit is this Chu Yan? To be able to swallow so much Shantian spiritual liquid, nothing happened at all. It seems that he is getting more and more energetic. At this time, Emperor Ziyun and Master Hu also seemed to see something. Although they were also shocked by Chu Yan's performance, they quickly reacted. Palace Master Huanlei, you represent Shantian Palace. As soon as these words came out, the muscles on the face of the Huanlei Sacred Emperor twitched involuntarily. Second Palace Master, this Chu Yan has already swallowed 25 bottles. If there are 10 more bottles, it will definitely be over. Fan Tianhua stared at Chu Yan with a pair of cold eyes, and said to the Huanlei Sage Emperor. That's right. This Shantian spiritual liquid is an enhanced version. No matter how strong his martial spirit is, it's impossible for him to withstand so much. At most, it's the martial soul of 3 lives and destiny, and 30 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, that's definitely the limit. He has already started to be careless. Does he really think that the Shantian spirit liquid is ordinary spirit liquid? This is a good opportunity. Fu Lan, Lu Heng, and Fan Tianhua and others continued to speak to the Huanlei Sacred Emperor through voice transmission with their spiritual consciousness. The Huanlei Sage Emperor with a hesitant face heard the words of several people, swept out one after another spiritual consciousness, enveloped Chu Yan, and began to investigate carefully. As far as the divine consciousness passed, the Huanlei Sage Emperor could clearly sense that all kinds of auras on Chu Yan's body were majestic and chaotic. The key is that each of these breaths is extremely violent, like a beast roaring, ready to violently devour people at any time. Isn't this a sign of the Wuhun riot? Moreover, 30 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid have been consumed now, and the goal has not been achieved. If he just gives up like this, it will make the face of Shantian Palace, the face of his illusory Thunder Saint Emperor, put there. Good. Sage Emperor Huanlei drank one word, squeezed out a smile on his face, and said. Since the Emperor of War has spoken, of course I, Shantian Palace, will not break my promise. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He was the second Palace Lord of Shantian Palace, and the Emperor of the Holy Emperor, and he couldn't suppress a Chu Yan. With a wave of his hand, another 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid flew out and shot straight at Chu Yan. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2230 have to go beforehand. 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid fell in front of Chu Yan. This time, Chu Yan didn't even bother to say polite words, he just grabbed a bottle and poured it with his head up. After one bottle, the majestic aura on Chu Yan's body increased a little. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly picked up the second bottle and poured it into his mouth. The expression on his face remained unchanged. One bottle after another, the momentum is still the same. The only difference is that for the 10 bottles this time, Chu Yan seemed to drink a little slower, and even paused occasionally. However, it only took dozens of breaths of time to drink up all 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid. My God! 35 bottles. This is 35 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, and you just drank it like this. It's too scary. This Chu War Emperor is too strong. The bosses from all directions, as well as the new members who were watching the fun, saw this scene, and they could still sit still, and there was a burst of exclamation. As for the Huanlei Sage Emperor and Fan Tianhua, they were shocked, and their faces became more and more ugly. The Huanlei Saint Emperor used his spiritual sense to investigate the Shantian spiritual liquid that Chu Yan drank, and he can confirm that although these 10 bottles are not the enhanced version, they are also real Shantian spiritual liquid. Ordinary genius fighters, even with the highest level of martial soul, can drink 7 or 8 bottles at most, which is extremely dangerous. Don't tell others, Saint Emperor Huanlei himself has estimated that he can drink up to 10 bottles, and if there is one more drop, the spirit will collapse. But this Chu Yan, Saint Emperor Huanlei, couldn't figure out what kind of martial spirit this Chu Yan was. However, just as the Huanlei Sage Emperor was bewildered and his sea of consciousness was full of doubts, Chu Yan, who was not far away, turned his head slowly, and looked towards him with a pair of shining eyes. From this point of view, Saint Emperor Huanlei raised his head and met Chu Yan's eyes. When he saw that Chu Yan's shining eyes were obviously excited, Saint Emperor Huanlei's face turned fierce. One pump. Chu Yan, are you really okay? Before Chu Yan could speak, Emperor Huanlei took a big breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked. As soon as this question was uttered, the eyes of everyone around fell on Chu Yan. Not only the sacred Emperor Huanlei, but everyone else was also full of doubts. Chu Yan was taken aback. Drinking 35 Shantian spiritual liquid in one breath, isn't it a bit too violent? Chu Yan naturally understood that the doubts of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, and the doubts of other people in the audience, drinking so much Shantian spiritual liquid in one go, was a bit too eye-catching. However, compared with the effect of Shantian spiritual liquid, Chu Yan only hesitated for a moment before completely letting go. Whatever it is. Improving strength is the key, such a good opportunity, how could you miss it? I have more martial souls than ordinary people, so I need relatively more Shantian spiritual liquid. Chu Yan thought for a while and answered. There are more martial souls than ordinary people. Everyone present was stunned when they heard Chu Yan's answer. There are more martial souls than ordinary people, how much more can it be? You know, this is the 10 Directions starfield, not the Outland continent. Twin martial souls, triple martial souls, in the 10 Directions starfield, there are as many as a cow's hair, and there are even a lot of destiny martial souls. Moreover, this place is against the divine way. Within the 10 Directions starfield, some powerful geniuses and warriors gather. Here, there are more powerful twin and triple martial arts geniuses than other sect forces in the 10 Directions starfield. Even in this trading hall, there are quite a few people with twin martial souls, and I didn't see them, so I drank an extra bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid. So, is this the reason? Liar. Everyone in the hall looked at Chu Yan with black lines on their faces, with expressions of disbelief all over their faces. I don't know, is there any more? Can I have another 10 bottles? Chu Yan ignored these suspicious and speechless gazes, grinned, looked at the Huanlei sage, and asked. What? Still, 10 bottles. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Huanlei Saint Emperor only felt that a wave of reverse blood rushed up from the sea of qi, and almost opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Really think this Shantian spirit liquid is ordinary spirit wine? This Shantian spiritual liquid can only concede 1 drop in 1 year, and 1 bottle in 10 years. This Chu Yan has already killed 35 bottles, which can only be accumulated after 350 years. Although the Shantian spirit pond occasionally erupts and spews out small streams of spiritual liquid, but the amount will not be much. After all, there are quite a few members in Shantian Palace, and even more bosses. According to Chu Yan's drinking method, it is basically to drink Shantian Palace to the death. Whether the Shantian Palace will be drunk or not, the Huanlei Sage Emperor does not know, but one thing he can be sure of is that before the Shantian Palace is consumed, his Huanlei Sage Emperor will be drunk first. This Shantian spiritual liquid is 8,000 points per bottle, 10 bottles is 80,000 points. Every time this Chu Yan is opened, there are 10 bottles. Is that Shantian spiritual liquid? That is his own flesh and blood. 80,000 points. The Emperor Huanlei didn't have a total of hundreds of thousands of points, and Chu Yan had already consumed 160,000 points. If this continues, the consequences will be disastrous. Yu. Saint Emperor Huanlei was suppressed by the retrograde qi in his body, his face was flushed purple, and he was about to bleed. He raised his finger and pointed at Chu Yan, his fingers were trembling, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. The bureau was designed by their Shantian Palace. Drinking is what they want Chu Yan to drink. The promise was also made by him on behalf of Shantian Palace. Now, if he repents and changes his words, don't say that the old demon and the human palace will not agree. Even if he loses face, he will lose his life. After all, Shantian Palace is against the divine way, the first of the 3 giant palaces, and among the 8 branches, there are Shantian palaces. If the bosses of Shantian Palace and several other branches knew that their Shantian Palace in the Tianhai region lost to the Earth Demon Palace, and a newcomer who had just entered the Tao against God at the Golden Orchid Conference, they would probably be stared at and slobbered. To submerge directly. However, if this continues, Shantian Palace can't stand it anymore. Xuanhuan, I still have the last 10 bottles here. This is the last stock in Shantian Palace. Holy Emperor Huanlei, how shrewd, with a roll of his eyes, he suddenly had a plan. Swish. With a wave of his hand, 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid flew towards Chu Yan again. I'll go to the Shantian treasure house to have a look, maybe there are 2 or 3 bottles left. At the same time as the Shantian spiritual liquid was thrown, Saint Emperor Huanlei's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, flying straight towards the outside of the trading hall. Without waiting for everyone to react, the clone of Saint Emperor Huanlei disappeared directly on the spot. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan didn't say much. He grinned, looked in the direction of the palace gate, and shouted at the background of the Phantom Thunder Emperor who had already rushed out of the palace gate. Sage Emperor Huanlei, walk slowly, I will go to Shantian Palace to get it some other day. As these words sounded, he had already left the gate of the palace, and the clone of the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor, who was soaring into the sky, staggered and almost fell from mid-air. Swish. The speed suddenly doubled, and the Huanlei Sage Emperor turned into a rainbow light in the blink of an eye and disappeared at the trading peak. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, well done. Emperor Xian's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't help laughing wildly. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2231 Lingtian Treasure House. Following the escape of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, the other people from Xiantian Palace rushed out of the palace in desperation. Emperor Ziyun, Master Hu, and others all laughed wildly when they saw this scene. Even the Lord of the Human Palace smiled, looked at Chu Yan, and nodded slightly in approval. This time, anyone with a discerning eye could see the trap laid out by Xiantian Palace. But even so, the final result was that Xiantian Palace not only failed, but even lost more than 40 bottles of Xiantian spiritual liquid. This time, Xiantian Palace was absolutely suffocated, and it was a super big suffocation. But it was Chu Yan, in front of him, who made Xiantian Palace admit it. From the 9-star test, Huang Fuitian was so angry that his face turned green, and now at the Golden Orchid meeting, he almost vomited blood again by the Huanlei Sage Emperor. This Chu Yan, who had just joined Anishan Dao, made Xiantian Palace suffer twice in a row, and the target was the two holy emperors. Such a result was naturally what the Earth Demon Palace and the Human Palace were most happy to see. The departure of Xiantian Palace also represented the end of the Golden Orchid Festival, and everyone also left the trading hall one after another. Those who are interested will go directly to the main trading street, hoping to find some affordable spirit treasures. And Chu Yan, along with Master Hu, went to the main trading street. Accompanied by Master Hu, Chu Yan had a detailed understanding of all kinds of spiritual treasures and rare objects on the trading street. Maybe, among these things, there are good things that are helpful for my own cultivation and future experience. Therefore, Master Hu accompanied Chu Yan on the trading street for a full day before saying goodbye and returning to the palace. In 3 days, Chu Yan completed refining all the Xiantian spiritual liquid that he had swallowed. The Qilin martial soul and Jiao Ming also fell asleep one after another, slowly refining the Xiantian spiritual liquid, and the benefits to them this time are definitely incomparably huge. Especially later, Chu Yan forcibly intervened in their war and changed looting into a distribution system. Chu Yan deliberately gave Qinglong Wuhun and Xuanhuan Soul 2 more, and more Xiantian spiritual liquid, hoping that they could use this rare Xiantian spiritual liquid to see if they could break through the bottleneck, like Baihu and Suzaku, and break through to the battlefield. Soul. As for the Qilin Wuhun, Chu Yan has communicated with it, and the Qilin Wuhun breaks through the battle spirit, which is the condition for the other 4 Wuhuns to break through first before it can break through. A few days later, Chu Yan, who had finished his training, left the residence hall and went directly to the Earth Demon Palace. Earth Demon Palace is well informed and in charge of all the information resources of Anishan Dao. It's time to find the Mingzu and the 5 soul stones. Chu Yan walked all the way towards the Earth Demon Palace, thinking in his heart. This Xiantian spirit liquid needs to be good, but it can only enhance the power of the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts. And the 5 soul stone can just allow Chu Yan to refine the qi of the 5 elements. In terms of practicality, of course, the 5 soul stone is the most suitable for Chu Yan. Let's go to the Earth Demon Palace first. After making up his mind, Chu Yan turned into a startled rainbow, appeared from Judian Peak, and flew towards the Earth Demon Palace in the distance. Earth Demon Palace, Chaotian Palace. It is one of the 7 main halls of the Earth Demon Palace. Its main duty is to control all the messages received by Anishan Dao and sort them out. In Anishan Dao, ordinary members need to pay a lot of points if they want to enter Chaotian Temple and search for a certain message. For example, the location of a Lingbao requires 100 points, and more accurate ones require 500 points. And information about a secret realm requires at least 1,000 points. As the War Emperor of the Earth Demon Palace, Chu Yan has privileges equal to his status in the Chaotian Palace. In Chaotian Hall, all messages below the 7-star rank are free to the Emperor of War. Showing the identity Jade Talisman, passing through the defensive spirit array of the Chaotian Palace, Chu Yan directly appeared in the Chaotian Palace. Inside Chaotian Temple, it was dark, and a few spars were suspended in mid-air, allowing people to barely see the environment inside the hall. At a glance, in the incomparably large Chaotian Hall, rows of wooden frames are neatly displayed, arranged along the main hall, like a huge library. The figures of some members shuttled back and forth among the countless wooden frames, sorting out various messages, appearing extremely busy. This kind of work allows them to earn a small amount of points, and it is also the main method for many weaker disciples against God to accumulate points. Chu Yan raised his head and looked towards the entrance. A deacon of the Earth Demon Palace was sitting cross-legged, practicing with his eyes closed. It wasn't until Chu Yan approached that the old deacon slowly opened his eyes. "See the Emperor of War." The old deacon saw the person coming, his face was startled, and he quickly got up to salute. "The Emperor's relatives are here. I don't know what's going on. I need the help of my subordinates." Although this old deacon is only the guardian deacon of Chaotian Temple, Chu Yan heard from Master Hu that this person has a high status in Anishan Dao and is very respected. "I have seen the senior," Chu Yan continued to say after politely returning the gift. "The next time I come to Chaotian Temple, I want to know the whereabouts of the 5 soul stones." 5 soul stones. The old deacon was stunned for a moment, looking at Chu Yan with a look of doubt on his face. Of course, he knew about the 5 soul stones, but the 5 soul stones had special uses, and generally few people searched for news about the 5 soul stones. However, these 5 soul stones are extremely precious in some big sects, and it is said that they are used by some top geniuses for cultivation. Therefore, in the Chaotian Temple of Nashendo, for the news of the 5 soul stones, the ranks listed are not low, just 7 stars. 7-star news, the Emperor of War. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away. The old deacon, after thinking for a while, turned around and waved his hand towards a row of bookshelves in the distance. Swish. A black light flew from a bookshelf and landed firmly in his hand. "Please refer to the Emperor of War, and return it after 100 breaths." Handed the black scroll in his hand to Chu Yan, knowing that it was the first time for Chu Yan to come to Chaotian Palace, so the old deacon told Chu Yan the rules of Chaotian Palace. As a martial artist, one has a strong spiritual sense, and having a photographic memory is the most basic. Therefore, the 100 interest time is enough. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, and then opened the black scroll in his hand. When the scroll was opened, Chu Yan just glanced at it, and his face was surprised. He didn't expect that a message from Anishan Dao would be recorded in such detail. On this scroll, everything about the 5 soul stones is written in detail, not only the functions and taboos of the 5 soul stones, but even those who have obtained the 5 soul stones recently are clearly recorded. And at the bottom, of course, are the places where some 5 soul stones appeared, listed one by one on the scroll. While watching, Chu Yan recorded all those places and locations in his sea of consciousness. But when Chu Yan saw the last location record, his face froze and his eyes lit up instantly. Huh. Spirit Heaven Treasure House. Chu Yan did not expect that there would be 5 soul stones in the Nishan Dao Tianhai region branch. The Lingtian Treasure House is exactly one of the treasuries where Anishan Dao collects Lingbao and Tian Katibo. This is really breaking through the iron shoes, but it takes no effort at all. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2232 Tibetan Soldier Cave. Leaving Chaotian Pavilion, Chu Yan went straight to the Lingtian Treasure House. The Lingtian Treasure House is located deep in the mountains, as far away as possible. Even if it is in the sea area of Anishan Dao, Chu Yan flew for nearly 2 hours before arriving at the mountain where the Lingtian Treasure House is located. So many people. With a glance, Chu Yan's face was stunned. He didn't expect that this spiritual treasure house was so lively. The mountain peak is not high, but it is 10,000 feet high, and it looks inconspicuous among the tall mountains nearby. However, outside the mountain peak, the inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers of defensive spirit formations are extremely guarded, and no one can easily break into them. Moreover, at the foot of the mountain, at a golden gate, members of the God Defying Dao are constantly coming in and out, creating a bustling scene. This Lingtian treasure house is different from Chaotian Pavilion, and even different from other halls and halls. Because, in addition to the daily tasks, most of the members in Anai Shan Dao want to earn points by exchanging Lingbao and tying Katibo. This kind of point accumulation is relatively safe, so the number of members who adopt this method is also the most. It is precisely because of this that the Lingtian treasure house has become the most lively mountain in the Nishan Dao Tianxi region. Relying on the jade talisman of identity, Chu Yan successfully entered the Golden Gate, walked all the way, passed through many restrictions and spiritual formations, and arrived at the hall where the Lingtian treasure house is located. Stepping into the hall, there were dozens of members. When they saw Chu Yan, they quickly saluted. "I've seen the Emperor of War. I've seen the Emperor of War." Facing everyone saluting, Chu Yan also politely smiled and nodded in return, and soon walked to the place where the deacon was. "War Emperor, what do you need?" "Lingtian Treasure House is in charge of Shantian Palace." When the deacon saw Chu Yan, his expression sank. A few days ago, at the trading peak, Chu Yan used his own strength to spread the story of the Shantian Palace Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor who almost vomited blood with anger, which has already spread to Anai Shan Dao. Therefore, no matter which palace member they are, they always look respectful when they see Chu Yan. Only the members of Shantian Palace will turn black when they see Chu Yan. Because Chu Yan not only made Shantian Palace lose face, but also lost a large amount of wealth to Shantian Palace, which would have an impact on the entire Shantian Palace members. Today, it happened to be Xiao Lifu's turn to be on duty, and Chu Yan appeared here, naturally to exchange for Lingbao or points. Of course they have a good face. "I heard that there are 5 soul stones here, can you check it?" Chu Yan didn't care about the attitude of the other party, and asked directly. 5 soul stones. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Xiao Lifu was stunned, then looked at Chu Yan with a pair of triangular eyes, and after a long flash of light, he answered. "Yes. Come with me." So, Xiao Lifu turned around and went straight to the depths of the Lingtian treasure house. After he turned around, Chu Yan looked at Xiao Lifu's background and frowned slightly. This Xiao Lifu is a member of Shantian Palace, and in his gaze just now, a strange color was revealed, which made Chu Yan's vigilance even heavier. However, Chu Yan was not afraid of him, he raised his foot and followed him directly. One after another, the two had just left the main hall of Lingshanbao Pavilion. The members of Shantian Palace who were busy in the hall looked at the direction where Chu Yan and Deacon Xiao left, and their faces were startled at the same time. Huh. That direction is wrong. 5 soul stone, I just cleaned it a few days ago and put it in the East Pavilion. Doesn't Deacon Xiao know about it? Nonsense, of course I know, don't talk, do your job. Hey, there's a good show to watch. Several members of Shantian Palace watched Deacon Xiao take Chu Yan to the West Pavilion, and they were taken aback for a moment before reacting instantly. After discussing a few times in a low voice, they all pretended to have expressions they had never seen before, and scattered around. And Chu Yan, following Xiao Lifu, headed all the way to the West Pavilion of Lingtian Treasure House, and it didn't take long before he arrived. I saw a huge palace gate standing in front of it, with the 4 big characters Lingtian West Pavilion on the gate, shining golden. The Emperor of War, enter this palace gate, pass through the cave of Tibetan soldiers, and then you will arrive at the West Pavilion, where there are 5 soul stones. Xiao Lifu stood in front of the palace gate, stopped directly, pointed at the palace gate, and said to Chu Yan. I'm limited by my duties, so I won't go in, please. Okay. Chu Yan nodded and strode towards the palace gate. Holding the identity jade talisman, just before arriving at the palace gate opened 2 times. Chu Yan raised his eyes, glanced at the long cave in front of him, and entered directly. Boom! When Chu Yan walked into the cave, the huge palace gate was closed directly. Seal me. Xiao Lifu, who was standing in front of the palace gate, saw that the palace gate was closed, and immediately flipped his hands, forming a handprint, and slapped it on the palace gate. With a buzzing sound, the spirit array on the palace gate opened, and the palace gate was completely sealed. Humph! Chu Yan, insulting my Shantian palace, dare to come to the Lingtian treasure house to let you know how powerful it is. With a teasing smile on his face, Xiao Lifu turned around and walked away quickly. The Lingtian treasure house is an important place against the gods in the Tianhai region, and its defense and layout are extremely exquisite. When Chu Yan entered this west pavilion, a cave for hiding soldiers was arranged in the passage, which was used to store powerful spiritual soldiers on the one hand, and at the same time, it also had a strong defensive ability. Without a special token, it would be extremely difficult for anyone who wanted to pass through this cave to reach the West Pavilion. And Xiao Lifu deliberately refused to give Chu Yan a token, and even closed the palace gate, which simply cut off Chu Yan's escape route. Although the spiritual soldiers in this cave are all ancient spiritual soldiers who have been subdued, most of them have developed spiritual wisdom. It would be impossible to kill Chu Yan, but it would be easy to give him a hard lesson and severely injure his physical body or cultivation base. Therefore, when Chu Yan said that he was looking for the 5 soul stones, Xiao Lifu rolled his eyes, and he conspired to bring him to the West Pavilion. And in the West Pavilion, there is no 5 soul stone at all. Of course, it is impossible for Chu Yan to know all this. After all, it is his first time to visit Lingtian Treasure House. Although he also knew that the Lingtian Treasure House was under the jurisdiction of Shantian Palace, since the 5 soul stones were here, it was impossible for Chu Yan not to come. After entering the palace gate, in front of Chu Yan, there is a large underground cave. On the stone tablet next to the cave, it says, Cave of Tibetan Soldiers. 3 big characters. A strong breath of spiritual soldiers gushed out from the entrance of the cave, which lifted Chu Yan's spirit. What a cave for hiding soldiers, it seems that this is the trap he set up. Chu Yan smiled lightly, stepped on his feet, and entered towards the cave for hiding soldiers. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yan never believed in Xiao Lifu, especially his attitude, which was harmonious and obviously wrong. After the Jinlan conference at the Trading Peak, Chu Yan and Shantian Palace had made a knot. How could this Xiao Lifu be so polite when he saw him? Therefore, Chu Yan could guess without even thinking about it. There must be something wrong with this cave. But so what? I'd like to see what other powerful spiritual weapons there are besides the heaven-breaking sword in Nishan Dao. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan, who was smiling, strode into the cave of Tibetan soldiers. As soon as he entered, a majestic and fierce aura exploded continuously, like ancient beasts waking up from a deep sleep. The entire cave of soldiers trembled instantly. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2233 The Power of Haoyan. Surging by the might of soldiers like a tide, Chu Yan's expression changed instantly. Looking up, I saw spirit soldiers of different styles on the 2 stone walls of the cave, gradually emitting a faint glow. On the stone walls on both sides of the cave, caves were artificially dug out, and in each cave, there was stored a very extraordinary-looking spirit weapon. These spiritual weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, included almost all types of spiritual weapons. However, at a glance, you can find that most of these spiritual soldiers are incomplete, and only a small part is intact. However, without exception, every piece of spiritual weapon here has a strong ancient atmosphere. Moreover, there is a terrifying murderous aura on every spiritual weapon. Obviously, they are all peerless murderous soldiers who have killed countless powerful men. Chu Yan's eyes swept over each piece of spiritual soldiers, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. To be honest, Chu Yan has seen many powerful spiritual soldiers, but this is the first time he has seen so many ancient fierce soldiers like this. Could it be that these spiritual soldiers were all from the ancient battle between gods and demons? In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a question flashed across. From the history of Nintendo, Chu Yan knows that Nintendo's most glorious time was when it fought head-on with Xingtian Pavilion and completely destroyed Xingtian Pavilion, and its power was at its peak. And that battle happened at the very beginning of the Great War of Gods and Demons. Afterwards, Anai Shindao also declined because of joining the Great War of Gods and Demons, and quietly revived from light to darkness. Therefore, Anai Shindao has experienced the battle of gods and demons. In that battle where the gods were lost and the demons were exterminated, countless powerful people died tragically. This kind of battle is the easiest way to create a fierce soldier. As a spiritual soldier, it exists for killing. Only blood and life can make it advanced. After walking less than 100 steps forward, in the middle of the cave passage, a huge black halberd appeared in front of Chu Yan. This black halberd has a round body, and scars on the body of the halberd are clearly visible. A strong, sharp and evil spirit surged out from the black halberd, covering everything within 100 steps. Chu Yan's consciousness swept across, and he was immediately infected by the domineering aura above the black halberd, as if he could smash the world into pieces as long as he held the long halberd. Good halberd. With a flicker of Chu Yan's consciousness, he woke up instantly, his eyes flashed brightly, and he couldn't help but praise. Walking past the black halberd, Chu Yan's eyes were lingering. If it wasn't that he was not good at this kind of spiritual weapon, he even had the idea of directly using the points and exchanging them. After passing by the black halberd, Chu Yan's whole body was full of enthusiasm, striding forward and continuing to go deeper, his face full of anticipation. Sure enough, no matter how far he walked, altars appeared in front of Chu Yan at the same time. With a glance, there are 18 altars, and on each altar, there is an extremely sharp spiritual weapon. And near these spirit soldiers, there are strands of phantoms like ghosts floating down. Obviously, it is the spiritual intelligence of these fierce soldiers. Humph. How dare you trespass into the cave of hiding soldiers? Ha ha ha. This kid has never seen him before, he should be a newcomer, no wonder he dared to step into the cave of Tibetan soldiers without holding a token. I think, those people who go against the gods, have they forgotten that we are amazing? The kid who is looking for death. Leave the body, and the soul can go away. Before Chu Yan could reach these altars, all the phantoms that looked like wandering spirits all looked at Chu Yan, and all kinds of violent and murderous voices kept ringing out. These soldier souls seemed extremely excited to see Chu Yan. Especially when they discovered that there was no prohibition token on Chu Yan's body, a bloodthirsty light appeared in the eyes of each soldier soul at the same time. The soul of a soldier is the spiritual intelligence of a fierce soldier, and he can only be confined in these broken spiritual soldiers for a lifetime. However, if they have cultivated to a certain level, find a physical body, and take it away, they will be able to get rid of the spiritual weapon and no longer be bound by it. At other times, don't take the body of the spirit soldier with you. If you don't let it be broken, you can ride the body of the warrior and travel around the world. Such beautiful things, that soldier's soul, don't even dream about it. And now, such an opportunity has finally come. A warrior who broke into the cave of soldiers without a token was definitely here to give away his body. In an instant, every spiritual soldier on the altar, no matter whether it was incomplete or intact, all had shining soldiers, all pointing at Chu Yan. Different from other spiritual weapons, those who were imprisoned by Anai Shindao alone and fixed on the altar, each of these 18 spiritual weapons has extraordinary origins. At the very least, their previous masters were all strong men above the Saint Emperor realm, and even their soldiers' souls were much stronger than ordinary spirit soldiers. At this time, the 18 killing intents locked on Chu Yan at the same time, which immediately caused a strong sense of crisis in Chu Yan's heart. You want to take my body? It's up to you, huh? Chu Yan's face turned cold for an instant, and killing intent surged in his eyes, and he looked at the 18 spirit soldiers in front of him, as well as those soldier souls. His eyes were like lightning. If it is another warrior, even if it is a strong man in the great emperor realm, if he falls into the situation of Chu Yan today, he will peel off his skin even if he does not die. Although these spiritual soldiers have been banned for countless years, the ferocious aura on their bodies is not as good as before. However, once the 18 handles burst out at the same time, the power produced is also extremely terrifying. However, when they met Chu Yan today, the result would be completely different. Hao Yan, come out for me. With a shout, the scabbard behind Chu Yan exploded in an instant, and the majestic sword power, like a raging tide, swept across the audience in an instant. Clang. The sound of sword stinging was earth-shattering, and as soon as the Hao Yan sword came out, the void in front of Chu Yan was instantly turned into nothingness by the sword energy. Whoever is not afraid of death, come up. Holding the Hao Yan sword, Chu Yan's aura changed drastically, and his sword intent was tornado, releasing a powerful sword intent that cuts the sky and destroys the earth. The sudden change suddenly made the 18 soldiers startled. What? This? What a powerful sword, what kind of sword is this? Damn, it's not worse than the Duantian sword, how is this possible? Hao Yan sword. Why have I never heard of it? Who is this kid? The 18 soldier souls who originally had killing intent and grinning faces were suddenly attacked by the powerful sword power of the Hao Yan sword, and their faces turned green in shock. There was a lot of calls. The sword intent and power emanating from the Hao Yan sword were simply not something they could bear. Clang. With a throw of Chu Yan's right hand, Hao Yan's sword floated in the air with majestic true energy, and turned into the body of a flying sword. On the sword body, the sword light was cruising back and forth, as if it was ready to strike out with a sword at any time. In an instant, the entire cave of Tibetan soldiers became deadly silent, and every soldier soul stared at Hao Yan's sword, full of horror. And those ordinary spiritual soldiers in the distance trembled directly, and they were obviously suppressed, without a trace of resistance. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2234, blast the door. Chu Yan held a sword in his right hand, his whole body was full of sword intent, and his black robe was like a flag, hunting against the wind. As the sword's power passed, thousands of ancient spiritual soldiers were all suppressed in the entire Tibetan soldier cave, and their whole bodies trembled. This scene is like an eternal God King, descending from the heavens, and the courtiers from all realms prostrate and kneel down. How dare they profane in the slightest? Snort. Seeing the scene, Chu Yan snorted coldly, with a calm expression, without any sense of surprise. You know, this is the Hao Yan divine soldier. It was originally a 6th-level divine weapon, and after being conceived and fused with the sword spirit and sword soul, it was retrained with the one divine weapon of the world. How strong is the current Hao Yan sword? In an Aishan Dao headquarters, if it wasn't suppressed by Chu Yan, it would be ready to break out of its sheath and compete with Duan Tianjian. Therefore, it is not a problem at all to deter these ancient remnants. With the cold sword intent in his eyes, Chu Yan glanced at the 18 soldier souls who were still yelling just now. Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to them, and strode forward directly. Not long after, Chu Yan's figure disappeared in the depths of the Songbing cave. As soon as Chu Yan left, Chi Chong heaved a sigh of relief with 18 soldiers, and the trembling soldiers finally stabilized slowly. It's terrible. What grade is the Haotian sword? It's simply terrifying. I was almost shocked and killed directly. Maybe, that sword is a real, divine weapon. Artifact. A group of ancient soldier souls who had been silent for countless years were all frightened and chattering in low voices, fearing that their voices would be louder and attract the evil god to come back to find them. On the other side, Chu Yan finally reached the end of the cave and appeared in front of a wooden door. With the Haotian sword in hand, all the spiritual soldiers were cautiously huddled as they walked through the hidden soldier cave all the way, and none of the spiritual soldiers dared to step out to stop Chu Yan. Chu Yan looked up, the wooden door in front of him, the words Lingtian Treasure West Pavilion were written like ink, exuding a sinister aura. Open! As soon as the identity jade talisman in his hand was urged, the spiritual consciousness passed through the jade talisman and hit the wooden door, and the wooden door that was 2 people high opened instantly. Call. The moment the wooden door opened, a strong sinister air rushed out from behind the wooden door, causing Chu Yan to frown immediately. How could it be evil spirit? Such a strong and evil spirit is not like a treasure house for storing 5 soul stones. You must know that the major sects are extremely strict about the storage of Lingbao and Taiyan It is absolutely impossible for Lingbao and Taiyan of different attributes to be put together. But now, the West Pavilion of the Lingtian treasure is opened, which is obviously where the extreme attributes are stored. The 5 soul stones belong to the 5 elements of heaven, material and earth treasures, and it is impossible to put them together with each attribute heaven, materials and earth treasures. It is impossible for a powerful force like an Aishan Dao to make such a low-level mistake. Chu Yan's consciousness poured in like a tide towards the back of the wooden door, swept it quickly. Among the countless spirit treasures and treasures of heaven, material and earth, there really is no 5 soul stone. This West Pavilion is basically a place for storing spiritual treasures of Yin and magic attributes, as well as treasures of heaven, material and earth. Sure enough, Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness, his face turned cold instantly. That Xiao Li Fu, who led him here, didn't intend to let him find the 5 soul stone at all. This was beyond Chu Yan's expectations. Originally, Chu Yan just thought that Xiao Li Fu just wanted to cause some trouble for himself, but he didn't expect that he dared to point at himself with the 5 soul stones. Really think of myself as the emperor of the Earth Demon Palace, have a good temper. It's nothing more than 2 holy emperors, now even an ordinary deacon of Shantian Palace dares to do this. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he kept pondering in the sea of consciousness. Turning around suddenly, Chu Yan strode back towards the original path, not even bothering to enter the door of the West Pavilion. Today, since I came to the Lingtian treasure house, I will never return empty-handed because of a piece of rubbish. Since this Xiao Li Fu didn't want him to get the 5 soul stones, then, he just wanted to get the 5 soul stones. Moreover, someone must pay the price for this. Now Chu Yan, who is in the Tao against God, not only represents himself, but also represents the Earth Demon Palace. Slowly walking all the way, Chu Yan headed towards the cave of Tibetan soldiers. It didn't take long, when Chu Yan appeared in front of the 18 soldier souls again. These ancient soldier souls looked at Chu Yan, and the soldiers all over their bodies exploded. This guy, why is he back again? In the West Pavilion, isn't there a transmission channel directly to the outside? It's over. He doesn't want to. Run. A group of soldier souls, seeing Chu Yan's murderous face, all trembled with fright, turned around and wanted to disperse. Don't become scrap metal, stop for me. Chu Yan shouted coldly. The 18 soldier souls, just turning around, stopped in an instant, and none of them dared to move even an inch. Let me ask you, where is the 5 soul stone? Chu Yan said directly. Swish. 18 soldier souls all raised their hands and pointed to the east side, with extremely serious expressions and uniform movements. East Pavilion. Chu Yan was startled. Yes. Yes. The 5-soul stone was moved to the East Pavilion a few days ago, and we all saw it. The 18 soldier spirits quickly replied. Really? Chu Yan frowned, and the air on his face became even more chilly. Ah. Don't dare to lie to your lord. Although we are only the bodies of soldiers and souls, we can move around in this Lingtian treasure house. We are very familiar with this place. We guarantee with our soldiers that the 5 soul stones are definitely in the East Pavilion. 18 soldier souls, seeing Chu Yan's face, quickly replied in fright. Very good. Chu Yan nodded. Lead me the way. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan pointed at the Haoyan sword in his hand, and the sword power swept out again. Yes, yes. 18 soldier souls were swept away by the might of the Haoyan sword, and they were scared out of their wits. If they dared to say a word, they quickly turned around and headed towards the gate of the West Pavilion. Swish. 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 18 soldier souls turned into 18 streams of smoke, like a group of wandering souls, passed through the cave of Tibetan soldiers, and soon reached the gate. However, when they went through the gate directly as they imagined before, they suddenly found that they couldn't get through. What's going on? How did the door open the seal? Damn it, who did it, trying to kill us? You want to lock us up? A group of soldier souls, seeing that the door couldn't be opened, instantly exploded. You know, these soldier souls who have nothing to do on weekdays and are used to wandering around the Lingtian treasure house, how could they accept it for a while? My lord, this door is sealed, look. The angry soldiers turned around to look at Chu Yan, squeezed out a smile, and asked, tentatively. That's your business, I said, take me to find the 5-soul stone, otherwise, huh? Chu Yan snorted coldly, shook his head, and had no intention of making a move at all. Even the gate was sealed by Xiao Lifu. It seemed that this guy didn't want him to come out alive. That being the case, there is no need to be polite with him or Shantian Palace anymore. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the 18 soldier souls trembled immediately, and when they turned their heads and looked at the sealed gate, and Chu Yan who was holding the Haoyan sword behind him with a cold face, he immediately made a decision. Brothers, mobilize the troops and break the door. As soon as a word fell to the ground, 18 soldier souls erupted in unison, and the majestic military might instantly filled the entire cave of soldiers. Call out! Call out! Call out! In an instant, thousands of ancient spiritual soldiers charged all over the entire Tibetan soldier cave. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C22350 Soldiers Riot. Led by the 18 peerless spiritual soldiers, a large wave of spiritual soldiers stormed through the air and slammed heavily into the huge palace gate. Boom. Boom, rumbling. Under the powerful force, the entire palace gate was shaken suddenly, and the violent sound exploded with a shocking sound. Circles of void ripples, visible to the naked eye, centered on the gate, spread towards the surroundings. Brothers, give it to me. The 18 soldier souls roared again, and all the soldiers were completely violent. With thousands of ancient spirit soldiers, they charged against the sealed palace gate. Boom, boom. The entire Lingtian treasure house suddenly trembled, buzzing and trembling amidst the huge explosion. What happened? In the main hall of Lingtian treasure house, the deacons of Shantian Palace felt the tremor under their feet, and their expressions all changed. Boom. 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 Before they could react at all, the continuous explosions and the shaking of the ground made their faces full of panic. This is the direction of the West Pavilion. It seems that someone is attacking the gate. A deacon's words sounded, and all the deacons of Shantian Palace turned their heads at the same time, looking in the direction of the West Pavilion. Among the group of people, Xiao Lifu's eyes narrowed suddenly, as if he remembered something. His body turned into electricity, and flew towards the West Pavilion. The other deacons saw Xiao Lifu heading towards the West Pavilion. All of them were stunned, remembering that Xiao Lifu seemed to have brought someone to the West Pavilion just now. Then, a group of deacons followed Xiao Lifu and headed towards the West Pavilion. While running wildly all the way, the trembling of Lingtian treasure house never stopped. At the same time, the vibration of the Lingtian treasure house caused the entire Lingtian peak to vibrate, and the entire reverse God Dao, with countless divine senses, swept towards Lingtian peak. Huh. Something happened to Lingtian peak. Go and have a look. The Lingtian baby library is heavily guarded. How is it possible? The big bosses of each palace and peak rose from the Lingfang peaks to the sky, turning into countless flying rainbows, and shooting directly at Lingtian peak. Soon, when these bigwigs appeared at the first gate leading to the West Pavilion by tearing time and space, Xiao Lifu and a group of deacons also arrived almost at the same time. Deacon Xiao, what happened? Saint Emperor Huanlei looked at Xiao Lifu, who was rushing towards him, with a gloomy face, and asked. See the second palace lord. Reply. When Xiao Lifu just arrived, he didn't even catch his breath. Just as he was about to answer, suddenly, a pair of eyes, looking behind the Huanlei sage emperor, stared wide open in an instant, and the eyeballs almost flew up. Sensing Xiao Lifu's abnormality, Emperor Huanlei suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and turned around abruptly, but it was too late. Boom! With an earth-shattering loud noise, the entire gate of the West Pavilion exploded directly, and the violent might of soldiers was like a flood. From the blasted gate. Come out madly. Call out. Call out. Call out. Thousands of ancient spiritual soldiers covered the sky and covered the earth, and they swept through the sky. The fierce military might directly shattered a large area of the void. Not good. The Huanlei sage emperor's expression suddenly changed, and with a wave of his big hand, he blasted out a Gang Yuan palm print, and at the same time retreated violently. Boom! Gang Yuan's palm print collided with countless ancient spirit soldiers, like a dam, blocking all the spirit soldiers in an instant. However, after only half a breath, Gang Yuan's palm print exploded directly, and countless spirit soldiers shot out again. What's the situation? Saint Emperor Huanlei and all the deacons of Shantian Palace have already retreated to a safe zone. Looking at the scene of spiritual soldiers rioting in front of them, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Why did the ancient spiritual soldiers in the Tsumbing cave riot? An ancient spiritual weapon with a handle, furious and abnormal, flew past the front of the Huanlei sage emperor and others, leaving behind trails of spiritual light, and shot straight at the opposite passage of the East Pavilion. Tread! 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 Amidst the dust and mist that filled the sky, a black-robed figure strode out from the torn-apart West Pavilion gate. Chu Yan! Saint Emperor Huanlei and Xiao Lifu turned their heads at the same time, and when they saw clearly who the figure was, they all exclaimed in surprise. Bold! Saint Emperor Huanlei reacted instantly, pointed at Chu Yan, and shouted sharply. You dare to blow up the gate of my Lingshanbao, a death penalty. Seeing Chu Yan walking out of the broken gate with a calm face, the furious Huanlei sage emperor immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Capital crime. Chu Yan raised his brows, glanced at the Huanlei saint emperor, and then glanced again. Standing beside him, Xiao Lifu, whose face was twitching, sneered, and said. You'd better ask him first. Following Chu Yan's gaze, Saint Emperor Huanlei turned his head and saw Xiao Lifu, sweating profusely, trembling all over his body, and suddenly frowned. Xiao Lifu, tell me, what's going on? Under the stern shout, Xiao Lifu was so frightened that his whole body went limp. He knelt down on the ground, and said quickly. It doesn't matter about me, I just accidentally opened the seal of the gate of the West Pavilion. The seal of the West Pavilion gate. The Huanlei Sage Emperor was stunned, his eyes rolled, and he suddenly understood what was going on. It seems that this Xiao Lifu is also for Shantian Palace. Humph. Chu Yan, don't you know that entering the Lingtian treasure and leaving the Lingtian treasure are two different paths? Even if Xiao Lifu opens the gate seal, you can't violate my iron law against God. The landing of this sentence is tantamount to directly characterizing Chu Yan's behavior, and its purpose is self-evident. However, just when the Huanlei Sage Emperor was proud, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he stared dully in front of him. A black figure walked directly in front of him. Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, and followed the 18 soldier souls flying to the East Pavilion, striding past in front of the Huanlei Sage Emperor. What? You dare to ignore me? As the second lord of Shantian Palace, what a status the Huanlei Sage Emperor had, and when had he been directly ignored by others? In the next moment, a large amount of imperial prestige exploded from the body of the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor, like a volcanic eruption. Boom! He raised his hand and slapped it hard towards Chu Yan's background. This palm, the Huanlei Sage Emperor shot in anger, although the shot was hurried, but it also exploded with at least 50% of the power, which is not at all the current Chu Yan, which can resist. The realm of the Holy Emperor is far above the Great Emperor, and Chu Yan's current cultivation level is only the 7th heaven of the next Emperor Wudi, which is more than a world away. Huh. Do you want to do it? Chu Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, burst out with true energy all over his body. With a wave of the Haotian sword in his hand, a sharp sword light slashed out towards the direction behind him. This sword, Chu Yan has been accumulating momentum for a long time. The sword power and sword intent are integrated into one, coupled with the physical strength of the double body training, all the power erupts at the same time. In an instant, with one palm and one sword, they rushed towards each other, fighting against the sky, and it seemed that it was about to erupt. Stop! A shocking roar exploded, and a huge crack broke open in the sky of Lingtian Treasure House. No one was seen, but a fist was first seen, blasting out from the crack, like a meteor falling from the sky, straight down. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2236 Tiankuan Holy Reverend. This punch came suddenly and was extremely powerful. Accompanied by the shocked gazes of everyone in Shantian Palace, the palm prints of the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor were directly shattered by the fist gang. Man Tianqi exploded, everyone was stunned, and they all looked towards the crack in the sky. Who is this? How dare you act recklessly on the territory of Shantian Palace? However, just as everyone looked up at the sky and was tumbling in all directions, a beam of silvery sword light pierced through layers of air, passing straight across the place where the Phantom Thunder Emperor was standing. Call out. The silver glow is fleeting, and if you concentrate, you can hear a cracking sound. This sword was exactly the one that Chu Yan had just slashed out, ready to fight against the Huanlei Sage Emperor. Saint Emperor of Phantom Thunder. Chu Yan, you, court death. A terrifying roar sounded, and the Berserk Emperor Wei exploded like a huge wave, scattering the remaining waves of vigor all around. In the waves of the sky, the roar of the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor resounded through the entire mountain range. Ha ha ha, good job. You are worthy of being the emperor of my demon palace. In the sky, laughter sounded, and a figure appeared in the crack of time and space. The figure was like smoke, like a ghost, and fell in front of Chu Yan with just a flash. This man was dressed in a rag robe, with a gourd of wine hanging from his waist. He was 5 feet long, with a greasy face and wretched eyes. That's right, it's the wretched eyes, especially the first glance at Chu Yan, which made Chu Yan's pores shrink and his hair stand on end. Chu Yan has not experienced this feeling for a long time. See the heavenly Kuan sage. See the heavenly Kuan sage. See the heavenly Kuan sage. This wretched middle-aged greasy man. However, it was only at the height of Chu Yan's neck, but as soon as he appeared, everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly bowed to salute. Tian Kuan Xingzuan, the great palace master of the Earth Demon Palace, the real, crossing Saint Realm powerhouse. Even if he was the boss of the Earth Demon Palace, even the members of the Shantian Palace would be respectful when they saw him, not daring to blaspheme in the slightest. Obviously, everyone's respect for this Tiankuan saint has surpassed the battle between Shantian Palace and Earth Demon Palace. This kind of respect comes from the heart and has nothing to do with the faction. A strong person in the Saint Realm deserves this kind of respect, and even Sage Emperor Huanlei's face changed, his anger gradually subsided, and he bent down to salute. You know, in the star field below, martial arts are prosperous, and the strong are like clouds. Not to mention the martial Emperor Realm, even the Great Emperor Realm powerhouses are plentiful, and the Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses are not in the minority. However, just as in the cultivation base of the Emperor Wu Realm, the strength and status of the strong in the Great Emperor Realm surpasses all the Emperor Realms, and in the Saint Emperor Realm, only the strong in the Saint Emperor Realm who have passed through the Holy Crossing are the real invincible saints. Emperor. A strong person in the Holy Emperor Realm who has successfully crossed the saints is almost at the same level as the Tao of Heaven, traveling around the borders of the three realms. Therefore, such a strong man is called titled saint in the 10 directions starfield. And the one in front of him, Nishan Dao Tianheu, the boss of the Earth Demon Palace, is a powerful saint titled Tian Kuan. Saint Tiankuan, one of the 3 palace masters, actually came in person. Chu Yan, don't be afraid, I will support you. Tian Kuan Xingzuan, holding a wine gourd, greeted everyone's attention, first took a big mouthful of spiritual wine, burped in satisfaction, and then said to Chu Yan loudly. Top. How does this word sound? A bit weird. Chu Yan frowned slightly, with black lines all over his head, looking at the Tiankuan sage in front of him, and finally saw the Tao. The new emperor of the Earth Demon Palace, Chu Yan, see the Grand Palace Master. With a job, Chu Yan naturally had to salute when he saw the Grand Palace Master. After all, so many people watched, even the members of Shantian Palace saluted him, let alone the War Emperor of the Earth Demon Palace. Good. 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 Seeming to be a little drunk, Saint Tian Kuan wanted to take a step forward to help Chu Yan up, but when he took a step, his figure flickered, he stepped in a crooked direction, stretched out his hand and lifted it, and directly grabbed an empty space. Grand Palace Master, you are polite. Be careful. From his face to his heart, Chu Yan was full of embarrassment, even biting his tongue when he spoke. Never thought that the boss of the Earth Demon Palace would be like this. What's more, he didn't expect that in the 10 directions starfield, the titled saint, who is like a master of one side, would be like this. Just when everyone in the audience was suppressed by the heavenly Kuan Lord, in the direction of the Ling Tian treasure hall in the distance, a large number of figures rushed towards them like a tide. The leader is none other than the second mistress of the Earth Demon Palace, Emperor Xie. Followed behind him were all the bosses of the various halls and palaces of the Earth Demon Palace, and in the blink of an eye, they all rushed to the place where Chu Yan was standing. Huh! Heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable! Emperor Xie seemed to be extremely surprised when he saw the Holy Lord Tian Kuan. His face, which was originally tense and dignified, instantly turned into a relaxed expression. Huanlei, dare to touch my demon palace, to fight the emperor, do you want to fight in groups? Emperor Xie pointed directly at the nose of Saint Emperor Huanlei, rolled up his sleeves, and opened his mouth to roar. When the words fell to the ground, everyone in the audience, including Chu Yan, was shocked, with a look of astonishment on their faces. What's the situation? This Emperor Xie was not like this before, why now? standing next to the ungrateful Tian Kuan. His personality has changed a lot. That's right, anyone who dares to touch our Earth Demon Palace, find a smoke. Bullshit Shantian Palace, don't think that since this is your territory, we won't dare to beat you. What are you talking to them about? Go directly to them, and kill a few of them first. That's right. Not only Emperor Xian, but the next moment, all the bosses in the Earth Demon Palace were full of arrogance, rolling up their arms and sleeves, and they all looked like they were going to fight. Chu Yan stood aside, looking at the scene in front of him, couldn't help it, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. What made Chu Yan even more astonished was that, facing the group provocations of the Earth Demon Palace, the arrogant Huanlei Sage Emperor and Shantian Palace, none of them nod. Don't dare to put one. This situation is not right. Chu Yan's heart was full of doubts, and he glanced at the side, the Tian Kuan sage who was also clamoring to kill them. His sea of consciousness was in a mess. After a full 100 breaths, the noise of the Earth Demon Palace finally calmed down. The people in Shantian Palace on the opposite side were almost scolded so much that they couldn't lift their heads up. Only Saint Emperor Huanlei, with a dark face, said, "Holy Lord Tiankuan, this time Chu Yan trespassed on my Lingtian treasure," and only then exploded the door of the East Pavilion, "committing a capital crime of mine, you must investigate." As the words fell, everyone in the audience, especially the bosses of the Earth Demon Palace, all turned their heads to look at the Tiankuan saint. Obviously, everyone is paying attention to the attitude and decision of Tian Kuan Xingzuan. #C2237, do you have any opinion? However, one only needs to look at the playful look on Emperor Xian's face, and one can know that the attitude of the Tiankuan sage is not good. Sure enough, upon hearing the words of Sage Emperor Huanlei, Sage Tian Kuan directly opened his mouth and cursed. Death crime, don't talk about a small broken door, even if Chu Yan demolished your Shantian Palace, with Lao Tzu around, you don't want to touch him. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the people in the audience changed. When they looked at Chu Yan again, everyone's eyes began to flash red and purple with envy and jealousy. Sturdy. Extremely sturdy, even domineering to the point of being unreasonable. This is simply to make it clear that Chu Yan is covered by my heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable, whoever wants to try it. If these words were spoken by other people, even Emperor Xian, it would be impossible for people to be so shocked. However, it is completely different when it comes out of the mouth of Tian Kuan. Because Tian Kuan Xingzuan really has this strength. You know, let alone in the Nashendo Tianhai area, even in the Nashendo headquarters, Tian Kuan Xingzuan is also a well-known existence. If it hadn't been for the heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable who did a few things that defied the sky, he would not have been sent down to the Tianhai territory. Although after arriving in Tianhai territory, Tian Kuan Xingzuan is still unreliable. As the boss of the Earth Demon Palace, the perennial dragon never sees its end. The entire Earth Demon Palace has been left to Emperor Xian and several big bosses to take charge of it. Unless something important happens, he will never show up. Today, the appearance of the Tiankuan sage in person can only show that he attaches great importance to Chu Yan. But Saint Emperor Huanlei, his eyes turned green with anger at the words of Tian Kuan, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was speechless for a while, stuttered for a long time, and couldn't say anything. What, you have an opinion? The Holy Emperor Huanlei just said 2 words, and the Tiankuan saint directly hung the wine gourd in his hand on his waist, stared straight at the Holy Emperor Huanlei, and spoke every word with a threatening look on his face. Don't dare. Saint Emperor Huanlei was so frightened that his hair exploded. Quickly waved his hands again and again, his figure flashed, and he stepped back to the side, acting like a good baby, wishing he could just disappear on the spot. Humph. You're acquainted. Tian Kuan Xingzuan snorted softly, turned to look at Chu Yan, and said, "Go, brothers, go back to Earth Demon Palace." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Saint Tiankuan waved his hand, swaggered, and led a group of bigwigs from the Earth Demon Palace towards the outside of the Lingtian treasure house. Senior. Chu Yan's face was stunned. He didn't expect that Tiankuan Xingzuan would be so powerful. Just a look in his eyes could scare off the Huanlei Xingdi. However, the 5 soul stones have not yet been obtained, so of course Chu Yan will not just leave like this. What? Brother, I have something to say. Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Tiankuan Xingzuan turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and asked with a bossy temperament. Grand Palace Master, I came to Tianling Treasure House to get the 5 soul stones. Chu Yan replied. 5 soul stones. Hearing Chu Yan's words, His Majesty Tiankuan's expression froze immediately, and his brows frowned slightly. Not only Saint Tiankuan, but also Emperor Ziyun, who was just beside him with a proud face, froze, and his eyes flickered. Chu Yan, these 5 soul stones need 200,000 points to exchange. You. Of course, Emperor Ziyun knew that Chu Yan had just joined the Nishindao Tianhai territory, and it was impossible for him to have 200,000 points, so he reminded him. 200,000 points. Chu Yan's face suddenly changed when he heard that. His face was full of astonishment. How can it cost 200,000 points for a 5 soul stone? You must know that in an Aishin Dao, 1 point is equivalent to 10 God crystals, and according to this kind of points, it is not equal to 2 million God crystals. This is no longer a question of sky-high prices, this is simply outrageous prices. What about this? Emperor Ziyun was a little embarrassed when he heard the words, blinked his eyes, and looked at Saint Tiankuan. Let's talk about this matter back to Earth Demon Palace. Let's go. Tiankuan Xingzuan looked at Chu Yan, said without saying anything. Chu Yan saw that he mentioned the 5 soul stones, and the faces of the 2 big brothers were a little bit wrong. Of course, they knew that it was impossible for them to lie to themselves. Therefore, I had no choice but to give up temporarily, and followed a group of bigwigs from the Earth Demon Palace, out of the Lingtian treasure, and headed towards the Earth Demon Palace. Along the way, Chu Yan couldn't figure out why the 5 soul stones became so expensive all of a sudden when they reached the Tao of God. In Yingui City, the 5 soul stone that Chu Yan obtained was worth at most 10,000 God crystals, but now it has reached the Lingtian treasure house of Nishendo, and it has doubled by hundreds of times. However, Chu Yan is very clear that an Aishin Dao is different from other sect forces and chambers of commerce. It is relatively generous to members and will not ask for prices indiscriminately. Moreover, judging from the looks of Tiankuan and Emperor Ziyun, it seems that this price is reasonable. Chu Yan, who couldn't figure it out, returned to the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace full of doubts. With a wave of his hand, Tiankuan sent all the other big bosses away, and only brought Chu Yan and Emperor Ziyun into the main hall. The 3 of them arrived at the meeting hall and took their seats, respectively. The Lord Tiankuan and Emperor Ziyun looked at Chu Yan with strange expressions on their faces. Chu Yan, although these 5 soul stones are precious, there must be a prerequisite if you want to use it, you should know it. Lord Tiankuan winked at Emperor Ziyun, took out the wine gourd, and drank it one by one, while Emperor Ziyun asked Chu Yan directly. I know, in Yingui City, I got a piece, and I have already used it. Chu Yan didn't intend to hide the 2, nodded and replied directly. Oh. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the expressions of Saint Tiankuan and Emperor Ziyun changed at the same time, and their eyes flickered at the same time, staring at Chu Yan. So, you possess 5 elements of extreme strength? Emperor Ziyun asked anxiously. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded, also not hiding anything. Good. Good. Very good. Emperor Ziyun and His Holiness Tiankuan looked at each other, smiled and nodded slightly. Then about the 5 soul stones. Chu Yan then asked. What about this? Emperor Ziyun caressed his beard, pondered for a moment, and then explained. Chu Yan, you have 5 elements of extreme power, and the 5 soul stones have a great effect on you, and there is indeed a 5 soul stone in the Lingtian treasure house in my Sky Sea region. You are lucky in this regard. However, this 5 soul stone is a bit special. You know that I am powerful against God, so the collected treasures are also relatively powerful, so. Having said that, Emperor Ziyun showed a helpless smile on his face, shook his head and said. This 5 soul stone is a bit big. Big? Chu Yan was stunned and asked. That's right. According to the news from Tianwei Building, this 5 soul stone is the largest among the known 5 soul stones in Tianhai territory. 200,000. Emperor Ziyun explained. 1 zhang in length and width. Hearing these words, Chu Yan jumped up and stood up, his eyes flashed with brilliance. You know, the piece he got in Yungue City was only the size of a human head, and it helped him immensely. But now, the part hidden in an Aishan Dao is actually so big. This is definitely a big surprise. #C22 38 200,000 points. Such a huge 5 soul stone, 200,000 points, is it worth it? Of course it's worth it, and it's great value. For Chu Yan, the points have no value at all, and they are really valuable only if they are replaced with natural treasures that are useful for cultivation and continuously improve their cultivation. During this period of time, Chu Yan was looking for the 5 soul stones everywhere, hoping to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, and at the same time allow the 3 gods and beasts to advance to the rank as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, this surprise came too suddenly. Chu Yan is determined to get this giant 5 soul stone. Afterwards, Chu Yan chatted with Tian Kuan Xingzuan and Ziyun Great Emperor, and asked about the specific situation of the 5 soul stones. From Emperor Ziyun's mouth, I learned that the grade of this 5 soul stone is 1 grade lower than that used by Chu Yan last time. However, even so, such a large 5 soul stone is definitely far more than 10 times the essence of ordinary 5 soul stones. After leaving the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace, Chu Yan went straight to Zhantian Temple without any hesitation. Zhantian Temple is where an Aishan Dao releases various missions. Every anti-Shinto member has a fixed task every year that must be completed. In addition to fixed tasks, there are also various tasks divided into different levels of difficulty for members to choose from. I have 5 points on my body now, and I'm only short of 150,000. While thinking, Chu Yan stepped into the Zhantian Hall at the same time. In the Zhantian Great Hall, there are a large number of people. There are 3 halls, 1 big, 2 small, towering like mountains, and people's shadows are like clouds, passing in and out of them. Compared with the Lingtian treasure house, members of Nishendo came to Zhantian Temple more often. Among them, many people are stepping on the time point, waiting for the update mission of Zhantian Temple, and rush to see if there are missions with low difficulty and high points. And when Chu Yan entered Zhantian Temple, it happened that Zhantian Temple had just updated the task list, so there were a lot of people in the hall. It has to be said that in an Aishan Dao, the most precious thing is points, and the fastest way to earn points is through missions. Even the hall masters and hall masters of the 3 giant palaces would come to Zhantian Temple from time to time to accept some difficult tasks. Chu Yan stepped into the gate of the palace, glanced across the whole palace, and after seeing the situation clearly, he restrained his breath, mixed into the crowd, and walked towards several large crystal screens where the task was released. Before Chu Yan walked to the front of the 3 large crystal screens, a red light flashed on the crystal screens, and the crowd around them boiled instantly. Look, there are a few more missions coming out. Damn it, this 3-star mission is to kill King He-du. That guy is ranked more than 1,000 in the sky list. How easy is it to kill? 1,003 points. This one, and this one, Dongjiang Sansi, a 100,000-year-old Dugue plant, with 3,000 points. The east border Sansi is dead. I heard that out of 10 people who go there, 5 will come back. Damn it, what kind of mission is this? To rob a 5th-rank gold alchemist, with 8,000 points. To rob a craftsman, to get 10,000 points. Find Moro ruins, 500 points for clues, 2,000 points for accurate location. One task at a time. It was sung loudly, and the entire mission hall was filled with voices. Chu Yan looked at the tasks on the task crystal screen, and couldn't help but twitched his eyes twice, his face full of surprise. What the hell are these? They actually robbed gold alchemists and craftsmen. These two professions are in the 10 directions starfield. Regardless of the sex power, they are all offered as their own fathers. Sky. This kind of task, except for the Holy Emperor, I am afraid that no one can complete it. However, even so, the points are only 8,000 points. If Chu Yan needs 150,000 points now, it means that at least dozens of gold alchemists and crafting masters must be snatched back. Let's not talk about whether you can grab it or not, just talk about Tianhai territory. Whether there are so many golden alchemists above the 5th rank is a problem. However, apart from this mission, other mission points range from a few hundred to as many as 1 or 2,000. In this case, even if Chu Yan does not practice and completes the task day and night, it may take a long time before he can earn enough 200,000 points. Turning his head, Chu Yan, who was speechless, turned his gaze to the crystal screen on the left. Among the 3 crystal screens, this crystal screen has the fewest tasks, but the star ranks in front of each task are at least 7 stars. Xingtian Pavilion, the 3 great emperors brought 10,000 holy Tianzong troops to open the ancient altar in the forbidden area of Meridian. The purpose is unknown. Any member, behead all of them, take back the altar, and reward 50,000 points. Steal the Zhejiang Tianma spear, located in Xingtian Pavilion, Tianhai Subgu, Treasure Hall, reward points 30,000. Looking for the blood of the ancient Great Demon Emperor, located in the Fuwang Mountain Range, a Great Demon Emperor, reward 10,000 points. Remarks. According to the message from the members who did not come back after taking this task, in the Fuwang Mountain Range, there are tens of thousands of emperors around each Great Demon Emperor. High-level monsters, be careful. Even Chu Yan gasped when he saw these tasks. Is it really possible to complete these tasks? Almost every task is no different from sending them to death, especially the third one, which is also Nima's remarks, 10,000 emperor-level monsters. Why didn't he continue to note how many ordinary monsters are behind each emperor-rank monster? There is no need to think about it at all, it is definitely an endless beast tide. Under such circumstances, is it possible to catch the blood of the Great Demon Emperor? Forget it, let's look at other things. Chu Yan shook his head, his eyes swept across, and looked at the third mission crystal screen. The third task crystal screen, like the first one, is also a long-term fixed task, but the task points are less. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan's eyes were fixed on the third crystal screen, the last task. Skywheel Crystal, Guwu Mountain, collection task. Every time you collect a Skywheel Crystal, you can exchange for 10 points, no limit. One Skywheel Crystal can be exchanged for 10 points, and there is no limit. In this case, as long as you collect a lot of Skywheel Crystals, you can exchange a lot of points. Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, he lifted his foot and left the mission hall, flying directly back to the Earth Demon Palace. When he arrived at Chaotian Temple, Chu Yan used the Jade Talisman of the Emperor of War to get all the information about Guwu Mountain and Tianlunjing, and checked it carefully. However, at this glance, a trace of solemnity appeared on Chu Yan's face. According to Chaotian Temple's information, this Guwu Mountain is very dangerous, and it also belongs to a force called Eastern Heaven Family, so it is not a wild place. At the same time, almost every day, members of the Heavenly Wheel Crystal Mission, as well as warriors from other sects in the Tianhai region, go to collect them. However, for most people, the number of Sky Wheel crystals collected in the end is not too much, ranging from 2 or 3 pieces to hundreds of pieces. However, because of Chu Yan's status as the Emperor of War, the plot he got in Chaotian Palace was of a very high level, and he could see some top-secret information. In this top-secret news, there is a record that tens of thousands of years ago, a strong man collected thousands of Sky Wheel crystals at one time in Guwu Mountain. Faced with such a situation, Chu Yan pondered for a while, and decided to go to Guwu Mountain to have a try. After all, there is no good luck in Anishan Dao right now, so I can only go to Guwu Mountain first to try my luck. Even if you have collected a large number of Sky Wheel crystals, you can use them to cultivate yourself. Because, according to the records and the information, the Sky Wheel crystal has the effect of raising the Sea of Qi, and many warriors ventured to Guwu Mountain for the effect of the Sky Wheel crystal. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2239 Tianlunjing. A martial artist's Sea of Qi is a forbidden area for all kinds of martial arts and imperial arts. Apart from strengthening with the improvement of one's own cultivation skills, there are very few natural treasures that can have an effect on a warrior's Sea of Qi. After all, the Sea of Qi is the source of true Qi, and if one is not careful, it can even ruin a warrior's cultivation. However, in the world of martial arts, there are thousands of cultivators, all the time. There are no warriors who take risks in order to improve their strength. Once the Tianluan crystal was discovered, it was sought after by the strong after it had the effect of raising the Qi Sea. After leaving Chaotian Palace, Chu Yan went back to Jiuxiao and called Little White Bear. The two of them left the mountain gate of the Heavenly Sea region of Nishan Dao, and headed straight to the east, towards the Guwu mountain range. Little White Bear had just arrived and had only been in retreat for a few days. He was suddenly woken up by Chu Yan. His face was filled with displeasure, but when he heard Chu Yan mentioning Tianluan crystal, his bear eyes immediately sparkled. You know Tianlunjing? Chu Yan was a little surprised. Little White Bear has been with him all the time, and he has just arrived in the Sky Sea territory, so how could he know about it before himself? Sky Wheel crystal. Boss, on the way here a few days ago, I met a monster and chatted with him. He is going to Guwu Mountain. So it is. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, the two flew towards Guwu Mountain, chatting at the same time. At this time, just as Chu Yan and Little White Bear had just left the Heavenly Sea territory of Nishan Dao, not long after, a white figure rushed out of the Heavenly Sea territory at the same time, chasing after Chu Yan and Little White Bear. This person is exactly Yu Linglong. When Yu Linglong caught up with Chu Yan, it meant that she had accepted Tianlunjing's mission and happened to be on the way, but Chu Yan didn't refuse. So, the two of them, one bear, and the stars and the moon, took a full 10 days to arrive at Tianluan City. Tianlunlin, Tianhai Territory, a medium-sized city of the Dongtian family. This city is famous in the Tianhai area as Tianluan Spring. It is said that according to Tianluan Spring, the spirit wine brewed has stronger spiritual power than ordinary spirit wine. This Tianluan wine has almost become the special spiritual wine of the various sects in the Sky Sea territory. It can be said that everyone knows it, and everyone knows it. Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and Little White Bear paid the entrance fee and entered the city. They were immediately taken aback by the crowds in the city's streets. Today, Tianluan City is only a medium-sized city with an area of only 100 miles, but the people on this street can be compared with a large city. It seems that these warriors are all here for the Tianluan Pearl. Chu Yan said with a light smile. Whatever it is, find a place to eat first, I'm hungry. The Little White Bear stood on the street, with a pair of eyes, looking around restaurants, the sound from the bear's belly attracted the surrounding warriors to look over from time to time. Okay. Eat first. Chu Yan smiled, patted the little white bear's head, and said dotingly. With little white bear, the first thing to do every time you go to a city is to eat. This has almost become a common practice, and Chu Yan naturally knows it. Have a meal. However, Yu Linglong, who was standing on the side, looked at Chu Yan and the little white bear in astonishment, her face full of doubts. Yes. Eat, you people of the Dark Temple, you won't skip eating. Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong and asked more seriously than the doubts on her face. Although Chu Yan also knows that many cultivators, in order to maintain the purity of spiritual power in their bodies, start to fast after they have reached the state of honor, and they eat the essence of spirit stones on weekdays. However, Chu Yan never considered Bigu. After all, in Chu Yan's view, it was too much to rely on Bigu to improve his cultivation. Isn't it only ordinary people who eat? Yu Linglong frowned slightly. As the eldest lady of the Dark Temple, she has had a strict training program since she was born, and it is impossible for her to accept the food of these ordinary people. Sometimes warriors are inferior to ordinary people. Let's go, dang dang. Chu Yan smiled lightly and said something, which made Yu Linglong stunned for a long time, but Chu Yan had already greeted little white bear, and walked quickly towards the biggest restaurant on the street. Yu Linglong froze there, her spiritual eyes were full of doubts. Warriors, there is something that can't compare to ordinary people. How can it be? Not to mention, warriors are so powerful that they can kill tens of thousands of ordinary people with just one move. Even in terms of food, big cultivators eat heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and drink spirit wine fairy liquid. That's the same, not 1,000 times better than ordinary people. Moreover, can the food of ordinary people really be eaten? With doubts in the sea of consciousness, Yu Linglong hesitated for a moment, followed Chu Yan and little white bear, and stepped into the restaurant called Xuanhuan Wangxinglu. As soon as she entered the restaurant, Yu Linglong, who was dressed in a white dress and looked like a fairy, immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. With these astonished and crimson eyes, Yu Linglong caught sight of Chu Yan and Xiao Baixiong, who had already occupied a seat by the window in the noisy hall, and both of them were excitedly talking to Xiao Er about how to cook. Humph. They ignored me. Yu Linglong looked angry, even a little strange. Ever since she knew Chu Yan, it seemed that Chu Yan had never lost his composure like this. Hey, look there, I told you just now, remember it. The little white bear slapped the little girl on the face with a palm, and stared blankly at the little girl who was walking towards Yu Linglong, and turned around 3 times on the spot, before quickly nodding in a bewildered expression. Yes. Yes. The little ones have been written down, but, guest officer, are you sure? Bake it like this. Xiao Er scratched his head and looked at little white bear with astonishment on his face. Xuanhuan Wangxinglu, also considered as Qianluan City, is one of the top 3 restaurants, but I have never heard of it. The meat is roasted. After all, in this 10-direction star field, spiritual power is abundant. Whether it is a cultivator or an ordinary person, they all pursue pure nature. Even food is basically boiled in water with a small amount of seasoning. If you directly use the fire that can blacken the bottom of the pot to directly roast the animal meat, it will be, how dirty. Isn't the thing baked in this way as black as the bottom of the pot? Not bad. Make sure, hurry up and add a few more bottles of Tianlongquan spirit wine. Chu Yan waved his hand and asked Xiao Er to do it. Chu Yan and little white bear have experienced such a scene countless times. Because not only in the 10-direction starfield, but also in the Outland continent and even the Haotian continent, almost all the restaurants were similar. Xiao Er with a strange expression on his face looked at the shinjing in his hand. He just froze for a while, then quickly nodded and bowed, turned his head and ran to the back kitchen. Not for anything else, just for this piece of crystal, which is probably worth a month's income of the restaurant. However, after Xiao'er left, Yu Linglong, who was sitting next to Chu Yan, looked at Chu Yan with almost the same expression as Xiao'er, and her spiritual eyes were full of strange colors. Because, she also heard it just now, what Chu Yan asked Xiao'er to cook was barbecue. Moreover, it was the kind of animal meat that was roasted directly with an open fire without cooking utensils. When Yu Linglong thought of a dark piece of animal meat in her sea of consciousness, she felt nauseous. Since she was a child, Yu Linglong had almost never eaten food from ordinary people, let alone ordinary animal meat that had no spiritual power and had a fishy smell. Even the most lowly people in the Dark Temple eat monster meat full of monster power. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2240 Delicious on Earth. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Yu Linglong was full of apprehension. After waiting for a long time, Chu Yan and Little White Bear's custom-made roast meat finally arrived. This is a monster named Maniu. Its rank is very low. Even a warrior who has just practiced martial arts can be hunted and killed. Moreover, in some low-level societies, many ordinary warriors rely on hunting and killing low-level monsters to make ends meet. For this beast, because the price given by Chu Yan was high enough, the boss chose a calf less than 3 years old, which was about the size of an ordinary sheep. When it was served, it was exactly as Yu Linglong had imagined. The whole calf, including the meat, was roasted black, exuding a burnt smell of cow hair. Can this be eaten too? Yu Linglong's small mouth immediately pouted, her face full of disgust. Not to mention Yu Linglong, almost everyone on the first floor of the restaurant frowned and looked towards Chu Yan with disgust. Damn, where did the soil come from, such a good calf, to throw it into the fire? It's a waste, it's too wasteful. This little demon cow is worth at least 100 primordial stones, enough for me to play in Tianxiang Tower all night. Ha ha ha, funny guy, will he be so black? Some spectators laughed in low voices, not daring to make too much noise. Because those who can carry spirit beasts are definitely not weak warriors, and they might cause trouble for the upper body. However, the crowd couldn't hide their sneers at the black little bull demon. However, when everyone was joking, a scene that made everyone's smile freeze appeared. A majestic monster power exploded in an instant, like a wave of air, sweeping across the entire first floor of the restaurant. I saw that Little White Bear, with a wave of one palm, blasted the little bull demon who had just served the table with a powerful demonic energy, blasting all the black scorched fur on its body, turning it into a piece of black powder, blowing away with the wind scattered. Immediately, a strong smell of meat wafted away, causing everyone's eyes to widen at the same time. Boss, hurry up. The Little White Bear looked at the roasted cattle and beasts that were 50% familiar, but extremely fragrant, and his saliva flowed all over the table, urging Chu Yan repeatedly. Good. Chu Yan smiled lightly, raised his right hand, and a red pill fire appeared in his palm. Burn. With a wave of his hand, he drank a single word, and the pill fire instantly burst into a wave of flames, rushing out, completely enveloping the bull monster that was imprisoned in midair by the demon power of the Little White Bear. The Little White Bear has quick eyes and quick hands, and with the urging of the monster power, the bull monster wrapped in the pill fire began to roll quickly. A strong smell of meat spread quickly. Hiss. Seeing this scene, all the diners around looked shocked, and the way they looked at Chu Yan changed. Although Chu Yan's move just now was not a powerful imperial technique, he used pill fire to burn this ordinary low-level monster. This shows that this person's control over the fire attribute is almost to an abnormal level. If it were a warrior who cultivated the fire element, the monster would turn into black charcoal as soon as he made a move. This kind of mastery over fire is probably only an alchemist, and an extremely powerful alchemist can do it. Immediately afterwards, facing the astonished eyes of the audience, Chu Yan waved his left hand, and a dozen jade bottles appeared on the table in front of Chu Yan. When each jade bottle was opened, various types of spices scattered and fell in mid-air on top of the tumbling bull monsters. These spices all have a very special fragrance, especially when they are mixed with the roasted and already browned bull beast. The strong meaty smell almost makes everyone's eyes start to glow. So fragrant. Oh my God, this is pretty beef, how can it be so delicious? Look, the color of the meat is so oily and golden, it seems to look very good. There is such a miraculous cooking method, this young master has the means. Everyone's exclamation, accompanied by dozens of pairs of eyeballs that almost flew out of their eye sockets, and various sounds of swallowing saliva, resounded through the restaurant. Even the chef of the restaurant, as well as the shopkeeper and all the waiters, all ran out of business, looked at Chu Yan with a dull face, and barbecued there. At this time, Chu Yan concentrated on carefully controlling the fire and roasting it patiently. He knew very well that the roasting time should not be too short or too long, it must be charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Because during this period of time, Chu Yan has been busy from the outland continent to the 10 directions star territory, and he hasn't barbecued for a long time, so this time he roasted with extra care. On this point, just look at the little white bear, who can't help it from time to time, sticking out the bear's paw, trying to grab the barbecue that is still wrapped in flames. You can see that this time Chu Yan will definitely show great success. After 100 breaths of time, Chu Yan waved his hand, removed his true energy and pill fire, and the bull monster in midair slowly fell to the table. As soon as the flames were withdrawn, the aroma of barbecue came to the nostrils. Compared with the bland food that other people ate, it was mixed with more than a dozen special spices. It's a feast. Everyone in the audience, including Yu Linglong, was shocked. Not to mention Yu Linglong, just say that among the diners in this restaurant, there are not a few rich and powerful people. But, who has ever eaten this kind of food, even just looking at it and smelling it, can draw out the soul of a person. This is barbecue. Yu Linglong reached out her hand almost at the same time as Little White Bear, her eyes were full of stars. Even Yu Linglong, who has never eaten ordinary people's food and grew up eating Tian Kai Di Bao, can't resist the temptation of the barbecue in front of her at all. 2 bear paws, a pair of jade hands, reached under the barbecue at the same time, and pulled at the same time. 2 veal legs pulled the fragrant shredded meat, and produced golden oil droplets, and they were pulled by the Little White Bear and Yu Linglong. Down. Little White Bear is not polite to Chu Yan at all. It has been a long time since he has eaten this kind of barbecue meat that Chu Yan's exclusive secret recipe cannot be eaten in the entire Wuhun world. Stab it. He bit his big mouth, the gap between his teeth was filled with the smell of meat, he pulled it hard, the sense of satisfaction, and the smell of meat filled his whole body, instantly made the Little White Bear grunt in satisfaction, his eyes narrowed into 2 slits. Compared to the Little White Bear, Yu Linglong hesitated for a while, especially when the meat reached her mouth. She still paused and turned to look at the Little White Bear. Seeing the Little White Bear biting the fragrant barbecue, Yu Linglong's last line of defense finally collapsed completely. Eat it. Try my handicraft. Chu Yan smiled slightly, and said to Yu Linglong. Aha! Now that Chu Yan has spoken, Yu Linglong will no longer be polite. She bites her lips and teeth lightly, and bites down on the barbecue in her hand. Putting a small mouthful of barbecued meat into her mouth, Yu Linglong's delicate body trembled slightly, and 2 bright lights burst out from her spiritual eyes. Remember in a second. #C2241 Tiandong Family. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. This is. Yu Linglong's spiritual eyes instantly magnified, and her beautiful little face was full of shock. When this small piece of animal meat enters the mouth, the rich and fragrant gravy is filled, and all kinds of spices are completely burst out. The 2 blend together, almost reaching a perfect level, and the deliciousness cannot be eaten. OMG, it's kebab. Such delicious barbecue made Yu Linglong's sea of consciousness almost stop for a whole breath. It seemed that her whole soul was completely lost in Xuanhuan's barbecue. The previous dislike and contempt disappeared without a trace at this time, and now she only has delicious barbecue in her eyes, heart, and mouth. Stab it. When the little white bear had already gnawed the first calf's leg and reached for the second one, Yu Linglong finally broke out. The sound of grilling meat resounded throughout the restaurant. The diners from all directions looked at Yu Linglong as if she hadn't eaten for hundreds of years, constantly eating the barbecue in Yu's hand, which was almost exactly the same as the bear spirit beast beside her. Everyone, seeing this scene, their eyes widened, their mouths opened wide, and their jaws dropped. A beautiful woman and a spirit beast are fighting for food. What's the situation? Is that roasted animal meat so delicious? However, just smelling the smell of meat permeating the entire restaurant, in less than 10 breaths, various sounds of spitting and swallowing rang out at the same time. At this moment, the whole restaurant seemed to be restricted by some kind of powerful Space Emperor technique. Except for Little White Bear and Yu Linglong, of course, Chu Yan also joined the ranks of grabbing meat later, and everyone else watched this scene dully, like petrification. After a full 100 breaths of time, a whole monster barbecue was eaten by the three of them, and only the skeleton remained. Belch. Little White Bear's belly is as round as a ball, with two greasy bear paws rubbing his belly, his face is full of happy smirks. This burp sounded. In an instant, all the diners around woke up. Hundreds of eyes glanced at the pile of animal bones on Chu Yan's table, and at the same time, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Immediately afterwards, almost at the same time, hundreds of crimson gazes all turned to the shopkeeper and the waiter, not far away, who also had dull faces. Xiao, bring me a roasted beast. Shopkeeper, give me 2. I'll pay double the price, let me serve first. Amidst all kinds of roars, Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and Little White Bear had already left the restaurant and walked onto the street. I didn't expect, what are you cooking? The current Yu Linglong looked at Chu Yan completely changed, and said in a pair of spiritual eyes full of little stars. Hee, Brother Will, there are many. Chu Yan replied with a light smile. Yeah, big brother, I want to eat barbecue every day from now on. Yu Linglong didn't react at all to Chu Yan's claim, but changed her words directly, with a cunning light shining in her spiritual eyes. Okay, no problem. Chu Yan waved his hand in high spirits. This woman is a strange creature. However, there is no woman who cannot be solved by a delicious barbecue. Even if there is, then 2 meals. For his barbecue, in this world of martial arts, Chu Yan still has absolute confidence. Then, the three of them walked on the street, looking for the location of Tianwei Building. In Tianhai territory, in any city, there is a branch of Tianwei Building. On the one hand, Chu Yan and the others want to know more about the situation of Tianlanjing, and at the same time they want to find a place to live temporarily. Just as the three of them were looking around, on the street in the distance, 3 warriors in yellow robes walked towards the three of them quickly. See the Emperor of War. Below is Shi Weifang, the sub-host of the Tianluan City classification of Tianwei Building. The leader, the old man in yellow robe, walked up to Chu Yan, saluted politely, and said, Huh. How do you know we're here? Chu Yan was a little surprised. The three of them hadn't found Tianwei Tower yet, but they found them first. Any identity jade talisman of my way will get news if it gets close to any subfloor of Tianwei Building. Besides, the 2 of you have accepted the task. I, Tianluan City, will naturally be responsible for entertaining them. Shi Weifang spoke very politely. It seems that the status and rank in Anai Shindao are also strict. The 3 please come with me, the accommodation has been arranged. After Shi Weifang finished speaking, he led Chu Yan and the others along the main street, but they went directly through the city, and left Tianluan City through another city gate. Deputy Landlord Shi, why isn't your residence in the city? If Shi Weifang hadn't shown his identity jade talisman against God before, Chu Yan would have even thought that this guy wanted to take him outside the city to rob him. The Emperor of the War does not know that Tianluan City is the territory of the Tiandong family and has been suppressing my Tianwei building. Especially recently, the Tianluan crystal tide in Guwu Mountain will soon erupt. The Tiandong family, it is very inconvenient to put Tianluan City under martial law, so I arranged all the members of my Wei who came to Tianluan City recently in several manners outside the city. Shi Weifang explained. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned. Why did the Tiandong family suppress Tianwei Tower? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Shi Weifang shook his head, smiled wryly, and explained. It's not for the Skywill crystal. The Tiandong family has a strong influence. In the Tianhai region, it is one of the 7 great family forces. It not only controls Tianluan City, but also controls nearly 10 surrounding cities. These Tiandong family members will send people at the entrance of Guwu Mountain to forcibly buy the Tianluan crystal that the warriors have found desperately, and the price is almost the same as a robbery. Buying a piece of Xinjing a Skywill crystal. A piece of divine crystal. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. The price given by my Tianwei building is 500 divine crystals. Therefore, the Tiandong family's various troubles with our Tianwei building are because they want us to stop buying Tianluan crystals. 10 days later, the Skywill crystal tide will erupt again. It is said that this wave of crystal tide is not small. The Tiandong family sent a large number of strong men to surround the entire Guwu Mountain and more than a dozen entrances and exits. Including inside the city, the gates of my Tianwei building are all blocked. When Shi Weifang said this, his face was full of anger. What a Tiandong family! Huh! Chu Yan snorted coldly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Could it be that when Chu Yan and the others were in the city, Shi Weifang took the initiative to find them before they reached the gate of Tianwei building? It turned out that the gate was blocked by others. A few people walked and talked, and Chu Yan kept asking about Tianluan Jiuxiao. Not long after, a few people arrived in front of a huge manor. This manor was built in a beautiful place with mountains and rivers. Although it is not as majestic as the palace, it is also extraordinarily beautiful. In particular, the aura around the manor is extremely strong, which is no worse than some residence halls in case of some sects. After entering the manor, Shi Weifang introduced the 3 of them briefly, then left the messenger jade talisman and hurriedly said goodbye. Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and Little White Bear each chose a favorite courtyard and practiced on their own. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2242 Qinglian Sword Pool. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan casually walked around in his small courtyard, placed a few restrictions, and began to practice. Recently, Chu Yan discovered that his cultivation speed began to increase. It's gone, the feeling of being difficult after breaking through the Emperor's realm. Presumably, it has a lot to do with the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that I have been constantly refining, especially the primordial aura and 5 soul stones, which are extremely effective. The current cultivation base is only the 7th level of the lower martial emperor realm, but Chu Yan is sure that even if he is given another 5 soul stone like the one in Yungue City last time, he can break through to the middle martial emperor realm. Sitting cross-legged, circulating the 5-element, Xinqi, the deity of the holy Rakshasa appeared behind Chu Yan. The 5 gods and beasts' martial souls are arranged on the left, right, front, and middle, and the power of the 5 souls is blessed to Chu Yan. Especially Baihu and Suzaku, the 2 beast spirits who have broken through to the spirit of battle, are almost twice as powerful to Chu Yan as other spirits. The entire small courtyard was almost completely enveloped by Chu Yan's 5 elements. Just like that, 10 days passed by in a flash. The primordial aura is running out, and the energy of the 5 elements is also being consumed more and more. If there is no new supplement, Chu Yan's cultivation speed will gradually slow down. Boom. Waves of true energy rolled in his body, and suddenly exploded like a huge sea wave. The majestic power of the martial soul and true energy rolled up a huge tornado around Chu Yan's body, hitting the surrounding restraints, shaking the entire small courtyard, and trembling suddenly. In Chu Yan's eyes, 5-colored lightning burst out violently, and a look of joy flashed across his face. The lower martial emperor realm 8th layer heaven. Unexpectedly, at this time, Chu Yan's cultivation had actually broken through. Lead. After drinking one word, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was like a tide, covering all directions, and all the scattered true energy was drawn back into the body. An hour has passed. Chu Yan stopped slowly. Fortunately, Chu Yan put down several restrictions to end Shu before, so the breakthrough just now did not break out of the small courtyard. Walking out of the practice room, Chu Yan came to the courtyard, turned his hands over, and the Haoyan sword behind him appeared directly. When the sword moves, the mind moves, and the sword cuts Tianhe. Call out. The sword light was like water, and the sword energy like the Jiuxiao ocean sword rushed around in the small courtyard. These sword lights, at the very beginning, were like bolts of shock across the sky, leaving countless bright lights from sword marks. However, as Chu Yan continued to use it, the sword light continued to evolve, and finally turned into pieces of sword mist. With the surge of sword energy, it fluttered around the entire small courtyard. These sword mist, like a spirit, condense, but do not disperse, do not touch the void, and do not collide with the restriction. Sometimes it pours down like a violent rain, and sometimes it flows like a gentle drizzle. Cut. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes froze, and he uttered a single word, and the sword energy around him burst out instantly, and the Haoyan sword in his hand glowed brilliantly. With a slash, a sword light shaped like a lotus suddenly appeared, spanning the sky like a long sword, and it was as gorgeous as flowers. Blossoming green lotus sword lights appeared in the midair of the small courtyard, and in the blink of an eye, they gathered into a lotus pool of sword flowers. Just as Chu Yan was concentrating on evolving his sword intent, a giant figure in blue armor slowly emerged in the void behind him. He lowered his head and glanced at the cyan sky lotus in his hand, and then at the lotus pond in front of Chu Yan, which was formed by the cyan sword light. I still underestimated you. The corner of the giant's mouth in blue armor raised slightly, and with this sentence, the figure gradually dissipated and returned to the blue sky lotus. At the same time, Chu Yan had withdrawn his sword and stood upright, looking thoughtfully at the sword shadow lotus pond that was slowly fading in midair, surrounded by sword energy like mist, constantly surging. The display of this set of swordsmanship just now shocked Chu Yan's soul. For a long time, the trouble of the way of self seems to have opened a small window for him inadvertently. This set of swordsmanship is not about sword moves at all, it is done entirely from the heart, combining the strength of metal, the vitality of wood, the breathing of water, the thickness of earth, the blooming of fire, and the fusion of yin and yang, the beauty of green lotus. Aura of life. The most important thing is that Chu Yan has been comprehending for a long time the artistic conception of the Tao of the blue sky lotus in the world of the sea of consciousness. Boom, boom. Chu Yan, who was in the midst of an epiphany, was suddenly awakened by the tumbling waves of swords caused by the Qinglian sword pool in midair. The sword chi that exploded, carrying fierce murderous aura, caused thunder in the void and shook all directions. Still a little short. Unexpectedly, in the end, the sword intent and violence contained in the sword were still released. Chu Yan suddenly smiled wryly, and shook his head. However, this evolution of sword intent, Chu Yan's harvest, is extremely huge. Standing in the small courtyard, raising his hand, the Haotian sword was sheathed, and Chu Yan's aura continued to be restrained. Call. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, breathing in, Chu Yan finished his practice, waved his hand to remove the restriction, and walked towards the gate of the courtyard. As soon as he reached the gate of the courtyard, he saw Little White Bear and Yu Linglong waiting at the gate of the courtyard. Both of them looked anxious. "Boss, you're finally out." Seeing Chu Yan appear, the Little White Bear jumped up and screamed. "Huh? Why are you here?" Chu Yan laughed. "It's been the 10th day, and the Skywheel Crystal Tide is about to start." Yu Linglong's pouting boss said with a displeased face. "You madman, don't you watch the time? If you miss the Skywheel Crystal Tide, it won't be fun." "Fun?" The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice. "The eldest lady of the Dark Temple came here to play." "But yes, compared to her status, what kind of treasures do you want? This Tianlunging is really good. Go. Go. Go." Not allowing Chu Yan to react at all, Yu Linglong directly pulled Chu Yan and headed outside. After leaving the manor, the three of them soared into the air, and flew towards a tall mountain range on the right side of Tianluan City. It didn't take long for the three of Chu Yan to arrive at an entrance to the Guwu mountain range. Falling from the sky, at a glance, there are human figures everywhere on this wide grassland. Various sects and sects, with high and low cultivation bases, all powerhouses gathered together, as if they were waiting for something. "Fortunately, we caught up, it hasn't started yet." A smile appeared on Yu Linglong's face, and together with Chu Yan, she landed in an open place and stood still. Chu Yan's consciousness surged forward, and swept towards the warriors around him. With a random sweep, Chu Yan's eyes fell on a white-robed figure in the distance, and his brows frowned. Fan Tianhua. Chu Yan did not expect that this small 10-point Tianluan crystal could attract Fan Tianhua. However, when Chu Yan saw Fan Tianhua's green eyes, staring at Yu Linglong beside him, he suddenly realized. It seems that this Fan Tianhua did not come for Tianlunging. Fan Tianhua in the crowd glanced at Chu Yan from the corner of his eyes were full of coldness, but when he looked at Yu Linglong, he was full of smiles. As soon as he lifted his foot, Fan Tianhua was about to walk over, as if he wanted to say hello to Yu Linglong, but before he could lift his foot, the crowd around him became commotion in an instant. "Look! People from the Tiandong family are here. Haha, it's time to start." This time the Skywheel Crystal Tide is said to be the biggest in 100 years. I really hope to find a few more. Following the voice, Chu Yan looked up at the sky, and suddenly saw a group of strong men in green robes descending from the sky on spiritual clouds. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2243 let you go. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan just glanced at it, then frowned slightly. I saw that this group of warriors who came on the spirit cloud, all of them had arrogant faces, their aura was released, and they rushed into everyone's aura unscrupulously. The leader of this group of warriors wearing robes with the word heaven has long purple hair hanging over his shoulders, half of his face is tilted, his face is full of ruffian, and his eyes are rogue. He doesn't look like a cultivator at all. On the contrary, the image of this person is very similar to the leader of a gangster who collects protection money on a certain street. No way. Young Lord of Tianluan City, Yang Huang. How could it be this second world lord who is in charge of the entrance and exit here? This is troublesome. This guy is relying on the power of his father, the Heavenly Will Sacred Emperor, to bully other warriors everywhere. He is really not a good person. Shu, keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. Seeing Yang Huang's appearance, all the warriors around him looked chilled and fearful. Sage Emperor Tianluan. The Tiandong family, one of the 5 saints. Hearing the discussions of the warriors around him, Chu Yan suddenly understood. In this Tiandong family, the 5 strongest emperors are known as the Tiandong 5 sages, and they are the trump cards for the Tiandong family to become one of the great families in the Tianhai region. Moreover, the Tiandong family is the Tianhai territory, the only one that is qualified to become one of the forces in the 10 Directions Star territory, the aristocratic family alliance. The aristocratic family alliance in the 10 Directions Star field is no worse than the Hunyuan Palace, the Dark Temple, and other first-class forces. Just because of his powerful background, this Yang Huang, not to mention in Tianluan City, even in Tianhai region, is a master who is not afraid of heaven and earth. On weekdays, the Second World Lord is unscrupulous, arrogant and domineering, and he is not afraid of being looked down upon by anyone at all. Just when everyone in the audience was staring at everyone in the Tiandong family, Yang Huang had already walked in front of the crowd, with a pair of sneaky eyes, swept across the crowd, grinned ferociously, and said, "I declare that everyone will pay 50% of the tax for this Tianluan crystal tide." This word landed. All the warriors in the audience were stunned for a moment, and then the whole crowd exploded. What? 50%? This is not equivalent to paying half of the Skywheel crystal, what a joke. Why? It's not fair. In the past, only 20% was paid. Why mention 50%? Why don't you grab it? All kinds of crazy roars created huge waves that shook the surrounding mountains and reverberated. Ha ha ha, fair. Hearing everyone's words, Yang Huang didn't care at all, raised his hand and scratched his ears and eyes, with a face full of anger, he directly laughed and said, "My Yang Huang's words are the rules. If I say fair, it will be fair. Those who don't want to hand it over, get out of here now. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy." The word kill fell to the ground, and the crowd, which had been boiling just now, became quiet in an instant. Everyone's faces were full of anger, but they didn't dare to say anything. Because Yang Huang from the Tiandong family really knows how to kill people. In Tianluan City, some warriors who have been in the Guwu Mountains for many years, how could they not know that every time, the Tianluan crystal tide, this Yang Huang would appear somewhere to enter and exit the checkpoint? As long as there is a checkpoint where Yang Huang appears, there will definitely be warriors lost, and those people may be killed by Yang Huang just by saying an angry word. So, when Yang Huang said kill without mercy, the whole scene, everyone, fell silent. Chu Yan stood at the corner of the crowd with a cold face. This Yang Huang is really arrogant, but it's best not to provoke him, otherwise, Chu Yan doesn't mind making a move. Humph. He's so cheap. Seeing that no one dared to gnaw anymore, Yang Huang laughed jokingly, waved his hand, and said, "Go and open the restriction and prepare to release people." "Yes, young Master Yang." Those members of the Tiandong family who followed Yang Huang turned around and walked towards an altar not far away when they heard Yang Huang's order. This altar is located at a mountain pass, and behind the pass is the range of Guwu Mountain Range. Therefore, this mountain pass is one of the several entrances and exits leading to the Guwu Mountain Range. On weekdays, it is completely blocked by the restrictions set by the Tiandong family, making it impossible to pass through. At this moment, Fan Tianhua, who was in the crowd, approached Zhu Linglong with a charming smile on his face. "Hee hee, miss you, what a coincidence." Fan Tianhua smiled and greeted Zhu Linglong, but in exchange for Yu Linglong's frosty face, she ignored him. Yu Linglong was dressed in a white dress, covered her face with a light veil, her temperament was like ice and snow, just standing there, revealing a pair of star-like spiritual eyes, could attract countless red eyes from all around. The two who followed Fan Tianhua wore the same robes, with the word Lingyu embroidered on the chest. "Miss Yu, I have heard about her name for a long time, and she is in the lower Lingyu mountain. The inner disciple is in Luhai." This man who thought he was handsome, with a strand of hair on his forehead, had a face full of makeup, bit the word inner door heavily, and said to Yu Linglong. I'm a disciple of Lingyu Mountain, Ji Ming. I've seen Miss Yu. Another disciple of Lingyu Mountain also spoke to Yu Linglong with a smile on his face. The two words were spoken, and the resultant exchange was no different from Fan Tianhua's. Yu Linglong never even looked at them from the beginning to the end. Chu Yan stood aside, smiled slightly, and looked at Fan Tianhua and the two disciples of Lingyu Mountain, standing there with embarrassment. Lingyu Mountain, Chu Yan knows, is one of the top 10 forces in the Tianhai territory. Roll. Seeing the three of them standing there, a displeasure finally flashed across Yu Linglong's face, and she spoke directly. What? Roll. Fan Tianhua and Lu Hai and Ji Ming were stunned at the same time. The three of them came here with sunny smiles on their faces. They were extremely confident at first, but they didn't expect that when Yu Linglong opened her mouth, she just said, scroll. Although Lingyu Mountain ranks at the bottom among the top 10 forces in the Tianhai region, and Lu Hai and Ji Ming are genius warriors who rank thousands in the Tianhai region, and they are somewhat famous in the Tianhai region. But he didn't expect that in front of Yu Linglong, he seemed to be inferior to a fart. Hee, Miss Yu, we are all together anyway, standing here, there is no problem at all. Fan Tianhua did not directly name Enishan Dao, because Enishan Dao is still a secretive force at present, and there are iron rules that prohibit Enishan Dao members from disclosing their identities outside. However, Fan Tianhua knew that Yu Linglong had another identity, so he would not give up easily at all. Instead his face became thicker and thicker. Miss Yu, since everyone is here for Tianluan Crystal, there are many people and strength, and Ji Ming and I have been here several times, and we are quite familiar with this Guwu mountain range, so maybe we can help Miss Yu busy. And Lu Hai and Fan Tianhua were almost as thick-skinned, facing Yu Linglong's cold expression, they didn't flinch in the slightest. That's right, the Skywheel crystals are extremely rare these days, and not everyone can find them in the Guwu Mountains, even if it's hard to say, they can't even save their lives. When Ji Ming was speaking, he looked at Chu Yan, beside Yu Linglong, with a look of contempt on his face. Let you go, didn't you hear? Chu Yan glanced at Yu Linglong, then turned to look at the three of them, and spoke indifferently. Equals remember in a second. Hashtag C2244 Skywheel Crystal Tide. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Humph. Kid, what qualifications do you have to let? Hearing Chu Yan's words, and Lu Hai's face immediately showed a smear of ferocity, and he opened his mouth to say a few words to save some face, but he still hasn't finished speaking. Ah! A scream rang out, and the golden fist exploded. Accompanied by the sound of dragon sputum, and Lu Hai's body was directly blasted into the air, hitting a huge rock in the distance, rebounding to the ground, and half of his face was instantly swollen. Stand up. What? You dare to do it? Fan Tianhua and Ji Ming were taken aback at the same time, looked at Chu Yan, and exclaimed. Boy, where are you from? Anyone who dares to touch our Lingyu Mountain, find, ah. Before Ji Ming could finish speaking, Chu Yan shook his head, and punched out again. Ji Ming, who looked astonished, almost flew out in the same arc as in Lu Hai, hit the rocks, and rolled to the ground. Chu Yan, casual cultivator. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes swept down the rocks, and he struggled to get up from the ground. And Lu Hai and Ji Ming, who looked horrified, replied coldly. Chu Yan. And Lu Hai and Ji Ming, who supported them to get up, looked at Chu Yan with a confused expression, their hearts full of question marks. Chu Yan, what the hell? It seems that I have never heard of such a person in Tianhai territory. Not to mention, the rankings of the 10 Directions Starfield, the Heaven ranking or the Star ranking, and there is no one who has ever heard of a warrior named Chu Yan. Boy, today's matter is not over, you will regret it. No matter what, the black-robed young man in front of him was obviously much stronger than the two of them. And Lu Hai knew very well that even if he and Ji Ming took out all their cards, they couldn't be Chu Yan's opponent. 36 strategies. The best strategy is to go. Moreover, Ji Ming's spiritual sense transmitted sound, and told Lu Hai in a low voice that the Sky Will Crystal Tide was about to open, and when he was in the Guwu Mountains, there were plenty of ways to deal with this Chu Yan. 2 people. With his tail between his legs, he glanced at Fan Tianhua, then left directly, heading towards the mountain pass altar. Although they were hit by Chu Yan, it was obvious that neither of them was seriously injured. This kind of minor injury, swallowing the elixir, only slightly affected the combat power. After all, the Tianluan crystal is the big deal, and it is definitely not wise to start a war with someone at this time, let alone a person with strong combat power. Yu Linglong looked at Chu Yan, smiled lightly, and said, "Don't expect me to thank you." Although what she said was heartless, there was obviously a hint of splendor in Yu Linglong's shining spiritual eyes. Chu Yan's shot surprised her, but she had to bear it. The feeling of being protected was really good. "Actually, in your capacity, it is completely unnecessary for me to intervene." Chu Yan chuckled. "Humph. You are not allowed to tell others my identity." Yu Linglong snorted coquettishly, with a smug look on her face. The original Ouyang Nantian, as well as Master Hu in the 9-star test, had clearly told Chu Yan about Yu Linglong's identity. Moreover, Yu Linglong appeared in Nishandao Tianhai region, and seemed to have some special mission. All the high-level bosses were warning the members below not to provoke this Yu Linglong. A farce, in a noisy environment of tens of thousands of people, did not cause any waves. In particular, several strong men from the Dongtian family have completed the opening level. The altar at the mountain pass cast out a door of light, which opened a door of light for entering and exiting the spiritual formation covering the entire mountain range. Seeing that they could enter the Guwu mountain range immediately, everyone's attention was on that light gate. Why does this Chu Yan seem to be stronger again? Fan Tianhua stood there sluggishly, staring at Chu Yan with astonishment on his face. And Lu Hai is an inner disciple of Lingyu Mountain. He has reached the first level of the Middle Martial Emperor realm, but he can't even catch Chu Yan's move. How can this be? Consciousness kept sweeping across Chu Yan, with an expression of astonishment. Fan Tianhua kept probing Chu Yan's true energy. What is certain is that this Chu Yan's cultivation base has really improved a lot compared to a few days ago when he was in the 9-star test. Obviously, he has just broken through his cultivation base. What a Chu Yan, it seems that I really underestimated you. A gloomy look flashed across Fan Tianhua's eyes, and he looked at Yu Linglong unwillingly, finally gritted his teeth, turned around, followed Lu Hai and Ji Ming, and walked towards Yang Huang from the Tiandong family. The 3 nodded and stood in front of Yang Huang. After some words, Yang Huang followed the direction of Fan Tianhua's finger and looked at Yu Linglong in the distance. His eyes lit up immediately. Without any hesitation at all, Yang Huang waved his big hand, and his true energy gushed out, sweeping Fan Tianhua and the others aside, striding towards Yu Linglong's direction, and came quickly. However, within 2 steps, a powerful spiritual force suddenly exploded in the surrounding void. Hum. Hum. In the Guwu Mountains in the distance, a large piece of golden light kept flashing out, like a sea of stars. Countless stars were lit up at the same time. Look! Sky Will Crystal Tide. With an exclamation, everyone's eyes turned to the direction of Guwu Mountain. Obviously, under all kinds of visions, the Sky Will Crystal Tide in the Guwu Mountains is about to open. The whole crowd exploded in an instant, and the huge crowd kept pushing towards the light gate of the altar. However, among them, at least half of the people looked at the colorful fog rising continuously in the Guwu mountain range, and the number of golden stars. Chi-Chi's face changed drastically, and they retreated crazily, and at the fastest speed, got away from it. The location of the light door entrance. For a moment, the crowd was in chaos, and some people rushed forward, wanting to enter the light gate as soon as possible. And some people retreat quickly, as if they have encountered some terrible existence, and want to escape from the entrance of the light gate, the farther the better. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of muffled thunder, in the Wuhun mountain range, two colorful clouds collided, and a large piece of colorful mist, like a sea tide, rushed in all directions, rushing out from the opened light door of the altar. Seeing this scene, those warriors who were still squeezing forward turned around in fright, wanting to retreat. However, at this time it was not easy to retreat from the chaotic crowd. Ah! 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 As the colorful mist passed by, the warriors at the front were instantly swallowed up, and their flesh and blood quickly melted away. In less than a blink of an eye, it turned into a puddle of blood, and even the ground was corroded to form a large pit. It's so toxic. Standing at the far end of the crowd, Chu Yan was surprised to see this scene. There are some warriors, even though they escape quickly, they are still swept by the colorful mist, no matter who it is, as long as they get their hands and feet, they will be quickly melted away. The body protector, Gang Yuan, has no effect at all in front of these poisonous fogs. All warriors, with ferocious faces, gritted their teeth, or broke hands or legs, in order to save their lives. They didn't care about the pain of mutilated limbs. This scene fell into the eyes of the group of people behind, and everyone's face changed drastically, in shock. These people, unlike some newcomers just now, are not the first time they have come to this Gu Mist mountain range, and they know the danger of these Gu Mist. What's going on? Why is this poisonous mist so strong? Even the body protector can corrode. A look of astonishment flashed across Yu Linglong's face. No. These are not poison, they are very small. Gu. Chu Yan said softly, his face darkened. Gu. Yu Linglong's expression changed. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2245 Gu Mist Mountains. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. After listening to Chu Yan's words, Yu Linglong frowned slightly, her spiritual consciousness gushed out again, and went towards the position of the light gate, exploring the overflowing colorful mist. This time, Yu Linglong probed extremely carefully, and after 10 breaths of time, her little face gradually turned pale. It's really bugs, so many, so small. Although Yu Linglong is a martial artist, and also a martial artist at the Great Emperor realm, she is still a girl in essence. Therefore, when she confirmed that the large expanse of surging colorful mist was actually formed by the gathering of countless tiny goo worms, her expression changed instantly. At this time, the goo worms feed on spiritual energy, so the stronger the martial artist's body-protecting energy, the more attractive they are to the goo worms. Chu Yan frowned slightly. As he spoke, he kept thinking in the sea of consciousness. Not only the body-protecting energy, but even the true energy of warriors are the favorite food of these bugs. It's no wonder that this Wuhun mountain range is said to be so dangerous. It seems that only powerful body-refining warriors, as well as powerful monsters and spirit beasts, relying on physical defense and restrained true energy, can it be possible? This Wuhun mountain survived. Chu Yan's words attracted the attention of some warriors around, and they all turned their heads to look. Among them, some warriors who have been around Wuhun Mountain all the year round looked at Chu Yan with amazement in their eyes. They did not expect that this newcomer, before entering Wuhun Mountain, would see the most terrifying Gu. So thorough. You know, just what Chu Yan said just now, how many lives were exchanged for it. When some newcomers around heard Chu Yan's explanation, they all looked horrified, and then their faces all became dark. Warriors use true energy as the basis of combat power. If you keep all your true energy inward and don't even activate your body-protecting energy, then it is different from a flexible person. What's more, in this foggy environment, in the foggy mountains where the vision is blurred, if there is no body protection, it may be attacked and damaged by other warriors or monsters sneaking out at any time. Even for body-refining martial artists, they might not be able to last long with physical defense alone. Brother, you have a good eye, but there is one more thing, I might as well remind you. Not far away. A warrior looked at Chu Yan and said, I have come to this Guwu mountain range no less than 10 times. In the past 10 years, I have been collecting sky will crystals. It is said that this time the sky will crystal tide is the largest crystal tide in 10 years. However, according to my opinion, I am afraid it is far more than that. It's far more than that. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. The warrior nodded, then turned his eyes to look at the altar at the mountain pass in the distance, especially when his eyes swept across the ground. There were blood and flesh stains on the ground, and a dignified look appeared on his face. In the past, when the checkpoint was opened, even though the goo mist would overflow, it never happened to the point of death. In addition, the golden wave of stars just now had a large number, far surpassing any time the crystal wave was opened in the past 10 years. Based on my experience, I'm afraid the sky will crystal tide is the biggest one in the 1,000 years of records. Dare to ask, roughly how many sky will crystals will appear in a sky will crystal tide? Chu Yan asked politely, cupping his hands. Generally speaking, about 100,000 sky will crystals will appear in each sky will crystal tide. The fighters who enter it will be lucky enough to harvest 3 or 5, is not uncommon. However, this time, the number of golden star waves that just flashed may not exceed 1 million. When the warrior said this, he shook his head and didn't say anything else. In the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of hesitation, as if he was thinking about whether to give up the sky will crystal tide this time. Millions of sky will crystals. Hearing the warrior's words, Chu Yan's expression changed instantly. Unexpectedly, this time, my luck was pretty good. The more Tianluan crystal guns are sent out, the greater the harvest will naturally be. After all, to complete the task of 200,000 points, a lot of Tianluan crystals are needed. Now, the only problem to be solved is how to deal with those Guwu. Among the tens of thousands of people present, at least half of them were newcomers. The unexpected incident just now caused many newcomers to retreat. Even those martial artists who have been here all year round, there are many people, their wills are shaken. The newcomers don't know that the Guwu mountain range is terrifying, but the old people have seen too much damage and become more cautious. Except for some warriors who practice poison-type kung fu or possess poison-type warriors, their eyes glow and they are full of anticipation. Compared to other warriors, they survived much longer in the Guwu mountains. As long as there is a period of time, come out of the Guwu mountain range, return to the entrance, adjust the breathing to recover, and then you can enter it again. This kind of advantage is extremely huge. Although it is troublesome, at least it will not be life-threatening, and there will be a lot of gains. Boom, boom. Everyone in the audience, with different expressions, was thinking secretly. At this moment, a large piece of golden starlight sprayed out from the Guwu mountains in the distance. What? And, more. The martial artist's face changed suddenly, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and retreated. Seeing this, Chu Yan also took Yu Linglong and Little White Bear and started to retreat. Sure enough, when Chu Yan and the others retreated 100 miles away, in the Guwu mountain range, large streams of colored mist, like water, gushed out from the opened light gate at the altar at the mountain pass. From a distance, it looks like a huge colorful river, rushing endlessly. This wave of eruption lasted for 3 full days, before it subsided slowly. When everyone returned to the mountain pass cautiously, with a glance, everyone's expressions changed drastically at the same time. I saw that most of the light gate altar that stood at the mountain pass had been corroded, and the entire light gate had completely collapsed, turning into a huge crack. The spirit array that originally covered the Guwu mountain range was directly opened with a big hole and became unimpeded. Go. You can enter. A martial artist stood in front of the mountain pass, watched for a long time, and finally spoke, and at the same time, his figure flashed, and he went towards the Guwu mountain range. Swish. 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 Immediately after, a large wave of warriors, numbering no less than 1,000, rushed in quickly, passed through the gap in the spiritual formation, entered the Guwu mountain range area, scattered in all directions, and flew towards the place with golden starlight. The colorful mist that covered the sky was stirred, and the figures of these thousands of people were instantly shrouded in the colorful mist, and soon disappeared. Go. Let's go in and have a look. Chu Yan turned around, greeted Zhu Linglong and Little White Bear, and headed towards the Guwu mountain range. Seeing Chu Yan's actions, some warriors, who were still hesitant, gritted their teeth, and followed behind towards the Guwu mountain range. Remember in a second. #C2246, Protecting the Emperor Double Flames. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Before the mountain pass, there were about a few thousand people at the scene of tens of thousands of people, and finally entered the Guwu mountain range. Some of the remaining people shook their heads and left directly, while others stayed where they were, waiting to watch the excitement while practicing. A group of people from the Tiandong family gathered together and began to repair the corroded altar. The originally noisy scene gradually quieted down. Following thousands of people, they entered the Guwu mountain range, scattered in all directions, and began to seize all the time to search for the skywheel crystal. Not every place where Venus flickers has Tianluan crystal. Because, as long as one enters the Guwu mountain range area, there is a possibility that skywheel crystals will appear everywhere in the world. Under the ground, among rocks, deep in streams, and even inside trees, there are skywheel crystals. The strange thing is that this skywheel crystal is not a hard crystal, but a soft body like a blister. As long as a little force is applied, it will burst completely, and a large amount of spiritual power will overflow, and it will be absorbed by the ubiquitous people. Goo-worms loot and eat. Entering the Guwu mountain range, after walking less than 10,000 steps, Chu Yan finally understood why the skywheel crystal was so difficult to find. Ordinary warriors may only get a few pieces if they search here for a few days. Because these skywheel crystals are like fireflies, as long as they sense any wind and grass within a radius of 10 miles, they will immediately restrain their breath until they disappear completely. In addition, they are good at blending into all kinds of natural substances, and the divine sense cannot detect them. It is really difficult to find one. All the fighters who entered the Guwu mountain range used the most primitive methods, staring at the boss's eyes, rummaging through the rocks and bushes. Some warriors will use some spiritual treasures to search for them. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was speechless. The scene in front of him was a little too primitive. According to this search, it is impossible to find more than 10,000 skywheel crystals. Following the crowd, after walking for a while, Chu Yan found that there were some strong men who possessed spiritual treasures or practiced the martial arts of the poison system, and they were constantly probing and heading towards the depths of the Guwu mountain range. In the depths of the Guwu mountains, there are obviously golden star tides, and the number is much larger. However, the goo mist in this peripheral area can barely support it with physical strength, but the goo mist in the depths of the mountains is obviously much denser. Therefore, most of the warriors are only looking for within dozens of miles outside the mountain pass. How can it work? Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Zhu Linglong, and asked. Don't forget, who is this lady? What can I do for a mere goo worm? Yu Linglong pouted, her face full of indifference. Chu Yan swept over with his spiritual sense and found that Zhu Linglong was surrounded by a layer of faint breath, and the surrounding goo mist couldn't get within 10 steps of her body at all. 2. This Yu Linglong is the eldest lady of the Dark Temple. As the eldest lady of the 10-direction star field and the number one evil force, how could she be afraid of these poisonous poisons? As for the little white bear, he has rough skin and thick flesh. As a spirit beast, his physical defense is strong. Not to mention these goo worms, even a big demon emperor may not be able to break through its defense. As for Chu Yan himself, he only needs to activate the Pill Fire and Suzaku Emperor Fire, and protect his body with a layer of flames, without any pressure at all. Okay. Little white bear, lead the way. Chu Yan put his mind at ease, turned his head and said to little white bear. This kind of mountainous land is also a place to search for rare treasures, and the talent of the little white bear can be brought into full play. Ah! The little white bear with a face full of pride raised his palm and slapped his chest loudly. With a dodge, he rushed towards the depths of the Guwu mountain range. Swish! Swish! Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, with true chi surging all over their bodies, directly cast their body skills, pulling out 2 afterimages, and followed closely. The warriors around only felt 3 strong winds sweeping past, and when they looked up again, they only saw the figures of Chu Yan and the other 3, who had disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Damn, these 3 guys, are you courting death? I haven't seen it before. The first time I came, I dared to go deep. It seems that this time many newcomers will be lost. Humph. Did they think that the goo poison in the inner circle is the same as the outer circle? Wait a minute, and they will escape back. That's right, the goo poison in the inner circle is more than 10 times that of the outer circle. It is said that even the strong ones in the Great Emperor realm are damaged by it. Now there's a good show to watch. The warriors around just glanced at the background of Chu Yan's departure, then shook their heads, stopped talking, and continued to search for Tianlunjing. After all, even in the peripheral areas, the time they can stay in goo mist is limited. On the other side, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong followed the little white bear and ran all the way, and soon approached the inner area. When they climbed to the top of a mountain, they saw that there was a spirit lake surrounded by spirit peaks on the top of the mountain. And those golden stars are constantly gushing out from the spirit lake. This should be the core area. Chu Yan frowned slightly, raising the Emperor Fire and Pill Fire again. After reaching the top of the mountain, it means that he has reached the edge of the core area, and the goo worms around him are obviously quite powerful. However, after Chu Yan raised the power of Emperor Fire and Pill Fire, the poison around him had no effect on Chu Yan. This time, Chu Yan dared to come to the core area by relying on Suzaku Emperor Fire and Pill Fire. Otherwise, with Chu Yan's physical body, he would not be able to stay in this core area for too long. Walk. After observing for a while, Chu Yan jumped down and headed towards Tianluan Linghu. When he arrived at the lake, Chu Yan found that there was a powerful tide of spiritual power around the Linghu Lake, which could not be approached at all. On the surface of the lake, like a fountain, there are continuous golden starlights, rushing out of the lake, shooting towards the sky. Halfway through the flight, it will stop and fly away with the wind. Can't get close. Chu Yan tried a few times, and found that the spiritual power tide around the Linghu Lake was so powerful that even if the true energy broke out completely, he couldn't get close. In order to prevent accidents, Chu Yan decided to start collecting Tianluan crystals just 30 miles away from the lake. Yu Linglong, Little White Bear, and Chu Yan formed a triangle along the Linghu Lake, and began to mobilize the true energy and demon energy, rolling into the midair of the Linghu Lake, and pulling the scattered skywheel crystals back to the side. Each skywheel crystal, like a big drop of water, was cold in the hand, and the aura overflowed, making Chu Yan's eyes brighten. Okay, let's do it. With an order, the 3 of them mobilized with all their strength and began to frantically collect the skywheel crystals. In less than 100 breaths, nearly 100 bottles had accumulated in the jade bottle in front of Chu Yan. In the first jade bottle, there were at least 3 Tianluan crystals, and Yu Linglong's collection speed was obviously much slower than Chu Yan's, but she also collected about 10 bottles in 100 breaths of time. The slowest one is the little white bear, not because its demon power is too weak, but because it swallows while collecting. More than half of the Tianluan crystal rolled by the demon force went directly into its bare belly. At this time around the Linghu Lake, because of the crazy collection of Chu Yan and the 3, less than 30% of the sky will crystals erupted from the entire Linghu Lake can be scattered into the surrounding mountains with the wind. An hour later, the number of sky will crystals collected by Chu Yan has reached more than 2,000 pieces. Remember in a second. #C22477 Color Poison Dragon. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. There are more than 2,000 sky will crystals. If other people know about them, their eyeballs will fall off the ground. After Chu Yan collected the first batch of Tianluan crystals into the Rakshasa space, he urged the Vientiane clones to evolve into 9 clones, completely surrounding the entire Linghu Lake, and using all means such as the Rakshasa domain to spew out the spirit lake. The skywheel crystals are collected continuously. It's just that the Vientiane clone was corroded by goo mist and could only last for half an hour. However, Chu Yan has a lot of golden cores, and he doesn't worry about the consumption of true energy at all. He continuously summons the Vientiane clones and collects the skywheel crystals frantically. Originally, when the 3 of Chu Yan collected it, there was still 30% of the Tianluan crystals that could leak out. After the 9 Vientiane avatars come out, basically the entire Linghu Lake is completely occupied by Chu Yan, and not a single skywheel crystal will be missed. In this way, the speed of collecting Tianluan crystals has been greatly increased. After another hour passed, the number of skywheel crystals collected by Chu Yan alone had exceeded 20,000. During this time, Yu Linglong couldn't stand the emperor's technique. After asking Chu Yan for a few golden pills, she left Linghu and flew towards another Lingfang in the distance. That Lingfang is another main peak of Guwu mountain range, although it is not as high as this one, it is not small. Yu Linglong couldn't stay idle, and after collecting 10,000 Tianluan crystals, handed them all over to Chu Yan, and left directly. Obviously, Yu Linglong has no interest in these Tianluan crystals. Knowing that Chu Yan needs them, she didn't keep any of them, and gave them all to Chu Yan. According to Yu Linglong, the more than 10,000 Tianluan crystals were exchanged for those few golden elixirs. Chu Yan didn't take it seriously, and continued to concentrate on collecting the skywheel crystals. 2 hours later, the speed of the skywheel crystals in Linghu Lake became slower and slower, and it seemed that they were about to dry up. Just when Chu Yan was about to stop, the berserk little white bear, not far away, exploded with a violent demonic aura, and directly transformed into Xie Luo Tianxiong himself. As soon as he stepped out, the ground in a radius of 10 miles trembled. Breaking through. Chu Yan was stunned, his eyes swept over the little white bear. Immediately his face brightened. Unexpectedly, these skywheel crystals are not only useful for warriors' sea of energy, but also have a powerful effect on improving the demon cores of spirit beasts. Unforgettable that the goo worms here will gather here to form a sea of poisonous goo smog. Little White Bear's current demon cultivator has reached the upper martial emperor realm. After this breakthrough, he was directly promoted to the upper martial emperor 8th heaven, and he is only one step away from the great demon emperor realm. At such a critical juncture, Chu Yan stopped completely, summoned several clones, and stood beside the little white bear to protect it. After all, this is the Guwu mountain range, so it is somewhat dangerous. An hour later, the little white bear made a breakthrough, jumped up from the ground with an excited face, and circled around Chu Yan a few times, with a pair of purple thunder bear eyes, but looked at Chu Yan, a lot of skywheel crystals. It turned out to be useful, so I'll give you half of it. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, more than 10,000 sky crystals flew towards the little white bear, and it opened its mouth and swallowed them all. This spiritual lake has already dried up, and it is estimated that a large number of skywheel crystals will come out after this spiritual tide. Therefore, Chu Yan could only give up and fly towards another Lingfang. The Guwu mountain range stretches for hundreds of millions of miles. I don't know where the end of the mountain range will be. However, after Chu Yan flew over the first Lingfang, there were no other warriors around. In other words, Chu Yan's current position has reached a level that other warriors have never reached. After flying for hundreds of miles, they crossed several tall spiritual peaks and found several spiritual lakes as well. Chu Yan didn't stop, because at the end of the sky, Chu Yan saw a golden spiritual line, like a line of water and sky, which looked extraordinarily bright. There, it should be the real core area. Maybe all the spirit lakes are connected to here through the underground. Chu Yan's heart trembled slightly, with a look of surprise on his face, and together with the little white bear, he flew towards the golden waterline in the sky. The closer to the golden waterline, the denser the goo mist in the sky, flying thousands of miles away, almost to the point where you can't even see your fingers. Ah! Little white bear's face was full of struggle, and the purple fur all over his body had completely turned into color. A large number of goo worms wrapped around its bare body, crazily eating its demon power and fur. Even if the demon cultivator had just advanced to the upper demon emperor Bakongshan, it would be difficult to resist. Dang dang, you go back to consolidate your cultivation first, and wait for me to come back. Chu Yan waved his hand, condensed a burst of imperial fire, and waved towards the little white bear. The purple-red Suzaku Emperor fire burned all the goo worms on the little white bear, and at the same time took it with it, and flew towards the outskirts of the Guwu mountain range. Ah! Although he was a little reluctant, the little white bear also knew that if he went any further, he would not be able to help Chu Yan, so he wailed and reminded Chu Yan to be careful. After the little white bear flew back a long way and confirmed that he had entered the outer area, Chu Yan turned around again and flew towards the golden waterline that was not far away. After flying thousands of miles, the golden waterline on the horizon, in Chu Yan's sight, quickly expanded and turned into a golden ocean. Skywheel Crystal Sea. Chu Yan was startled. The figure landed on a spiritual peak closest to the sea, and Chu Yan looked at the vast golden ocean in front of him with a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, there would be such a huge ocean at the end of Guwu Mountain. No wonder, this day's crystal tide has continued to erupt for countless years, and it doesn't seem to be exhausted. There will even be a wave of crystal tide every 10 years. There is such a large sea of skywheel crystals here, and the skywheel crystals are basically endless. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Yan was looking at the Tianluan crystal sea in front of him, suddenly, from the Lingfang under his feet, there were roars of shocking beasts. Following the source of the sound, Chu Yan turned his head to look, only to see those thick and extremely dense goo fog, rushing into the void, condensing together, and evolving into thick and colorful dragon shapes. Each of these colorful dragons is nearly 10 feet thick, and the poison released by them has corroded most of the void. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan would be careless, so he hurriedly mobilized his true energy, mobilized the Suzaku Emperor Fire and Pale Fire to the extreme at the same time, turned into 2 waves of fire, and rushed towards the colorful poisonous dragon. Boom, boom. The collision of poison and fire erupted into a cloud of colorful air waves, shaking the heavens and the earth. The 2 colorful poisonous dragons were directly smashed to pieces by the Suzaku Emperor Fire, and turned into a large goo fog again, flying in all directions. Fire is the nemesis of poison. What's more, what Chu Yan used was the Suzaku Emperor Fire. In this world of martial arts, Chu Yan had never seen a strange fire that could surpass the fire power of the Suzaku Emperor Fire. Hum. Hum. After the colorful poisonous dragon collapsed, the poisonous goo poison that swept across the sky flew with the wind, condensed and did not disperse, and was indexed by some strange force, and slowly gathered again. Huh. Chu Yan glanced over and suddenly realized. Obviously, it is impossible to kill this colorful poisonous dragon. It is just blown away. It will not take long, and I am afraid that a more powerful poisonous dragon will condense out. It's still important to collect the Skywheel crystal, the time is limited. At the moment, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, his figure flashed, and he fell towards the Skywheel crystal sea. While waving his hands, the Rakshasa domain was unfurled, and towards the sea, countless golden starlight swept away. Crash! The golden waves that passed through the Rakshasa domain were nearly 100 feet high, but just this one time, thousands of Tianluan crystals were retrieved. Remember in a second. #C2248 Flamingo Tortoise. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Unlike the spiritual lake gushing out from the top of the mountain, the spiritual sea in front of me is in a static state. There is no such thing as an eruption of the Skywheel crystals. The Skywheel crystals rolled back by Chu Yan need to be extracted one by one from the sea water. It may be because there is an underground waterway below the sea area, which connects several Linghu lakes on the top of Lingfeng Peak, and the water pressure formed in the underground waterway makes the Skywheel crystals in the Linghu lake gushing out. The power of the eruption of the Spirit Lake makes the Skywheel crystal and water automatically separate, and it is much easier to ingest the Skywheel crystal in midair. But now, Chu Yan must rely on his own strength to separate the sea water from the Skywheel crystal. At the same time, it is necessary to deal with the poisonous dragon that condenses the face people in midair from time to time. As Chu Yan expected, every time these poisonous dragons condense and regenerate, they will be stronger than the last time. What's more, Chu Yan's Suzaku Emperor Fire needs more and more times to disperse them. Obviously, although these goo worms are the smallest among the many monsters, it does not mean that they have no brains. After adapting again and again, these goo worms are also going on, constantly adapting to the power of the Suzaku Emperor Fire. 2 hours later, in front of Chu Yan, most of the Tianluan crystals near the coast were collected, and if you want to harvest more Tianluan crystals, you need to consume more true energy and travel across the long-distance sea. The consumption is getting bigger and bigger, and this golden sea, like the Spirit Lake, has an even more terrifying enchantment. I am afraid that even the Holy Emperor cannot fly over the sea. After another hour, Chu Yan began to feel overwhelmed. Even if he was constantly swallowing golden pills, the recovery speed of his true qi could not keep up with the consumption. It is necessary to absorb the Skywheel crystal from a long distance, to deal with the poisonous dragon in the sky, and to support the body protection pill fire outside the body at the same time. The consumption of the three aspects is really too great. After struggling for half an hour, Chu Yan still decided to leave temporarily. Flying up, he flew towards the spirit peak behind him, and found a place where the goo fog was relatively thin. Chu Yan swallowed the golden pill, sat cross-legged, and began to practice breath adjustment. After waiting an hour, when the true energy returns to its peak state, Chu Yan will get up again and head to the beach. The whole process was repeated like this. Facing the Skywheel crystal, especially Chu Yan discovered that it had a great effect on the little white bear, and the Skywheel crystal that he swallowed casually when he was recovering from breath adjustment also had a kind of the mysterious power continuously expands Chu Yan's sea of qi. You know, there are 32 inner alchemy in Chu Yan's qi sea. 32 inner alchemy is the limit of Chu Yan. For a long time, there has never been a larger number of inner alchemy. Ordinary warriors only have one sea of qi and one inner alchemy, while Chu Yan has 32 inner alchemists, which are the source of his strength for leapfrog fighting. Therefore, if you want to increase your combat power, you need to divide more inner alchemy. But if you continue to divide the inner alchemy, there will be 64 pieces, the combat power will be doubled, and at the same time, the difficulty of cultivation will also be doubled. Chu Yan is not afraid of the increase in the difficulty of cultivation, because even after reaching the emperor's realm, Chu Yan still maintains a terrifying speed of cultivation by relying on various natural materials, earth treasures, and 5 gods and beasts. The only reason why Chu Yan did not continue to divide the inner alchemy was because the volume of the Sea of Qi was too small to accommodate more inner alchemy. Therefore, when Chu Yan discovered that the Skywheel crystal could really increase the strength of the Qi Sea and expand the area of the Qi Sea, Chu Yan made up his mind to collect as many Skywheel crystals as possible. This is a rare opportunity that cannot be easily missed. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and persisted, although the consumption continued to increase, which made Chu Yan feel more and more strenuous. However, as long as he sees the harvest of a small mountain in the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan will be full of energy. There are already nearly 50,000 pieces of Skywheel crystals like a hill. Unable to fly above the sea, Chu Yan could only keep walking along the seashore, hoping to reduce the distance and resistance of the seawater as much as possible, and collect more Skywheel crystals. Therefore, the seaside where Chu Yan stayed, the originally golden sea surface, all faded and turned into the dark blue it should have been. For 5 full days, Chu Yan scraped all the seashores near the Guwu Mountains. In the past 5 days, nearly 100 of the golden pills alone were consumed by Chu Yan, and almost half of Chu Yan's stock was ordered. You must know that the lowest level of Chu Yan's body is also a 7th-rank golden core. If it is placed outside, it can be exchanged for at least a few thousand divine crystals. The moon was setting and the stars were sinking, and the eastern sky was a little white. When a new day came, Chu Yanren slowly woke up in the state of cultivation. The true qi in the body has all recovered, and the sea water on the sea level not far away, near the coast, has all retreated to dark blue. This shows that there is no more area to collect, and if you want more Skywheel crystals, the price you need to pay is too high. About there. Chu Yan stood up and glanced at the golden sea of Skywheel in front of him, with a full smile on his face. At the same time, in a mountain peak close to the entrance and exit of Guwu Mountain, several figures were chasing a little golden starlight that occasionally appeared in front of them. Haha, I got it, another one. Fan Tianhua carefully trapped the golden light with his true energy, raised his hand to grab it, and pulled it back to his side. He lowered his head and saw that it was a Skywheel crystal. This is the 7th Skywheel crystal he has harvested in the past 10 days, which immediately surprised him. Good. And Lu Hai and Ji Ming stopped their movements and looked at Fan Tianhua with a gloomy look in their eyes, but with smiles on their faces, they nodded and said, "Brother Fan is lucky, but it's getting late today, let's get out first. Hope you have better luck tomorrow." Ji Ming glanced at the jade bottle in his hand, his face was a little gloomy. In 10 days, he collected 9 Skywheel crystals, which was the most harvested among the 3, but when he thought of the people from the Tiandong family waiting at the entrance, he couldn't be happier. It's really strange. In the past few days, the number of Skywheel crystals has become less and less. Could it be that the tide of Skywheel crystals this time is so powerful that it is not even as good as the usual tidal wave? Fan Tianhua walked towards Lu Hai and Ji Ming, and said with a full face of complaint. Hearing Fan Tianhua's words, Lu Hai and Ji Ming frowned slightly, and turned their heads to glance at the depths of the Guwu mountain range. Unfortunately, with the fire rhinoceros and tortoise shells on us, it is impossible to enter the inner area. Ji Ming glanced at a piece of yellow tortoise shell on their chests, which was attached to their chests like a breastplate, continuously releasing layers of ripples, dispelling all the surrounding goo fog. Occasionally mist some, with their strength, can completely resist. The fire rhinoceros and tortoise shells of Wanqinjing are still a bargain. And Lu Hai nodded, with a smug smile on his face. This time when he came to Guwu Mountain, the spiritual treasure he was looking for specially doubled their harvest compared to last time. However, if you want to use this spirit treasure to enter the inner area, that is a dream. Before, I met acquaintances and heard from them that Chu Yan entered the inner area. Fan Tianhua said. Humph. You really are an idiot looking for death. Did you think the Skywheel crystal was so easy to get? Didn't you see that there were less than 10 people who dared to enter the inner area? The more you go in, the thicker the goo mist, the more poisonous it is. Not to mention whether we can get more Tianluan crystals, I am afraid that even my life will be lost in it. And Lu Hai sneered, shook his head, and continued, before he died, he probably fled back to the outer area. In the past few days, in addition to healing his injuries, he was lucky to be able to find 2 Skywheel crystals. 2. Jiming also sneered. From my point of view, that Chu Yan might not be able to find even one of them. Maybe he died in it and turned into a pool of blood. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Several people laughed loudly at the same time, and then flew towards the exit of the mountain range. End of chapter. Remember in a second. Hashtag C2249 Pay Tax. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 3 of Fan Tianhua flew all the way, and soon saw the exit. As long as they passed through the mountain pass, they would be outside the Guwu mountain range, which also meant that they were completely safe. However, before they could pass through the spiritual gate of the mountain pass, suddenly, a black light flashed overhead. Huh? Who? The 3 of them turned their heads at the same time and looked towards the direction of the top of their heads. With a glance, the faces of the 3 of them were full of astonishment. I saw that the long after image, the warrior with a strong aura, was exactly the Chu Yan they were talking about just now. Not dead. That Chu Yan is still alive. A martial artist in the lower martial emperor realm went to the inner core and stayed for nearly 10 days, but he was still alive. The 3 people's sea of consciousness trembled suddenly, and at the same time they felt a little out of control. Their eyes stared at Chu Yan, and their faces were full of disbelief. In the middle of the sky, Chu Yan passed by, and Fan Tianhua and the other 3 were also found. However, Chu Yan just glanced at the 3 of them indifferently, without staying at all, and left directly. Looking at Chu Yan's disappearing figure, Fan Tianhua and the others looked dull. Just now, they were still discussing that this Chu Yan might have been damaged, but before they finished speaking, Chu Yan flew over their heads. Moreover, it seemed that not only was there nothing wrong with it, it seemed that the aura was stronger than when they met before. Humph. Good luck. And Lu Hai looked at the black figure going away, his eyes were full of coldness, and said. Even if I escaped safely, I'm afraid I didn't even see the shadow of Tian lunging. That is. Jiming and Fan Tianhua echoed in cold voices at the same time, and continued to fly forward. After leaving the light door of the altar at the mountain pass, it is considered to have completely left the Guwu mountain range and entered a safe zone. When leaving, the light door of the altar was impacted by the crystal tide of the sky wheel. Most of it was damaged, and when Chu Yan came back, it had been completely repaired by the people of the Tiandong family and returned to normal operation. After rushing out of the light gate, after Chu Yan landed, he glanced over and immediately saw Little White Bear and Yu Linglong not far away, looking towards the light gate. Ah! Seeing Chu Yan's return, the Little White Bear was overjoyed, rushed up screaming, and circled around Chu Yan several times. The harvest is not small, right? Yu Linglong also walked over, looked at Chu Yan, and smiled lightly. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Yu Linglong stopped talking. In the Guwu mountain range, after leaving Chu Yan, she turned around a few times and found that it was not interesting, so she returned to the safe area and did not deliberately collect the Skywheel crystal. However, she knows without guessing that Chu Yan's harvest is definitely not small. Ha ha ha, congratulations brother. When Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and Little White Bear returned to the place before they set off, the warriors who had just stood up, saw Chu Yan, folded their hands and smiled. It's a great joy to be able to come back alive. How many Tianluan crystals are more important than life? This martial artist, with a round face and broad nose, looks like a bun, but speaks very boldly. In our team, there were 8 people when we went in, and only 6 people came back alive. 2 people were lost, and each person collected 5 skywheel crystals. Alas! Shaking his head, the sighing Baozi-faced martial artist, his eyes were full of sadness. Not only him, but all the warriors resting there, when they heard his words, all looked downcast. Obviously, this time, the number of warriors who fell in the Guwu Mountains was not small, and almost every team that went together suffered losses. 5 pieces. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard the other party's words. Hee, brother, there are few of you, and it is normal to harvest few skywheel crystals, just live. Just let him have 1 or 2, anyway, he will gain something. The bun-faced warrior saw Chu Yan's expression, and immediately comforted him with a smile on his face. In his opinion, it is naturally difficult for Chu Yan, a newcomer who came to Guwu Mountain for the first time, to collect the skywheel crystal. Therefore, it is normal to be a little surprised to hear that each of them collected 5 skywheel crystals. You're right. Chu Yan chuckled, nodded, and didn't say anything more. After all, he was kind, but 1 or 2. Hee. This time, he collected more than 100,000 Tianluan crystals at the Tianluan Golden Sea. Adding the previous ones, excluding those swallowed during cultivation, the total reached 130,000 skywheel crystals. It's just strange. This time the skywheel crystal tide is so powerful, but why the number of skywheel crystals has decreased a lot in the next few days, and it seems that they are extinct. Baozi looked like a martial artist, with a puzzled look on his face, chatting with the people around him from time to time. That's right, I collected 7 pieces this time, almost all of which were found in the first 5 days, and none of them were found in the next 5 days. That's right, this skywheel crystal tide is really strange. It is estimated that everyone's harvest has been affected. No one should be able to collect more than 10 pieces. A group of warriors are chatting, waiting for their companions to come back, or simply waiting for the end of the skywheel crystal tide. Let's go. It's time to go back. Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong and Little White Bear, and said. The 3 of them walked in the direction of Tianluan City. Not far away, Fan Tianhua and the others who had just returned to the safety zone looked at the background of Chu Yan and the other 3 with gloomy expressions. He heard all the conversations between Chu Yan and other people just now. Not only did this Chu Yan not die, but he also harvested 1 or 2 skywheel crystals. Senior brethren, just let him go. Fan Tianhua said. Snort. And Lu Hai snorted coldly, turned his eyes, and looked at Yang Huang not far away, who was guarding the intersection. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Follow me. As soon as the words fell to the ground, and Lu Hai and the 3 followed Chu Yan and walked quickly in the direction of the Tiandong family. A poisonous plan was born in his heart, thinking of the result of the poisonous plan, and Lu Hai's face was full of grim smiles. So, he speeded up, overtook Chu Yan and the other 3, and rushed to the front of Yang Huang and other Tiandong family members. Brother Yang, this belongs to the 3 of us. Taking out 6 Tianluan crystals and handing them to Yang Huang with a charming smile, and Lu Hai took the initiative. Well, yes, you 3, you can go. Yang Huang nodded, with a face full of indifference. Every warrior who leaves the Guwu mountain range will receive a skywheel crystal, which is the crystal tax for the Tiandong family to occupy the Guwu mountain range. Originally, Yang Huang wanted to charge 50%, but found that most of the fighters got very little from the skywheel crystal tide this time. Yang Huang temporarily changed the rules. Each person can leave safely with at least 1 skywheel crystal. Yang Huang knows the truth that water flows forever. It's just that, after paying the crystal tax, and Lu Hai and the three did not leave directly, but stayed at the checkpoint, looking at Chu Yan and the three who were walking quickly, with a sneer on their faces. This checkpoint, on the only way to Tianluan City, people from the Tiandong family guarded both sides, and every warrior who left had to collect a crystal tax. Some fighters really don't even have a skywheel crystal, so they need to be checked. The three of Chu Yan approached. Of course they saw what the Tiandong family did, but instead of queuing up, Chu Yan strode directly towards the checkpoint. Stop. A guard of the Tiandong family immediately stood in front of Chu Yan. End of chapter. Remember in a second. Hashtag C2250 give you uncle. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. After the guard of the Tiandong family blocked Chu Yan, his eyes, including his spiritual consciousness, kept looking at Chu Yan and the three of them. Without the imperial robe, his cultivation is at the lower level of martial emperor. It looks like he is a casual cultivator. Soon, the guard roughly confirmed Chu Yan's identity, and the look of doubt on his face instantly turned into a stern look. You three, don't you understand the rules? Raising his hand and pointing, the other warriors who were queuing up next to him, the guards directly shouted. Everyone must pay the crystal tax. The young city lord is kind and considerate of you. This time only one crystal tax is charged. You are lucky. Go and line up. Don't break the rules, Chu Yan raised his head and glanced calmly. The guard of the Tiandong family, with his nostrils upturned in front of him, asked. What rules? The rules of your Tiandong family. That's right. Here, the words of my Tiandong family are the rules. The guard replied proudly. Tiandong family. Hee. Chu Yan chuckled, shook his head, and said directly, sorry, I don't know any Tiandong family. When this sentence landed, the guard's face suddenly sank, and his gaze towards Chu Yan became murderous. Boy, are you a casual cultivator, looking for death? Clang. As soon as he pulled out the spiritual soldier with him, the guard was ready to attack. At this moment, a shout sounded. What are you doing? Not far away, Yang Huang opened his eyes when he heard the movement, and shouted impatiently. He was fine with closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing, but the sudden noise made him uncomfortable, but when his eyes swept over and saw Yu Linglong, his eyes lit up immediately. It was as if his face had changed. From a fierce face just now, it instantly turned into a sunny smile. Standing up, walking in front of Chu Yan and the others, slightly cupping his hands, facing Yu Linglong, he politely said. This girl, Yang Huang, is from the Tiandong family, the son of the Tianluan sage emperor, and the young master of Tianluan City. Be polite here. In one breath, all his signboards lit up. In Yang Huang's view, among his many titles, any one is very important, and ordinary female cultivators will definitely look at him differently when they hear it. However, the result did not develop as Yang Huang expected. Yu Linglong, who was dressed in a snow-white long dress and covered her face with a light gauze, treated Yang Huang the same as she treated Lu Hai and Ji Ming before. She didn't bother to care about the fundamental reason, and just ignored it. Seeing Yu Linglong's reaction, Yang Huang was taken aback for a moment, unable to react. I was ignored. In the next breath, Yang Huang's face suddenly sank, and all the smiles on his face disappeared. Girl, no matter who you are, those who come out of the Wuhun mountain range must pay the crystal tax. This is the rule. Yang Huang said. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at Chu Yan, and kept staring at Yu Linglong. This Wuhun mountain range was opened by your family. Yu Linglong asked Yang Huang with cold eyebrows. I found the Tianluan crystal by myself, why should I give it to you? Do you have the qualifications to accept it? Your Tiandong family has the qualifications, do you accept it? Yu Linglong's words fell into Chu Yan's ears, and she immediately gave a thumbs up secretly. Not only Chu Yan, but all the warriors who were still queuing up all around, their eyes lit up, and they secretly applauded Yu Linglong. Yang Huang's face changed when he heard the words. He never expected that Yu Linglong would dare to talk to him like that. Let me tell you, this Guwu mountain range has a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, and it belongs to my Tiandong family, and it has been like this since ancient times. My Tiandong family, it is already a great kindness for you people to come to look for the Skywheel crystal. Each person is charged a crystal tax. Why shouldn't it be? Yang Huang glanced at Yu Linglong, suppressed the anger in his heart, and spoke again. This is Yu Linglong. If it were someone else, he would have done it, and he would have said so much to the other party. Until now, Yang Huang still fantasizes about subduing the girl in front of him with his arrogance. Pooh. However, before he finished speaking, before Yu Linglong could speak, the little white bear standing beside Chu Yan opened his mouth with disdain. Billions of miles near the Guwu mountain range. Hee, why don't you say that the entire Tianhai region belongs to your Tiandong family? Chu Yan reached out to stop the little white bear, the corner of his mouth lightly raised, and he spoke. Taking a step forward, she stood directly in front of Yu Linglong, staring directly at Yang Huang with a pair of eyes, and Chu Yan smiled indifferently. Ha ha ha. In the crowd not far away, someone laughed out loud. Regarding the arrogance and unreasonableness of the Tiandong family, everyone dared not speak out, but it did not mean that they were really convinced. You know, each of these Skywheel crystals was found by them from the Guwu mountain range, with their lives. 10 days of life and death time, there are only 7 or 8 more coins, and only 1 or 2 coins are less, and now they have to take out one. How can they accept it? Especially those who have companions or friends who fell in the Guwu mountains are full of greed and helpless. After all, they couldn't afford to offend the power of the Tiandong family. However, just because ordinary warriors and forces cannot be provoked, does not mean that Chu Yan and Yu Linglong cannot be provoked. Of course, the prerequisite is that Chu Yan does not provoke them, and they do not come to provoke Chu Yan, so Chu Yan will not deliberately make things difficult for the Tiandong family. But now, Chu Yan wanted to leave, but was stopped, which is completely different. You are Chu Yan. Loose cultivator. Yang Kuan finally saw Chu Yan, glanced at him, and immediately remembered that this black-robed casual cultivator was the one that An Luhai and Ji Ming from Lingyu Mountain had mentioned to him just now. Boy, I don't care if you are a real casual cultivator or a disciple of the Casual Cultivator Alliance, but I can tell you that anyone who dares to be disrespectful to my Tiandong family in this Tianhai region will die. Murderous intent appeared on Yang Huang's face. He stared at Chu Yan viciously, and spoke again. Sensible, hand over a tax crystal, and get out now. If it wasn't for the consideration that this Guwu mountain range is a profitable property of the Tiandong family, how could Yang Huang let Chu Yan go? However, if this kid is still ignorant, Yang Huang doesn't mind. Let's make a killing. Otherwise, after a long time, the forces and warriors in the Tianhai region have already forgotten how powerful the Tiandong family is. At this moment, An Luhai, who had been standing beside him for a long time, his eyes lit up, and he strode towards Yang Huang. Young Master Yang, I saw with my own eyes that this kid has 20 Skywheel crystals on his body. An Luhai, with a proud expression on his face, glanced at Chu Yan with a smile on his face, and reported to Yang Huangju. 20. Yang Huang's eyes lit up instantly, with a flash of greed. He looked at Chu Yan and said with a sinister smile. I changed my mind, boy, you have to pay half of the Skywheel crystal. Half. All the warriors around were stunned at the same time, and even the little white bear immediately bared its teeth. Are you mentally ill? Chu Yan sneered, look at the shape of my mouth. Pass, you, Lord. When these words landed, Yang Huang's face instantly turned red, bloodshot eyes emerged. He waved his hand suddenly, and shouted. Give it to me, abolish him. End of chapter. Equals remember in a second. Hashtag C2251 clearance. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Following Yang Huang's order, the guards behind the Tiandong family rushed forward, and all kinds of spiritual knives were drawn out of their sheaths, shining brightly. These guards are all powerful, at least in the middle martial emperor realm. Chi-Chi's expression changed in the surrounding crowd. They didn't expect that this Yang Huang would actually order to kill directly. But Chu Yan, who was the target, had a calm face, and the expression on his face didn't even change a bit. To deal with this group of garbage, Chu Yan didn't even bother to move his hands, or in other words, these people were not worthy of him at all. Standing there commanding, Yang Huang saw that Chu Yan was surrounded by a group of guards, but his expression didn't change, and he didn't kneel down to beg for mercy. His face suddenly became gloomy and cold, and his air became more and more severe. It is absolutely unforgivable for a little San to dare to look down on the Tiandong family. You know, the Tiandong family is the largest family in the Tianhai region. Even among all the aristocratic forces in the 10 Directions starfield, they can still be ranked in the top 10. Yang Huang's father was the Heavenly Will Sage Emperor, and his grandfather was a saint-level powerhouse who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Not to mention in this Sky Sea territory, even in the 10 Directions star territory, when has the Tiandong family ever been afraid of anyone? Therefore, today Yang Huang wants to stand up. Let everyone know that the power of the Tiandong family cannot be violated, and everyone must prostrate in front of the Tiandong family. Boom. 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 Just as Yang Huang was pondering in his heart, suddenly, behind Chu Yan, a large void collapsed, and tall figures kept appearing. Jiao Ming, holding a 3-pointed and 2-edged spear, a golden dragon warrior guard all over his body, and a mammoth lion and scorpion beast as tall as a mountain appeared at the same time. All of a sudden, the berserk evil spirit picked up a few pillars that rushed into the sky. Regardless of the dumbfounded Tiandong family guards, Jiao Ming waved his hand, and the dragon warriors and lions and scorpions shot directly. Ah! 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 The 8 dragon warriors are like 8 black lights. The rushing past was like a tiger, like a flock of sheep, and a large group of guards from the Tiandong family flew all over the sky after being hit. And the lion scorpion, which has long been ready to go, has a long snake-like tail, which is constantly twitching. Any guard that was knocked off the ground by the 8 dragon warriors would be thrown into the sky by its snake-like tail, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All kinds of screams sounded, and in less than a breath, the scene was completely cleared. The sudden change suddenly made the whole field quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the Tiandong guards, who turned into black dots in the sky. They were all dumbfounded. Especially Yang Huang, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and he was in a daze. What's the situation? And the guards? The powerful guards of the Tiandong family. Wasn't it still there just now? It's just a few puppets rushing past, why are they all gone? Yang Huang's consciousness was in a mess, and his consciousness couldn't even keep up with the speed of change. When he slowly turned his head, followed the eyes of others, and looked behind him, what he saw was a blank. There was not even a ghost, and all the guards of the Tiandong family flew away. After a full 3 breaths, Yang Huang finally reacted, and in a pair of dull eyes, 2 balls of anger exploded instantly. Chu Yan, you are finished, you have a big deal. Yang Huang took a step forward, raised his finger to point at Chu Yan's nose, and almost sprayed his saliva directly on Chu Yan's face. If you dare to attack someone from the Tiandong family, you are doomed. I will never let you go. The Tiandong family will never let you go. Regardless of whether you are a casual cultivator or not, and who is behind it, no matter whether it is in the Sky Sea territory or the 10 Directions star territory, no one can protect you, not even the gods. Yang Huang, who was extremely angry, roared again and again, causing the air around him to buzz. At the beginning, Chu Yan just refused to pay taxes, and the matter was not serious. But now, when he attacked the guards of the Tiandong family, the nature of the matter changed completely. Not far away, the three in Luhai and the others who were hiding from a distance, heard Yang Huang's words, but they were gloating and grinning grinningly. Unexpectedly, the result was so perfect, which not only provoked the conflict between Yang Huang and Chu Yan, but even completely angered Yang Huang. Others don't know this Yang Huang, but An Luhai knows him very well. This Yang Huang is very famous in the circle of the second generation of saints in Tianhai territory. Of course, his fame is not because of his high talent in cultivation, but because of his narrow-mindedness. These second-generation saints with the emperor's father, almost few of them, concentrate on cultivation, and have been accumulated by various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and top-level martial arts since childhood. In their eyes, cultivation is nothing more than a simple matter, and there is no need to waste precious time. On the contrary, these holy second generations are more concerned about who has more face. And Yang Huang is one of the most face-saving among these second generations of saints. Chu Yan didn't understand Yang Huang at all, and even didn't fully understand the Tiandong family, so he dared to directly attack Yang Huang and the Tiandong family, offending Yang Huang and the Tiandong family to death. Such a situation, for An Luhai, Fan Tianhua and the others, was definitely the situation they most wanted to see. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was being watched by everyone, stepped out and walked in front of Yang Huang. "You, what are you going to do?" Suppressed by the breath of Chu Yan's whole body, Yang Huang was startled suddenly and woke up instantly. It seems that in the whole scene, he is the only one left in the Tiandong family, and the Chu Yan in front of him seems to be extremely powerful. Therefore, when Yang Huang saw Chu Yan approaching, his face changed instantly, his frightened eyes looked at Chu Yan, and his voice trembled. He. Grinning, Chu Yan didn't answer. Instead, a golden fist directly aimed at Yang Huang's chest, and came out heavily. In Chu Yan's view, the best way to deal with this kind of second-generation ancestor is to be able to do it and try not to move his mouth. Boom! A one-lai long gene hit Yang Huang's chest, even if Yang Huang strengthened his body protection in a hurry, but the power of the violent fist completely exceeded his expectations. With just one punch, Yang Huang flew upside down, hit a rock in the distance, and fell to the ground like a dead dog. Although this Yang Huang's cultivation has reached the peak of the Middle Martial Emperor realm, his cultivation is all made up of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. From the beginning of his cultivation to his current cultivation base, the number of times he has fought with people can be counted on one hand. This kind of Yang Huang has a monstrous cultivation base, but his combat power is not as good as that of the lower Martial Emperor realm warriors. What's more, even if he really had the combat power of the peak of the Middle Martial Emperor realm, he would have no chance at all in the face of Chu Wei. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when Yang Huang was blown away by Chu Yan's punch, in the direction of Tianluan City in the distance, a purple light burst into the sky, like a purple lightning, flying toward the entrance of the Guwu mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the purple lightning turned into a figure, descended from the sky, and landed beside Yang Huang. Swish! Swish! When that figure looked down at Yang Huang, who was on the ground, two more figures flew towards him and landed on the left and right of that purple figure. In an instant, three extremely powerful forces swept the audience. Saint Emperor Realm Powerhouse. When the purple-robed old man raised his head to look at Chu Yan with a ferocious expression on his face, the power of the Holy Emperor on his body exploded instantly, causing Chu Yan's complexion to change suddenly. Unexpectedly, just after Yang Huang received a blow, Tianluan City dispatched a Saint Emperor Realm and two Great Emperor Realm fifth-layer powerhouses. This speed is really fast enough. Young master, are you all right? Staring at Chu Yan, the old man in purple robe asked Yang Huang, who was struggling on the ground. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2252 The dominance of the Holy Venerable Tiankuan. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. A wave of true energy poured into Yang Huang's body, and Yang Huang, who was stunned by the beating, finally woke up slowly. Shaking his head fiercely, Yang Huang's pupils focused quickly, his blank eyes swept around, and when he saw the old man in purple robe, his face immediately showed joy. He raised his hand and pointed forward, and shouted, "Master, you came just in time to kill this kid. Put on his skin, pull out his bones, suppress his soul." Amidst the vicious curses, Yang Huang's anger almost made him explode. Hearing this, the old man in purple robe immediately shot two intense murderous gazes from his completely black eyes, and looked at Chu Yan again. This purple-robed old man, whom Yang Huang called master, was named Sage Emperor Tianyang. On the surface, it is said to be Yang Huang's master, but in fact they are Yang Huang's bodyguards, including those two strong men in the great emperor realm. Almost after Yang Huang was born, he was sent by Yang Huang's grandfather to protect Yang Huang and the blood of the Tiandong family. But now, Emperor Tianyang did not inquire about Yang Huang's words at all, but he roughly guessed what happened. In the next breath, the way Tianyang Shengdi looked at Chu Yan changed instantly. Those eyes were like looking at a dead person. Call. Without a trace of hesitation, the true energy of the Tianyang sage emperor erupted, and the violent might of the sacred emperor surged into the sky and the earth, and the void in all directions trembled in unison, surging and shaking. "Boy, prepare to die, huh?" Emperor Tianyang raised his hand, and was about to suppress Chu Yan and kill him directly. However, before he finished speaking, his eye swept across Chu Yan. As soon as it changed, the aura of the Holy Emperor in his whole body suddenly stopped. Especially, when he saw Yu Linglong's eyes that were as cold as ice for 10,000 years, staring directly at him coldly, and when a trident spirit pattern appeared on her brow, Sage Emperor Tianyang felt that the hairs all over his body were going cold. It exploded. You are. Emperor Tianyang looked at Yu Linglong with horror and disbelief on his face, even his voice trembled a little. Roll. Yu Linglong uttered one word, like a blast of thunder, causing the body of Tianyang's sacred emperor to shake violently, his pupils shrank, and he waved his hand violently, releasing a wave of true energy, which rolled up Yang Huang who was on the ground, and his figure stood upright. Then, he disappeared directly on the spot. From there, then back there, three figures flew across the sky, shooting towards Tianluan City. The sudden change stunned everyone at the scene. What's the situation? There was a rage just now, and there was a sign of a war in an instant. Why suddenly, he ran away. Moreover, the one who fled was the stronger side, a strong man at the Saint Emperor level. This is unreasonable. Hiding among the crowd in the distance, and Lu Hai and Fan Tianhua, who were originally smiling grinningly, suddenly froze. Even Chu Yan was a little surprised, and slowly turned his head to look at Yu Linglong. Good job. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and gave a thumbs up. Humph. Of course. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yu Linglong's ice-like aura of 10,000 years disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a smug expression. Go. There should be no one stopping now, let's go. Chu Yan glanced around, and saw that everyone was standing on the spot as if petrified, with thousands of pairs of eyes looking at Yu Linglong in unison, with their mouths wide open. Yu Linglong nodded, turned around and left. To be honest, she wanted to leave earlier and return to Tianluan City more than Chu Yan. Because, when you arrive at Tianluan City, you will find delicious food. Before turning around, Chu Yan swept his eyes across and looked at An Lu Hai and Fan Tianhua in the crowd before turning and leaving. However, it was just this look that made An Lu Hai and Fan Tianhua feel cold all over their bodies. After Chu Yan left, a full 100 breaths had passed, and the scene was completely boiling, and all the warriors were cheering. With the departure of the Tiandong family, all martial artists will be exempted from handing over their status. Everyone was celebrating, and the whole place was full of jubilation. Only An Luhai and Fan Tianhua, with gloomy faces, looked at the background of Chu Yan's departure, and said softly, "Damn it, let him escape." And Luhai's eyes were full of coldness, and he snorted softly, "Humph, so what if you're lucky? Yang Huang won't let him go, just wait and see, that narrow-minded Yang Huang will definitely find a way, kill Chu Yan, this time, Yang Huang has something to do. If you provoke the Tiandong family and Yang Huang, Chu Yan will definitely die." Ji Ming stood aside, listening to An Luhai and Fan Tianhua's discussion. His face was full of bitterness. For him, the most distressing thing is those 2 sky wheel crystals. You know, other people don't have to hand it in, but the 3 of them voluntarily handed it in, and the loss is huge. On the other side, the 3 of Chu Yan did not stay long after they arrived in Tianluan City. They just rested for 1 night and then set off to return to Nishandao. However, when the 3 of them returned to Anai Shandao, Chu Yan was summoned before he had time to redeem points. When they arrived at the main hall, all the bigwigs from Anai Shandao were present, and all of them stared at Chu Yan with strange expressions on their faces. Especially Huang Fuitian, Huan Lei Xingdi, and other big bosses of Xiantian Palace pointed directly at Chu Yan and shouted, "Chu Yan, you are so bold. As a member of the God-defying Dao, the first time I went out, I provoked the Tiandong family. Do you know how much trouble I would cause if I exposed my God-defying way?" Chu Yan stood there, raised his hand and clapped his ears, and looked up at Emperor Ziyun and Emperor Tiankuan. These 2 guys, when they saw Chu Yan's eyes looking over, they quickly turned their heads, one looked at the sky and the other looked at the ground, as if they were still meditating in their hearts, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Chu Yan, for violating the rules and ruling according to the law, it should be a capital crime, and it should be handed over to the law enforcement hall for immediate execution. Huang Fuitian roared loudly, "Capital offense." Chu Yan was startled. With a pair of cold eyes, he looked at Huang Fuitian, who was above the high position, and frowned slightly. Not only Chu Yan, but Tian Kuan and Emperor Ziyun, who were sitting on the side, when they heard Huang Fuitian's words, their faces darkened immediately, and they turned their heads and said angrily, "I said Huang Fu, Chu Yan seems to be from our Earth Demon Palace. I didn't say anything, old man, what a fart you are there." Emperor Ziyun's words were extremely arrogant, and the words on the floor immediately made Huang Fuitian's muscles twitch. "Hee." Chu Yan looked at Emperor Ziyun, smiled lightly, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. He found that this Emperor Ziyun had completely overturned Chu Yan's initial impression of him. It seemed that as long as the Lord Tian Kuan was present, Emperor Ziyun would be fearless. Emperor Ziyun with this appearance is quite suitable for Chu Yan. However, Huang Fuitian on the other side was upset. He turned his head fiercely, stared at Emperor Ziyun, his face was flushed red, and he said directly, "You." However, before he could finish speaking, His Majesty Tian Kuan jumped up and interrupted Huang Fuitian's words. "You ass, what are you? What is there for you, Huang Fu old ghost? What do you want to do? Do you want to fight? Go outside, I will let you use your hands and feet, forget it, just do you dare to use your hands and feet?" As soon as this sentence fell to the ground, the big 3 in the main hall were all dumbfounded. Remember in a second. #C2253 5 years. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable is the most powerful in the Heavenly Sea region against God. Moreover, not only the Tianhai territory branch, but even in the main branch, there are not many who can surpass the Tiankuan Saint in terms of combat power. The rules of the anti-Shin Way are quite special, so many branches have no Taoists, and always maintain this situation that the three giant palaces stand side by side, each taking care of his own affairs. Therefore, what Emperor Ziyun said makes sense. Because of this, Tian Kuan Xingzuan would give Huang Fu Tian face, and opened his mouth to fight. Huang Fu Tian is not stupid. In front of all the bosses, he singled out Tian Kuan Xingzuan, not to mention whether he was looking for abuse, and he would be ashamed to death. However, there is no way to do this, who said that the Tiankuan sage is strong. In fact, the bosses of the three giant palaces present knew very well that Shantian Palace and Earth Demon Palace, although Shantian Palace is now in the front row, it is entirely because the Heavenly Kuan Lord is not doing his job properly, wandering around, and rarely stays in Enai Shinto. Therefore, when the Earth Demon Palace is usually led by Emperor Ziyun, it can only take second place. However, as soon as the Tiankuan Lord comes back and sits in the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace, who would dare to say that the Earth Demon Palace is the second child in the entire Tianhai region branch? The most surprising thing for everyone is that before the Tiankuan sage, he would see the dragon almost all day long. Even if he came back, he would run away for at most half a day. But this time, after the Tiankuan sage came back, he stayed for almost half a month, and had no intention of leaving at all. Moreover, such a meeting in the three giant palaces, even if the Tiankuan Lord was present, he would never participate in it before, but now, he almost always attends the meeting. Strange, very strange. Especially just now, Huang Fu Tian's words directly caused Tiankuan Saint to run away, and he opened his mouth to fight Huang Fu Tian. This protective calf is too obvious. Among the big bosses of the three giant palaces present, that one was not a human spirit, but with a turn of their eyes, a meaningful smile appeared on everyone's faces, and they all looked at Chu Yan, who was standing in the hall. You can even think of it with your heels, the great change in Tian Kuan's temperament may have a great relationship with this Chu Yan. Snort. Huang Fu Tian glared at Saint Tiankuan. His face twitched for a long time, and he felt so aggrieved that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood, but what could he do other than snort? Humph. It's just a Tianyang sage emperor, what a fart, talk nonsense, I will kill him now. It's against the sky, challenge us against the way of gods, and seek death. The words of the Tiankuan sage suddenly made the faces of the bosses change. How come all of a sudden, when the words came into the mouth of the Tiankuan sage, there was a 180-degree turn, and it became someone provoking against the gods? Including Emperor Huang Fu Tian Huanlei, all the big shots in the hall twitched at the corners of their mouths, looking at Saint Emperor Tiankuan, speechless. A heavenly Sun Emperor is nothing to worry about. But, don't forget that I am in the dark right now, and if it is exposed because of this matter, it will have a great impact on me. The Huanlei Saint Emperor whispered. Originally he didn't want to confront the Tiankuan Saint directly, but in his opinion, the matter is of great importance, so it's better to mention it. Affect the big ass. Hearing the words of Sage Emperor Huanlei, Sage Tiankuan had a domineering attitude and shouted directly. Out of this hall, I have no objection to you saying this, but now, in front of everyone present, what is this nonsense? Huh. Hearing the words of Saint Tiankuan, Chu Yan's face turned serious, and he suddenly became interested. Within 5 years of my rebellion against God, I will fight to the death with Xingtian Pavilion. This matter is even related to the life and death of the 10 Directions Starfield. Do you think that the guys behind the Xingtian Pavilion are all shit-eaters? Those guys in the skin of gods don't know about our plan against the gods. The strength of the real gods is only used for fighting. Tian Kuan's words immediately made everyone in the hall tremble, and their expressions all changed. In 5 years, in the blink of an eye, it's not a good time to kill the Tiandong family before killing the Xingtian Pavilion. As soon as the words landed, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed completely. Whether it is the Tiandong family or the Xingtian Pavilion, who else would dare to say such a domineering arrogance, except for them against the way of the gods, except for the Tianquan sage. However, if it is true, although the strength of the Tiandong family is not too strong, there is another behemoth behind it. That is the alliance of aristocratic families, the entire 10 Directions starfield, the top 10 powerful aristocratic family forces gathered together, leading countless aristocratic family forces in the 9 regions. Although this kind of power is not comparable to that of Xie La Jiao, it is not completely powerless to resist. In particular, Xie La Jiao was going to fight the Xingtian Pavilion 5 years later, so it was really not a wise move to start a war with the 10 Directions starfield and the local powers at this time. In my opinion, it's better to be more cautious. Seeing that Earth Demon Palace and Shantian Palace are in the same situation, and the smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and stronger, the second palace master of Human Palace, Emperor Hongdao, stepped forward and began to smooth things over, saying, "Anyway, the Battle of the 8 Dragons is about to start. Chu Yan is a seated player, so don't go out during this period of time, and practice hard. Maybe at that time you can win a leader of the dragon. Win glory for my heavenly sea territory." Tianlong Battle of Tianbu. Chu Yan turned his head and looked at Emperor Hongdao. "Okay. Then don't talk nonsense, let's go." Hearing Emperor Hongdao's words, Saint Tianquan got up directly, waved his hand, and said impatiently, "Chu Yan, follow me." After calling Chu Yan, Lord Tianquan and Emperor Ziyun went directly out of the main hall and headed towards the Earth Demon Palace. Seeing His Holiness Tianquan leaving with the people from the Earth Demon Palace, and the people from the Human Palace in the main hall also leaving, only a group of bigwigs from the Shantian Palace remained, all with pale faces. A farce came to an end. Although Huang Fuitian had known for a long time that there would be no results, the words of His Holiness Tianquan just now made him realize something. "Let's go. Go back to Shantian Palace, there are some things that need to be discussed." Huang Fuitian and Huanlei Saint Emperor both had heavy expressions on their faces. They left the main hall and headed towards Shantian Palace. At the same time, they issued a summoning order for all halls of Shantian Palace to come over to discuss matters. All of a sudden, in the main halls of the 3 giant palaces, bigwigs kept gathering, discussing something quietly. A strange atmosphere began to spread throughout the Nashende Ocean Sea area. But at this time, after Chu Yan returned to the Earth Demon Palace with the Lord Tianquan and the great Emperor Ziyun, the Hall Masters and Hall Masters of the Earth Demon Palace had already waited in the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace. Prepare to discuss. However, after Tianquan Xingzuan sat firmly in the main seat, he stared directly at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, and asked, "Boy, tell me. How many Tianluan crystals have you made, and how many are you going to hand in?" "Hand in." Chu Yan was stunned. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2254 Tianlong 8. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. During this trip to the Guwu Mountains, Chu Yanman did his best, and the number of skywheel crystals he harvested was nearly 60,000. Among them, 10,000 pieces were given by Yu Linglong to Chu Yan, and the more than 10,000 pieces harvested by Little White Bear, Chu Yan didn't want it, and kept it for its own cultivation. There are 60,000 skywheel crystals. Chu Yan swallowed about 5,000 of them when he was cultivating in Guwu Mountain, and the effect is surprisingly good. Therefore, Chu Yan originally planned to take out 20,000 pieces, exchange them for points, exchange the giant 5 soul stones in the Lingtian treasure house, and use all the rest to improve Qi Hai. As long as the area of Qi Si can be doubled, Chu Yan can double the number of inner alchemy again. In this way, Chu Yan has 64 inner alchemy, doubling his combat power. At that time, with these 64 inner alchemy, Chu Yan would dare to fight, not to mention a strong man in the Great Emperor realm, even a strong Saint Emperor realm. Therefore, when Tianquan Xingzuan said the word hand in, Chu Yan laughed immediately. Not many. More than 6,000 pieces. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he divided the real number by 10 and reported it. How much? 6,000. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the faces of all the bosses of the Earth Demon Palace in the hall changed. More than 6,000 skywheel crystals. How could this Chu Yan gain so much? You know, the bosses present are all very familiar with the Guwu mountain range. Not to mention, every day there are members of Anai Shan Dao who go to the Guwu mountains to complete tasks, even when they themselves, when they were young, they also went to the Guwu mountains to collect skywheel crystals. Ordinary people, in it, can collect at most 7 or 8 pieces, even if they are lucky, they can only collect more than a dozen pieces at most. It is said that in the past 100 years, the one who harvested the largest number of skywheel crystals in the Guwu mountains was only more than 2,000 pieces. What method did this Chu Yan use? The first time I went to the Guwu mountains, I got more than 6,000 coins. This. Not only are the big bosses of the Earth Demon Palace full of halls. Even the Tiankuan sage, who was above the main seat, took a sharp breath of air, looked into Chu Yan's eyes, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Etc. Suddenly, Emperor Ziyun seemed to think of something, turned his head to look at Tiankuan Xingzuan, and a look passed through. Emperor Ziyun is an extremely intelligent person, and he has a very clear recognition of his own status. Therefore, the attitude in the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace is completely different from the attitude in the main hall of the Xiantian Palace just now. Even if they have any thoughts, they will not open their mouths at will. They will be passed on to the Tiankuan Lord first, and everything will be decided by the Grand Palace Master. There is a very tacit understanding between Tiankuan Xingzun and Ziyun Great Emperor. Only one look is needed. Tiankuan Xingzun understands something instantly, turns his head, glares at Chu Yan, and speaks again. More than 6,000 pieces. Boy, why did you fight with the Tiandong family? Did you loot all the other warriors in the Guwu mountain range? As soon as these words came out, all the bosses in the hall suddenly changed their expressions, and they all looked at Chu Yan. Not to mention, this kind of thing was really done by someone, but the final result was naturally suppressed directly by the Tiandong family, and ended up in a dead end. Of course not. Chu Yan shook his head. Robbery. If it is other natural treasures, or Chu Yanhui, but Tianlunjing, the speed of harvesting by oneself is much faster than robbery, and there is no need for this method at all. Really? Holy Lord Tiankuan looked at Chu Yan and asked again. Well, I found a skywheel crystal sea in the core area of Guwu Mountain. There are hundreds of thousands of skywheel crystals in the sea water near the sea. In 10 days, I collected more than 6,000 pieces, which is not too much. Bar. Chu Yan thought of the protection of Tiankuan Xingzuan for him in the main hall of Xiantian Palace just now, so he didn't hide it, and explained directly. Skywheel crystal sea. His Majesty Tiankuan was taken aback, looking at Emperor Ziyun, his face changed instantly. Write down this situation and tell me back to Earth Demon Palace. The members who are going to this mission may be useful to them. Turning his head to give instructions to Emperor Ziyun, when Tiankuan turned his head to look at Chu Yan again, the stern look on his face just now changed instantly, and he put on a concealed smile, and said, Hey, boy, no matter what you say is true or not, anyway, you are from my Earth Demon Palace, so you are not afraid of anything that happens, and I and the Earth Demon Palace will support you. I also know that you collect the Skywheel Crystal to exchange points for that 5-soul stone. So, I don't want your Skywheel Crystal, on the contrary, you don't have to exchange it. Huh. Chu Yan was taken aback when he heard that. I've used points from the Earth Demon Palace to exchange that 5-soul stone for you. Then, as soon as the words fell to the ground, Saint Tiankuan waved his hand, and a large black shadow rushed in front of him and flew slowly towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan looked up and saw that it was a large piece of 5-soul stone, the size of a carriage, gliding past and flying towards him. Receive. Chu Yan's face was happy, he would be polite there, and he waved his hand directly, and Raksha's true energy gushed out. Before others could see it clearly, he directly took the giant 5-soul stone into the Raksha space. This is 200,000 points. This day Kuan Xingzuan asked himself for Tianluan crystal just now, how could he become so generous now? Although I don't know what Tian Kuan Saint Venerable is going to do, but put away the 5 soul stones first. Hey, boy, it's a pleasure to receive it. Seeing that Chu Yan had collected the 5 soul stones, the smile on Tian Kuan's face became even more intense. If you have any conditions, tell me. Chu Yan looked at Tian Kuan Xingzuan, especially the weird smile on his face, and already guessed in his heart that the 5 soul stones might not be given for nothing. Okay. Then I'll be straight. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Tian Kuan Xingzuan didn't talk nonsense, and said directly. Did you hear about the Babu Tianlong War, just now? Huh. What's going on with these 8 heavenly dragon wars? Chu Yan nodded and asked. Babu Tianlong battle, it's my rebellion against the gods, to fight the Xingtian pavilion 5 years later, and advance the battle of the whole army. The so-called 8 heavenly dragons is the title of my 8-part heavenly dragon army against God, and the 8-part heavenly dragon war is to select 8 strong men to lead the 8 heavenly dragon army. The 8 heavenly dragons are Heaven, Earth, Yiksha, Rakshasa, Shura, Kara, Nara, and Mora. Speaking of this, the Tiankuan sage stopped, looked majestically, looked around the audience, and finally landed on Chu Yan, and said in a loud voice. Chu Yan, I hope you represent the Earth Demon division of our Tianheu branch and take down one of the 8 heavenly dragons. When the words fell, Chu Yan's face immediately turned cold, and when he looked at Tian Kuan-sheng's eyes, they were full of strange lights. Take one of the 8 heavenly dragons. Let me lead a clan army. Chu Yan didn't expect that the Lord Tian Kuan would make such a request, and he immediately looked puzzled. Remember in a second. #C2255 Prepare for War. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan was stunned, looking at the Tian Kuan sage above the main seat, completely confused. What is this big boss of the Earth Demon Palace thinking? Not to mention anything else, just by listening to the meaning of Tiankuan Xingzuan's words, you can know that after 5 years of Anai Shindao, he will attack Xingtian Pavilion and plan to use these 8 Tianlongzong armies as the main force. The Battle of the 8 Heavenly Dragons is a battle in which 8 heavenly dragons are selected to lead them. What kind of existence is against God? That is a powerful existence that can compete with Xingtian Pavilion. There are a lot of saint emperors alone, not to mention demigod powerhouses like Ouyang Nantian. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, is it possible to achieve the top 8 results in such a battle? In addition, Chu Yan's main ability is not to lead the army to fight, but to be good at fighting the strong. If Chu Yan is really asked to lead a party's army, Chu Yan is absolutely unwilling. Especially after Chu Yan broke through the Emperor realm, he prefers to go alone, especially when fighting. If there is a group of subordinates, it is too troublesome to take into account their safety and actions. Therefore, no matter how you say it, Chu Yan will not be willing to compete for the position of these 8 dragons. The change in Chu Yan's expression, or his frowning slightly, were all noticed by Tian Kuan Xingzuan and Ziyun Great Emperor. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the Tiankuan saint said again. Chu Yan, I know you don't like commanding an army, and you have no intention of letting you command a clan army after winning the 8 dragons. Oh. Is that? Hearing Tian Kuan's words, Chu Yan was startled and asked. About this Tianlong Babu, there are a few prerequisites. If I tell you, you will naturally understand. First of all, although the 8 branches of my Anai Shindao belong to the Sunju Palace, you also know the rules in the Anai Shindao. After so many years, the Sunju Palace of the 8 branches has almost become independent. Therefore, Ming on the surface, an Aishan Dao has 3 giant palaces and 8 branches, but in fact, it is basically 824 palaces. Do you understand this point? Holy Venerable Tian Kuan looked at Yan and asked. N. Chu Yan nodded. This anti-Shin way is really different from other sect forces. Even the Taoists in the headquarters are exchanged by points, and the Tianheu branch has no Taoist until now. The ones who really hold the real power are the bosses of the 3 giant palaces in each branch. In addition, the 3 giant palaces have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years among the various branches, and the palaces are basically based on their own palace. Therefore, after a long time, the structure against the gods has also become 824 palaces. Okay. Another thing is, the 8 dragon battles are only allowed to those who are below the Great Emperor realm to participate, representing one of the 24 palaces, to fight the 8 dragon battles. As for the 8 sect armies, there is no army yet. The 8 Tianlong wars are qualified to establish one of the sect armies. Those who participate in the 8 heavenly dragon battles, if they finish in the top 8, the palace they represent will be eligible to form a sect army. Now, do you understand? After some explanations from Tian Kuan, Chu Yan finally understood. In fact, Tiankuan Xingzuan wanted Chu Yan to represent the Earth Demon Palace in the Tianhai territory, to participate in the Tianlong Babu War and win the qualification to form a clan army. In this way, the Earth Demon Palace in the Sky Sea territory will greatly increase in strength and become one of the 8th palaces with Zhongjuan among the 24 palaces. Why, only members with a cultivation level below the Great Emperor realm are allowed to participate in the 8 dragons battle. Chu Yan pondered for a moment and asked. This is very simple. You should have experienced the Zhongmen War between the 2 forces. Generally, it is divided into the Battle of the Strong and the Battle of the Zhongjuan. Therefore, the strong men above the Great Emperor realm in the sect will become the main force. At that time, they will fight against the top-level combat power of the Xingtian Pavilion, and the 8 dragon army will fight against the sect army of the Xingtian Pavilion. Now strong cultivation is needed. Venerable Tian Kuan explained. Well, I understand. I can agree, but I have agreed in advance that if I really get the top 8, then I don't care about leading the Zhong army. Chu Yan nodded, looked at Tian Kuan Xingzuan, and said. Okay. His Holiness Tiankuan replied very simply. In fact, even if the Tiankuan Lord asked Chu Yan to lead the Zhong army of the Earth Demon Palace in the future, those big bosses in the headquarters would not agree. Because they are very aware of Chu Yan's combat power, and it would be a waste to lead the Zhong army. The 2 sides quickly reached an agreement, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became more relaxed. Lord Tiankuan and Emperor Ziyun gave Chu Yan a good command, telling him to hurry up and practice during this period of time, and just ask them for any resources he needs. Chu Yan dealt with it a few words casually, then left and returned directly to his own peak. Just as Chu Yan left the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace and flew to his peak, the discussion between Xiantian Palace and the main hall of the Human Palace was still going on. It seems that they may all have a certain relationship with the Battle of Tianlong Babu. After returning to Jufeng, Chu Yan first sent a message to Yu Linglong and Little White Bear, telling them that he was going to retreat for a while. Afterwards, Chu Yan lived in the training room of the palace and began to adjust his breath to recover. After one night, after adjusting the state to the best state, Chu Yan thought for a while, took out a large amount of skywheel crystal, and began to swallow it. Because there is no need to exchange points, Chu Yan now has a full 50,000 skywheel crystals on him. With these, Chu Yan is absolutely sure to increase the size of his Sea of Qi by more than double. The next step is to divide the 32 inner alchemy into 64 pieces, and then attack the middle martial emperor realm cultivation base. In addition, it is necessary to refine the 5 soul stones, so that the Qinglong, Xuanwu and Qilin martial souls can try to break through to the fighting spirit. After thinking about it, Chu Yan found that he had a lot of things to do. Call. Taking a long breath, Chu Yan calmed down and looked at Tian lunging in front of him. In these skywheel crystals, there is extremely pure power of the origin of the way of heaven. In a skywheel crystal, this kind of power may not be much, but when there is a large number, it will be completely different. It takes at least a month for an ordinary Emperor Realm expert to refine even one. But now, with a wave of his hand, Chu Yan swallowed 10 Tianmai crystals in one go. If anyone else saw this, they would be so frightened that their souls would fly away. This is the power of heaven. If it is not done well, it will backlash. If it attracts a catastrophe, the consequences will be serious. Others are afraid of heavenly tribulation, but Chu Yan is not afraid. Therefore, Chu Yan only considers whether he can refine it, not at all, whether it will attract heavenly tribulation. The 10 Tianluan crystals entered the body, immediately causing the true qi in the major meridians in Chu Yan's body to instantly become a magma-like torrent, rushing along the large and small meridians towards the sea of qi. Hum. 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 At the moment when the Jinqi exploded, Chu Yan directly summoned the Wuxun of the 5 gods and beasts, and cast the power of the 5 spirits to cover the whole body. All the consciousness and true qi are all converged into the sea of qi, while controlling these violent torrent forces, at the same time let them slowly blend with the sea of qi. End of chapter. Remember in a second. Hashtag C2256 Yulinglong's invitation. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. For a whole night, Chu Yan was merging the Tianluan crystal. However, the efficiency is not high. In one night, only 3,000 skywheel crystals were fused. At this rate, it will take almost 20 days to fuse all the skywheel crystals. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry, but excited. Because, in one night, his sea of qi was completely bigger than before. In this case, after 20 days, the area of the sea of qi will double, absolutely no problem. The bright moon sets in the west, and the sun rises in the east. At dawn, Chu Yan walked out of the training hall, came to the small courtyard, and began to practice sword skills. Last time, Chu Yan unintentionally displayed the Qinglian sword pond. It can be said that Qinglian sword pool is the pinnacle of Chu Yan's kendo, and it almost incorporates all of Chu Yan's whole cards. Since then, Chu Yan's sword practice has finally been raised to a new level. That is the way of self that Chu Yan has been pursuing. At least, in the way of swordsmanship, Chu Yan no longer needs any sword tricks to move emperors, only this move of Qinglian swordsmanship is enough. Next, other martial arts such as boxing and body skills require Chu Yan to comprehend his own way and produce martial arts completely created by himself. However, Chu Yan is very clear that this process will be very difficult, not only requires accumulation and continuous practice, but also requires opportunities. After practicing for a while, Chu Yan suddenly heard footsteps outside the hall. Sure enough, within a few breaths, Yu Linglong appeared in front of Chu Yan, still in a white dress, with bright eyes, looked at Chu Yan, and smiled softly. What's wrong? Chu Yan, whose face was a little red from Yu Linglong's stare, finally couldn't help it, and asked. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Yu Linglong's answer made Chu Yan speechless for a while. Well. Of course. Chu Yan nodded. Idiot. Yu Linglong pouted and snorted softly. What? Chu Yan was startled, but couldn't hear clearly. It's nothing. Yu Linglong hurriedly opened her mouth to cover up, and then said. Chu Yan, if I invite you to join on behalf of the Dark Temple, will you agree? Suddenly, the smile disappeared on Yu Linglong's face, and her tone became serious. She looked straight at Chu Yan with her spiritual eyes, and asked. Huh? Join the Dark Temple. Chu Yan was taken aback, but she didn't expect Yu Linglong to bring this up suddenly. Good. Yu Linglong nodded, and then said, our dark temple is the 10-direction star field, the #1 demonic power, even if it is not inferior to the anti-sacred way. Even the Hunyuan Palace is slightly inferior to us. Well, I know this. Chu Yan nodded. A few days ago, in the Guwu Mountains, the Tianyang sacred emperor of the Tiandong family saw Yu Linglong, and was so frightened that he ran away. Of course Tianyang's sage emperor is not afraid of Yu Linglong, but of the dark temple. Since it is the way of the devil, it doesn't follow the usual way. If you want to destroy your Tiandong family, you don't need any formal reason at all, you just need someone to say that you are in a bad mood. In that case, within a few days, the Black Flood Dragon Legion from the Dark Temple would directly attack the Tiandong family. The Black Flood Dragon Legion is famous in the 10-direction starfield. Needless to say, how terrifying are the strength of those Black Flood Dragon Core demon generals, just their demon cavalry and Black Flood Dragon Abomination Beast are as powerful as a great Emperor Realm powerhouse. Don't talk about a family of Tiandong, even if it is the entire Tianhai region, the Black Flood Dragon Legion can slaughter whatever they want. The strength of the Tiandong family itself is just like that. The only thing that makes them arrogant is the family alliance of the 10-direction star field behind them. If other forces dare to deal with the Tiandong family, the family alliance will naturally suppress it. However, would the family alliance dare to provoke a terrifying existence like the Dark Temple, whose strength even surpassed the entire combat power of the entire family alliance? Of course not. Therefore, even if it was the Dark Temple that slaughtered the Tiandong family, the family alliance would just pretend it didn't see it, and wouldn't even let it go. The 10-direction star field, a Dark Temple, and a Hunyuan Palace are the existences at the top of the pyramid. Only these two forces are qualified to compete with Xingtian Pavilion and Anai Shindao. Against the Divine Way, prepare for a decisive battle with Xingtian Pavilion. Did you know? Yu Linglong asked. I know. Chu Yan nodded. Do you think Anai Shindao has a chance to win? Yu Linglong asked. This? Chu Yan was taken aback. To be honest, Chu Yan has never thought about this issue, or in other words, Chu Yan doesn't care much about this issue. For Chu Yan, whether it is against the gods or Xingtian Pavilion wins, it has little effect on him. Because Chu Yan's goal is to go directly to God's domain after destroying the Mingzhu. Therefore, how about the 10-direction starfield has nothing to do with me? Let me tell you. According to our understanding of the Dark Temple, the chance of winning against God is very small. Xingtian Pavilion is not simple. Behind it, there is the support of the God realm. But against the gods, they can only rely on themselves. Even most of the other forces in the 10-direction star region are still on the side of the Xingtian Pavilion. What Yu Linglong said was very straightforward, and what she said was the truth, which was similar to what Chu Yan knew. You want to go to God's domain. Just seeing Chu Yan's reaction, the I-Snow-Smart Yu Linglong guessed Chu Yan's plan. That's right. When I break through to the Saint Emperor realm, I will go to God's domain. Chu Yan nodded. In fact, to be precise, no matter whether Chu Yan goes to God's domain or not, from the moment the Heaven's Daoming curse on him is activated, there must be a collision between him and God's domain. Heavenly Daoming mantra, what does it represent? Why do people in God's domain hate themselves so much? Even when he was in Outland Continent, God's domain wanted to kill him through the hands of Xingtian Pavilion. But no matter what, Chu Yan has 2 points, which are very clear. The first is the Wuhun of the 5 divine beasts, and the second is the Qingjia giant. These two are closely related to the Tiandaming curse and the god's domain. Even why he possesses the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, when the time comes, he will find the answer. God's domain, you must go. Chu Yan didn't want to come here in a daze, let alone leave in a daze. The realm of the Holy Emperor. Chu Yan's current cultivation base is the next Emperor Wu, Bakongshan, and there is almost a gap between the heaven and earth realm from the Saint Emperor realm. This kind of gap in cultivation level may not be able to be bridged by other base fighters in 10 lifetimes. But for Chu Yan, especially now, who has 60,000 skywheel crystals and a large piece of giant 5-soul stone, perhaps it is not too difficult. At least 1 year, at most 3 years, the Saint Emperor realm is enough. Well, I see. Chu Yan's words and Chu Yan's expression made Yu Linglong's unsteady lobbying completely fail. Yu Linglong nodded and did not continue talking. Turning around, the white skirt fluttered, and Yu Linglong walked outside. However, after only a few steps, Yu Linglong stopped suddenly, turned to look at Chu Yan, smiled sweetly, and said softly, "Since you're going, I'm going too." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yu Linglong's figure disappeared on the spot, and when she reappeared, she was already outside the mountain gate against the gods. Swish! The snowy shadow stretched across the sky, and Yu Linglong soared into the sky, flying straight towards the dark temple hundreds of millions of miles away. In the small courtyard, Chu Yan watched Yu Linglong leave, and the words she said before she left echoed in the sea of consciousness. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Without too much hesitation, and without thinking too much, Chu Yan turned around, returned to the palace, and sank into cultivation again. The Battle of the 8 Heavenly Dragons is scheduled for 1 month later, and Chu Yan doesn't have much time. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2257 Median Emperor Wudi 5th Heaven. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. As Chu Yan continued to practice, he devoured the sky wheel crystal faster and faster. Maybe it's because Chu Yan's body and skills are gradually adapting to the sky wheel crystal, or it may be that the continuous expansion of the Sea of Qi makes Chu Yan's demand for the sky wheel crystal continue to increase. However, Chu Yan has a lot of inventory, and he is not worried about not having enough Tianluan crystals. 5 days later, Chu Yan devoured nearly 20,000 skywheel crystals, and the area of Qi Sea increased a lot. More importantly, Chu Yan's cultivation was also improving rapidly. The next martial emperor Bakongshan. The next martial emperor Jiuxiao. The middle emperor Wudi is the first heaven. The middle emperor marshal 3 heavens. Chu Yan never thought that the 20,000 sky wheel crystals not only expanded his Qi Sea, but also raised his cultivation base to the 5th level. Could it be that Tianluan crystal has attracted so many warriors to look for it? In places like the Guwu Mountains, even Chu Yan couldn't stay there for a long time. If it wasn't for Suzaku Emperor Fire and Pill Fire, plus 100 golden pills, the harvest would not be so great. As for those ordinary warriors, if they didn't lose their lives in it, they were considered lucky. As the saying goes, wealth and wealth are sought in danger, and these people are willing to take the risk of loss and wander in the Guwu Mountains. Chu Yan finally understands the reason for this. This skywheel crystal is by no means an ordinary mortal thing. The current Chu Yan is not only looking at Tianlunjing, but even began to speculate that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the 10 directions starfield are probably much stronger than the second-rate continents like the Outland continent. Without these shocking treasures of heaven and earth, how could it be possible to give birth to such a great emperor, holy emperor, or even a strong demigod? Fortunately, when Chu Yan went to Guwu Mountains this time, he was not lenient, and almost packed half of the Tianluan crystal tied back. Therefore, in the next few days, Chu Yan began to refine these sky wheel crystals with all his heart. From the very beginning of devouring 10 pieces at a time, to later, starting to devour and refine 100 pieces together, the improvement speed of Qi Sea and cultivation base is getting faster and faster. The 32 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi originally. Because the area of Qi Sea was expanding, the inner alchemy also began to crazily devour Rakshasa chi and other attributes, and the volume also expanded accordingly. The inner alchemy is the source of power for a warrior, and as its size increases, its cultivation will naturally increase accordingly. What's more, this kind of cultivation is a kind of accumulation. Every time one level of cultivation is raised, even the strength of the physical body will also increase, and there is no need to consolidate the cultivation. Therefore, in less than 10 days, Chu Yan's Harem-seeking doubled, and his cultivation base also increased too. The middle Wudi, fifth heaven. There are still more than 5,000 Tianluan crystals left. Chu Yan stopped doing nothing, and did not continue to devour them, intending to leave them all to the little white bear. Up to now, Chu Yan's Qi seems to have reached a limit, devouring the skywheel crystal, and the speed of expansion has slowed down a lot, which is a bit wasteful. The most important thing is that the area of Qi has nearly doubled, which is enough to divide the inner alchemy. After his cultivation base was promoted to the 5th level of Emperor Wudi, Chu Yan's true energy became more intense and vigorous, which is really a time when it can be of great use. Therefore, Chu Yan is ready to work hard to complete the differentiation of the inner alchemy. Splitting the inner alchemy is a delicate and extremely dangerous act. If the inner alchemy explodes accidentally, it is no different from self-explosion. With Chu Yan's current number of 32 inner alchemy, if he really blew himself up, I am afraid that the entire Nishan Dao Tianheu branch, members below the Saint Emperor realm, will all die. Of course, Chu Yan couldn't survive by himself. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't seek speed, but stability, and carefully differentiated the inner alchemy one by one. Even if he could only divide 3 or 5 in a day, he was not in a hurry. 10 days later, in Chu Yan's Sea of Air, 64 young pills that shone like stars finally appeared. At this moment, with his consciousness as his eyes, and observing the sea of Qi, Chu Yan was extremely excited. It is as vast as the sea, and the stars are shining brightly, like a starry sky, and like a chaotic and undivided world. The 64 inner alchemy continuously devoured the true Qi in the sea of Qi, slowly congealed and became more and more rounded. Almost every inner alchemy is surrounded by 3 streams of alchemy, even if it is just a young alchemy now, the power released is extremely powerful. Moreover, the number of 64 inner pills alone is equivalent to 64 times that of ordinary warriors. Even some geniuses and peerless powerhouses with double inner alchemy are not enough to look at in front of Chu Yan. Just a burst of true energy is the 64 of other people. Such power is extremely terrifying to imagine. 20 days later, the engulfment of the skywheel crystal and the differentiation of the inner alchemy were all completed. The next step was to refine the 5 soul crystals, trying to make Qinglong and other 3 divine beast spirits try to break through to battle spirits. Before that, Chu Yan went to find Little White Bear once, and handed over 6,000 skywheel crystals to it. At this time, Little White Bear is retreating with all his strength, sprinting to the realm of the great demon emperor. It has swallowed up the 15,000 skywheel crystals it collected in the Guwu Mountains, and the 6,000 skywheel crystals sent by Chu Yan are definitely a timely gift. Without disturbing the Little White Bear, after Chu Yan gave the Tianluan crystal, he returned directly to the residence hall and began to refine the 5 soul stones. This huge Wuhun stone is a head taller than Chu Yan, standing in front of him, and the spiritual energy is constantly overflowing. Crush me. With a soft drink, Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed, the sword light swayed, and when the sword fell, he was directly chopped into stone powder by the 5 soul stone with a bang. Following the shattering of the 5 soul stone, a 5-color airflow the size of a fingertip floated out. Receive. As soon as he drew his true energy and opened his mouth to inhale, the huge 5-color airflow was directly swallowed by Chu Yan. Swish. Chu Yan transformed into a spiritual body in an instant, rushed into the world of the Sea of Consciousness, and the majestic will of martial arts gushed out at the same time, and suppressed the vision of the 5 souls that had already appeared. There was no need for Chu Yan to call. The Wuhun turned into a beam of mysterious light, flew towards it, surrounded the huge 5-color airflow, and began to devour it. Originally, Chu Yan wanted to force Suzaku and Baihu to leave, and only let Qinglong, Xuanhuan, and Qilan be devoured, but after thinking about it, he gave up. The refinement of the 5 soul stones this time far exceeded Chu Yan's expectations. Unexpectedly, the spiritual power contained in this giant 5-soul stone was so terrifying that it took 10 days to refine the 5-spirited beast's martial soul to completely devour it. In front of Chu Yan, Xuanhuan and Qinglong Wuhun directly transformed into 2 huge cocoons of light and fell into a deep sleep. 30 days, in the past. The 8-dragon battle against the gods is finally about to begin. When Chu Yan left the training hall, just after washing, the jade talisman on his body made a buzzing and trembling sound. Chu Yan, come quickly to the demon lord's palace. Emperor Ziyun's voice, with a trace of tension, echoed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Good. After replying the message, Chu Yan did not hesitate, left the residence hall, and flew towards the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace. Remember in a second. #C2258 Super Reward. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. When they arrived at the main hall of the Earth Demon, Lord Tianquan and Emperor Ziyun were already waiting there. Chu Yan, are you ready? Huh. Seeing Chu Yan coming in, Tianquan Xingzuan just said a word. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened, and he looked at Chu Yan with a look of surprise. The 5th level of the middle Wudi. You. Not only the Tianquan sage, but even Emperor Ziyun and other big bosses of the Demon Palace were so shocked that their eyes almost flew out when they saw Chu Yan. How long has it been? Just a month. Chu Yan's cultivation base has actually increased to the 7th level. This cultivation speed is faster than taking medicine. You know, this is the improvement of the cultivation level of the emperor. It is impossible for other emperors to improve the cultivation level of the 1st level, not in a few years, or even decades. There are even some people who, after reaching the emperor realm, are unable to improve any more for almost a lifetime because of their limited talent. But this Chu Yan is good. He has risen to the 7th level in a month, which is too scary. Even Saint Tianquan, who was above the main seat, was so startled that his pupils dilated, and he took a few breaths of air before gradually calming down. Ha ha ha, good. Good. Sure enough, I saw the right person. The Tianquan sage, who hid his face and laughed wildly, looked at Chu Yan. His eyes were shining, and the wrinkles on his face bloomed like flowers. It seems that this time, it will be no problem to win a Tianlong. Hearing the words of Tianquan, the other bosses looked at Chu Yan, all smiling and nodding. When Chu Yan was the next martial emperor, his combat power was already able to leapfrog the ranks, and now it has suddenly increased by a large amount. I am afraid that under the great emperor realm, he is really invincible. This is the legendary, invincible martial emperor realm powerhouse. In Anishan Dao, there have been several invincible martial emperors. Almost all of them had powerful combat power when they were in the middle or upper ranks of martial emperors, and swept away the powerhouses below the great emperor realm. Among them, the most famous one is Aoki Sword God. So, Saint Tianquan knew very well what the appearance of an invincible Emperor Wu meant. Originally, Saint Tianquan was worried that Chu Yan's cultivation level was only the lower martial emperor's 7th heaven. Even if he got the Sky Will Crystal and the 5-Soul Stone, it was hard to say whether he had any hope of rushing to the middle martial emperor. But now, Chu Yan suddenly raised the middle emperor Wu to the 5th heaven, which is definitely a big surprise for him. Chu Yan, this time, as long as you can help me get a heavenly dragon from Earth Demon Palace, I can represent Earth Demon Palace and agree to any of your requests, or the spirit treasure in Anishan Dao. Which one do you like? no matter how many points, I will give out from Earth Demon Palace. Help you redeem it, how about it? Tianquan Xingzuan blushed with excitement, and directly made a reward promise to Chu Yan. Hearing Tianquan's words, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and the shadow of a spiritual treasure appeared in the sea of consciousness. Hey, really? Any Lingbao? Chu Yan grinned. Certainly. The Tianquan sage slapped his chest loudly, concealed his face, and replied without hesitation. What is your identity as the boss of the Earth Demon Palace? It's just a promise to Chu Yan for a spirit treasure. What's the big deal? Besides, for those spirit treasures in the Lingtian treasure, if there is one he doesn't know, how many points can he get? Moreover, he made it very clear that it was only one item, not the entire Lingtian treasure house, so there was nothing he dared not agree to. Okay. Then, let's break the sky sword. Chu Yan said softly. Puff. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Tianquan Xingzuan rushed up from his chest with a breath of rebellious energy, almost going retrograde with true energy. What the hell? Break. Broken sky sword. Damn it, forget about this one. He slapped his thigh hard, and Saint Tianquan almost couldn't sit still, and rolled off his seat. What he was thinking just now was the Lingtian treasure, and he even missed the broken sky sword. To be honest, Saint Tianquan really didn't pay attention to those things in the Lingtian treasure house. However, what he didn't know was that Chu Yan was just like him. Chu Yan also couldn't see the things in the Lingtian treasure, but Chu Yan had been thinking about the heaven-breaking sword for a long time. I tried to subdue it last time, but in the end, although it triggered the Duantian vision, it still failed to subdue it. On the main seat, the Tianquan sage's whole face was twisted into a ball, and his eyes looked at Chu Yan, almost crying. Okay. Really? You are so fucking talented, you actually broke the heavenly sword with me. Hearing Tianquan's words, Chu Yan smiled lightly and said. Is it poor? It's okay, I can change it to something else. What? I'm poor. Chu Yan's words made Tianquan Xingzuan jump up directly, staring at Chu Yan with red eyes, and shouted sharply. You fucking beat me up. Bah. I'm going to be fooled by you today. The heavenly broken sword. I'll change it. This is no longer a question of points, for the Tianquan sage, this has risen to his face as a sage. Ah. Great. Great Palace Master, the Skybreaker requires 30 million points. Emperor Ziyun and a group of big bosses from the Earth Demon Palace heard the roar of Tianquan, their legs softened, and they hurriedly spoke to dissuade them. My Earth Demon Palace only has a total of more than 23 million points, which is not enough. Moreover, if all of them are exchanged, my Earth Demon Palace will not be able to operate normally for at least 10 years. Not bad. Grand Palace Master, this is all the points of the Earth Demon Palace. Yeah, it can't be changed, Grand Palace Master, think twice. Oh my god, Grand Palace Master. A group of bigwigs from the Earth Demon Palace were about to cry, and they all spoke together, wanting to change the decision of Tianquan Xingzuan. You must know that these big bosses of the Earth Demon Palace have great respect for Tianquan Xingzuan, so on weekdays, regardless of Tianquan Xingzuan's posthumous ability, they seldom say anything. But now, the situation is completely different. In a word, the family property of the Earth Demon Palace was almost completely emptied, which made it difficult for the Earth Demon Palace to mess around in the future. Howling his mother's fart, I'm still dead. Are you howling? Tianquan Xingzuan was already full of anger, and when he heard Mondian's cry, he immediately roared sharply. This matter has been settled, there is no need to discuss it. With a big wave of his hand, Saint Tianquan didn't think about it at all, and didn't have any thoughts of changing his mind. Moreover, his eyes swept over the big bosses in the hall, but he shook his head and cursed in a low voice. A bunch of pigs. How fucking stupid. Is this a losing business? Humph. When the words fell to the ground, Emperor Xiyun was stunned, his eyeballs rolled a few times quickly, and suddenly, in his eyes, two rays of light flashed brightly, and he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Chu Yan, the heavenly Kuan Lord, didn't say that he would give it to you directly. He wanted you to obtain one of the 8 heavenly dragons, before he could exchange it for the heaven-breaking sword. Do you understand? Emperor Xiyun was a little excited and trembled when he spoke. Well. Understood. Chu Yan nodded. This matter is originally a reward condition. If you can't get one of the 8 dragons, Chu Yan is really embarrassed and wants this heaven-breaking sword. Ha ha ha, okay, then it's settled. Emperor Xiyun laughed all over his face, looked at Saint Tianquan, and quickly gave a thumbs up. Okay, don't talk nonsense, time is running out, Xiyun, hurry up and send Chu Yan to the headquarters. Hee hee. Seeing Emperor Xiyun's thumb, Saint Tianquan rolled his eyes, waved his hand impatiently, and said, Yes, Grand Palace Master. After Emperor Xiyun took the order, he took Chu Yan with him and hurried towards the outside of the hall. After 10 breaths, a huge sky bird soared into the sky, turned into a black lightning, and flew away towards the northern sky. Remember in a second. #C2259 Tiangu First General. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The speed of the skybird is more than 10 times faster than that of the contestant flying by himself. In less than a day, Emperor Xiyun brought Chu Yan to Anishan Dao headquarters. It was different from the deserted appearance when we came last time. This time, the gate of Anishan Dao headquarters can be said to be crowded with people. At a glance, there are Anishan Dao members everywhere. On the square in front of the main hall of the Ni God, the largest number of people gathered, and a huge arena was set up. There are no less than 100,000 bosses and members in the 8 branches of Anishan Dao. The arrival of Chu Yan immediately caused a sensation. Damn, look, Chu Yan is here. The one from Tianhai territory is the last one to arrive. Why are there only 2 people here? Nonsense, those palace masters and palace masters all have dedicated transmission channels, so they don't have to work so hard like us. I heard that this Chu Yan, in the entry test, created a vision of 9 stars shining in the sky. Who said no? I heard that in the history of Anishan Dao, there were only 8 people. During the entrance test, Jiuxiao Tian appeared, and Sword Master Aoki was also included. However, this Chu Yan represents the Earth Demon Palace in the Sky Sea territory. I don't know how powerful it is. The whole crowd looked at Chu Yan, and various discussions arose. Among the crowd, a pair of particularly cold eyes looked at Chu Yan quietly, the depths of their eyes were full of resentment. Fan Tianhua. How could this kind of extremely resentful gaze escape Chu Yan's consciousness? Chu Yan was startled when he glanced at it. Because, standing beside Fan Tianhua is Huang Fuitian. From the looks of it, Fan Tianhua represented the Tianhai territory and Xiantian Palace fought together to compete for the 8 dragons. This Fan Tianhua is also qualified. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Fan Tianhua's combat power is extremely scumbag, so scumbag that Chu Yan only needs 1 move. You can kill him directly. Such combat power, not to mention bumping into Chu Yan, I am afraid that he will not be able to win any of these 8 dragon battles. You know, there are only 24 places in the 8 branches of the 3 giant palaces. Tianheu Xiantian Palace, if you do this, do you want to give up directly? Chu Yan, this Fan Tianhua is different from before. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Emperor Xiyun followed his gaze and saw at a glance, Huang Fuitian and Fan Tianhua who looked proud. With the same frown, Emperor Xiyun hurriedly opened his mouth and reminded Chu Yan Dao. Different. Chu Yan turned his head suspiciously. Yes. This Fan Tianhua's martial soul is an extremely rare bloodline martial soul. Emperor Xiyun explained. Blood martial soul. What do you mean? Chu Yan asked. Of course, Chu Yan knew that this kind of martial soul, similar to the blood of a monster, would awaken the same kind of martial soul as long as the blood was concentrated enough. However, the bloodline martial soul is very strong and rare, but it has not been heard that this kind of martial soul represents a strong combat power. This Fan Tianhua has average talent, but his luck is really good. Of course Emperor Xiyun knew Chu Yan's doubts, so he went on to explain. Almost on the same day as you retreated, a member of Fan Tianhua's family, who was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, was lost. It is said that he died of a maddened disorder while attacking the semi-holy realm. However, his martial spirit remained, and Emperor Xuanhuan happened to be the patriarch of this year's Fan family, so he used his power to directly integrate that martial spirit into Fan Tianhua's body. After a month, now that Fan Tianhua is standing here, it means that the fusion of his blood and martial soul has succeeded. After saying these words, Chu Yan finally understood why Emperor Xiyun had a serious face. It seems that this Fan Tianhua really got shit luck. It's such a coincidence that it happened to be 1 month before the Battle of the 8 Dragons. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and glanced at the rostrum in the distance, the Xuanhuan Emperor sitting on the high seat. Hee. This matter is a private matter of the Fan family. Regardless of whether it is true or not, God against God will not interfere. But, Chu Yan. Emperor Xiyun understood what Chu Yan meant, just smiled lightly, and then reminded. You have to be careful of Fan Tianhua. After he fused with that bloodline martial soul, it is said that his strength has greatly improved, his cultivation has reached the upper martial emperor realm, and he has also inspired a new natal martial soul skill. Well, I see. Chu Yan nodded. Inherited the bloodline martial soul. So what? Chu Yan just glanced at the gloomy Fan Tianhua, and didn't bother to pay attention to it anymore, turning his head to look around. Around the huge arena in the center, there are 8 spectator platforms, and each spectator platform is exactly a branch. And the branch of Tianhai territory is located in the east. Chu Yan followed Emperor Xiyun to the east platform, found an area belonging to the Earth Demon Palace, and sat there. Tiankuan Xingzuan, Huangfui Tian, and Hongdao Emperor, the big bosses who commanded the 3 palaces respectively, had already sat down on the viewing platform. Seeing Chu Yan's arrival, every big brother's expression was different. Chu Yan ignored them directly, and looked up at the viewing platforms of the other 7 branches. At this time about 4 branches have come, and 4 have not yet arrived, and everyone is waiting. Chu Yan looked towards the central battle platform, his eyes lit up a little. This battle platform is extremely small, it can be said that it is the smallest battle platform that Chu Yan has seen. It is only 200 meters long and wide. The power of the spirit pattern. Obviously, the enchantment defense of this battle platform is extremely terrifying. However, such a small arena is extremely unfavorable for warriors who are good at movement and speed, but it is extremely advantageous for close combat and body training warriors. It seems that Anai Shindao set up such a stage in order to hope that all members participating in the battle will face the enemy and fight head-on. Chu Yan just glanced at it and didn't take it seriously. For him, it doesn't matter whether the arena is big or small. Just when Chu Yan was about to close his eyes and adjust his breath, suddenly, the crowd around him boiled up. Look, the 3 great palaces of the ancient sky region are here. Huh. That's not the palace master Xuanhuan, but also the palace master Luoyu, and even the Lord Rui is here. Look, is the young man behind Rui His Holiness his personal disciple, known as the #1 general in ancient times? Lin Xian. That's right, I heard that this kid's cultivation has already reached the peak of the upper martial emperor realm, only half a foot away from the Great Emperor realm, and his combat power is amazing. He has never lost a single defeat below the Great Emperor realm of Anishan Dao. Haha, Chu Yan, the 7-star shining sky, bumped into Lin Xian, the #1 general in the ancient times, and this is a good show. 7 stars Yao Tian is just an entry test, and it doesn't represent combat power at all. You don't know that Lin Xian is said to have been personally handed down by the Rui sage. I can't catch one move. Discussions from all directions reached the ears of Lin Xian, who had just fallen, and his eyes froze immediately, and his eyes swept towards Chu Yan. It just so happened that Chu Yan was also looking at Lin Xian. For a moment, the two geniuses faced each other, and a ball of dazzling lightning exploded in the air. Remember in a second. #C2260 Demon Blood. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The first general of Tiangu collided with Chu Yan of Jiuxiao. Sparks burst out, and instantly ignited the audience. Everyone looked at the two of them with astonishment on their faces. They didn't expect that the two seeded players would match up as soon as they met. Now, if they really meet in the ring, there must be a big battle. Against God is a dark force that has always been indifferent to the world, and even all members are pure-hearted and ascetic, and rarely have the heart to fight. But in recent days, the atmosphere in Anishan Dao has slowly changed. The 8 major divisions, the competition among the 3 giant palaces is in full swing, and even a few big palace fights broke out. Thousands of people armed with spiritual weapons, spread out the field, killing people in the dark, and they will never give up even if there is a winner. If it weren't for Anishan Dao, where loyalty and unity are the most important, even if it is such a large-scale palace battle, no one will kill them. I am afraid that in the past few years, Anishan Dao has lost several members due to civil wars alone. Therefore, when the fighting spirit was ignited between Chu Yan and Lin Xian, a group of big bosses also looked at each other viciously between the Imperial Palace of the ancient Tianyu and the Earth Demon Palace of the Tianheu. Venerable Tian Kuan stared at Venerable Rui, breathing heavily from both nostrils, and his eyes were a little red. The atmosphere of the whole scene suddenly became tense, because of the confrontation between the two palaces, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Although the Tianlong Babu battle is just a battle between 24 generals, in essence, it is still a battle of strength between the 24 palaces. Obtaining one of the 8 celestial dragons is only the first step, and the army will be reorganized later. If the strength is not enough, the palace also has a chance to replace it. Boom, boom. At this moment, above the sky, a group of thunderclouds suddenly appeared, and towards the square below, a blast of thunder was directly slashed, making everyone tremble at the same time, and looked up at the sky. That's, the 3 giant palaces from the Hunyuan realm are here. And the Dark Demon realm. These 2 palaces are extremely powerful. Look quickly, the Lord of the Dark Demon realm's Earth Demon Palace has really dark skin. Could it be that the legend is true? Legend? What legend? Ha ha. I don't even know this, but it is said that the Lord of the Dark Demon realm, Yu Shitian, has half of the blood of the demon race on his body, and is said to be a descendant of the demon race. Oh my god, demons! There really are demons. Nonsense, who do you think all the people who joined me against God? Of course they all have a big enmity with the God realm. This Yu Shitian was summoned by the oracle more than 10 times by His Excellency Xingtian, saying that he is the remnant of the demon clan. The appearance of the big bosses in the Dark Demon realm, because of the legendary character Yu Shitian, everyone's eyes were on them. On the other side, Han Wuyu, a group of bigwigs who arrived at the same time as them, seemed extremely low-key, lowered their stature, and went directly to the viewing platform, without making a sound from the beginning to the end. However, in the Hunyuan domain, there was a young man whose eyes swept across Chu Yan and Lin Xian, and then quickly restrained himself. After the arrival of the 2 domains and the 3 palaces, all the 8 divisions against the Divine Way will be present. Everyone, I announce that the Battle of the 8 Dragons begins. On the rostrum, the white-robed manager in a white robe stood up directly, and at the same time the powerful Emperor Wei swept the audience. He announced loudly. Warrior of the 24 palaces, come up and draw lots. With an order, 24 figures shot out simultaneously from the viewing platform in all directions, and landed firmly on the rostrum. Fan Tianhua, Chu Yan, Lin Xian, Yu Tianxue, Xing Buer and others all looked at the other 23 people the first time they stepped into the ring. In front of them were 24 jade sticks that had been prepared long ago. Let's draw lots, the white-robed chief said. Everyone's true energy surged out, and they raised their hands to grab it, and the jade sticks fell into their hands one by one. As soon as Chu Yan lowered his head and looked at the jade stick in his hand, his face froze for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. Number 2. Unexpectedly, I was lucky, the first battle. However, to him, there was no difference whether it was the first battle or the last battle. Glancing at Lin Xian, the number 1 general of Tiangu not far away, Chu Yan hoped that he could bump into Lin Xian. However, it is obvious that there is no such a coincidence, but another coincidence that Chu Yan did not expect appeared. Because, the one who got the first lottery was from Hunyuan domain. Chen Tianlu. Chen Tianlu. The first person on the Hunyuan domain gold list. At the same time, he is also the number 1 person on the gold list against Shinto. Among the younger generation against the Shinto, Chen Tianlu ranks supreme and is the strongest. When the number 1 lottery and the number 2 lottery match, it is Chen Tianlu, who is number 1 on the Chen Ni Shinto gold list, against Chu Yan. When the 24 lots were announced to the surrounding viewing platforms, there was an immediate uproar. All the bosses of Bidao, as well as all the ordinary members, were all excited in an instant. This battle is probably more interesting than Lin Xian versus Chu Yan. Next, announce the rules. The white-robed manager glanced at Chu Yan and Chen Tianlu, and then said loudly. The Azure division of the 8 heavenly dragons, the command right belongs to the battle, and the elimination system is adopted. 24 enters 12, 12 enters 6, and finally the first place will be selected, and the Azure division will be awarded the leadership. This battle does not allow killing, not allowed. Facing the 24 contestants, the white-robed manager carefully read out various rules. One of the 8 heavenly dragons, the Azure division. Only take one. On Chu Yan's face, there was a frown, and he slowly turned his head to look at the viewing platform, and stared at Tian Kuan Xingzuan. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes staring at him, Holy Lord Tian Kuan quickly put on a smile on his face, nodded, and then raised his finger to point to the heaven-breaking sword standing in the distance in front of the gate of the main hall. That meaning, couldn't be more obvious, is to tell Chu Yan that if you win the first place, you can get the Duantian sword. Old fox. Chu Yan cursed secretly in his heart. No wonder Tian Kuan Xingzuan agreed so happily at the beginning. It turned out that he dug a hole and waited here. Although Chu Yan was originally surprised that after 5 years of Ni Shindao, he would have a decisive battle with Xingtian Pavilion, how could it be possible to form the Zhongjuan now? Now I finally understand that the 8 heavenly dragon sect armies against the Divine Way were originally 7, and only the last one, the Azure division, has not yet been established. So this battle is actually just a fight for the qualification of a Tianlong. No wonder, the bigwigs from the 24 palaces gathered together and paid so much attention to it. It took half an hour to read the stinky and long rules. When the 24 players, including the bosses watching the battle, were a little impatient, the white-robed manager finally waved his hand and announced the start of the first battle. The 24 contestants all glanced at Chu Yan and Chen Tianlu, and all retreated from the ring. At this time only the 2 of them were left in the arena, as well as the white-robed manager. Chen Tianlu, Profound Palace of Hunyuan Realm, fight against Chu Yan, Earth Demon Palace in Tianhai region, start now. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the white-robed chief executive jumped up and flew to the rostrum behind him. At the same time, a handprint was shot, blasting on the barrier of the ring, activating it. All 9 layers of arena barriers were activated, wrapping the 200-meter-sized arena tightly. In the middle of the ring, Chu Yan and Chen Tianlu faced each other, from a distance, looking at each other. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2261 100,000 years, Dryad. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chapter 2261. On the ring, Chu Yan and Chen Tianlu didn't speak, they just looked at each other, but off the ring, it was already boiling. Haha, this first battle is wonderful. Chu Yan of the 9 stars, and Chen Tianlu, who is number 1 on the gold list, who will win? Of course it is Chu Yan. He is the only genius who has inspired the 9 stars Yao Tian for tens of thousands of years. You must know that the Aoki sword god was the same as him. Therefore, his strength is definitely very strong. I heard that when this Chu Yan took the entry test, his cultivation was only the lower martial emperor Jiuxiao. It's only been over a month, and his cultivation has been raised to the middle Wudi Wuchangxian. What? Not only have you broken through, but you have also raised the 6th level. Is this impossible? I've never heard that martial artist has such a terrifying cultivation speed. You don't know that Chu Yan went to the Guwu Mountains and got more than 6,000 skywheel crystals at once. For this, the Earth Demon Palace even rewarded a giant 5-soul stone. 5 soul stones. Isn't that a martial artist with the strength of the 5 elements? Can he use it? Could it be that this Chu Yan has cultivated the attributes of the 5 elements? Damn, it's bullshit. How is this possible? It's all nonsense. How could such a person exist? That is, it is impossible for more than 6,000 skywheel crystals to break through the 6th level at once. The demonic palace in the Tianhai territory is simply a campaign. I don't believe it. There was no movement on the stage, but there was a lot of discussion in the arena, and the voice was getting louder and louder. Even Chu Yan and Chen Tianlu on the stage could clearly hear it. Chu Yan looked at Chen Tianlu in front of him, and made sure that he was the one who peeped at him with his spiritual consciousness when everyone from Hunyuan realm arrived just now. Chen Tianlu was tall, and the commoner robe could not cover it at all. There were lumps of bulging tendons on his body. Obviously, the Chen Tianlu in front of him is a martial artist who refines his body. As for his 9-line cultivation, it is still unknown. Of course, Chu Yan would not think that the number 1 existence on the gold list is a martial artist who only cultivates body flow. It is very likely that he is a strong person who practiced both body training and kung fu. What caught Chu Yan's attention was that this Chen Tianlu's legs were too thick, and they didn't even look like human legs. Hunyuan Domain Xiantian Palace, Chen Tianlu. Please advise. Chen Tianlu, who was stared at a little by Chu Yan, finally broke the silence and spoke first. Earth Demon Palace in Tianhai territory, Chu Yan. Chu Yan arched his hands, and politely returned the salute. At least, Chen Tianlu in front of him did not have Fan Tianhua's superior and annoying aura. At the beginning of Chu Yan's entry test, Fan Tianhua, who was also number 1 on the gold list, performed much worse than the one in front of him. However, because of this, Chu Yan became more cautious towards this Chen Tianlu. Chu Yan has seen countless fighters and geniuses, and those who are often arrogant are all war scum. On the contrary, someone like Chen Tianlu, who is capable and low-key, is the real formidable opponent. Stab it. As soon as Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, Chen Tianlu on the opposite side erupted directly, and his whole body exploded with qi, and the robe on his body instantly turned into pieces of cloth, flying in all directions. Under the robe, Chen Tianlu had thick veins all over his body, especially on his legs, like two thick tree roots. It turns out that it is the wood system of cultivation. Chu Yan glanced at it, and he clearly sensed that Chen Tianlu's true energy attribute belongs to the wood element among the 5 elements. Moreover, this person's martial soul should also be a powerful wood-type martial soul. Only after the long-term integration of human soul can Chen Tianlu's physical body become more and more like a martial soul. Moreover, Chu Yan knew that among the wood-type martial spirits, there were several particularly terrifying existences. Among the top 10 martial souls in the martial arts world, 2 are wood-type natural martial souls, and even the so-called powerful beast martial souls and weapon martial souls only account for 2 of each. Boom. Chu Yan's guess is correct. Chen Tianlu's body is constantly bursting with true energy, and Chen Tianlu's physical body is also deforming crazily. In less than a blink of an eye, Chen Tianlu's limbs turned into thick branches, and the whole body, including the head, was completely wrapped in the thick trunks, with only a vaguely recognizable human face exposed. Tree demon. Or 100,000-year tree demon. Not only Chu Yan, but everyone on the Bafang viewing platform, except for the Rui sage in the Hunyuan domain, showed a look of surprise on their faces. The tree demon is exactly the martial spirit world, among the top 10 martial spirits, the 4th-ranked martial spirit. Nye Xiaoqian. Chu Yan's eyes widened, looking at Chen Tianlu in front of him. He suddenly remembered something. The strength of these tree demons lies in the fact that their roots, branches, and even leaves can devour all spiritual things in this world, including monsters and warriors. As long as they are caught by him, they will never let go unless they absorb all your strength, true energy, and flesh. Because of this special ability, every warrior who possesses the spirit of the tree demon is a terrifying genius. The speed of cultivation and strength are absolutely invincible. What's more, Chen Tianlu's dryad martial soul in front of him is still a 100,000-year-old dryad. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Chen Tianlu's martial soul turned out to be. The defense of the bark of the 100,000-year-old tree demon is equivalent to a middle-grade emperor-level spirit treasure. The power of binding is afraid that even a spirit peak can be twisted into muck. The most terrifying thing is that I heard that the 100,000-year level, the tree demon can also produce a psychedelic spirit-like toxin. Damn it, Chen Tianlu immediately merged with his soul as soon as he came up. His martial soul has obviously reached the battle soul. This, how to fight. Even if you stand there and let you chop, you can't break the defense at all. Breaking defenses. Think about saving your life first. If you let his branches and roots get entangled, he can grind you into a meat sauce without taking a breath. The cultivation of the 5th level of the upper martial emperor realm, plus the 100,000-year-old tree demon martial soul, this is a sure win. Worthy of being number 1 on the gold list. It's really terrifying. As soon as the scene started, Chen Tianlu directly erupted with the strongest combat power, immediately detonating the audience, and everyone was directly shocked by Chen Tianlu's powerful martial spirit and strength. Even the other 22 players in the waiting area looked at Chu Yan and shook their heads slightly. This Chu Yan, it seems that he will lose the first game. What a pity. Lin Xian shook his head, a little disappointed. To be honest, he was looking forward to the battle with Chu Yan, but it seemed that he had no chance. Humph. It's his luck. Fan Tianhua's eyes were gloomy and cold, and he glanced at Chu Yan, who was raised up. The killing intent on his face did not weaken in the slightest. According to the rules announced by the white robe manager, after Chen Tianlu defeated Chu Yan, he should not kill him. In this way, Chu Yan would be eliminated directly. Therefore, Fan Tianhua had no chance to fight against Chu Yan, and missed to kill him. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2262, please feel free. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. This time, Chen Tianlu, who was number 1 on the gold list, was fighting against 9 stars Xiaotian's Chu Yan, because Chen Tianlu directly erupted with the strongest combat power, making everyone seem to have seen the final result. No one thought that Chen Tianlu would lose, because his 100,000-year-old tree demon was almost invincible below the Saint Emperor realm. But at this time, standing in front of Chen Tianlu, watching him transform quietly, turning into a huge tree demon with the height of 5 people, but there is no expression on his face, except for a trace of interest. Good. It's just a matter of interest, apart from the novelty of never having seen a topwood spirit, 100,000-year tree demon, nothing else. As for the various exclamations from all directions, as well as the screams that shocked Chen Tianlu's terrifying combat power, Chu Yan directly ignored them. Facing Chen Tianlu, whose transformation had ended, Chu Yan just looked at him quietly and smiled faintly. Chu Yan, I'm going to make a move, are you ready? At this time, Chen Tianlu was like a towering tree, growing on the ring. When he lowered his head, he saw Chu Yan looking at him with a calm smile on his face. He couldn't help it again, and reminded him. Please, feel free. Chu Yan raised his right hand lightly and replied politely. Huh? Are you sure? Chen Tianlu was stunned when he heard Chu Yan's answer, and a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. This Chu Yan, what's going on? Seeing his state of human soul unity, there was no reaction at all. Could it be that he didn't use any preparations, and wanted to fight against himself in his peak state, in his current state? Or in other words, this Chu Yan looks down on himself. Roar. Thinking of this, Chen Tianlu finally became angry. With a roar that shook the sky, he waved his hands fiercely, and immediately dozens of thick tree vines shot straight at Chu Yan. These 10 tree vines are as thick as arms, and there is a faint green light on the vines, which are obviously poisonous. Seeing Chen Tianlu attacking, the spectators from all directions exclaimed in unison. Obviously, if Chen Tianlu succeeds in this attack, the battle may be basically over. No one can compete with the tree vines of the 100,000-year-old tree demon, even if it is a high-grade emperor-level spirit weapon, it is impossible. Because the spirit treasure is dead, but the vines are alive, anyone who knows the spirit of the tree demon knows that the power bound by each tree vine is extremely terrifying. Can't break free. On the rostrum not far away, Emperor Xuanhuan sneered when he saw this scene, turned his head to look at Ouyang Nantian, and said, Ouyang, your Earth Demon Palace actually allowed a member who just started to become the Emperor of War. Wait a minute, this battle Emperor was defeated by one move, then your Earth Demon Palace will be ashamed. When Ouyang Nantian heard the words, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he ignored Emperor Xuanhuan, and just stared at the battle on the ring nervously. The reason why he is nervous is not that Ouyang Nantian thinks that Chu Yan will lose to Chen Tianlu in one move, but because he is extremely curious why Chu Yan has no intention of making a move until now. Could it be that he wants to give up on his own initiative? But this is not in line with Chu Yan's character. He knows it all, and he can clearly see that in Chu Yan's eyes, there is a strong fighting spirit constantly surging. You know, Chen Tianlu is very powerful. If Chu Yan is really ready to fight him with all his strength, it is impossible to do nothing until now. Even now, just watching Chen Tianlu helplessly, attacking first. Ouyang Nantian has confidence in Chu Yan, but it doesn't mean that he really understands Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan, who was standing alone on the ring, finally had a reaction, and said softly. With strong wood power, among the 5 elements, only gold power can overcome it. As soon as the words landed, a large piece of white light exploded on Chu Yan's body, and a huge white tiger martial soul roared into the sky, broke through the void, and appeared directly on the ring. The golden beast spirit of the 5 elements, white tiger. The appearance of the white tiger martial soul filled Chu Yan with the power of a powerful golden martial soul within 100 steps. At the same time, a golden light burst out from the eyes of the white tiger martial soul and blessed Chu Yan. To be precise, it should be the blessing of the gold system of the white tiger battle soul, completely covering Chu Yan's whole body. Oh my god, what a powerful beast spirit. Tiger-type martial soul, fighting against plant-type, this is a bit of a disadvantage. I heard that Chu Yan has 3 martial spirits, and one of them is a fire-type bird martial soul. Isn't it just to restrain the plant-type? Why does he use the beast martial soul? Although the gold-type restrains the wood-type, the martial soul is the same. Pay attention to mutual generation and mutual restraint. That's right, this Chu Yan doesn't seem to have much actual combat experience, so he's probably going to lose. That's right, I think that Chu Yan and his tiger martial soul will be bound into buns. Seeing Chu Yan's actions, the bosses and members around all frowned and looked disappointed. Sure enough, almost at the same time that Chu Yan summoned the white tiger martial soul, 10 tree vines approached in an instant, like tentacles, wrapping Chu Yan's body tightly. 10 tree vines as thick as arms, not to mention a human warrior, even the largest wild elephant, can be directly wrapped into a mummy. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, everyone saw Chu Yan on the ring. His hands and feet were all entangled and fixed by the tree demon's tree vines. Traces of green poisonous gas corrode Chu Yan's protected body, and I believe that soon, these spirit toxins will make Chu Yan fall into a trance, and completely lose his combat power. Look. I'll just say it, one move and I'm defeated. It's boring, this defeat is too fast, and there is no chance to resist. Being entangled by the tree demon for 100,000 years, even a strong person in the Great Emperor realm has no chance, let alone him. The difference in strength is too great, there is no suspense in this battle. This tree vine is said to be comparable to a mid-level imperial soldier. I don't know if it's true. Middle-level imperial soldiers. There may be more than that. I heard that even high-level imperial soldiers can't break through the bark. It seems that Chen Tianlu has the best chance of capturing the Tianlong of the Azura division. In all directions of the arena, everyone saw that Chu Yan was completely entangled by tree vines. They all shook their heads and talked a lot. Even Ouyang Nantian on the rostrum was stunned and full of doubts. What the hell is this Chu Yan doing? Just when Ouyang Nantian and everyone in the audience thought the battle was over, even Chen Tianlu had already turned his head and looked at the head of the white robe department not far away, as if waiting to announce the result. A sudden change occurred. Pregnancy. Clang. A crisp sound of sword sting resounded through the entire sky, and at the same time, a little light radiated from Chu Yan's body. This sudden change made everyone startled, and at the same time turned their heads to look at Zongzi Chu Yan on the ring. But I saw that one after another, silver lights shot out from Chu Yan's body, and there seemed to be a faint cyan light in these silver lights. Qinglian Sword Pond. Chu Yan, who still had a calm smile on his face, opened his mouth softly and uttered 4 accents. Almost at the moment when the 4 characters landed, Chu Yan's body exploded like a volcanic eruption, and countless silver and blue lights exploded like a hedgehog. Remember in a second. #C2263 Cyan Sword Lotus. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. On the arena, the sword energy is like a tide. Everyone could only see that with the sword energy exploding from Chu Yan's body, the tree vine, which was said to be unable to break through even the middle-level emperor soldiers, instantly exploded into countless sawdust, flying all over the sky. Chu Yan was dressed in a black robe, flying in the wind. In front of him, a long sword shining with dazzling light was slowly floating. And Chu Yan, with eyes shining like stars, slowly raised his hand, held the long sword floating in front of him in his hand, raised his head and looked at the opposite, Chen Tianlu, who was full of astonishment, waved his sword and slashed out. Call out. A brilliant sword light flashed by. Accompanied by the screams, a long sword mark was cut on the chest of Chen Tianlu's tree demon body, the same sawdust flew up, and a green sap bubbled out from the sword mark. Ting 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 ting. Chen Tianlu's eyes were wide open, with a look of shock on his face. The tall tree demon body suddenly retreating a full dozen steps, before barely standing still. When he raised his head again, Chen Tianlu glared at Chu Yan with fear in his eyes. Good. Just fear. One must know that Chen Tianlu, after merging with the battle spirit, is more than 10 feet tall, just as a tree demon. Such a huge body was cut back more than 10 steps by a sword. What a terrifying power it would take to do it. At least, Chen Tianlu has never been kicked back by me before. More importantly, Chen Tianlu lowered his head and gently raised his hand to wipe it on his chest. The green juice in his hand made his pupils shrink instantly. I'm hurt. With a face full of disbelief, Chen Tianlu's sea of consciousness exploded with thousands of thunderbolts, making him instantly in chaos. How can it be? This is absolutely impossible. Chen Tianlu felt a trace of pain rising in his chest. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling made him unacceptable at all. How many years? At least several hundred years. When did Chen Tianlu get injured? Especially his martial soul, after being promoted to battle soul, fighting with the body of a tree demon, no warrior has ever been able to break through his own defense. Not to mention, just one trick. Not only Chen Tianlu himself, but also the big bosses and members around him all stared at the ring in a daze, dumbfounded. The scene of more than 100,000 people was dead silent. What a joke! Possessing 100,000 years of tree demon fighting spirit, human soul united as one, the tree demon known as being comparable to a middle-grade emperor-level spirit soldier, Chen Tianlu, who ranked first on the gold list against the gods, was defeated just like that. What kind of sword technique was that sword just now? Even on the rostrum, Emperor Ning Tian, Ouyang Nan Tian, Emperor Xuanhuan, the chief executive of the White Robe, and other senior executives of the Anai Dao headquarters all had expressions of astonishment. Just now. Did a blue sword lotus appear? After a full 10 breaths, Ouyang Nan finally came to his senses. First, the corners of his mouth twitched violently a few times, and then he gasped and said, "Blue sword lotus! Blue sword lotus!" As soon as Ouyang Nanchan's words fell to the ground, Emperor Ningtian and the other big bosses suddenly trembled. They all turned their heads to stare at Ouyang Nantian, and exclaimed, "Transforming sword intent into form is the highest level of a swordsman. Evildoer. Abnormal. It's too ridiculous." There was no need for Ouyang Nantian to answer at all. A group of bosses all exclaimed, and then looked at Chu Yan. All of them changed. This time, their eyes were full of surprise and surprise. A swordsman who cultivates the sword intent into form does not rely on his cultivation and martial soul, but entirely on his understanding of the sword. I dare not say anything else, but in the history of Anai Dao, there are only 3 sword cultivators who have cultivated sword intent transformation, and Sword Master Aoki is among them. Hey, this battle Chu Yan has made a lot of face for my Earth Demon Palace. It seems that when I look back, I have to have a good chat with Tian Kuan Xingzuan. Is the salary for a mere war emperor a little lower? Ouyang Nanchan's complexion gradually recovered, and a smile emerged. When the other bosses heard the words, they looked at Ouyang Nantian and were speechless for a while. If this son wins the Shura Tianlong, he doesn't need to consider the Tianhai territory at all. I should raise his treatment in the headquarters of the God Defying Dao. The white-robed manager looked like a torch, and said in a heavy voice, "That's right. A few months ago, this son's cultivation base was only the lower martial emperor. In such a short period of time, his cultivation level has been raised to the middle martial emperor 5th heaven. According to the news from the Tiankuan sage, this son is making great progress in cultivation because of the Sky Wheel crystal and the 5 soul stone. A monster-level genius like this, as long as he has a lot of treasures, cultivation, and strength, he can soar in a short time. You know, within 5 years of my rebellion against God, I will have a decisive battle with the Holy Heaven Department. If a genius like this doesn't give support, then what use will the resources in my Shandao treasury be for? What Emperor Ning Tian said was so detailed and reasonable that Ouyang Nanshan's eyes lit up. But Emperor Xuanhuan, who was standing aside, turned cold, turned his head suddenly, and looked at Fan Tianhua. His eyes flickered suddenly. Chu Yan. Capture the Azure Heavenly Dragon. Then what about his parent and son, Fan Tianhua? Although this time, the gathering of geniuses from the 24 palaces was clearly aimed at capturing Shura Tianlong, one of the 8 celestial dragons, but in fact, the deep meaning behind it was far more than that. Among the seated players, Lin Xian, Chen Tianlu, Chu Yan and others are the favorites to win the championship. But in fact, some high-ranking bosses who knew the news knew that Emperor Xuanhuan had spent all his money this time in order to let his son Fan Tianhua win the Shura Tianlong. Humph. I can't see it. Emperor Xuanhuan snorted coldly, with a smug look on his face. He suddenly spoke. Oh. Several big bosses, including Ouyang Nantian, all turned their heads and looked at Emperor Xuanhuan. With just one glance, they understood what Emperor Xuanhuan meant. It seems that this Emperor Xuanhuan has great confidence in their family's bloodline martial soul. Ouyang Nantian looked at Emperor Xuanhuan, rolled his eyes, and suddenly the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, showing a smile on his face. Seeing Ouyang Nanshan's expression, Emperor Xuanhuan immediately froze the smile on his face, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Not only Emperor Xuanhuan, but also Emperor Ningtian and the white-robed chief executive thought of something in an instant, and they all looked at Emperor Xuanhuan with a smile on their faces. Because all the bosses seemed to recall the scene not long ago. Not long ago, when Chu Yan first came to Anai Shandao headquarters, outside the hall of the god-level spiritual source, it was because of the bet between Chu Yan, Ouyang Nantian and Emperor Xuanhuan that Emperor Xuanhuan lost a dragon pool Lingbao. A Longqi spirit treasure fully made Emperor Xuanhuan depressed for almost a month. That's a fake artifact, and it's a fake artifact for cultivation. The entire 10-direction star field, so far. Emperor Xuanhua's heart is bleeding. Xuanhuan, do you want to? Ouyang Nantian grinned. Don't want. Before Ouyang Nantian could finish speaking, Emperor Xuanhuan shuddered and refused directly. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2264 unhappy. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. It's not that Emperor Xuanhuan has no confidence in his son, and it's even less likely that he has no confidence in their family's bloodline martial soul. And because of the pain from last time, when he heard the word gambling now, his heart couldn't stand it. Therefore, Emperor Xuanhuan directly refused without hesitation, but the look of youthful pride on his face became more intense. Such an expression, appearing in front of Ouyang Nantian, immediately made Ouyang Nanshan's heart itch more and more. How about this, Xuanhuan? This time, I will offer 2 spirit treasures, and you can offer 1, how about it? Ouyang Nantian directly threw a heavy weight. No gambling. Emperor Xuanhuan didn't even look at Ouyang Nantian, and still refused very simply. I'll offer 3 pieces. Ouyang Nantian will give up and increase the price again. Huh. 3 pieces. Emperor Xuanhuan was stunned, and turned his head to look at Ouyang Nantian. The strange light in his eyes kept flickering. What's the situation? This Ouyang Nantian, that's how confident he is. One must know that before Ouyang Nanshan's loss, he was a strong demigod. His private treasury was probably several times stronger than his own. Moreover, these lost and strong men valued their own inheritance and treasure house more than remnant souls. How dare he do that? Does this Chu Yan have any more powerful hole cards and emperor skills? Emperor Xuanhuan frowned slightly and looked at Ouyang Nantian with deep doubt in his eyes. It's not that Ouyang Nantian doesn't know about Fan Tianhua's inheritance of the family's bloodline martial soul. Moreover, the reason why Emperor Xuanhuan was able to become one of the top 10 leaders of the Nishendo headquarters with his cultivation as a great emperor was due to the bloodline of this family's martial soul. Ouyang Nantian knows all this. At this moment, the white-robed manager, who had been paying attention to the arena and the two bustling places around him, didn't wait any longer. With a smile on his face, he flew towards the arena. After a few breaths, it was announced that Chu Yan had won the first battle. Chu Yan lightly got off the ring and returned to the viewing platform in the Tianhai area. Lord Tianquan, Emperor Ziyun, Huangfu Tian, and a group of bigwigs from the Tianhai region all stared at Chu Yan as if they were looking at monsters, and walked back to the viewing platform step by step. 1. Standing in front of a few people, Chu Yan stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. He shrugged slightly in embarrassment and said. Immediately, Chu Yan stepped aside and began to adjust his breath to recover. Several bigwigs from the Tianhai region stared at Chu Yan like petrified from the beginning to the end, completely dumbfounded. Compared with Ouyang Nantian and the others, Tianquan Xingzuan and other bigwigs in the Tianhai region were even more shocked. That is a tree demon of 100,000 years, the number one existence on the gold list against the gods. One of the most popular seeded contestants competing for Shura Tianlong this time was dealt with by Chu Yan, just like that. You know, the Xintian Palace of the Hunyuan domain ranks among the top 3 existences among the 24 palaces of Anishan Dao. But their Tianhai territory is the existence of the last 10,000 years. From the moment Chu Yan stood on the ring and faced Qin Tianlu, Saint Tianquan and the others clenched their fists tightly, sweating profusely from nervousness. They never expected that Chu Yan would meet such a strong opponent in the first round. This sudden situation caught a group of bigwigs by surprise, and they didn't even have time to remind Chu Yan of the strength of Qin Tianlu's 100,000-year-old tree demon. However, when these big shots were so tense that they were about to explode, especially just now, when Qin Tianlu's attack wrapped Chu Yan into a bun, it was almost a doomed situation. No one expected that in a blink of an eye, Chu Yan directly displayed sword intent transformation. With only one move, Qin Tianlu was severely injured, sprayed with sap, and defeated directly. This kind of surprise came too suddenly, like a roller coaster. Just now I was in hell, but the next breath I went to heaven. Such a big gap made Tianquan Xingzuan and the others unable to react at all. The battles in the arena continued, one after another. The 24 palaces seemed to attach great importance to this battle of the 8 dragons competing for the Azura Heavenly Dragon. All the geniuses in the 24 palaces, all of them are emperors with super heavenly skills, countless spiritual treasures, and endless tricks with their trump cards. Obviously, every palace really wanted to win the Shura Tianlong, so they gave the players in their own palace their utmost support. In some palaces, even the treasures of the town palaces were taken out, and the players were armed to the teeth. An hour later, the first round of battle ended. In 12 battles, 12 people will be eliminated, and the remaining 12 people will enter the next round. In the previous rules, it has been stated that this time the Tianlong Babu battle is a real elimination battle. As long as you lose one game, you will have no chance again. Even if it is a popular seed player like Qin Tianlu, there is no chance of resurrection. Therefore, a group of bigwigs in the Hunyuan domain, including Qin Tianlu whose chest was still bleeding, all stared fiercely in the direction of the Tianhai domain viewing platform with bloodshot eyes. With that expression, he simply wished he could chew on these guys in the next life. Although Qin Tianlu was not careless in this battle, and immediately displayed his strongest state, but he never expected that Chu Yan's swordsmanship would be so powerful. What's more, he didn't expect that the long sword on Chu Yan's back, which had no trace of military power, turned out to be a magic weapon. If he had known this earlier, Chen Tianlu would have temporarily brought some defensive spirit treasures or spirit armor, and he would never have lost so quickly and so miserably. However, in such a battle, what's the use of knowing earlier? Hey! Hunyuan domain, are you happy? After Tianku and Xingzuan reacted, he only felt the passion of Punbai in his body, rushing from the soles of his feet to his brain, and his whole body was about to go to the sky and fly directly. Turning his head and looking in the direction of the Hunyuan domain with blood-red eyes, Saint Tiankuan grinned, showing a very unbeatable expression, and said directly. As the words landed, a group of bosses almost vomited blood collectively on the viewing platform over the Hunyuan domain. If it weren't for this meeting in the headquarters, I am afraid that the group of bigwigs from Hunyuanyu would rush over directly and fight desperately with Tian Kuan. Not only Shantian Palace in the Hunyuan domain, but after a defeat, the flames of anger surged to the sky. Almost all the zodiacs who were defeated in the first round were full of hatred and anger, scolding their respective players bloody. Amidst all the scolding, the second round of lottery began. Including Chu Yan, 12 contestants entered the ring again and began to draw lots. However, to everyone's surprise, this time Chu Yan got the first battle again. On the sign, it marked number 1. Of course, if only Chu Yan got the number 1 lottery and played in the first match again, it would naturally not surprise everyone. The point is, the one who got the second lottery was Tiangu's number 1 general, Lin Xian. The number 1 general in ancient times. It is the number 1 existence among all warrior-level geniuses in the entire nation Dao. Lin Xian, the number 1 general in the sky, will face Chu Yan, the 9-star Yao Tian. Moreover, Chu Yan just defeated Chen Tianlu, who ranked first on the gold list. This battle, unexpectedly, is another shocking battle. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes fell on Chu Yan and Lin Xian in the entire 8-way stand. An extremely weird atmosphere instantly spread throughout the audience. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2265 against Lin Xian. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 12 contestants all withdrew from the ring with strange expressions on their faces. All the eyes of the audience were focused on the 2 figures on the ring, Chu Yan and Lin Xian. This battle is even more exciting than the first battle. What are you doing? The second round is like this again. Oh my god, Lin Xian is playing against Chu Yan, and it's another 2 major seeded players, so Nima is too exciting. I'm afraid Chu Yan will fail in this battle. That's Lin Xian, the number 1 fighter against God. I heard that a few months ago, Lin Xian fought against Emperor Huatua of Wuliangzong, and lost in 3 moves. That's not true. That battle shocked the ancient world. It is said that Lin Xian's cultivation has reached the 7th heaven of the upper martial emperor realm, and his combat power has even advanced to the great emperor realm. Below the absolute great emperor realm, there is an invincible existence. As expected of me, being the number 1 general against the gods. This is a good show. Bah! Who said that Lin Xian would definitely win? Didn't I see that just now? Chu Yan defeated Chen Tianlu with 1 move. Warlord is a fart, Chu Yan is still the emperor of war. Chu Yan, the war emperor, is because of the vision of the 9 stars shining in the sky, and it has nothing to do with his combat power. Okay, stop arguing, let's start. The battle on the arena hadn't started yet, but on the 8-party spectator arena, there was already an uproar. The 8 paths and 24 palaces were divided into 2 factions, some supported Lin Xian, and some supported Chu Yan. The smell of gunpowder in the audience reached its peak for a while. On the rostrum, Emperor Ning Tian and Ouyang Nan Tian were all frowning. They also did not expect that in the second round of the battle, Chu Yan would bump into Lin Xian. A few months ago, Lin Xian accepted the mission and went to Wuliangzong to fight against Emperor Huatua. Not only the people below knew about it, but also the people in Tianguiyu. I also know. Why? Because Wuliangzong is under the Xingtian Pavilion. An extremely loyal force, and that Emperor Huatua is one of the honorary elders of Xingtian Pavilion. It is impossible to become the honorary elder of Xingtian Pavilion with the identity of a foreign sect, relying on flattery. Perhaps, in the entire 10 Directions starfield, not many people know the existence of Anai Shindao, but Xingtian Pavilion is very clear. Therefore, whether Xingtian Pavilion recruits disciples or develops outside lines, strength is the most important thing. Emperor Huatua, with his fire-type skills and emperor skills, is also an existence that can be ranked among the top 100 in the Tianguiyu. But no one expected that Lin Xian would kill Emperor Huatua with only 3 moves. In front of tens of thousands of Wuliangzong bosses, Lin Xian just cut off the head of Emperor Huatua, held it in his hand, and walked away. From top to bottom, no one dared to stop Wuliangzong. After this battle, the legend about Lin Xian was widely circulated in Tiangu domain. It was precisely because of this battle that Lin Xian's title as the #1 general against the Shinto was completely confirmed. Lin Xian's formidable combat power definitely far exceeds his current cultivation. Boss White Robe, your signature is all right. Ouyang Nantian frowned slightly, looked at the white-robed manager, and asked. This sign was originally stored in the Lingtian treasure. It has been used for many years, and there has never been a problem. However, it needs to be checked. Hearing the words, the chief manager in white robes of course understood what Ouyang Nantian meant. After explaining, he frowned slightly and said. To be honest, he never thought that there might be any problems with these signings, and naturally he didn't check them specially. But now, things really seem to be a little bit wrong. In the first round, Chu Yan ran into Chen Tianlu. In the second round, Chu Yan played against Lin Xian. There are only 4 or 5 seated players in total. How could Chu Yan bump into them all? There is a 0% chance that it will happen twice in a row, which is really unreasonable. Humph. What's the problem? Hearing everyone's words, Emperor Xuanhuan snorted coldly and said with a look of disdain. If this Chu Yan is really strong enough, he will have to face them sooner or later. If he loses sooner or later, he will lose. When these words fell to the ground, Emperor Ningtian and the others who were originally puzzled turned their gazes to Emperor Xuanhuan. The eyes of several people flickered together, and their eyes were full of doubts. Judging from the current situation, it seems that only Fan Tianhua, the son of Emperor Xuanhuan, has not met any strong opponents in the collision of several top-seeded players. In other words, the biggest beneficiary of Chu Yan's consecutive battles against Chen Tianlu and Lin Xian is Fan Tianhua. Therefore, as soon as Emperor Xuanhuan opened his mouth, Ouyang Nantian and the others all changed in their eyes looking at Emperor Xuanhuan. Snort. Seeing the unkind eyes of several big brothers, Emperor Xuanhuan was stunned, and seemed to understand. However, he just snorted coldly, and didn't care at all. Instead, he was happy in his heart. It seems that it is necessary to check. Emperor Ningtian turned his head and looked at the white-robed chief steward. The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then, the white-robed manager flew up, landed on the ring, and stood in front of Lin Xian and Chu Yan. Chu Yan, don't be afraid. Just do your best, and be careful not to get hurt. The white-robed supervisor looked at Chu Yan and reminded him. Boss, I will show mercy. Hearing the words of the white-robed manager, Lin Xian smiled lightly and said. Well, let me remind you that this is an internal contest within my Anai Shindao. The rules have already been stated. Killing is not allowed. If anyone violates the rules, even if he wins, I can cancel his result. The white-robed supervisor looked at Lin Xian, and reminded him in the same way. Yes. Lin Xian didn't dare to say more, so he quickly responded. Standing there, Chu Yan listened to the conversation between the white-robed manager and Lin Xian, and suddenly smiled wryly. Then the white-robed manager announced the start of the competition, and then flew out of the ring, and the whole scene fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at the battle between Chu Yan and Lin Xian that was about to start on the ring. Lin Xian looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Just now when Chu Yan fought against Chen Tianlu, Lin Xian saw everything in his eyes. To be honest, if Lin Xian had faced Chen Tianlu, he would definitely not be able to defeat Chen Tianlu with one move like Chu Yan. I have to admit that Chu Yan's swordsmanship is probably considered to be the top existence among the young generation against God. However, in the martial arts world, Tao is divided into 9 systems, and there has never been the strongest martial arts and attributes, only good at and mutual generation and restraint. Perhaps, the outcome of his battle against Chen Tianlu is unknown. However, if it is against Chu Yan, who is good at swordsmanship, Lin Xian is absolutely sure. Including a few months ago, he took over the mission that had been suspended in the sect for decades, and went to the Wuliang sect alone to kill the Emperor Huatua, relying on the law of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Because his martial soul and kung fu were just able to restrain the martial soul and kung fu of Emperor Huatua. Therefore, even if Emperor Huatua's cultivation base is higher than his, he can still defeat the opponent and take his head. However, Chen Tianlu's wood-type martial spirit and kung fu can restrain himself, and at the same time, his own martial soul and kung fu can just restrain the way of the sword. On this point, Master Rui Xingzuan had told himself before going on stage just now. This battle must be won. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2266 Ice Shield. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Not far away, on the Bafang stands, a group of bigwigs from Tianguiyu were looking at Lin Xian's proud figure on the ring with smiles on their faces. Lin Xian is definitely the pride of Tianguiyu. Especially a few months ago, when he killed Wu Liangzong alone and in front of the whole clan, he beheaded Huatua Great Emperor in a battle, which moved the entire Tianguiyu. As Lin Xian's master, Rui Xingzuan is also extremely satisfied with this personal disciple. Grand Palace Master, in this battle, Chu Yan doesn't know how many tricks he can support in the hands of nephew Lin. Beside the Rui sage, a great emperor wearing the robe of the Earth Demon Palace asked the Rui sage. Chu Yan's strength is not bad, and his talent is not too bad. It's not too bad to beat Chen Tianlu. In my opinion, Lin Xian can beat this boy within 50 moves. Rui Xingzuan smiled, stroking his long beard with his hand, glanced at Emperor Dongchen beside him, chuckled lightly, and answered. 50 moves. Emperor Dongchen was startled. Although Emperor Dongchen also believed that Chu Yan's strength was good, of course he knew that this was the humble words of the Rui sage, but 50 moves, wasn't it too modest? This Chu Yan only has the cultivation of swordsmanship, which is not bad, but when he meets Lin Xian, under the restraint of attributes, I am afraid that 10 moves are the most. Emperor Dongchen's words fell into the ears of Rui Xingzuan, and the smile on Rui's face immediately became wider. That being said, however, it is said that this son has 3 martial souls, so he should have some other trump cards. My apprentice Lin Xian, I can't break the rules, so I can't make a full-strength attack, so 10 moves are about the same. Haha, it's just the 3-lived martial spirit. There are as many 3-lived martial spirits in the 10-star fields. Most of them have 1 main martial spirit and 2 auxiliary martial spirits. They are useless. Chen Tianlu's 100,000-year-old tree demon martial spirit is so powerful. Although Chu Yan won, he probably exhausted all his strength. Therefore, the kendo used by this kid to defeat Chen Tianlu can only be his biggest trump card. When Emperor Dongchen was speaking, he looked at the Rui saint with his eyes flickered, he smiled slightly, and continued. Nephew Lin Xian, who showed his prowess in the Wuliangzong, for our Tianguiyu, has a big long face. After defeating Chu Yan in this battle, he won the Shura Tianlong, one of the 8 Tianlongs. When our heavenly ancient territory forms a sect army, and Rui Xingzuan sweeps the 10 directions star territory with his army, what a prestige it will be. Congratulations to the Rui sage, the divine power is unrivaled. Hearing Emperor Dongzhen's words, Rui Xingzuan's eyes shot brightly, his face flushed, he was extremely excited, and he laughed loudly and said. Ha ha ha, here and there, it's all supported by everyone, and it's also the credit of everyone in my Tianguiyu. Thousands of clothes, 10,000 clothes, no flattery. Emperor Dongzhen flattered His Holiness so well that he was so comfortable that he almost lost his soul and flew straight to the 9 heavens. All the bigwigs in the nearby Tianguiyu also hurriedly put on coquettish smiles, and gathered around the Rui sage, all kinds of flattery together, almost blowing the Rui sage to the sky. At this moment, on the ring, Lin Xian and Chu Yan finally moved. Since the chief executive in white robe has put down his words, then, Brother Chu, please do it first, and I will let you do 3 tricks. Lin Xian smiled proudly, looking very proud, and said. Real. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. Of course, when I, Lin Xian, speak, I must say what I say, come on. As soon as the words landed on Lin Xian's body, the true energy exploded in an instant, large snowflakes of ice crystals flew all over the sky, and the majestic true energy formed huge walls of true energy around Lin Xian, fused with those ice crystals, quickly condensed into an extremely thick ice wall. Ice element. Chu Yan glanced over and saw the ice wall in front of Lin Xian, which was not much smaller than the city wall, shining with dazzling ice crystal light. His eyes froze slightly. The variation attribute of the water system, the ice system, whether it is defense or attack, is extremely powerful. Could it be possible to defeat Emperor Huatua? That's why. Chu Yan naturally heard the discussions all around just now, that Emperor Yantua of Wuliangzong practiced the fire movement technique. And Lin Xian's water-type variation attribute, ice-type, happened to completely restrain Huatua Great Emperor. Boom, boom. Just when Chu Yan was sinking, Lin Xian was still urging his true energy crazily. In front of him, one after another, huge ice walls rose from the ground, blocking Lin Xian's body in all directions. At first glance, at this moment, Lin Xian, up, down, left, and right, was almost completely surrounded by ice walls, as if he was in a huge ice crystal fortress. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I know that your swordsmanship is strong, but my ice soul shield, even if it is a strong emperor, it can't be broken. Lin Xian finished his defense, stood in the ice crystal fortress, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a smug smile. Even the defense of Chen Tianlu's tree demon body can't compare to my ice soul shield. Not to mention letting you attack first, even if I stand here and let you make a move, you can't break it. Hearing Lin Xian's proud words, Chu Yan raised his head, glanced at the 3-layered ice crystal wall in front of him, but shook his head slightly. It seems that you are very confident in your own ice shield. Chu Yan looked at the other party quietly, with an indifferent smile on his face, and said softly. Of course. Don't talk nonsense, draw your sword. With his chin raised high and his nostrils upturned, Lin Xian sneered. Don't talk about himself, even his master Rui Xingzuan has said that Chu Yan's sword cannot break through the ice soul shield. Moreover, to be on the safe side, he added 3 layers of ice soul shield to the front, and he also said, let Chu Yan make 3 moves. In this case, Chu Yan would not be able to, so he had the cheek to avoid the frontal attack. Therefore, as long as Chu Yan attacks from the front, even if Chu Yan is holding a magic weapon, Lin Xian is sure to block his sword light. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Chu Yan's strength is really strong enough to break through his ice soul shield, then Lin Xian has enough time to mobilize his true energy immediately after Chu Yan breaks through one. Condensed into one again. In this way, as long as Lin Xian's true energy is not exhausted, he will be invincible with the defense of the Ice Soul Shield. Who said I want to use a sword? Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head again, looked at Lin Xian, raised the corner of his mouth, raised his head slightly with his right hand, and around his body, the power of the violent dragon's breath continued to rise like a surging tide. Huh. Without a sword. You. Seeing Chu Yan, he didn't have the idea of drawing his sword at all. Instead, he raised his hand and condensed his fist. A look of astonishment appeared on Lin Xian's face. However, the astonishment on Lin Xian's face was quickly replaced by a full face of sneering. Chu Yan, you want to break my ice shield with your fist? Ha ha ha. Roar. Amidst Lin Xian's wanton laughter, a dazzling golden light exploded above Chu Yan's right fist, and amidst the thundering sound of Dragon's throat, the roaring golden dragon gang blasted out wildly. This punch is called Wanlai Long Gang. Equals remember in a second. Hashtag C2267 lose on purpose. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Before Lin Xian could react, he saw a golden tyrannosaurus roaring and rushing towards it. In addition to the huge power, there is a monstrous dragon power wrapped around it, and a domineering aura that destroys the world sweeps across the entire arena. Click. 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 The golden dragon gang was like a golden giant hammer. Wherever it passed, the three ice shields in front of Lin Xian exploded the ice fragments all over the sky, flying in all directions, bringing up large ice crystals to flicker. Before he had time to react, the roaring golden dragon had already arrived in front of him. Lin Xian, who had only raised his hand to block him, felt as if he had been hit by a mountain range and was thrown into the air. Puff. Hanging upside down in mid-air, Lin Xian opened his mouth wide, spraying blood mist all over the sky, spilling out a path of blood, and his body hit the barrier of the ring, making a loud noise. Puff. Puff. The powerful anti-shock force rushed into the body, shaking Lin Xian's meridian flesh and blood to pieces, opened his mouth again, and spurted blood again and again. Accompanied by the tremor of the ring, Lin Xian rolled to the ground, his white robe was stained by the blood he spurted. Not far away, Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, and slowly withdrew his right hand. In an instant, the entire 8-way viewing platform was dead silent. Everyone stared at the scene on the ring, with their mouths wide open, their faces dull, completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Regardless of whether it was just now, Emperor Dongchen thought that Chu Yan could not catch Lin Xian's 10 moves. Before the battle, remind Lin Xian not to hurt Chu Yan's white-robed supervisor, and Emperor Ning Tian and other big bosses. Also, Fan Tianhua, who had been waiting for Chu Yan to be abolished by Lin Xian. Including Ouyang Nantian and Tian Kuan Xingzuan, and a group of big bosses who were worried about Chu Yan. All of them were shocked, their eyes almost flew out of their sockets, and they were completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene on the ring. Punch. Punch. He will be the first person to fight against the gods, and he will spurt blood. Even, beyond everyone's expectation, Lin Xian, the #1 general in Tiangu, was sent flying all over the sky with his fists without even using the magic weapon. It is conceivable that Lin Xian would have flown down the mountain gate if it hadn't been blocked by the ring barrier. How could Chu Yan's punch be so strong? That is a full 3 layers of Ice Soul Shield, an ice-type strong defense technique that even the Emperor-level powerhouses cannot break through. Just being punched like this, 3 floors exploded in succession. At this time, no matter whether it was on the rostrum, on the 8-Dao spectator platform, or in the player area waiting for the battle, everyone's faces were full of inexplicable horror, and they couldn't believe this scene on the ring. The entire scene was collectively petrified, and it lasted for 10 breaths, before the pot finally exploded. Damn, how is this possible? Oh my god, one move. One move defeated Lin Xian, the #1 general of Tiangu. This Chu Yan's combat power is so terrifying. At first it was Qin Tianlu, and now it's Lin Xian. With one sword and one punch, he defeated 2 lively seated players in a row. Isn't this too scary? Something's wrong. Isn't Chu Yan practicing swordsmanship? Why is his punch so strong? It seems so. Just now Lin Xian said that his Ice Soul Shield can't be pierced even by the Emperor Realm powerhouse. That Chu Yan, doesn't he only have the 5th level cultivation base of the Middle Emperor Wudi? Impossible, absolutely impossible, I feel, there is something going on here. Well, yes. There should be a problem. There were voices of doubt amidst all kinds of exclamations in the ebb and flow of the 8 paths viewing platform. The sound of these strange noises immediately attracted the attention and sideways glances of a bunch of bosses. Even Master Lin Xian, who was spurting blood on the ring, and the Holy Lord Rui, also looked at Lin Xian with a dark face and frowned eyebrows. A sharp light flashed. Shame. This time I lost face. However, his most proud personal disciple was defeated by a middle-ranked martial emperor-level opponent with one move. For such a result, the most unacceptable thing is the Master Rui. Lord Rui knows Lin Xian's strength best. If it is said that a few months ago, when Lin Xian went to Wuliangzong to kill Hua Tuo the Great, it was Lin Xian's normal combat power. So right now, he was defeated by his opponent with a single move even though he used his whole card, the Ice Soul Shield. There is definitely a problem with such a result. Could it be that Lin Xian really lost to Chu Yan on purpose? When such a consciousness is generated in the sea of consciousness, it can't be lingered, and instead sinks deeper and deeper. Even Emperor Dongchen, who was standing on the side, had a suspicious look on his face when he heard all kinds of doubts around him after he realized it. Nephew Lin, why did you lose to Chu Yan and make another move? This is simply impossible. There must be ghosts. As the words landed, the face of the Rui sage became more and more serious. He turned his head to look at Emperor Dongchen, and asked directly. You mean, Lin Xian was sold by Chu Yan? Turning his head, Rui Xingzuan looked at Chu Yan on the ring with a pair of gloomy and cold eyes, and said coldly. This Chu Yan, can there be something that is worthy of Lin Xian's fake battle? Could it be that the treasures on Chu Yan's body are comparable to our Ling Tian treasure in the ancient heaven realm? Hearing the words of the Rui sage, Emperor Dongchen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said. I heard that Master Nephew Lin went to the Guwu mountain range a few days ago. It seems that he wanted to find the Skywheel Crystal. Skywheel Crystal? You mean? A look of bewilderment finally appeared on the face of the Rui sage. In Anishan Dao, the news about Chu Yan harvesting more than 6,000 Skywheel crystals in Guwu mountain a month ago was widely circulated, and even a large number of Anishan Dao members went to Guwu mountain. However, those who went last, not to mention thousands, hundreds, or even 5, may not be able to harvest. Because, a month ago, after Chu Yan left the Guwu mountain range, the number of Skywheel crystals in the entire Guwu mountain range dropped significantly, and the number became less and less. Those who go later will naturally gain a lot less. But now, Dongchen Xingdi raised this matter in front of Rui Xingzuan, and the meaning could not be more obvious. Humph. Lin Xian, you are so courageous. Anger surfaced on the face of Rui Xingzuan. He opened his mouth directly, looked at Lin Xian on the ring, and cursed directly. This violent shout immediately made everyone in the audience startled at the same time, and they all turned their heads to look at the Rui sage. When they saw the furious appearance of Rui, more and more people began to suspect that Lin Xian was pretending to fight and deliberately lost to Chu Yan. Thus, a large group of contemptuous and disdainful gazes all looked at Lin Xian, who was covered in blood and disheveled. Chu Yan, I will fight with you. Of course, the surrounding discussions reached Lin Xian's ears, especially the angrily shouted by the Rui just now. Lin Xian's face was flushed, and he was about to explode. Boom. Lin Xian, whose eyes were bloodshot and covered in blood, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, which erupted completely around him. Under this wave of rage, not only the bloodstains on Lin Xian's body, but also the bloodstains on the ground were quickly evaporating. What? Lin Xian is burning blood. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed at the same time, and they cried out in shock. Remember in a second. #C2268 Bloody Ice Edge Sword. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. What everyone can't imagine is that Lin Xian seems to have gone completely crazy and started to burn his own blood. There are many ways for warriors to improve their combat power in a short period of time, but among them, burning blood essence is undoubtedly a fast and controllable method. However, the negative effects brought about by the loss of martial artist's essence and blood are also very obvious. In the slightest, the cultivation base will skyrocket, and in the severest case, the foundation of martial arts will be damaged. If there is not a large number of high-grade golden pills as support, the consequences will be extremely serious. Although, with Lin Xian's current status, it is not difficult to obtain the golden elixir, but his approach still carries great risks. In particular, when he was seriously injured by Chu Yan's punch just now, and the true energy and blood energy in his body were both in a state of damage, the danger was naturally higher. However, Lin Xian had to do this, and there was no other way at all. One is to win, and the other is, of course, to wash away everyone's doubts about him. If the master and others think that they were ended by Chu Yan and engaged in a fake battle, then they will basically be abolished if they are rebelling against the way of God. Lin Xian's behavior caused everyone around to turn pale with fright, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, is Lin Xian crazy? Unexpectedly. Burning essence and blood. Is this trying to fight Chu Yan? It's not possible, it's just an internal competition, and they are already injured, and they are not life and death enemies. You know what a fart, Lin Xian is trying to justify his name. Didn't you hear what the Rui sage said just now? Damn, look, Lin Xian's ice-type true energy. Amidst all kinds of exclamations, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xian. I saw Lin Xian frantically mobilizing his true qi, and at the same time, blood kept overflowing from his mouth. As long as he came into contact with the true qi, it would directly turn into a blood-red airflow and melt into the huge suspended ice shuttles in front of Lin Xian. In less than a blink of an eye. In front of Lin Xian, hundreds of suspended sword-shaped ice edges appeared, and the biting cold air even froze the surrounding ground. Blood Ice Prism Sword. Everyone exclaimed, and their faces changed. If the Ice Soul Shield that Lin Xian started using is his strongest defense, then the Ice Edge Sword is his strongest attack move. However, compared with the original beheading of Huatua Great Emperor, after Lin Xian burned his blood essence this time, the power of the Ice Edge Sword has at least doubled, and it has directly become a Blood Ice Edge Sword. Moreover, there are hundreds of them in number, and all the ice sword tips that are shining with cold light are all pointing straight at Chu Yan. It seems that Chu Yan still underestimated the number one warrior in ancient times. To be the most powerful existence among all the warriors against God, without some strength, of course it is impossible. The current Lin Xian was completely furious. He couldn't help mobilizing all the true energy in his body at the peak of the martial emperor realm. At the same time, he also used the strongest ultimate move, even burning his blood. Such combat power is enough to attract Chu Yan's attention. Blood Ice Edge Sword. From the ancient ice sword in front of Lin Xian, Chu Yan felt a trace of not weak sword energy. Obviously, this Lin Xian is also a swordsman. No wonder at the beginning, he was so confident when he knew that he had defeated Qin Tianlu with one sword. It turned out that Lin Xian himself was also a sword cultivator. Moreover, if there is no accident, the reason why he practiced swordsmanship should be to enhance the power of his blood ice-edged sword. Chu Yan. Lin Xian, whose eyes were blood red and with bulging eyeballs, stared at Chu Yan viciously, and shouted word by word. Here, I go, die. With a sudden push with both hands, hundreds of blood-colored ice-edged swords shot out simultaneously. Roar. Roar. Almost at the same time as Lin Xian made his move, behind Chu Yan, a tall black shadow burst out of the air, like a demon god descended from the sky, dancing with gold and silver crosses in his hands, and threw a gold and a silver, two mysterious lights towards Chu Yan. On the other side, the white tiger martial soul roared into the sky, golden light burst into his eyes, and at the same time, he used the golden power to bless Chu Yan. Wan Lai Dragon Gang. At the same time, golden dragon patterns emerged on Chu Yan's body, which was the vision driven by the golden body of dragon patterns. In an instant, the golden dragon gang fist, like a golden thunder, blasted straight out, smashing towards the Baidao Ice sword that shot violently from the opposite side. Boom! 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 The golden dragon gang collided with the group of ice swords, and the ice swords, like piercing the steel golden dragon, exploded one after another, turning into ice crystals flying all over the sky. As the dragon gang passed by, it was dying all the way, like a broken bamboo. Those bloody ice-edged swords couldn't stop the golden dragon's roar at all, and they were all smashed to pieces. The power of these hundreds of blood-primed ice crystals is indeed extraordinary. After the golden dragon scorpion shattered and the fist scorpion was fully weakened by half, it slammed heavily on Lin Xian's chest with a sluggish face. Click! There was a sound of broken bones, and Lin Xian's body, like a kite with broken strings, was thrown into the sky, and after half a breath, it hit hard on the barrier of the ring, rolling down to the ground. Wow! This time, Lin Xian, who rolled to the ground, no longer spewed blood at all, but opened his mouth wide, blood flowing like a river. Lin Xian, who vomited several caddies of blood, his eyes darkened, and he passed out directly, and fell on the ring without any further movement. In the entire scene, more than 100,000 people, watching the scene on the ring, were all dumbfounded. After a full 10 breaths of time, the white-robed manager came to the direction of the rostrum and flew over, announcing that Chu Yan had won. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Chu Yan walked slowly, got off the ring, and returned to the Tianhai territory viewing platform. Different from the last time, a group of bigwigs from the Tianhai region, such as Tian Kuan and Emperor Ziyun, all stared at Chu Yan this time, and their muscles twitched wildly. Chu Yan, what kind of boxing technique did you just do? Seeing Chu Yan, Tian Kuan was about to sit cross-legged, began to adjust his breath, and asked quickly. What boxing technique? Hearing Tian Kuan's question, Chu Yan was stunned first, then smiled lightly and said. Invincible boxing in the world. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay any attention to the Tiankuan sage, so he closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Although he won the battle just now, the consumption was not small. If he didn't recover quickly, he might encounter the first general in the next round. Moreover, Chu Yan was really difficult to answer the question asked by Tian Kuan. This Wan Lai Long Jin is the natal martial arts skill that automatically awakens when the Qinglong martial soul is full of stars. Later, with the continuous improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation base, Chu Yan integrated into the 5 elements and his own comprehension. Of course, Chu Yan would not easily tell others about such a trump card killing move. After all, he and Tian Kuan Xingzuan are not too familiar. God, the invincible boxing technique. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Tian Kuan Xingzuan twitched twice, glared at Chu Yan, and stopped disturbing, turning back to watch the next match. No matter what boxing method, if you win anyway, that's fine. Equals remember in a second. Hashtag C2269 Soul Eater. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chapter 2269. On the arena, the white-robed supervisor presided over the ensuing battle. In less than half an hour, the 6 battles ended, and out of the 12 contestants in the second round, there were 6 remaining, including Chu Yan. Of course, Fan Tianhua was also among them, entering the third round since it started. After drawing lots, in the third round, Chu Yan did not run into Fan Tianhua as expected, but met an unknown player. Ranked the third game, which is the last battle. And Fan Tianhua got the first lottery, and he played against a player from the Earth Demon Palace, named Li Muran. Chu Yan has seen this Li Muran before. The last time he followed Ouyang Nantian to the Nishan Dao headquarters, this Li Muran followed Ouyang Nantian all the time, and seemed to have some connection with Ouyang Nantian. When Chu Yan got off the ring and arrived at the player area, when he looked up towards the rostrum, he saw Ouyang Nantian's downcast face, and looked at Li Muran on the ring with a nervous look on his face. On the stage, Li Muran was obviously more nervous than Ouyang Nantian, staring at Fan Tianhua opposite, his eyes flickering. Fan Tianhua. This is troublesome. Originally, in the first 2 battles, Li Muran also tried his best to barely win. It is already extremely difficult to make it to the third round. I originally wanted to fight for a round. If I am lucky, I might be able to enter the top 3. But he didn't expect that in the third round, his opponent would be Fan Tianhua. Li Muran. Surrender. Fan Tianhua looked at Li Muran, with a grim smile on his face, and said directly. I will only give you this chance, otherwise, I will let you know the gap between Earth Demon Palace and Shantian Palace. Hearing Fan Tianhua's words, Li Muran was taken aback for a moment, turned his head slightly, and looked at Ouyang Nantian on the rostrum. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Fan Tianhua, what a vicious scheme. If he didn't say this, Li Muran would have thought about it and would directly admit defeat. After all, he had heard about Fan Tianhua and watched his previous 2 battles, so he had to admit that he couldn't be Fan Tianhua's opponent. But now, Fan Tianhua raised the battle to the level of Earth Demon Palace and Shantian Palace with a single sentence. In this way, it is basically forcing Li Muran to fight with him. After all, in Nishan Dao, the battle among the 3 giant palaces is almost like fire and water. No matter whether it is a big boss or an ordinary member of the 3 giant palaces, no one, under any circumstances, can lose the face of any one palace. Otherwise. Therefore, as an important member of the Earth Demon Palace, if Li Muran really chooses to admit defeat after Fan Tianhua said these words, let alone the bosses of the Earth Demon Palace, will he be punished? Members will look down on him in the future. Fan Tianhua, don't fart. Give me a knife. The Zhenqi burst out all over his body. Li Muran raised his hand and slashed the knife, wanting to seize the opportunity. Under the slash of the spirit knife, the light of the knife pierced through the air. Snort. Seeing Li Muran's attack, Fan Tianhua snorted coldly, his eyes flicked sharply, and he raised his right hand lightly. A ball of white flame ignited out. Soul-devouring cold flame. After uttering a word, Fan Tianhua waved his hand, and a large expanse of snow-white flames gushed out like a tide. This scene fell in everyone's eyes, and they all exclaimed in unison. Oh my god, it turned out to be soul-devouring Ling Yan. The top 10 strange fires, the 7th-ranked Soul Eater Ling Yan, was actually acquired by Fan Tianhua. That's right, the Fan family's martial soul is the abnormal fire martial soul. Unexpectedly, they have more than one bloodline martial soul. What a powerful fire power. I can feel it even through the barrier. This Fan Tianhua, with soul-devouring Ling Yan, his strength has probably improved a lot. All kinds of shocking noises sounded, and everyone looked at the big white flames on the ring. All of them were shocked. One must know that among the high ranks of the nation Dao, the Xuanhuan emperor with a very high status is able to secure a high position by virtue of his powerful heavenly flame martial soul. And Emperor Xuanhuan's martial soul, as everyone knows, is called soul-devouring explosive flame martial soul. Soul-devouring explosive flame martial soul, combined with the bloodline technique, once cultivated to the top level, the fire power produced is said to be able to incinerate everything in the world, even false artifacts, can be incinerated into liquid. Moreover, most bloodline martial souls have growth potential, and the soul-devouring explosive flame martial soul also has growth potential. Legend has it that this kind of bloodline martial soul, from the red flame when awakened, to blue, green, blue, purple and other colors, reaches the top flame color, which is white. This kind of white flame is called soul-eating cold flame, which is the peak state of the strange fire martial soul. No one thought that the soul-eating cold flame that Emperor Xuanhuan chanted every day would appear on his son, Fan Tianhua. Even though Fan Tianhua's soul-devouring cold flame now has several variegated flames, after all, more than 70% of the fire body is already snow-white. It can be seen that the lost ancestor of the Fan family was extremely advanced in the cultivation of the strange fire martial soul. In the history of the Fan family, there were no more than 10 people who cultivated Soul Eater Ling Yan. Therefore, Emperor Xuanhuan, who was on the rostrum, was extremely confident in his son Fan Tianhua from the beginning to the end, because he knew that his son possessed the soul-devouring cold flame. With this kind of extreme fire martial soul, no matter what attack or defense the opponent uses, as long as the soul-devouring cold flame comes out, they will all be burned into nothingness. Such combat power has already surpassed the limitations of cultivation and strength. Not to mention the powerhouses of the Great Emperor realm, even the powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm must be cautious when facing this kind of strange fire. On the ring, Fan Tianhua waved his hand, and the soul-eating cold flames surging all over his body rushed towards Li Muran like a tidal wave, and instantly hit the sword light that Li Muran had slashed out. That one looked like a mighty sword light, like a snow knife rushing into the sea of fire, and quickly melted away. It didn't even reach Fan Tianhua's body 100 steps away, and it was turned into nothingness in the tide of fire. And soul-devouring Ling Yan, after melting the sword light, did not stagnate in any way, and directly rolled towards Li Muran with a dull face. Call. The fire wave hit Li Muran hard like a wave, knocking him into the air. Li Muran, who was thrown into the air, was covered in flames all over his body. If it wasn't for the bodyguard still supporting him, he would have been burned into nothingness by the soul-devouring cold flame, just like the sword glow. Li Muran, who was terrified, erupted with true energy all over his body, desperately destroying the bodyguard to resist the strange fire that wrapped his whole body. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Li Muran, who was full of flames, was thrown into the air and hit the barrier of the ring. The strange fire all over his body directly burned the barrier of the ring, creating a big hole. And Li Muran's body, which was braving strange flames, passed through the hole, and fell directly to the ground outside the ring. Remember in a second. #C2270 Fire Poison. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Li Muran, who fell out of the arena, was on fire all over his body, and his miserable cry resounded through the entire sky. Although it was only Li Muran's body shield that was burning, the terrifying temperature still radiated to Li Muran's body through the body shield. Even, his robe began to turn black and smoke, and his skin began to turn red. Now, Li Muran, who was lying on the ground and rolling continuously, has turned into a burning man. Everyone looked at Li Muran on the ground in horror, and heard the screams from his mouth. All of them were horrified. If there is one way of death in this world that is the most painful, it must be burning to death. What's more, he was still soul-devouring cold fire. Such a strange fire burning his body and soul is a double torture of the body and the soul. The true qi in Li Muron's body continuously turned into a body-protecting energy, resisting the flame attached to his body. However, the rapid loss of true energy obviously cannot last long. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn. Seeing Li Muron tumbling in front of him, Chu Yan frowned, and waved out a 5-color flame. Call. The Suzaku Emperor's fire was like a tide, rolling towards Li Muron on the ground, burning all the soul-devouring cold flames on his body into nothingness. Fan Tianhua on the ring was stunned, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Even the other people around looked at Li Muron, who was emitting green smoke. All of them were stunned. They didn't expect that such a terrifying, soul-eating cold flame would be directly extinguished by Chu Yan's 5-color flame. This is obviously another kind of strange fire. It's just that these 5-color strange fires don't seem to exist on the list of top 10 strange fires. At least, none of the bigwigs present knew what the different fire that Chu Yan had just used was. Thank you so much. Li Muron got up from the ground. Gritting his teeth, he bowed to Chu Yan and thanked him. You're welcome. Chu Yan nodded without saying anything. The reason why he made the move just now, the most important reason, was that he was extremely curious about Fan Tianhua's soul-devouring cold flame and wanted to test it out. However, the result of the test is just like that. Chu Yan also affirmed again that in this world of martial arts, there are absolutely no more than 2 or 3 different fires that can compete with Suzaku Emperor Fire, and among them, soul-devouring Ling Yan is absolutely not included. The fire of the Suzaku martial soul is, after all, the real Emperor Fire. The Emperor of Fire, the flame of the world, in front of it, can only choose to surrender. This point is like the white tiger martial soul. No matter how powerful a monster is, it will be intimidated by the beast god's power when it sees the white tiger martial soul. This fear-like law of equal rank cannot be surpassed. Chu Yan, be bold. On the ring, Fan Tianhua looked at Chu Yan with a pair of cold eyes, and shouted violently. I fought with Li Muron, the outcome was not decided, you dare to intervene, according to the rules of the competition, you should be eliminated immediately. As the words fell, everyone in all directions looked at Fan Tianhua on the ring. The game is tied. Intervene in the competition, breaking the rules. Hearing Fan Tianhua's words, all eyes turned to Chu Yan. If according to Fan Tianhua's words, Chu Yan's qualification for the competition is really cancelled, then it is really. Fan Tianhua, are you an idiot? Chu Yan sneered, looked at Fan Tianhua on the ring, and said directly. Li Muron fell out of the ring, which means he has already lost. If I don't make a move, he will be burned to death. At that time, it seems that you are the one who violated the rules. Did you not listen to the rules announced by the white-robed chief just now? Could it be, do you think that the rules that the white-robed boss read one by one are all nonsense? Or, you don't even bother to listen? Also, look back at the rostrum, whether it's breaking the rules or being eliminated, it seems that it's not your turn to dictate. Could it be that your status is higher than that of the white robe who manages them? How could Chu Yan be polite to Fan Tianhua? After speaking, the eyes of the people around them all changed. They all turned their heads and looked at Fan Tianhua on the ring with a smile on their faces. Not only were the people watching the excitement, but even the big bosses on the rostrum who were against the gods, and the white-robed chief executive who was the presiding officer of the ruling, showed a strange look on their faces. Fan Tianhua on the ring saw the gazes from all around, followed Chu Yan's words, turned his head and glanced at the rostrum, the corners of his eyes twitched, and then looked at Chu Yan's eyes, which instantly turned red. You. Pointing at Chu Yan, Fan Tianhua wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to speak. You know, Chu Yan doesn't have the same knowledge as him, but it doesn't mean that Chu Yan is easy to talk, and Chu Yan has never been afraid of anyone when it comes to disgusting people and labeling them. Swish. Regarding the arena, Chu Yan ignored Fan Tianhua, who was so angry that he was about to smoke, and raised his hand and threw a bottle of elixir to Li Muran, saying, "This bottle of golden pill can cure fire poison." Li Muran raised his hand to catch the jade bottle thrown by Chu Yan, and his expression froze for a moment. Fire poison. This soul-devouring cold flame is poisonous. Not only Li Muran, but the surrounding people all changed their faces when they heard Chu Yan's words. After all, no one has ever heard that Soul Eater Ling Yan contains fire poison. Although, on the list of top 10 strange fires, there is a kind of strange fire called Wani colorful scale flame, which can produce toxins when it burns. And I heard that the poison of that kind of strange fire is more powerful than the power of this fire. But no one has ever heard that Soul Eater Ling Yan also has fire poison. If it is really what Chu Yan said, then Fan Tianhua's use of fire poison in the internal competition of an Aishan Dao is somewhat unreasonable. Thank you, Brother Chu. Li Muran dared to hesitate for a moment, and with a wave of spiritual consciousness, he probed his body, and found that there were streaks of white quietly growing in the sea of energy. His face changed drastically, he opened his mouth to swallow Chu Yan's golden core, and thanked him. A golden elixir went down, and within a breath, the blackness of Li Muran's whole body gradually faded, and the white fire poison in his body also dissipated at the same time, which made Li Muran feel relieved immediately. After glaring fiercely at Fan Tianhua on the ring, Li Muran strode out, returned to the viewing area, and began to adjust his breath to heal his injuries. Fan Tianhua also stepped off the ring, looked at Chu Yan with murderous intent, and returned to Emperor Xuanhuan. His gaze fell on Chu Yan's eyes, making Chu Yan's intention to kill him more and more decisive. This Fan Tianhua must not stay. Next, the second and third battles continued. In the third round of the 6-player battle, 3 matches ended, and the remaining 3 were Chu Yan, Fan Tianhua, and Yu Wuxue. Yu Wuxue, the lord of the Earth Demon Palace of the Dark Demon Realm, and the parent and child of Yu Shitian. According to legend, descendants of the demon blood. In the 10 Directions starfield, the public descendants of the demon race are extremely rare, and they have always been the key targets of the Xingtian Pavilion. The 4th round of lottery, start. In the final decisive battle of the 3, luck is extremely important. If you are lucky, you can directly take a bye, wait for the other 2 to have a decisive battle, and then go directly to the final decisive battle. There is even no need to fight for the 2nd and 3rd place after losing. Because, this time in the Tianlong Babu battle, only the 1st place will be taken. Remember in a second. #C2271, Skyfire Crystal Essence. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Both Fan Tianhua and Yu Wuxue looked solemn when they drew lots, but Chu Yan was indifferent, seemingly indifferent. Neither Fan Tianhua nor Yu Wuxue wanted to meet Chu Yan in this battle. Even Fan Tianhua, who is confident that he can defeat Chu Yan, is also worried that defeating Chu Yan will consume him too much, which is not good for the decisive battle. Therefore, when the 3 people's signatures came out, all of them looked wonderful. Chu Yan drew the number 2 lottery, Yu Wuxue number 3, and Fan Tianhua number 1. Seeing that the number 1 lottery was Fan Tianhua, Chu Yan immediately smiled. And Fan Tianhua, who was standing beside Chu Yan, was holding the number 1 lottery. Looking at the smiling Chu Yan, the corners of his eyes twitched twice. Bloodless by, directly enter the decisive battle. When Yu Wuxue jumped off the ring, Chu Yan and Fan Tianhua stayed on the ring, their eyes met, and the smell of gunpowder in the air suddenly became stronger. Not only on the ring, but also on the surrounding 8 spectator platforms, it suddenly became full of excitement. Oh my God, Chu Yan versus Fan Tianhua. Who will win? Of course it's Fan Tianhua. Didn't you see that in the fight against Li Muran just now? Fan Tianhua didn't even move. Once the top 10 strange fires and soul-devouring cold flames came out, he was basically invincible. That's not necessarily true. Chu Yan also defeated Qin Tianlu and Lin Xian, and his strength is also very strong. This kind of decisive battle is compared to the trick of the whole card. Didn't Fan Tianhua show his whole card until now? But in front of Chu Yan, he has already used all the tricks. It is clear at a glance who is stronger and who is weaker. That's right, I heard that Soul Eater Ling Yan has very strong martial soul skills, and it is rumored that Fan Tianhua has twin martial souls, and the other martial soul is also an extremely powerful tool martial soul. The two martial souls are not bad. Use the fusion technique. Oh my god, twin martial soul fusion skills. Isn't this too strong? That's right, that's right. Discussions from all directions are surging, and along with the strength of Chu Yan and Fan Tianhua, rumors continue to spread. More and more people are optimistic about Fan Tianhua. Because, let's not look at the Battle of Heavenly Dragon and 8 parts, just because Fan Tianhua is the only son of Emperor Xuanhuan, with an astonishing family status background, far surpasses Chu, who is little known and only joined Anishan Dao not long ago. Inflammation. Moreover, judging from the rumors among the crowd, Fan Tianhua possessed the fusion skill of twin martial souls, which is a big killing move. Accompanied by the discussions around, the white-robed manager directly announced the start of the competition, and flew out of the ring. On the rostrum, Ouyang Nantian had a smile on his face. Unlike the previous battle between Li Muran and Fan Tianhua, he looked extremely relaxed. He turned his head to look at Emperor Xuanhuan, and asked directly. Xuanhuan, how about it, do you want to gamble? Emperor Xuanhuan, with a ferocious face and gloomy eyes, twitched the corners of his eyes twice when he heard Ouyang Nantian's words, and shook his head directly. Obviously, Xuanhua's soul was seriously hurt by the last bet against each other, and he was greatly stimulated. Although Emperor Xuanhuan compared his son Fan Tianhua with Chu Yan 100 times in his heart, no matter in terms of cultivation base, martial spirit, skills, affiliation, etc., there was absolutely no possibility of defeat. But I don't know why, as soon as Emperor Xuanhuan saw the half-smile expression on Chu Yan's face, his heart would tremble slightly, and he had a bad feeling. Humph. My son will win. Emperor Xuanhuan secretly said in his heart. On the arena, Chu Yan looked at Fan Tianhua, and said softly, Fan Tianhua, between us, do you want to add something? Lottery. What do you want to bet? Fan Tianhua sneered when he heard Chu Yan's words, and asked. Skyfire Crystal Essence. Chu Yan said. Huh. You want to bet on the Skyfire Essence with me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Fan Tianhua laughed wildly when he heard Chu Yan's words, and asked directly. Do you know the price of one of my fan family's Skyfire Crystal Essences outside? Can you offer a starting price? As we all know, the Skyfire Crystal Essence is the family treasure of the Fan family. Only the Fan family's ancestral mountain can produce it, and the quantity is extremely rare. Even members of the Fan family can only get 1 or 2 coins a year, and only the only son of the patriarch like Fan Tianhua can get around 10 coins a year. And the heavenly fire essence that appeared outside was because some disciples of the Fan family who didn't seek to make progress, put their annual salary together for auction, and then it spread outside. What's more, some big brothers of the Fan family took a fancy to a certain spirit treasure, and took out the Skyfire Crystal Essence, and exchanged it for something. Now, in the Tianwei Tower, the price of the Sky Crystal Essence is 10,000 God Crystals per piece. I'll exchange it with Tianluan Crystal. Chu Yan smiled lightly. With a big hand flip, 100 Sky-Will Crystals appeared in front of Chu Yan. Sky-Will Crystal. Fan Tianhua looked at Tianluan Kuan in front of Chu Yan, and his eyes lit up. You know, it took him nearly 10 days in the Guwu Mountains, and he only got 7 or 8, and handed in 2 more. Now, Chu Yan took out 100 Sky-Will Crystals, casually. It seems that the rumor that Chu Yan obtained 6,000 sky wheel crystals in the Guwu Mountains, and his cultivation base has greatly improved is indeed true. Humph. Although the sky wheel crystal is considered precious, it is still not as good as the Skyfire crystal essence. You can gamble, 2-1. 2 skywheel crystals, exchange for 1 Skyfire crystal essence. Fan Tianhua rolled his eyes, and immediately opened his mouth with a joke, although he knew very well that in Tianwei building, the prices of Tianluan crystals and Tianhua crystal essences were almost the same. However, the Skyfire crystal essence can only be used by fire-type martial soul warriors, while the Skywheel crystal can be used by any warrior. In comparison, the value of the Skywheel crystal is obviously stronger than that of the Skyfire crystal essence. However, Fan Tianhua knew that since Chu Yan had brought it up, it meant that he needed the Skyfire essence, so he took advantage of it to rob him. Okay. 2-1. Chu Yan nodded. However, what Fan Tianhua didn't expect was that Chu Yan directly agreed without even hesitation. I don't know, how many heavenly fire crystal essences do you have on your body? I will produce twice as many heavenly wheel crystals, and the white-robed supervisor will make the decision. What do you think? Chu Yan asked. 50. With a hint of joy on Fan Tianhua's face, he waved his big hand, and 50 red lights flew towards the white-robed manager outside the ring. Chu Yan also handed over the 100 heavenly wheel crystals in front of him to the white-robed manager. The white-robed manager, in the middle of the arena, checked the bets of both parties and put them away. In Anishan Dao, it is extremely common to compete in gambling, so the white-robed supervisor has done a lot of such gambling rulings. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, do you really believe that your strange fire can suppress my soul-devouring cold flame? Seeing that the bet was completed, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Fan Tianhua's face. The move against Li Muran just now, I didn't even use 30% of the fire power, it was just a show, I didn't expect that you would take the bait, I can't blame me. While Fan Tianhua was speaking, a mass of white flames shot up from his body, reaching a height of nearly 10 feet. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2272 The Origin of Martial Arts. 3UN3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. On the arena, a powerful aura surged toward the 4 strikes centered on Fan Tianhua. Then, with a sinister smile on Fan Tianhua's face, he just looked at Chu Yan on the opposite side playfully, and at the same time, with a big wave of his hand, the white fire waves around him rushed towards him in an instant. Click! 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 Those white fire waves rolled towards Fan Tianhua's limbs and body, turned from virtual to solid, and condensed into pieces of white chips, sticking to Fan Tianhua's body. In less than a breath, Fan Tianhua's whole body was wrapped in countless white chips. Except for the 2 eyes, there is not a trace of the whole body exposed. From a distance, it looks like a heavily armored soldier in the army of ordinary people. This scene, in the eyes of other people, made the audience boil. I rely on it. What is this thing? Soul cremation armor. There is still this kind of operation, how is this possible? This is a kind of ancient soul art. I heard that it is extremely powerful. Only a very small number of martial souls have this ability. What is ancient soul art? There are very few martial souls, why? It is said that in ancient times, the types and quantities of the martial spirits of Xuanhuan were not as many as they are now. After endless years of gestation, new martial spirits appeared continuously. However, these new martial spirits did not have the ancient martial spirits of Xuanhuan at all. Sharp. So, the Fan family's different fire martial soul is the ancient Xuanhuan martial soul. No wonder, this bloodline martial soul is really not simple. This time, Chu Yan is in trouble. The soul fire armor can not only improve the defense, but also greatly increase the attack, cultivation base, spiritual consciousness, and physical strength. It can increase the strength of the warrior by 1 to 10 times in a short period of time. 1 to 10 times. This. However, judging from the thickness of Fan Tianhua's soul armor, it should be about twice as thick. People from all directions looked at Fan Tianhua on the ring with shocked expressions. This ancient martial spirit originates. There is also the soul cremation armor, that is, in the Nishan Dao where evildoers gather. If it is outside, I am afraid that there are not many people who know it. The astonishing discussion sounded like a tsunami, and soon swept through the 8 viewing platforms. Almost everyone knew the origin of the shining fire armor on Fan Tianhua's body. Hum. With the soul fire armor attached to his body, within 10 steps around Fan Tianhua's body, the void was trembling. As Fan Tianhua's true energy continued to be mobilized, the void in that side faintly couldn't support it, as if it was about to collapse. The upper martial emperor's 5-level cultivation base. Such a powerful aura. Sure enough, this aura is no worse than that of a strong man in the Great Emperor realm, and that soulfire armor can really improve your strength. There is an entire difference in the cultivation base of the heaven and earth realm, plus the increase in the soulfire armor. This time, Chu Yan is over. Accompanied by the exclamations from all around, Fan Tianhua's momentum on the ring continued to rise. A pair of eyes, the black pupils disappeared, replaced by a pair of white flames, burning in his eyes. That look is almost exactly the same as the golden pupils of the 8 dragon warriors in Chu Yan's Consciousness Sea World Pagoda Hall. Ancient Xuanhuan martial soul. Ancient soul art. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and shook his head slightly listening to the discussions around him. What a dog, fart ancient Xuan Wuhun. Among the hundreds of thousands of people present, is there anyone who knows the ancient Xuan Wuhun better than himself? As the saying goes, Tai Chi produces 2 poles, and the 2 polarities transform the 4 phenomena. This is the derived principle of the world's origin, and among the origins of heaven in the martial arts world, apart from the origin of yin and yang, the original origin of the world is the beginning of the 5 elements. In this world of martial arts, is there any martial soul more original than Chu Yan's 5-element beast martial soul? Moreover, the most important thing is that Chu Yan has already tested Fan Tianhua's soul eater Ling Yan, and he has a bottom line in his heart. Therefore, no matter what Fan Tianhua turned soul eater Ling Yan into, its essence was still soul eater Ling Yan. The strange fire list, ranked in the top 10, and ancient soul art. This kind of strength is enough to shock everyone. Seeing that Fan Tianhua's aura was approaching its peak, Chu Yan also began to mobilize his true energy. Call. A fiery 5-color fire wave rushed from Chu Yan's body, like a volcanic eruption. In the fire wave soaring into the sky, it turned into a phantom of a 5-color Suzaku, rushed straight into the sky, rushed out of a height of 100 feet, collided with the barrier of the ring, directly melted a crack, and disappeared under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes. Above the sky. The next moment, red and fiery lines appeared on Chu Yan's body. Shintian fire body. One of the skills of the Suzaku martial soul. However, after Suzaku martial soul was promoted to battle soul, the power of Shintian fire body was no longer comparable. In less than 3 breaths, Chu Yan's body was completely covered by Suzaku Emperor fire, like a Vulcan, standing on the ring, looking at Fan Tianhua quietly. Huh. Chu Yan, what is this? Just now that seems to be his martial soul incarnation. Is this a martial soul fusion technique? It's so powerful that even the barriers in the arena can't stop it. Oh my god, this is a fusion technique of body training and transformation, so powerful. Chu Yan's state fell on the 8-way viewing platform, and there was another wave of exclamation. Unlike Fan Tianhua's, no one knew, even a group of bigwigs on the rostrum, what powerful soul technique Chu Yan just displayed. However, just relying on their spiritual sense, they can find that Chu Yan's soul art is very strong. This is the power of blood. Only Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan on the ring with a smile on his face, and said softly, "You mean, this son's martial soul is also a bloodline martial soul?" When Emperor Ning Tian heard Ouyang Nantian's words, his expression changed immediately, and he asked, "He." Ouyang Nantian just smiled, but did not give a definite answer, which immediately made Emperor Ning Tian frown tightly. Of course Emperor Ning Tian knew about the relationship between Ouyang Nantian and Chu Yan. Moreover, Ouyang Nantian is one of the few demigod powerhouses in the Tao against God. But now, it is obvious that Ouyang Nantian is optimistic about Chu Yan. What does this mean? Could it be that this kid is more powerful than Fan Tianhua's soul-devouring cold flame soul cremation armor? With doubts in his heart, Emperor Ning Tian's consciousness rushed out again, towards the direction of the ring, focusing on the competition with all his heart. And on the stage, Chu Yan, who was ready to finish, had already made a move. Boom! Chu Yan raised his hand and punched Fan Tianhua directly on the opposite side. This punch was no longer a golden dragon gang fist, but a blazing flame, like a Vulcan bird flapping its wings. Following Fan Tianhua soaring and charging away. Fan Tianhua saw the punch coming, and before he could react, the terrifying heat wave that came to his face immediately froze the smile on his face. Break it! Without the slightest hesitation, Fan Tianhua condensed the fire power all over his body, and blasted out with the same punch. End of chapter. = Old Iron, please remember for a second 3@3novels.com. #C2273 Thunder and Fire. 3U&3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. On the arena, a group of red flames and a group of red and white flames rushed towards each other and collided fiercely. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the loud noise, the entire arena trembled. The violent fire wave exploded, like a sea tide, soaring into the sky and sweeping the entire arena. The area of the arena, which was 200 meters long and wide, was so small that it was completely submerged by the boundless sea of flames, including the figures of Chu Yan and Fan Tianhua. After nearly 10 breaths of time, the confrontation between the two different fires gradually subsided. Fan Tianhua, dressed in snow-white fire armor, stood on the spot, revealing his figure, while looking at Chu Yan opposite him in astonishment. He didn't expect that the result of this confrontation turned out to be a tie. This is impossible. His strange fire is the soul-eating Lingyan ranked in the top 10. After inheriting the soul fire of the family ancestor, he derived the white Lingyan. This is the top-level form of soul-eating Lingyan, although only 5 become. In terms of cultivation, his superior martial emperor 5th layer is a full level higher than Chu Yan. Under such circumstances, is it still impossible to suppress Chu Yan? What the hell is that fiery red spiritual seal on his body? What the hell is that firebird martial soul? Fan Tianhua was puzzled, his brows were slightly wrinkled, but he shot again, without any hesitation. Divide 30% of the true energy, infuse the soul fire armor, and increase the boost again. Fan Tianhua's figure is like lightning, pulling out a snow-white afterimage, and rushing towards Chu Yan. Melee. Seeing Fan Tianhua rushing over, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth slightly raised, and he said softly. Obviously, Fan Tianhua wanted to take advantage of the soul fire armor to fight Chu Yan in close quarters. However, he doesn't seem to know that what Chu Yan is best at is melee combat. Swish! On Chu Yan, the golden light exploded. The dragon-patterned golden body moved at the same time, with a fire fist in one hand and a dragon gang in the other. They charged towards Fan Tianhua. On the arena, seeing two figures collide with each other, a fierce battle broke out. Boom! 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 Almost in an instant, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves, and in the middle of the arena, only countless afterimages were seen flying away, and there were fists all over the sky, shooting violently into the void in all directions. The speed of the two, one is faster than the other, and the naked eye can't catch it at all. Even those at the martial emperor realm of the same level can only see afterimages filling the arena, and fists, like shooting stars, constantly exploding in the full force of the arena. This is a head-to-head, power-to-power contest. As the true chi of the two continued to increase, various forces continued to pour in, and the entire arena trembled violently. And the barriers around the ring seemed to be somewhat unable to withstand such power. Under the trembling and shaking, they were like candles in the wind, and they would collapse at any time. The 8-Dao viewing platform, hundreds of thousands of eyes, watched this scene on the ring. All of them opened their mouths wide, their eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. They never thought that Chu Yan would be able to fight Fan Tianhua, who had cast the soul fire armor, in such a tie. Not only them, but even the god-defying bigwigs on the rostrum had expressions of astonishment on their faces. This kid is so fierce. The corner of the white-robed manager's eyes twitched twice, and he spoke softly. How do I feel that this kid's vigor is not much worse than that of Ouyang brother back then? Emperor Ming Tian also had a serious face, turned his head to look at Ouyang Nantian, and said softly, "Ha ha ha, of course, the person I choose can be bad." Hearing the words of the chief executive in white robe and Emperor Ming Tian, Ouyang Nantian immediately looked smug, and said with a smile, "It's not me. In the battle of gods and demons back then, I, the Nantian God Emperor, faced." As if the battle in the ring had aroused passion and memories, Ouyang Nan was eloquent, and began to talk to several big shots, bragging about the old days. The chief executive in white robe and Emperor Ming Tian immediately looked at Ouyang Nantian with black lines on their faces, drooling wildly. Boom! 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 There was a violent punch, resounding through the sky. The collision of this kind of powerful fist made every spectator present tremble, and the whole body was full of blood. This kind of battle is so passionate. However, at this moment, Fan Tianhua's heart on the ring was like a raging sea, full of shock. It's not just because Chu Yan's combat power is equal to his own, and he didn't imagine that he could suppress it with the soul fire armor before he appeared at all. More importantly, this Chu Yan became more and more courageous as he fought, and his strength became stronger and stronger. As Fan Tianhua's Zhenqi continued to be consumed, the tie that seemed to have been maintained all along began to tilt towards Chu Yan. Could it be that I'm going to lose? As soon as such a thought appeared in the sea of consciousness, he saw Chu Yan slam his fist at him suddenly, and Fan Tianhua raised his hand to block it. The violent force directly knocked him back to a corner of the ring. You! As soon as he looked up, he saw Chu Yan with an indifferent smile on his face, stopped, looked at himself, shook his head slightly, his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. It seemed to be saying, "Fan Tianhua, that's all." Boom! In the sea of consciousness, 10,000 thunderbolts exploded at the same time, and the anger in Fan Tianhua's heart erupted like a volcano. It turns out, I was actually looked down upon by Chu Yan. You know, I have just inherited the fire soul of the family ancestor, and my strength has not only increased several times. Now, my father and the elders of the Fan family are all watching from the viewing platform. If I lose to Chu Yan, then... No. Never allowed. Just a thought flashed in the sea of consciousness, the pupils of Fan Tianhua's red eyes suddenly shrank, and with a loud shout, he waved his big hand, and a fiery red sword slashed out. Swish! Chu Yan's figure flashed, avoiding the light of the knife, and stepped aside. His eyes looked at the fiery red sword, his eyes were slightly bright. This spirit knife is flaming red all over, with a strong sword power rushing out, attached to the body of the knife, condensed and not scattered. as if the whole body of the knife is burning. It looks extremely extraordinary. Pseudo-artifact. Chu Yan swept his consciousness, and immediately found that the spiritual knife in Fan Tianhua's hand had surpassed the realm of the emperor treasure. The Fan family, you really have a lot of money. Squinting his eyes slightly, Chu Yan glanced at Emperor Xuanhuan on the rostrum and sneered. Emperor Xuanhuan handed over the fake artifact to Fan Tianhua, one for the purpose of winning the first place in the 8 Heavenly Dragon Wars, and at the same time, I am afraid, it was also for dealing with himself. Even the pseudo-artifact was taken out. Chu Yan, you are not my opponent. I am Tianlong Shura. Flames shot out from both eyes. Fan Tianhua held a big knife, raised his hand and slashed at Chu Yan. Click. The fire knife fell, but there was no light from the ordinary spirit knife, but a thunderbolt suddenly appeared, falling from mid-air, and slashing straight to the place where Chu Yan was. Swish! Chu Yan's figure flickered, he avoided it, and then looked up, only to see that the flames of the canopy where he was standing just now were ignited, and electric fires danced in the flames. Thunder, fire, dual elements. Chu Yan glanced over, his face froze suddenly, and his eyes flickered. As expected of a fake artifact, it's really good. Chu Yan nodded slightly and said. Not bad. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you bumpkin, you don't even know him, Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Sword. Fan Tianhua laughed wildly when he heard Chu Yan's words, and said in a grim voice. Today, I will let you open your eyes and experience the true power of my Fan family's treasure, the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Knife. End of chapter. Equals Old Iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2274, pick me up. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Thunder and Fire Knife. Hearing Fan Tianhua's words, the people around were all shocked. Boom. 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 As Fan Tianhua's true energy poured into the blade, violent electric light continuously exploded on the fiery red blade. Dao lights shot up into the sky, but they were concentrated but not scattered, they kept gathering in the sky 10 steps in front of Fan Tianhua. Looking up, one could clearly see that as Fan Tianhua slashed out one after another, a fiery red thundercloud formed in the area where the aura of the sword gathered. Good. It's thundercloud. Although the area is small, only a dozen or so steps in size, every martial artist present can release it at a glance, that is thundercloud. Because all warriors have experienced it, heaven punishes thunder tribulation. And Fan Tianhua kept swinging his knife, and the thunder cloud he chopped out looked exactly the same as the heaven's punishment thunder calamity. Moreover, as the sword lights continue to gather, the area of the thunder cloud is still expanding. Isn't this a big formation of thunder and earth fire? On the viewing platform, someone screamed out. That's right. The great array of thunder and earth fire is the battle skill of Emperor Xuanhua's fame. Oh my God, this Emperor Xuanhua actually gave his own spiritual weapon to his son. Is this too shameless? Can it still be like this? It seems that the Fan family father and son are determined to win Shura Tianlong this time. Are you kidding me? Emperor Xuanhua's heavenly thunder and earth fire formation seems to be able to fight against the powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm, and the Great Emperor realm is invincible. Isn't this a violation of the rules? It's exciting to watch. Shouts from all directions. Picking up the sound wave, mixed with the rumbling thunderous sound on the ring, making the whole ring noisy. Fan Tianhua on the ring, with a grinning face, a pair of red eyes, staring at Chu Yan, swiped the big knife in his hand, causing the thunder cloud above his head to roll wildly. Fiery red thunderbolts began to appear in the thunderclouds, like lightning snakes and thunder dragons, swimming in the thunderclouds. Every time the electric spark exploded, everyone present trembled. Heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. Not only is his power terrifying, but his spiritual impact is even greater. For warriors, heaven's punishment thunder tribulation is the most dangerous existence on the road of martial arts practice, far surpassing all dangerous Jedi and secret realms. If in the world of martial spirits, for every 10 warriors lost, at least 5 would be lost during the tribulation. Such a high death rate, how can it not make people tremble? The horror is inexplicable. Therefore, as soon as the punishment thunder tribulation appeared that day, almost everyone present became tense, and a trace of coldness continued to rise from their hearts. The power of thunder, the power of fire, and the power of the sword, the three mixed together, released layers of air waves from the thunder cloud, sweeping the entire arena. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the fiery red thunder cloud in the sky, nearly 100 steps in size, and almost occupied half of the arena, and smiled slightly. Thunder tribulation. For others, the terrifying thunder tribulation, meeting Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan was a little surprised by Fan Tianhua's three-line superpower, he never thought that the so-called heavenly thunder and earth-fire formation turned out to be thunder calamity. Chu Yan has practiced martial arts all the way. What kind of thunder calamity has never been seen before? 100,000 miles of thunder calamity clouds, thunder calamity visions, etc. It seems that the thunder tribulation has never threatened him before. What's more, the thunder tribulation with the size of 100 steps in front of me is still man-made, and this level is too weak. Break it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and the Suzaku Emperor fire on his body turned into a phantom of a fire bird, making a sound of shimmering gold, rushing straight to Jiuxiao, and crashing into the fiery red thundercloud. Boom, boom. Seeing Chu Yan attack, Fan Tianhua's expression changed immediately, and he swung the big knife fiercely in his hand. In the thunderclouds in the sky, a thick red lightning struck down heavily. The two collided, exploding the sky with flames and lightning, radiating the entire arena, hitting the barrier, and crackling non-stop. Everyone saw the scene with their own eyes, and their expressions changed drastically. Because, although the ring barrier resisted it, its defensive power seemed to be greatly reduced. The fire power and lightning seemed to spread towards the void around the ring through the barrier. Surrounding the 8-way viewing platform around the arena, some big shots sitting in the front row felt the power of thunder and fire invade their bodies, and even activated their bodyguards. No one expected that Fan Tianhua and Chu Yan's attack would be so powerful. Fan Tianhua on the ring was more surprised than the others. Lei Jia was actually blocked by that fire bird. Catch me again. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, Fan Tianhua triggered the thunder calamity, splitting down thunder and lightning, and the fire bird in front of Chu Yan waved its wings, fanning all the thunder and lightning into electric sparks, flying in all directions, as if the ground hit the pouring down. The lightning waterfall exploded countless sprays. Chu Yan just stood there, with an indifferent smile on his face, without any change in expression. For Chu Yan, whether it is the soul fire armor in front or the current thunder and earth fire formation, it is an opportunity for Chu Yan to understand the real geniuses and powerhouses in the 10 directions starfield. Fan Tianhua, who was met by Chu Yan, was the first genius with 3 elements of extreme energy. Although he didn't cultivate it by himself, it should represent the strength of the top geniuses in the 10 directions starfield. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Chu Yan didn't make a move with all his strength, but kept trying. At the same time, Chu Yan is also very interested in the soul fire armor and the formation of thunder and fire. Regardless of Fan Tianhua's strength, whether it is the soul fire armor or the thunder and earth fire array, the power is good, and Chu Yan's Suzaku martial soul is a dual existence of thunder and fire. I don't know, can I learn from it? One can not only improve the defensibility, but also greatly and comprehensively improve the combat power. And this large array of thunder and fire has a powerful ability to intimidate warriors, and at the same time, its attack power is extremely strong. Using the light of the sword as a guide to attack the target, thunder, fire, and sword, the three kinds of strong attack power are combined together. It is by no means just a threefold increase, as simple as that. For this method of fusion, I am afraid that only those truly powerful people in ancient times can create it. It's just that it has been passed down for endless years, and now, in Fan Tianhua's hands, even 10% of its power has not been brought into play. On the arena, thunder shook the sky, fire burned the sky, and the collision of thunder and fire made the sky tremble. Among the countless flames and lightning, mixed with the power of swords and swords, the explosive energy of the sword kept piercing through the air. Arena enchantment. Cracks began to appear one after another, and the barrier of the ring was about to be unbearable. This crazy confrontation lasted for nearly 100 breaths, and Fan Tianhua's true energy was finally consumed by nearly half. Boom, boom. With a wave of the broadsword, the thunder clouds in the sky instantly dissipated and merged into the broadsword in Fan Tianhua's hand. Chu Yan, I will fight with you. With a roar, Fan Tianhua's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged towards Chu Yan with a horizontal knife in his hand. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2275 to kill? 3U3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. The Great Formation of Thunder and Earth Fire is Emperor Xuanhua's signature combat technique. It is also the bloodline of the Fan family that inherits the martial soul, which requires not only the abnormal fire martial soul, but also the pseudo-artifact, the heavenly thunder and earth fire knife, which can only be displayed after the fusion of the two. However, this kind of combat technique, which was a powerful imperial technique in ancient times, was also extremely terrifying to the consumption of the warrior's true energy. Even the great Emperor Xuanhua, who is in the Great Emperor realm, can only maintain his peak state for about half an hour. But this is what made Emperor Xuanhua's strength famous in the 10 direction starfields. Even with a cultivation base of Great Emperor realm, he could fight against many Saint Emperor realm powerhouses. However, for Fan Tianhua, who is at the 5th level of the martial Emperor realm, 100 breaths of time is already his limit. Moreover, within this 100 breaths of time, the thunder and earth fire array he used didn't even hurt a single hair of Chu Yan. In desperation, Fan Tianhua could only restrain the formation of thunder and fire, blend into the body of the knife, and fight Chu Yan with the knife. As a result, the power of the thunder and earth fire formation dropped by more than 50%. Boom! With one swing of the knife, there was a burst of thunder and fire, which slashed straight at Chu Yan. Break! Chu Yan drew his sword with his backhand, and Haotian unsheathed. The sword light was like water, and under the vertical and horizontal sword energy, he chopped the lightning sword light into fine powder. With the Haotian sword in hand, Chu Yan's aura changed drastically, and the sword intent around him swept across the entire battlefield. Suzaku Emperor Fire, merge. Following Chu Yan's backhand sword, Fan Tianhua was pushed aside, and the Suzaku Emperor Fire on Chu Yan's body blazed vigorously, rushing towards the Haotian sword in his hand. Moreover, as the Suzaku Emperor Fire merged into the sword body, the fiery red Suzaku Emperor Fire changed from red to purple, and traces of purple lightning continuously jumped and flashed on the sword body. Huh! This Chu Yan. On the rostrum, Emperor Xuanhua stared at the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand with rounded eyes. His expression changed instantly. Fire, thunder. The sword, 3 different auras, appeared in the spirit sword in Chu Yan's hand at the same time. Emperor Xuanhua was very familiar with that feeling. Obviously, Chu Yan was performing almost the same combat skills as Fan Tianhua. But, how long is this? A battle is not over yet, and his housekeeping skills have been learned by that Chu Yan. How can this be? What Emperor Xuanhua couldn't accept the most was that Fan's family's unique skill, the heavenly thunder and earth fire formation, required the cooperation of the heavenly thunder and earth fire knife. Therefore, in the entire fan family, there is only one person who can use this powerful combat skill. From ancient times to the present, it is not uncommon for the powerhouses of the fan family to find all kinds of powerful emperor knives and want to use this unique skill. However, almost no one has succeeded. But now, seeing the three extreme powers slowly merging on the spirit sword in Chu Yan's hand, Emperor Xuanhuan's mouth opened wider and wider. Cut. After uttering one word, Chu Yan swung the Haotian sword in his hand, and a purple thunder and fire sword light stabbed out violently. What? Fan Tianhua was more terrified than his father. Seeing the extremely familiar thunder, fire, and sword light slashing at him, his whole body's scalp exploded. He dared to hesitate, and he swung his hand and slashed out. Boom. The sword light collided with the sword light, thunder and lightning shot out, and the flames soared into the sky. The thunder and fire power that exploded, like a layer of monstrous waves, swept across the entire arena. Two powerful forces crushed and collided with each other, and slowly dissipated at the same time. The airwave rushed past, gradually revealing the figures of Chu Yan and Fan Tianhua. Except for the hunting robes, there was silence on the ring. The surrounding 8 ways of watching the battle were equally dead silent. Everyone's eyes were on Chu Yan and Fan Tianhua on the ring, as well as the aura of the sword rolling like a cloud, constantly dissipating. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the audience, all of them looked dull and twitching. No one believed that the trick just now really appeared in front of him. They are almost exactly the same, except that what Chu Yan slashed out was purple ons, while what Fan Tianhua slashed out was red saber ons. There is no difference. The big formation of thunder and earth was actually learned by Chu Yan. This Chu Yan is a monster. It takes a terrifying comprehension ability to learn the opponent's unique moves within the time of the first battle. Wrong. As if this is impossible. On the rostrum, Emperor Xuanhuan froze for a full breath before suddenly reacting. Without the treasure of the fan family, the heavenly thunder, earthly fire knife, it would be impossible to do it. As a result, the muscles on Xuanhua's big face began to twitch violently, and in a sea of consciousness, he thought of a terrifying thing that made his soul tremble. You must know that he, the great Emperor Xuanhuan, and their fan family, can have their current status and identity, all relying on this heavenly thunder and earth fire great formation passed down from ancient times. Almost 10 times the combat power of a warrior of the same level, the existence of invincible combat skills, if people learn it, and it is improved to a level where they don't need the heavenly thunder, earth fire knife to be able to use it, then their fan family. Kill him. My son Tianhua, kill him quickly. Emperor Xuanhua's furious roar resounded through the entire 8-way viewing platform. Everyone was awakened by the roar, and turned their heads in unison, looking at Emperor Xuanhuan with horror on their faces. This guy will kill. What a joke. This is an internal competition arena of an Aishan Dao, and the rules do not allow killing. Moreover, on top of this arena battle, there is also the iron law against God. Members of the same way are absolutely not allowed to kill, otherwise, it is not as simple as being expelled from God against God. Because an Aishan Dao is not an ordinary sect force, it exists to fight against Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu. Within an Aishan Dao, the most important thing is unity. Therefore, Emperor Xuanhua's words immediately sounded like a thunderbolt, causing all the members present against God to change their complexions. On the ring, Fan Tianhua was startled when he heard his father's roar, and then immediately understood what his father meant. Chu Yan, die for me. Fan Tianhua let out a violent roar, and the true energy in his body exploded instantly. He held the Tianlei fire knife in his hand, and pulled out a bolt of lightning from his body, slashing towards Chu Yan fiercely. A thick pillar like red thunder fire Daoman cut down towards Chu Yan, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on the top, This saber condensed almost all of Fan Tianhua's remaining true energy and the power of the Tianlai Di Huadao. It was so powerful that the entire arena trembled as Fan Tianhua charged forward step by step. Snort. Standing there holding Haoyan's sword, Chu Yan looked at Fan Tianhua rushing over, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and sneered. Emperor Xuanhuan wanted to kill himself, but he even blatantly shouted it out. If that's the case, then don't blame yourself, you're welcome. White tiger martial soul, Rakshasa deity, come out for me. With a loud shout, behind Chu Yan, a tall tiger beast and a body like a demon god, like two mountains, broke through the air and appeared in front of everyone. Old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. #C2276, what are the qualifications? 3U3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Chu Yan urged the Suzaka martial soul, the white tiger martial soul, and the holy Rakshasa himself. Under the 3 terrifying blessings, the Haoyan sword in his hand aroused a monstrous sword energy. This time, not only the fire and thunder of the Suzaka martial soul, but also the power of the metal element of the white tiger, the evil spirit of the holy Rakshasa, plus the body of the Haoyan sword itself, a total of 5 extreme elements. Force, fast fusion. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a monstrous sword energy by the terrifying wave of swords. The fire helps the thunder enhances the sword power, the gold system blesses, and the evil spirit becomes a demon. The 5 elements merged as hard as possible, and the power was so strong that even the scattered sword energy rushed towards Fan Tianhua, whose speed dropped drastically, and the sword power was instantly suppressed, weakening by more than 30%. Such power surprised Chu Yan, who used this move. He didn't expect that the fusion of his 5 elements would be so powerful. This is comparable to the power of the Qinglian sword pond he had just comprehended. However, after Chu Yan used all the power of the 9 lines of the Qinglian sword pool, he concentrated and burst out the power, so it has some power. But now this trick, using only the power of the 5 elements, has such power, which exceeds Chu Yan's expectations. As soon as his mind moved, the true energy of Chu Yan's whole body stagnated suddenly, and he began to restrain himself quickly. The sword glow in his hand also suddenly went dark, retaining less than 30% of its power, and faced the sword glow that Fan Tianhua struck. Boom! Thunderous power exploded, red light and purple flames once again filled the entire arena. In the berserk airflow, Fan Tianhua's figure retreated violently by the force of the explosion in the center, and directly returned to the origin. Stabilizing his body, Fan Tianhua looked up with a tense face, but saw Chu Yan not far away, holding a long sword, standing upright. Nothing happened at all. Huh. Tai. Impossible. Fan Tianhua's sea of consciousness exploded with a buzz, his pupils trembled, and his face was full of horror. With that move just now, he almost mobilized all the Jinqi in his body, even the divine power in the Tianlai Di Huadao was aroused. It was definitely the strongest blow he could deliver. But this trick. That Chu Yan blocked it. Cut again. Without waiting for Fan Tianhua to react, the long sword in Chu Yan's hand trembled, and a purple sword light slashed at him when he raised his hand. Skyfire and mine. Seeing Chu Yan make a move, Fan Tianhua didn't dare to hesitate. He gritted his teeth, raised the big knife in his hand, and swung the knife to fight. With a bang, the sword chi exploded at the same time, and 2 layers of purple and red air waves swept across. Continue. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and the long sword in his hand didn't stop at all. Before the sword fell, another sword struck out. What? Still coming. The true energy in Fan Tianhua's body was almost exhausted, and he could no longer resist Chu Yan's 5-element fusion sword. Seeing the purple sword glow coming, and the thunder and fire waves sweeping across, Fan Tianhua was so frightened that his scalp exploded. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Fan Tianhua could only raise his saber again, unleash thunder and fire, and go up to him. After all, Fan Tianhua was the superior martial emperor with a 5-level cultivation base. Facing Chu Yan's continuous cutting of the sword light, he gritted his teeth again and swung his sword to fight. As for Chu Yan, Fan Tianhua's move of heavenly thunder and earthly fire was exactly the combat skill Chu Yan needed to use it to strengthen his Qinglian sword pond. Therefore, Chu Yan is not in a hurry to defeat Fan Tianhua, but is constantly testing and comprehending one move at a time. After half an hour, hundreds of thousands of eyes in the audience looked at the ring, and saw Fan Tianhua panting like a cow, disheveled hair, pale face, and the soul-eater cold fire flame in his eyes was almost extinguished. He looked up at the opposite, Chu Yan, who was imposing like a rainbow, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Now, even a fool can tell that Fan Tianhua has lost. Moreover, the strength gap between the two can be said to be vastly different, they are not at the same level at all. Fan Tianhua actually lost. Before the start of the competition, there were more than 100,000 people in the audience, at least 60% of them were optimistic about Fan Tianhua. After he summons the heavenly fire, earthly thunder formation, I am afraid that no one in the audience will think that he has lost. In particular, the soul-devouring Lingyan of the Baiyan level combined with the pseudo-artifact Heavenly Thunder Earth Fire Knife, the combat power is probably not much worse than that of the Xuanhuan Emperor. But just now, in front of more than 100,000 people in the audience, Chu Yan struck Fan Tianhua with one strike after another, until Fan Tianhua had no strength to fight back. Moreover, Chu Yan's sword power is weaker with each sword, and its power is constantly decreasing. This point fell into the eyes of the spectators, and no one would think that Chu Yan's true energy was insufficient. It was obvious that Chu Yan was trying to use Fan Tianhua's tricks, and wanted to fully grasp his sky fire and earth thunder saber. Fighting till now, Fan Tianhua's pseudo-god is digging the ground with big swords, supporting his crumbling body, not to mention fighting. I am afraid that walking 2 steps will become a problem. Chu Yan. Fan Tianhua's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and matched with that pale snow-like face, he looked extremely ferocious. He stared at Chu Yan fiercely, and said, You don't want to win me. I haven't lost yet. He took out a jade bottle, opened his mouth and poured it down, swallowing the whole bottle of golden elixir. Fan Tianhua's true energy slowly recovered. Swish! Chu Yan's figure flashed, bringing out an afterimage, which landed in front of Fan Tianhua, raised his hand and drew it out. Snapped. With the sound of loud slaps, Fan Tianhua's body was lifted into the air, rolled and fell to the ground. When he got up again, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. This is for Li Muran. Chu Yan's voice was ice-like. Puff. Fan Tianhua opened his mouth, a few snow-white teeth fell to the ground, and stared at Chu Yan in astonishment. What's the situation? Hit for Li Muran. What does the battle between him and Chu Yan have to do with Li Muran? Snapped. Without waiting for Fan Tianhua to understand, Chu Yan raised his palm again, and then dropped it again. This is for the Earth Demon Palace. Snapped. This is for me. Snapped. This is for your father. Snapped. In less than a few palms, Fan Tianhua's mouth spurted blood wildly, and all the teeth in his mouth, except for 2 front teeth, were all pulled out. On the rostrum, Emperor Xuanhuan's face was extremely dark, and he said in a low voice, Chu Yan, you are presumptuous. What qualifications do you have to represent me? The great Emperor Xuanhuan must have been stupefied, and yelled at Chu Yan, who was about to raise his palm at Fan Tianhua again on the ring. Emperor Xuanhuan, have you forgotten that just now you seemed to tell him, to kill me? Chu Yan turned his head, looked in the direction of the rostrum, sneered, and said, a red light flashed on his right palm, and he slammed it down. Ah! With a shrill scream, Fan Tianhua was struck by this palm, and his whole body flew upside down in an instant, crashing straight into the barrier of the ring and falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone around including Emperor Xuanhuan twitched their eyes and looked at Fan Tianhua, who was rolling down on the ground with astonishment on their faces. Chu Yan ignored Emperor Xuanhua's warning. This is too arrogant. One must know that Emperor Xuanhuan, as one of the 10 elders in charge of Anishan Dao, has a very high status. In the entire Anishan Dao, there are really not many people who dare to offend him. Chu Yan, you are courting death. Emperor Xuanhuan was completely angry, and the aura of the great emperor realm on his body exploded instantly, and the majestic true energy rushed out like a volcanic eruption, and ruthlessly suppressed it towards Chu Yan. End of chapter. Old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2277 move 1 try. 3U3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. The peak cultivation base of the Great Emperor Realm is only one step away from the Saint Emperor Realm. Emperor Xuanhuan stayed in the Great Emperor Realm for a full 100 years in order to cultivate the Sky Fire Earth Thunder Saber to the extreme. Constantly accumulating the power of the Soul Fire and increasing the true power of the Thunder System. The purpose is to greatly increase the power of the Sky Fire and Earth Thunder Knife when breaking through the Holy Emperor state. Therefore, when Emperor Xuanhuan really got angry, under Diwei's full force, the aura and terror were beyond Fan Tianhua's comparison. Moreover, accompanied by the majestic Emperor Wei, a strong killing intent spread throughout the audience, causing the existing temperature to drop rapidly. The hundreds of thousands of people in the audience were shocked by Emperor Xuanhua's killing intent, and their whole bodies trembled, their faces full of horror. Snort. At this moment, a heavy snort sounded suddenly, strangling all of Emperor Xuanhua's imperial prestige. Xuanhuan, you want to directly intervene before the competition is over. Ouyang Nantian turned his head to look at Emperor Xuanhuan with a cold expression, and said with a cold expression. People from our Earth Demon Palace, you dare to threaten me, do you really think I am heir? Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Emperor Xuanhua's face froze immediately, the corners of his mouth twitched twice, and the aura on his body slowly dissipated. Even if you give him 100 guts, it's impossible to be tough with Ouyang Nantian. This is a strong demigod. In the entire Nishan Dao, one hand can count them. Although Ouyang Nantian's physical body has been damaged, but now, he is in the Duantian knife, and his spirit power is getting stronger and stronger. Anyway, half a finger is enough to deal with a strong man in the Great Emperor Realm. Moreover, Emperor Xuanhuan knew that Ouyang Nantian was reshaping his physical body recently. If he succeeds, not only his cultivation will be restored, but his strength will probably be even stronger. On this point, now Emperor Ningtian has gathered all the resources of Anishan Dao to fully support him, hoping to make Ouyang Nantian completely recover within 5 years. So, it is definitely not a wise move to provoke Ouyang Nantian now. Moreover, in the other direction, the 8 Ways observation platform and the direction of the Tianhai region, the Tiankuan saint also looked over with a cold expression, and there was obviously a trace of fighting intent in his eyes. Saint Tiankuan, who was in Nishendo headquarters back then, dared to provoke even the Duantian sword, and even fought with that sword spirit for nearly 100 rounds. In this battle, in the history of Anishan Dao, duo is unprecedented. Others, not to mention fighting Duantian sword spirit for hundreds of rounds, might not be able to handle even one move. If he hadn't committed a crime and was assigned to the branch below, he would definitely be one of the top 10 elders in charge of the Nishendo headquarters. Chu Yan, you are a member of my Tianhai territory Earth Demon Palace. In this battle, you can fight as you want. I want to see who will say one more word. Saint Tiankuan stood up, looked towards the direction of the main stage, and said in a cold voice. Who the hell dares to try again? I don't recognize anyone with my Tiankuan stick. With these words, in the direction of the rostrum, including Emperor Ming Tian, a group of anti-god masters, all of them twitched their eyes and looked at Tian Kuan Xingzuan, and no one dared to speak again. The Tiankuan stick, second only to the Duantian sword, is one of the three great weapons against the divine way. At the beginning, the Tiankuan sage was holding the Tiankuan stick and fought with the two sages in Xingtian Pavilion, without any loss. This Daikuan stick is not only his spiritual weapon, but also his martial soul. It is said that when Lord Tiankuan awakened his martial soul for the first time, a meteor flew over the sky and knocked down half of the hilltop of the Zoman Spirit Peak, where Lord Tiankuan was located. That streamer is exactly Tiankuan stick. There are no more than 3 people in the 10 directions starfield for this natal martial soul, with its own natal divine weapon. First there was Ouyang Nan Tian, and then there was the Holy Lord Tiankuan, and then it was the turn of Emperor Xuanhuan to be arrogant here. In particular, judging from the results of the current battle, Chu Yan won the Tianlong Shura this time, and there is almost no problem. Therefore, no matter it is Ouyang Nan Tian and Tian Kuan Xingzuan, the more they look at Chu Yan now, the more they like it, and they will allow others to provoke Chu Yan. With the appearance of Ouyang Nan Tian and Tian Kuan, Chu Yan ignored Emperor Xuanhuan even more, walked directly to Fan Tianhua, and picked him up with one hand. At the same time, with a slash of his right palm, a gap was opened in the barrier of the ring in front of him. He raised his hand like throwing a dead dog, and threw Fan Tianhua off the ring. In this battle of the 8 dragons, killing is not allowed. Therefore, Chu Yan did not intend to kill Fan Tianhua, nor did he want to violate the rules. At the very least, he had to win the game first, and after getting the sky-breaking sword, it would not be too late to find a way to deal with Fan Tianhua. Fan Tianhua, who still had half his life left, was taken away by Emperor Xuanhuan and sent for treatment. Before leaving, Emperor Xuanhuan looked back at Chu Yan. That look, cold and full of killing intent, obviously did not intend to let Chu Yan go. After this battle, the two sides' liangzi was settled. Whether it was Chu Yan who beat Fan Tianhua's revenge, or Chu Yan learned the Fan family's unique skill, Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire, Emperor Xuanhuan would not let it go. Chu Yan was well aware of this, but he wasn't too worried. The white-robed manager came down from the ring and announced that Chu Yan had won the battle. At the same time, he handed over 50 Skyfire essences to Chu Yan. This is the bet left by Fan Tianhua, and it naturally belongs to Chu Yan now. After getting 50 Skyfire crystal essences at once, Chu Yan showed a happy expression on his face. This day's fire crystal essence has a very good improvement effect on Danhua, and it has a great effect on Chu Yan. Next, the battle of the 8 dragons and heavens, a decisive battle. The white-robed supervisor glanced at Chu Yan and announced loudly, Chu Yan, from the Sky Sea territory against the ancient demon territory, you have no blood. With the sound of the landing, the atmosphere of the audience froze for an instant. Everyone turned their heads in unison, looking towards the 8 paths viewing platform, the direction of the ancient demon realm. Yu Wuxue is the blood of the ancient demon clan, so what he cultivates is of course demon skills. Although the strength is not weak, it is still inferior to Fan Tianhua. Even if Chu Yan hadn't defeated Qin Tianlu and Lin Xian before, I am afraid that Yu Wuxue would not even need to be qualified to enter the top 3. Just saw Chu Yan with his own eyes, how to defeat Fan Tianhua. Yu Wuxue slowly got up, and said with a serious face, I, Yu Wuxue, admit defeat. As soon as the words landed, the audience was in an uproar, although everyone guessed that Yu Wuxue might not be the opponent of Chu Yan with abnormal combat power. However, I didn't expect that Yu Wuxue didn't even make it to the ring, so he directly surrendered. Brother Chu, I have an unsolicited request, I hope Brother Chu can agree. Just when everyone was stunned, Yu Wuxue turned around, looked at Chu Yan on the ring, bowed his hands, and said, Huh. Please tell me. Chu Yan was startled, then nodded. I hope that after the Tianlong Babu battle is over, I can invite Brother Chu to meet and discuss important matters. Yu Wushua's attitude was extremely sincere, and he lowered his head slightly, as if a junior was talking to an elder. Yes. Chu Yan nodded and agreed directly. Regardless of whether Yu Wushue intends to make friends or has other matters, such a request is not a big deal. Thank you, Chu Yan. After Yu Wushue bowed and saluted, he sat lightly and said no more. Seeing Yu Wushue sitting down, the white-robed supervisor raised his head to look at Yu Shitian beside him. After the other party nodded slightly, the white-robed supervisor announced loudly. I declare that Chu Yan will win the Tianlong Babu battle. As soon as the words landed, the audience boiled, and cheers resounded throughout the square. Old Iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2278 Shura War Order. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. The Babu Tianlong battle is the biggest event held by Anai Shindao in the past 10 years. The hundreds of thousands of members present were all bigwigs and elite members of the 8 Ways Against God, and even the top 10 elders in charge of the headquarters were all present. This battle is obviously for the qualification battle to determine the Tsura Tianlong. In fact, Emperor Ming Tian and the others still want to use this battle to arouse the fighting spirit of all members, and at the same time increase their confidence in rebelling against the divine way. To put it simply, it is to improve morale and lay the foundation for the decisive battle 5 years later. But now, a group of bigwigs on the rostrum looked at the scene in front of them, with thunderous cheers and shouts. All of them looked excited. They didn't expect that, because of Chu Yan's appearance, the effect of this battle would be so good. Give it. The white-robed manager flipped his hand, and a blood-red token rose into the sky, like a blood-colored meteor, heading straight into the sky. 8 dragons, Shura War Order. Following the white-robed chief steward, he made a seal with both hands, and the Shura battle order poured into the sky, finally stopped the momentum of the Shura battle order, and stopped slowly. Circles of killing aura visible to the naked eye, centered on Shura's battle order, moved in all directions, rippling like water waves. But in the blink of an eye, the breath of Shura's battle order swept the audience. Chu Yan, the 8 heavenly dragons, and the Azura department are the vanguard army. In the ancient times when I rebelled against the gods, in the battle between gods and demons, the Shura department made the most battles and killed the most enemies among the 8 heavenly dragons. The white-robed supervisor looked at Chu Yan with a solemn expression, and explained softly. I hope that the Azura battle order, in your hands, will not dishonor the glory of the Azura heavenly dragon. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the white-robed supervisor waved his hand lightly, and the huge Shura battle order slowly fell towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan gently raised his hand, received the Shura battle order, and looked down. See. On the front of the blood-red battle order, there is a big NI character, and a complex pattern is engraved on the back, which looks like a symbol of some kind of spiritual formation. Thank you. Chu Yan put the Shura battle order in his arms, bowed his hands as a salute, and said to the white-robed chief. Anyway, this Azura battle order was obtained for Tianhaiyu, and he will hand it in when he returns to Tianhaiyu, and the rest of the matter has nothing to do with him. On the contrary, in the gambling battle with Fan Tianhua, the Skyfire crystal essence obtained was more useful to Chu Yan. Next is the celebration ceremony and related matters of the army. Chu Yan was not interested in this matter, so naturally Tianhaiyu appeared in charge. And Chu Yan stepped onto the rostrum, chatted with Ouyang Nantian for a while, and waited for the end of the celebration. During this period, Yu Wushue from the ancient demon realm came to invite Chu Yan several times, but was rejected by Chu Yan. After all, Ouyang Nantian was talking to Chu Yan about the thunder and earth fire. Ouyang Nantian saw Chu Yan just now, and had initially comprehended the secret technique of heavenly thunder, earthly fire, so he told Chu Yan all about it. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that this heavenly thunder, earthly fire secret technique was well known in ancient times, whether it was in the god realm or in the demon realm, it was powerful in all directions. The ancestor of the Fan family who created the secret technique once used this secret technique to fight against the 8 saints alone, without losing the wind. After millions of years of inheritance, to Fan Tianhua's generation, although this secret technique has not been lost, but the ancestors of the Fan family had reached the realm back then, but no one in the Fan family has ever achieved it. The descendants of the Fan family, including Emperor Xuanhuan, all relied on their bloodline martial soul, coupled with the heavenly thunder, earth fire saber, and they were the only fighters of this rank. After a full hour, Tian Haiyu and the white-robed manager had finished dealing with all the matters concerning Shura Tianlong. So, Chu Yan followed Tian Kuan Xingzuan and other big bosses, and returned directly to Tianhai territory. As those who went against the gods left one after another, the gate of the headquarters of the Nintendo also gradually returned to calm. But, no one noticed. On the square in front of the hall not far from the Nishan Great Hall, on the black broken heaven sword altar that has stood for endless years, patterns composed of black spirit patterns glowed dimly together, as if some strange phenomenon was about to come. Happens in general. The gray light is getting brighter and brighter, but there is no breath overflowing. Those rays of light, like thick fog or light smoke, were faintly surging and gradually enveloped the entire square. Roar! 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 In the thick gray fog, eerie roars continued to resound, like ancient fierce beasts, abyssal demons, or thousands of demon kings roaring in unison. However, these terrifying roars seemed to be blocked by the thick gray fog, and the sound could not reach the range of the thick gray fog at all. At the same time, above the gray mist, patches of mirage-like phantoms continued to appear. These fuzzy phantoms are layered upon layer, each layer getting bigger and bigger, and they can be vaguely recognized, showing the scene of God's domain, the scene of the abyss, and even some others that no one knows at all. Boundary scene. Boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound in the sky, as if it had disturbed the vision in the square. In an instant, all the gray mist and mirage phantoms disappeared in an instant, and they quickly returned to the black altar like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea, without a trace of sound. The broken sky sword altar also returned to its former, 10,000-year silent appearance. All of this happened very briefly and quickly, no one noticed it at all, and even if someone saw it, they would doubt whether it was because they were dazzled. At this time, Chu Yan on the other side happily returned to the Tianhai region with Tian Kuan Xingzuan and Ziyun Great Emperor. The big bosses of the 3 giant palaces in the Tianhai region gathered together, and the Earth Demon Palace was unprecedentedly grand. This time in the battle of the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon, the 24 palaces of the 8 ways against the gods gathered together, but they got the first place in the Earth Demon Palace in the Tianhai region, and won the coveted Shura battle order from countless people. Such a beautiful and long-faced event naturally made everyone in the entire Tianhai region very excited. Tian Kuan Xingzuan met everyone's eyes, walked through the crowd with a face full of pride, and returned to the Earth Demon Palace. The smile on his face seemed to be open. From the beginning to the end, the mouth of the smirk was crooked, especially seeing Huang Fuitian and others in Xiantian Palace, with the depressed expressions of dead fathers, in the heart of Tian Kuan Xingzuan, compared to when he broke through the holy state back then. 10,000 times more comfortable. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, no matter what reward you want this time, even if I pawn the Tiankuan stick, I will reward you heavily. In the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace, a group of bigwigs from the Earth Demon Palace all looked at Chu Yan when they heard the words of the Tiankuan saint, all with smug smiles on their faces. Long face. When have they been so proud of themselves? Therefore, the words of the Tiankuan sage fell into their ears, and there was no objection at all, and they all nodded. Of course there will be a big prize. According to the agreement, I want Broken Heaven Sword. Facing the eyes of all the bosses of the Earth Demon Palace, Chu Yan said. Equals Old Iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2279 Demon Sword Spirit. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. As soon as the word Duan Tianjian came out, the entire Great Hall of the Earth Demon Palace fell silent in an instant. His face sank, and he looked up at Chu Yan, frowning slightly, his lips slightly opened, as if he wanted to say something, but finally shook his head without saying a word. In the hall, the other big bosses of the Earth Demon Palace also had dull faces. All of them were silent, but looked at Chu Yan with a strange gaze. Seeing the sudden change in the atmosphere in the hall, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the Lord Tian Kuan on the main seat, frowning slightly and said. Grand Palace Master Tian Kuan, you don't want to go back on your word, do you? Chu Yan did not expect that the previous agreement with Tian Kuan Xingzuan. It seems that there seems to be some changes now. Could it be that the Earth Demon Palace couldn't get so many points to exchange for the Heavenly Duan Sword? Chu Yan, this matter. Hearing Chu Yan's words, His Holiness Tian Kuan spoke, said only a few words, then stopped with hesitation on his face, and turned his head slightly to look at Emperor Xiyun, who was standing aside. Okay, let me say it. Seeing the gaze of Tian Kuan, Emperor Xiyun was slightly startled, and then nodded. Chu Yan, regarding our agreement with you before Earth Demon Palace, we old fellows admit that in order to let you compete, we played some tricks. Emperor Xiyun blushed slightly, looked at Chu Yan, and said. Huh. Played some tricks. Chu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned even colder. Although I am a member of the Earth Demon Palace, even after arriving in the Tianhai territory, I have been taken care of by the Tiankuan Saint and the Xiyun Emperor, but this does not mean that they can use me. So, Earth Demon Palace doesn't plan to break the Heavenly Sword for me as agreed, does it? Chu Yan's voice was cold, and he looked directly at Emperor Xiyun, and at the same time glanced at the Lord Tian Kuan, who was sitting on the main seat. A heaven-breaking sword, the #1 soldier against God. Together with Ouyang Nanshan's heaven-breaking knife, and Tiankuan Saint Venerable's Tiankuan cudgel, when the three are added together, they are the 3 divine weapons against God. However, in any case, neither the Duantian knife nor the Tiankuan cudgel can compare with the Duantian sword. Therefore, Duantian sword, as the most expensive existence in Nishan Dao, has been exchanged for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one has been able to exchange it. Originally, when Chu Yan made the agreement with Tian Kuan Xingzuan, he had doubts. However, considering that the Tiankuan sage has always been kind to him, and if the Tiankuan sage directly said that he could not afford the exchange, he could also exchange it with other conditions. Chu Yan is not a person who cannot be discussed. But now, if the Tiankuan sage and the Earth Demon Palace can't take out the broken sky sword, then it's not such a simple qualitative as the so-called playing tricks. At this moment, Emperor Xiyun shook his head directly, and said. That's not true, it's not easy to exchange for the broken sky sword. It's just. Huh. Just what? Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. It is not difficult to exchange for the heavenly broken sword. In this way, it's not that the Earth Demon Palace and the Heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable are not prepared to exchange the Duantian sword for themselves, but there should be other secrets. It's just that even if this heaven-breaking sword is given to you, you can't use it. On the contrary, it will be harmful to you. Emperor Xiyun looked at Chu Yan and said seriously. On this point, when Venerable Tian Kuan made the agreement with you, he did not tell the truth. I am ashamed of you. However, we didn't expect that you could really win the first place in the Tianlong Babu battle and win the Azure battle order. So, apart from the heaven-breaking sword, as long as you open your mouth, our Earth Demon Palace can do it, no matter what. What Emperor Xiyun said made Chu Yan confused. What's the situation? The heaven-breaking sword cannot be used, and it is harmful. Hearing Emperor Xiyun's words, Chu Yan frowned, not knowing what he was talking about. Why? Chu Yan asked. That's it. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Emperor Xiyun glanced at Tianku and Xingzuan, and after seeing the other party nodded, he opened his mouth to explain. The Duantian sword has been kept for hundreds of thousands of years on the square of the main hall of Nishan, because the sword master Aoki left a message that all his kendo inheritance is contained in this sword, and there is no restriction on identity. As long as it is a sword cultivator, anyone can come to comprehend the Duantian sword. As long as the Duantian sword can recognize its owner, then it can get its inheritance. So, for hundreds of thousands of years, there are countless people who want to subdue the Duantian sword. Even other strong men who are not sword cultivators are attracted to it and want to subdue it. But no one has ever succeeded. Among so many people, the great palace master of our Earth Demon Palace, Holy Lord Tiankuan, may be the one who most accepts subduing the heaven-breaking sword. Maybe, you have also heard that the Heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable fought hundreds of rounds with the heaven-breaking sword and sword spirit with the Heavenly Kuan staff, but he was defeated in the end, without success. Having said that, Emperor Xiyun stopped and turned his head to look at Saint Tiankuan. Yeah. Chu Yan nodded, and glanced at Tianku and Xingzuan. During the Battle of the Eight Dragons, when Ouyang Nantian told himself about Duan Tianjian, he also mentioned this past, and told himself that if he really subdued Duan Tianjian, he had better listen to the opinions of Tianku and Xingzuan. Because, in the entire Nishan Dao, the person who knows how to break the heavenly sword the most may be the Heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable. Actually, the reason Tiankuan gave up at the time was not that he couldn't defeat the sword spirit of the heaven-breaking sword, but because the sword spirit of the heaven-breaking sword can devour the power of a person's soul. The power of the soul. Chu Yan was stunned and asked suspiciously. That's right. A person's soul is extremely fragile. Even if he cultivates to the state of the Holy Venerable, the power of the soul will not increase much, but in the world of martial arts, the soul is taboo, there is no power at all, it can affect the soul. And this is also the reason why many strong men can retain a trace of remnant souls after being lost. Perhaps, this is the last ray of hope left to us warriors. However, the world has never been absolute. It's not true that there is no power that can affect the soul. Emperor Xiyun looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered slightly, and continued. As far as I go against the gods, since it was recorded, in the world of martial arts, the only thing that can affect the soul of a martial artist is the demon race. Demon race. Chu Yan's pupils shrank slightly. The demon clan, the master of the abyss back then, fought against God's domain millions of years ago. Since then, it has been lost and the entire clan has been wiped out. It is known in history as the war between gods and demons. That's right. The sword spirit of Duantian sword is a demon sword spirit, said Emperor Xiyun. Sacred Lord Tiankuan, when he fought against the Duantian sword spirit back then, his soul was injured. Over the years, he traveled everywhere, traveling around the 10 directions of the star field, just to find a way to repair his soul. However, so far, less than 30% of the spiritual creations received have recovered. So, this heaven-breaking sword. When Emperor Xiyun said this, he sighed, shook his head, and said no more. The meaning could not be more clear. No wonder. Hearing this, Chu Yan finally realized why, when Chu Yan triggered the Duantian sword last time, he felt an extremely clear breath of abyss on it. It turned out that this Duan Tianjian sword spirit turned out to be the demon race sword spirit. Moreover, it can also devour the power of the soul of a person. In this way, if you are not careful, you will be like the Tiankuan sage. At least, the soul will be injured, and at the worst, it will directly go mad, and it is impossible for the soul to disappear. End of chapter. equals old iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2280 Xuanhuan Road. 3UN3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. What Emperor Xie said made Chu Yan a little unexpected. After all, his understanding of Duan Tian Duan was only limited to the last time he aroused the Duan Tian sword and sword spirit. The others are all hearsay, or what Ouyang Nan Tian said. However, Chu Yan never intends to give up on the Duantian sword. This is the number 1 sword in the 10 Directions Starfield, and Chu Yan will definitely win it. Not only for the inheritance of Sword Master Qingmu Sword Master, but at the same time, Chu Yan also wants to know what is the relationship between this heaven-breaking sword and the Abyssal Demon clan. Is there no other way? Chu Yan asked. This? Emperor Xie looked at Saint Tiankuan, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. If you want to subdue the Duantian sword without being affected by its sword spirit, the only way is to find the scabbard of the Duantian sword. The scabbard of the broken sky sword. Chu Yan was taken aback. Not bad. Emperor Xie nodded. Back then, Sword Master Aoki left the heaven-breaking sword, but not the scabbard of the heaven-breaking sword. According to rumors, the scabbard of the heaven-breaking sword and the heaven-breaking sword, one yin and one yang, mutually generate and restrain each other. Chance is only in the Duantian scabbard. Then where is the heaven-breaking scabbard? Chu Yan asked. I don't know about this. Emperor Xie shook his head and continued. Whether I'm against God or I'm in the 10 Directions Starfield, I've never heard of any news about the scabbard of the heaven-breaking sword. According to the speculation of our ancestors who are against God, the scabbard of the heaven-breaking sword may be in the abyss. Abyss. Chu Yan has been to this abyss a few times. For other warriors, it is a desperate place, but for Chu Yan, he can search for it. All right. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan finally made up his mind. He looked up at Emperor Xie and Saint Tiankuan, and said. Wait until I get back the sky-breaking sword scabbard. It won't be too late to exchange for the broken sky sword. Bring back the Duantian scabbard. Hearing Chu Yan's words, all the bosses of the Earth Demon Palace were stunned. Chu Yan, in that abyss, monsters are rampant. Most of them are above the Emperor's realm, and they all appear in groups. Their ability to perceive breath is more than 10 times that of our warriors. Any fluctuation in breath will attract thousands of nearby monsters to gather. So, for so many years, there are very few warriors in the land of the abyss who dare to go to Lilian. You, don't mess around. Saint Tiankuan hurriedly spoke, wanting to dissuade Chu Yan. After all, in his opinion, no matter how good the Duantian sword is, it is not worth the importance of life. Moreover, Chu Yan has just won the first place in the 8 Dragon Wars, so it is even more unworthy. I've been to the abyss twice, so self-protection should be no problem. Chu Yan knew that Saint Tiankuan had good intentions, but he had made up his mind and would not change it. Then, okay. Seeing that Chu Yan couldn't be persuaded by Tiankuan, the Holy Lord stopped talking. This is for you. Tiankuan Xingzuan waved his hand, and a stream of light shot at Chu Yan, who was gently picked up by Chu Yan and copied in his hand. Identity Talisman. Chu Yan looked down, but found that it was the Identity Jade Talisman of the Tiankuan sage, and suddenly looked up in surprise. If you need any resources, take my Jade Talisman and go to the Ling Tian treasure to exchange it casually. It can be regarded as a reward for Lu from the Earth Demon Palace, besides the heaven-breaking sword. After Tiankuan finished speaking, he got up and left the Earth Demon Palace, heading towards the apse. After the Tiankuan sage left, Chu Yan also left the Earth Demon Hall and returned to his residence hall. However, as soon as he returned to the residence hall, he saw Yu Wuxue in black leather armor standing outside the gate of his residence hall, obviously waiting for a long time. Brother Chu, I finally see you. Seeing Chu Yan appear, Wuxue was extremely excited, and hurried forward to say hello. No way. You have chased to Tianhai territory. Chu Yan was stunned, looking at Wuxue in front of him. His face was full of surprise. Brother Chu, I have something important to do, and it's very important. Don't do it because of it. Please forgive me. Wuxue's face was solemn, his attitude was extremely respectful, and he bowed his hands in a salute. This? Chu Yan suddenly realized that it seemed that Wuxue said that he wanted to get together with him, not just to make friends with him. Go, talk inside. Greeting Wuxue, after opening the residence hall restriction, the two of them entered the residence hall one by one, and went directly to the living room. After the guests of honor were seated, before Chu Yan could ask, Wuxue spoke directly. Brother Chu, I am here this time not only on my own behalf, but also on behalf of my father, Xie. Wuxue said. Huh. What the hell is going on? Chu Yan's expression froze when he heard that. Xie, the Grand Lord of the Demon Palace in the ancient demon territory, is said to have the blood of the demon race on his body, and has a sworn feud with the God realm. Chu Yan can guarantee that he has never been in contact with Xie or Wuxue, and he really doesn't understand that these two descendants of the demon race suddenly came to him. Brother Chu, I'm looking for you because during the battle of the 8 heavenly dragons, my father discovered that Brother Chu had an extremely pure magic breath. Wuxue looked at Chu Yan and said. This? Chu Yan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Chu Yan has always suspected that his own holy Rakshasa has some ties to the demons, otherwise, in the abyss last time, those Yin and evil spirits directly became the great tonic of the holy Rakshasa, which is obviously not because of the Yin attribute. However, Chu Yan couldn't tell exactly where his Raksha Wujiju came from. At the very least, Chu Yan feels that the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong has a book of god-level exercises, which is really unreasonable. That's right. Seeing Chu Yan pondering all over his face, Wuxue spoke again. The once-in-a-thousand-year Xuanhuan Road is about to begin. If Brother Chu is interested in going, my father would like to entrust you to help him find something. I don't know, is it convenient? Xuanhuan Road. Chu Yan was startled. This Xuanhuan Road was the fiefdom of the Demon Realm royal family during the heyday of the Demon Clan. It is rumored that the cause of the war between gods and demons had a great relationship with this Xuanhuan Road. Xuanhuan Road is divided into Upper Xuanhuan Road and Lower Xuanhuan Road, both of which are extremely dangerous. Entering the Upper Xuanhuan Road requires a drop of demon blood essence, while entering the Lower Xuanhuan Road requires at least a 5th level cultivation in the Upper Martial Emperor realm. Yellow Spring Road is rich in yellow spring fruit. It is a treasure of heaven and earth for top-level cultivation. Even in the way of rebellion, one yellow spring fruit can be exchanged for 10,000 points. Many members of the elite against God will go there. When it is opened, enter it, firstly to find Huang Quangguo, and secondly, to explore the secrets of the war between gods and demons back then. Maybe you can get a chance. Yellow Spring Road. After listening to Wuxue's introduction, a bright light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. Just in time, I was going to go to the abyss to find the scabbard of the Duantian sword, but I didn't have any clues, so I started to investigate from Xuanhuan Road. I don't know, what do you Palace Master want me to do for you? Chu Yan looked at Wuxue and asked. Kill someone. Wuxue replied with a cold look. End of chapter. Old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2281 Imperial Mausoleum. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Facing Wuxue's commission, Chu Yan was a little surprised. Killing people is nothing to a martial artist in the world of spirits. As long as one's cultivation base is weaker than one's own and one finds an opportunity, whether it's a life and death battle, or a direct attack, or even more battles and fewer, killing people is very simple. You know, in the world of martial spirits, countless warriors are lost every day. Therefore, Chu Yan did not understand the entrustment of the Yu family father and son. Why should he entrust others to kill people? Not to mention Yu Shitian, but this Yu Wuxue in front of him is also an elite member who broke into the decisive battle of the 8 heavenly dragons, and his strength is naturally not bad. If the other party is powerful and they can't kill them, then it's impossible for them to entrust him with a cultivation level weaker than Yu Wuxue's. In an Aishan Dao, only 8,000 points are needed to ask the Holy Emperor to make a move once. 8,000 points, nothing to Yu Zishan or Yu Wuxue. Brother Chu. Yu Wuxue kept watching Chu Yan's expression, and when he saw Chu Yan's puzzled expression, he quickly explained. This person's name is Yin Tian, and he is the great elder of a branch of the Xingtian Pavilion. This time, the Yellow Spring Road is opened, and he is going to the Yellow Spring Altar to open the Demon Race Royal Tomb. The imperial mausoleum of the Demon Clan is not allowed to be desecrated. Yu Wuxue said with a murderous intent on his face. But, what does this have to do with me? Chu Yan shrugged, speechless, looking at Yu Wuxue and asked directly. Good. Yu Wuxue voluntarily abstained from the battle of the 8 dragons, but this did not mean that Chu Yan owed him favors and wanted to help him. Now Chu Yan lacks nothing, the only thing he lacks is time. Therefore, it is impossible for Chu Yan to go to Xuanhuan Road to help him kill Yin Tian in order to help the Yu family and his son. Even Yu Shitian is the Grand Palace Master of the Earth Demon Palace in the ancient demon territory, but it has nothing to do with Chu Yan. My father entrusted Brother Chu with this matter, so naturally he won't let Brother Chu do it for nothing. Yu Wuxue smiled lightly, as if he had expected Chu Yan to say that, so he continued. Brother Chu, are you interested in the heaven-breaking sword? Huh? How do you know? Chu Yan was taken aback. He had just returned from the heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable, and was planning to go to the abyss to find the scabbard of the Duantian sword. In such a short period of time, it is impossible for news to spread so fast. Besides, it is impossible for Tian Kuan Xingzuan and Ziyun Great Emperor to reveal their whereabouts like outsiders. Last time, in the Nation Square, Chu Yan seemed to be subduing the Duantian sword, and also aroused the sword spirit of the Duantian sword. In addition, Chu Yan himself was a sword repairer, and in the Battle of the 8 Dragons, he seemed to be against Fan Tianlong. I am very interested in my family's secret technique of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Based on these circumstances, my father guesses that Brother Chu will not miss the opportunity to subdue Duantianjian. Hearing Yu Wuxue's words, Chu Yan's face turned slightly cold. Unexpectedly, his own thoughts were completely guessed by Yu Wuxue. That's right. I'm not interested in other resources or spirit treasures other than the heaven-breaking sword. Chu Yan nodded without hiding anything. However, according to the Tiankuan sage, there are still some troubles to subdue the Duantian sword, which makes Chu Yan feel a little helpless. Brother Chu, do you know that the sword spirit of the Duantian sword is the demon soul sword spirit, and it is almost impossible to suppress it unless you get the scabbard of the Duantian sword? Yu Wuxue said. Huh? Chu Yan was stunned, looking at Yu Wuxue's eyes, which shone slightly. Looking at Yu Wuxue, Chu Yan suddenly realized that Yu Shitian and Yu Wuxue's father and son are the orthodox descendants of the demon clan, and I am afraid that no one can match their understanding of the demon realm. As long as Brother Chu can kill Yin Tian, my father is willing to tell Brother Chu the location of the Duantian scabbard in exchange. Yu Wuxue said. Duantian scabbard. Your father knows where the Duantian scabbard is. Chu Yan was startled, and asked urgently. Good. Yu Wuxue nodded and didn't explain much, but his eyes were determined. It didn't seem like a lie. Chu Yan looked at Wuxue, his eyes flickered slightly, and he kept thinking in the sea of consciousness. After a long silence, Chu Yan asked, "This Ying Quan Tian, why didn't your father do it himself, or you did it, can't you? Need to come to me." This. Alas. Wuxue's eyes darkened, he let out a long sigh, shook his head, looked at Chu Yan and said, "My father and I are sinners of the demon race, we have no face to step into the demon realm again." Hearing this, Chu Yan stopped asking any further questions. After all, it was a sad thing for descendants of the demon race, like the Yu family and his son. "How can I trust you?" Chu Yan asked after thinking about it. If he really accepted the entrustment, he might not be able to rely on a single promise. Chu Yan and the Yu family father and son are not too familiar, or even the first contact. My father has already released the mission in the mission hall, and the reward has also been submitted. You can rest assured about this. Wuxue said. However, a total of 5 task quotas have been issued. You also know that the opening of Xuanhuan Road this time is a good opportunity to kill Ying Quan Tian. My father doesn't want to miss it, so. Wuxue was a little embarrassed, and he stammered. After all, his father and son entrusted Chu Yan to take action, but they also issued 4 additional task quotas. It's okay. Competition is a good thing. Chu Yan nodded. Just like Chu Yan doubted the Yu family father and son, it is normal for the Yu family father and son to doubt themselves. Therefore, for Chu Yan, it is not unacceptable for Yu Shiqian to do this, but for Chu Yan, it is definitely a surprise to have the news of the broken sky scabbard. Okay. If that's the case, I'll go to the mission hall. Chu Yan said with his eyes shining. Hearing this, Wuxue hurriedly got up, said goodbye and left, and Chu Yan also left with him, going to the mission hall, ready to accept the mission announced by Yu Shiqian. Chu Yan's residence hall is not far from the mission hall, and there is enough time for 100 breaths. Stepping into the mission hall for the second time, there are still many people. In order to earn points, many members of Nintendo will pay attention to the mission hall for a long time. This time, Chu Yan entered the mission hall, walked directly to the 3rd mission crystal screen, and began to check. The Scarlet Letter mission is the most difficult and least attended mission. Chu Yan just glanced at it, and saw the Xuanhuan Road killing mission that Wuxue said. Take out the Identity Jade Talisman, draw the consciousness, and the detailed information about the Scarlet mission will appear directly in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness. After careful inspection, Chu Yan confirmed that it was similar to what Wuxue said. Among them, in addition to the 50,000 point reward, there is also a reward that can only be viewed after the status of an elder. As the Emperor of the War, Chu Yan is of course qualified. When he clicked on it, it was written on the reward item. News of the broken sky scabbard. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan took away the Identity Jade Talisman and headed towards the task elder next to him. Emperor Kong Tian, accept the Xuanhuan Road murder mission. Emperor Giant Spirit, accept the Xuanhuan Road murder mission. Before Chu Yan could get there, a red light flashed on the crystal screen of the task in the hall, and 2 rows of red letters appeared. It turned out that someone took the task first. Huh. There are 3 places left. Chu Yan didn't expect that out of 5 places in total, 2 of them were picked up at once. Elder, I will accept the Xuanhuan Road murder mission. Chu Yan walked quickly to the task elder, handed out his Identity Jade charm, and said. Huh. The Emperor of the Earth Demon Palace, the qualifications are enough, I will help you to climb up. The task elder took Chu Yan's Identity Jade Talisman and nodded. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Call. A majestic emperor's prestige rushed from outside the mission hall, and swept the entire hall in an instant. Everyone turned their heads to look with a shudder. End of chapter. equals old iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2282 looking for something. 3U3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Accompanied by the sweeping emperor prestige, 3 figures appeared from the gate of the mission hall, walking straight towards the mission elder. These 3 people are the Holy Emperor Huanlei, Gohong and Ji Ming. See Palace Master Huan, Palace Master Go Hong, and Palace Master Ji Ming. See Palace Master Huan, Palace Master Go Hong, and Palace Master Ji Ming. See Palace Master Huan, Palace Master Go Hong, and Palace Master Ji Ming. From all directions, the members of Shantian Hall, including the task elder, saw the appearance of the 3 Huanlei sage emperors, and saluted together. Different from Chu Yan's status as the Emperor of War, in the positions of Anai Shindao, the Palace Master and Palace Master have real power and lead many members respectively. Therefore, there are quite a few people in the task hall who are subordinates of the 3 of them. And Chu Yan, the War Emperor, is just a vacant position and enjoys the treatment of an elder, but he is not responsible for anything. Seeing these 3 people appear, Chu Yan also frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Everyone is free. Sage Emperor Huanlei waved his hand, with a strange smile on his face, glanced at Chu Yan, and turned to look at the mission elder. Just received the news that someone released the mission of Huangquan Road. I brought Dianju Ge and Dianju Ji to pick up the mission. Hearing the words of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, Chu Yan and the mission elder were taken aback at the same time. Report to Palace Master Huanlei, Chu Yan has already signed up for this mission just now, and there are only 2 places in total at present, you see. Hearing this, Sage Emperor Huanlei's expression darkened immediately, including Gohong and Ji Ming's faces, and a strange look flashed across them at the same time. This Chu Yan dared to accept the task of Huangquan Road. The stunned look on his face quickly disappeared, replaced by a face full of jokes and coldness. Last time, at the Jinlan event, that Chu Yan made Shantian Palace unable to get off the stage, almost made him go back, and vomited a few ounces of blood. Now, finally seized the opportunity to clean him up. What he didn't expect was that today was such a coincidence that this Chu Yan came to his door by himself. That being the case, let him have a good experience of what is the dignity of a holy emperor and what is the demeanor of a palace master. Snort. Sage Emperor Huanlei lowered his face, snorted heavily, glanced at the mission elder from the corner of his eyes, and said, "Didn't you hear what I said? I said, the 3 of us will take on this task." When the Holy Emperor Huanlei spoke, the power of the Holy Emperor on his body directly suppressed the mission elder. This wave of Holy Emperor's power was like a rainbow, and even the surrounding pillars and other members who watched the excitement trembled in unison. Gohong and Ji Ming, who were standing on the side, instantly understood what the Huanlei Sage Emperor was thinking, and at the same time, a joking look appeared on their faces, and they looked at Chu Yan. Not only Gohong and Ji Ming, but also the Emperor Huanlei's imperial prestige swept away, and all the people watching the excitement seemed to understand. This Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor obviously wants to suppress Chu Yan as the master of Shantian Palace. This. The task elder glanced at Chu Yan, his face full of embarrassment. Chu Yan is the king of the Earth Demon Palace. He won the 8-part Tianlong battle just now, and there is Tianquan Xingzuan behind him. The Huanlei Sage Emperor is the second lord of the Shantian Palace, and also the lord of the Sage Emperor, so it can be said that he has a high position and authority. No matter what he did, he was bound to offend one party. However, no matter whether it is Chu Yan or Huanlei Sage Emperor, even a small mission elder like him can't afford to offend him. Second Palace Lord Huanlei, should you queue up to accept the mission? First come, first served, understand. When Chu Yan saw the expression of the mission elder, he naturally knew his embarrassment, so he turned his head to look at the 3 Huanlei Sage Emperors, glanced at Guhong and Jiming, and said, "Even if this task has to be done with strength, these two people together are no match for me." Humph. Of course Chu Yan knew that these guys were smirking there, and they would not be polite to them at all, and Chu Yan was telling the truth. "Chu Yan, you." Hearing Chu Yan's words, Guhong and Jiming's faces were full of anger, their faces turned purple, and they raised their fingers to Chu Yan, but they couldn't say anything. Because what Chu Yan said is really the truth. This is the Emperor of the Earth Demon Palace, who defeated Chen Tianlu, Lin Xian, and Fan Tianhua consecutively in the 8-part Tianlong battle that just ended. They may not be familiar with others, but Fan Tianhua has a very close relationship with the two of them. Together, the two of them are not as powerful as Fan Tianhua alone. So, Chu Yan said so, they can only hold back. A joke? Guhong and Jiming are the masters of my Shantian Palace. How can you be compared with the great war emperor of the Earth Demon Palace? In my nation Dao, there are countless war emperors, but the 3 palaces, 6 halls and 9 halls are the core. So, of course, the 3 places today belong to the 3 of us. If you are not convinced, you can fight for one yourself in the battle for the position of the palace master in the future. Sacred Emperor Huanlei looked at Chu Yan with contempt on his face, his eyes were high and high. Although an Aishan Dao is different from ordinary sect forces, there are also ranks. Whether it is a palace master, hall master, or hall master, within an Aishan Dao, there are naturally some privileges. The Huanlei Saint Emperor is sure that Chu Yan is in Nishan Dao, and his status is low, so he can handle it as he wants. At this point, even if Chu Yan moved Tiankuan Xingzuan, it would be useless. Because, the reason why the Tiankuan sage is strong is because of his strength. At the same time, he is also the master of the Earth Demon Palace, second only to Huangfu Tian in the Tianhai area. If one considers the strength and the competition among the 3 giant palaces, the Tiankuan sage will certainly not give Huangfu Tian any face. After all, the two are basically of equal status. But Chu Yan is different. As a new member who just joined an Aishan Dao, his status as a war emperor has already reached its peak. Compared with the official 3 palaces, 6 halls and 9 halls, it is a little lower. Hearing the words of the Huanlei sage emperor, Guhong and Jiming showed a playful smile on their faces at the same time. So what if you are strong? Come to the task hall first, so what if you are in the front row? Seeing this scene, the other members who were watching the scene all shook their heads with sighs on their faces. Newcomers, that's how sad it is. Although Chu Yan has become famous recently, many of the members present wanted to support Chu Yan, but they dared not speak at all. Chu Yan stood there, looking at the Phantom Thunder Emperor, with a coldness in his eyes that kept rising. If the 3 Huanlei sage emperors came before him, ranked in front, and took the last 3 places for this task, of course Chu Yan would not say anything. But now, he actually wants to use his status to force himself. What are you still doing? Do you still want me to invite you? An angry look appeared on the face of the Huanlei sage emperor, and he pressed hard on the mission elder, and the soul of the other party almost flew out of his body in fright. Second Palace Lord, calm down, I will handle it for you 3. The mission elders dare to disobey the Holy Lord Huanlei, especially himself, who is a member of Shantian Palace. Small print appears. It is the record of Huanlei sage emperor, Guhong and Jiming, who accepted the task of murder on Huangquan Road. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the task was completed, the Huanlei sage emperor laughed wildly, looked at Chu Yan with a playful face, and said, Chu Yan, aren't you a cow? How are you doing now? Are you dissatisfied? When will you become the palace master? Come and seek revenge from me. As soon as the words landed, the Huanlei Saint Emperor took the mission jade talisman from the mission elder, and walked away with Guhong and Jiming, who were also smiling. The goal has been achieved, and he didn't dare to provoke Chu Yan too much, otherwise he would not be able to explain what happened. Chu Yan stood there, watching the three leave. The killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Chu War Emperor, I'm really sorry, I have nothing to do, or I'll help you choose another mission and give you some tips for free, what do you think? The mission elder looked at Chu Yan's eyes with terrifying murderous intent, his legs trembled in fright, and he quickly apologized. Although I have seen many battles between the big bosses of the three palaces, I have never encountered such a terrifying battle like today. End of chapter. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2283 Mountainside City. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. The words of the mission elders did not play any role, and Chu Yan completely ignored them. How about I personally take 100,000 points as compensation? Seeing Chu Yan's expression, the mission elder felt that his scalp was numb. He gritted his teeth and was about to speak, but Chu Yan directly raised his hand to refuse. No need. Chu Yan turned his head, the murderous intent in his eyes quickly converged. He pondered for a while and said, help me see if there are any other tasks on Xuanhuan Road. Although Chu Yan was extremely angry just now, he didn't attack directly. Although Chu Yan was not afraid of the Holy Emperor of Phantom Thunder, he didn't want to cause trouble for the Earth Demon Palace. The difference in status was against the rules of the Divine Way. Moreover, he communicated with Yu Wuxue thousands of miles just now, and he has reached an agreement with Yu Wuxue. Even if there is no task in the mission hall, as long as Chu Yan completes the task, he will tell Chu Yan the news of the broken sky scabbard. This agreement has also gone through the intermediary of Tianku and Xingzuan, so there should be no problem. As for the 50,000 points rewarded by the mission, Chu Yan didn't care. Yes. Yes. There is another task here, which is to go down Xuanhuan Road, and it is about. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the mission elder heaved a sigh of relief and quickly answered. Handle it for me. Chu Yan listened for a while, and it was just an ordinary task of finding Huang Quangguo, so he nodded and agreed. Yes, I'll do it for you. The task elder was extremely fast, and quickly completed the procedures, and handed over the task Jade Talisman to Chu Yan. The blood essence of the demon race. It's worth 10,000 points, go to the Lingtian treasure to exchange it first. Chu Yan did not receive the task of murder in the underworld, and naturally he did not have the task items, so he could only go to the Lingtian treasure house and exchange points by himself. However, I will keep these 10,000 points on your heads. See you at the tomb of Xuanhuan when the time comes. Chu Yan took the task Jade Talisman, went straight out of the task hall, and headed towards the Lingtian treasure house. Soon, Chu Yan came out of Lingtian treasure house, stood still in the square, and looked towards Shantian Palace in the distance. In a pair of golden pupils. Two sharp sword chi shot straight out. In Nishan Dao, killing is strictly prohibited, wait until Xuanhuan Road. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan spread his wings like a great rock, soaring straight into the sky, and soon disappeared above the clouds. At the same time, two figures, one round and one short, appeared on Lingfeng, where Chu Yanju Palace was located. Humph. Damn Huan Lei, dare to be rude to my elder brother and kill him. As soon as Situyang came to Nashendo, he heard that Chu Yan had shown great power in the Battle of the 8 Dragons. Before he had time to celebrate Chu Yan, he heard the news about the mission hall, and of course he gritted his teeth angrily. Ah! The little white bear also had an angry expression on his face, wailing. Huh! You agree, kill them, okay, let's go. With a wave of Situyang's hand, a spirit pattern pierced through the air and turned into a giant golden knife. He slashed towards the void and directly opened a crack. The figures of the two disappeared into the crack in a flash. At this time, on the other side, hundreds of millions of miles away. On a piece of silent sky, a little fluctuation suddenly appeared, just like a stone wave was thrown on the calm water surface, and the ripples continued to ripple. Swish. A black electric light rushed straight out from the ripples in the void, appearing in this silent world. Abyss, here we come. Chu Yan swept his gaze, looked around in all directions, saw a gray misty mountain range not far away, and said softly. In front of him was a deserted gobi. Not far away, a sandy cliff nearly 100 feet high, like an invisible city wall, completely isolated the continuous mountains behind him from the large gray sea of fog in front of him. Standing in front of such a scenery, people have a feeling of being on the border of two worlds. It's like, one step back is the world, one step forward is hell. Even standing a few miles away from the sandy cliff, you can feel the faint demonic energy overflowing between the heaven and the earth, giving people a feeling of coldness in the soul. If it is an ordinary warrior, it will definitely be affected by these demonic energy, and a sense of terror will rise in the heart. However, Chu Yan was different. Being in these free, demonic qi made him feel refreshed, and his body was filled with true qi. In the middle of the invisible sandy cliff, there is a fracture zone, where the gray mist rushes out like a wave of air. That's where the entrance to the abyss is. The entrance of this abyss is not the same place as the entrance when Chu Yan came to the abyss twice before. But according to the Quest Jade Talisman record, this entrance is the closest to the underworld. After arriving at the lower Xuanhuan, and then entering the upper Xuanhuan, it is also close to the Xuanhuan Mausoleum, and the time required is the shortest. After all, 5 people took up that task, and Chu Yan had to speed up. After crossing the entrance cliff and entering the world of gray mist, after flying for an hour, Chu Yan's figure slowly stopped. 100 miles ahead, a towering blood-colored mountain was wrapped in a red envelope, releasing an incomparably powerful aura, which made people palpitate and wanted to escape. On the top of the mountain, a huge skeleton piled up, half of which had collapsed, and the remaining half of the bones showed that it was an extremely huge monster. In Chu Yan's eyes, gray air emerged, and strange light flickered. This huge monster skeleton gave him a familiar feeling, but he couldn't even tell what kind of monster it was. In addition to dragon beasts, there are actually such huge monsters. It seems that in this ancient era, there are indeed fierce beasts. While thinking secretly in Chu Yan's mind, he cast the pupil of the unicorn and looked towards the bloody mountain. With a glance, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Chu Yan's face. Because, the belly of the blood-colored mountain is actually hollow, and there are many powerful warrior breaths in it. Moreover, in the belly of the mountain, there are many stone palaces, stone buildings, and other buildings. Inside the huge mountain, Yanran formed a small city, which should be built by some warriors who came here. It's strange, since Xuanhuan Road is opened, many people should come to practice. Why are there so few people? Chu Yan was not too surprised to see the city in the middle of the mountain. After all, this Xuanhuan Road will be opened every few years, and those warriors who are interested in the demons will come to practice and form a gathering place after a long time. Normal. Now, Chu Yan knew very little about Xuanhuan Road, so after a moment of thought, Chu Yan headed towards the entrance of the mountain, planning to investigate some news first. Entering the mountainside, there is a large underground city excavated artificially in front of you. The area is about a quarter of the size of an ordinary city. Among them, the closest to Chu Yan is a stone building with a restaurant signboard, and the number of people inside is the largest. Chu Yan walked towards the restaurant, stepped into the first floor, and saw hundreds of warriors gathered here. All of them had strong breaths, fierce eyes, and powerful breaths. Finding a corner at random, Chu Yan ordered some wine and food, then released his consciousness and paid attention to the conversations around him. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan heard a lot of news about Xuanhuan Road. It turned out that the entrance to Xuanhuan Road was a teleportation array in the skeleton on the top of the mountain. But the official opening time of Xuanhuan Road is the day after tomorrow. End of chapter. Equals Old Iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2284 Natural Disaster Mother-in-Law. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Xuanhuan Road is divided into Upper Xuanhuan and Lower Xuanhuan, as well as the mausoleum area at the core of Xuanhuan. Most of the powerhouses gathered here are preparing to go to the Xuanhuan area. After all, there are more relics of the powerful forces of the demons in ancient times. And in the underworld, there are relatively weak relics of the demon clan forces, and the chances of obtaining treasures and heaven-defying opportunities are of course much smaller. However, whether it is going up to Xuanhuan or going down to Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan fruit is available. When Xuanhuan Road is opened, the Lower Xuanhuan Road will be opened first, while the Upper Xuanhuan Road will not be opened until 5 days later. Most of the strong people gathered here will come every time Xuanhuan Road is opened, so naturally they will not waste time and go down to Xuanhuan Road. Therefore, most of the people gathered here, or waited to form a team, and went to Xuanhuan Road 5 days later. So that's how it is. Let's go down to the underworld first, look for this netherworld fruit, and wait until the upper underworld is opened, and then enter it before it's too late. Listening to the news around him, Chu Yan made up his mind. Of course, Chu Yan doesn't need to form a team. If he just waits here, it will be a waste of time. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan listened carefully to other discussions around while drinking and eating meat. Have you heard? This time Xingtian Pavilion will come to Xuanhuan Road. Is there any treasure to be born? Fart Chongbao, I heard that Xingtian Pavilion is rushing to the tomb of Xuanhuan, as if looking for some ancient demon formation. Yellow Spring Mausoleum. Oh my God, the great emperor's realm will be destroyed, it's too dangerous. There are strong people in Xingtian Pavilion like clouds, and there are many strong people in the great emperor realm, so they won't be like us, only dare to stroll up and down Xuanhuan Road, looking for Xuanhuan fruit and so on. That's right, I don't know if there are too many Xuanhuan fruits this time. If you are lucky, maybe you can bump into a few magic treasures, that would be great. Magic treasure. Still bumping into it, you are dreaming. There is no map of the underworld, and you still want to find the magic treasure. Map of Xuanhuan. Wait, it's coming soon, it is estimated that today and tomorrow. The disaster mother-in-law is coming. I heard that this mother-in-law of natural disasters is a descendant of the demon race. I heard that she is also a royal family. I don't know if it is true. Who knows, anyway, she just needs to sell the map of Xuanhuan. The emperor is not the royal family. Now that the entire demon clan is ruined, even if it is the royal family, it is meaningless. That's right, but these 3,000 divine crystals and a map of Xuanhuan are too expensive. Hey, if you grab the treasure map and harvest 1 or 2 magic treasures, it's very easy. Even if it's an ordinary map, there are a few yellow spring trees. 50 maps, only 5 treasure maps, 45 white maps, it's too hard to grab. 3,000 god crystals are too expensive. 3,000 divine crystals. Damn, I'll just grab his mother's tomorrow. The entrance to the underworld, don't care about the area, what are you afraid of? Grab it. Haha, in that case, there will be a few more Sansheng stones on Xuanhuan Road. Sanshengshi. What do you mean? Do you think that no one has had evil intentions before and wanted to rob the mother-in-law of the natural disaster? You know what happened to those people. What's the end? These people have all turned into 3 life stones, standing on the road to the underworld, and they will live forever and never be detached. God, no way. Understand, this is Xuanhuan Road, what is impossible? Hiss. The conversation at one of the tables not only attracted Chu Yan's attention, but also the eyes of most of the strong people around him. Mother-in-law of natural disaster. Chu Yan held the spiritual wine cup and raised the corner of his mouth lightly. This sounds interesting. The area of the 10 Directions star field is really too large. Even if there is an organization like Tianwei Building that specializes in collecting information, it is impossible to know all the news in the world. Except for some major events that have caused a sensation in a certain field, otherwise, some gossip is still only known to a small number of people. It's like this is the first time Chu Yan has heard about the natural disaster mother-in-law. Just as Chu Yan was pondering, suddenly, a powerful aura appeared outside the restaurant, and Emperor Wei rushed to the entire lobby on the first floor of the restaurant. The appearance of this powerful imperial prestige immediately made everyone's faces shudder, and they turned their heads to look at it at the same time. The entrance to the underworld, this kind of place where dragons and snakes are mixed, usually comes to the master, but whenever there are powerful people coming, they will do this. One is to show their status and strength, and at the same time, it is also to frighten everyone and avoid some troubles. For a moment, hundreds of eyes all looked at the entrance of the restaurant, and at the 3 figures that appeared at the door. The leader, dressed in a cloud silk gold robe, looks extremely luxurious, and the jade pendant hanging around his waist exudes a strong aura, obviously an extremely extraordinary high-level spirit treasure. There was a hint of arrogance on his face, his eyes ignored everything, and the arrogance was beyond words. Obviously, this is a child of a prominent family, and his status and background are probably not simple. Behind him, one on the left and one on the right, followed by 2 people, both of whom were dressed gorgeously and had a strong aura. Huh? Who is this person? I've never seen it before. Looking at the breath, it looks like someone from the 7 Great War Clans. What? The 7 Great War Clans. How is it possible that they will come to the demon realm and Xuanhuan? That's right, when the demon clan was lost, the 7 Great War Clans were the main force. The strong people in the restaurant, watching the 3 people walking in the door, were all talking, especially when someone mentioned the 7 great clans. Many people's faces changed. Li Mingdao. Chu Yan looked at the figure on the left of the 3 of them, and suddenly said in astonishment. Among the 3, the person on the left was Li Mingdao, the fox youth whom Chu Yan met in Yungue City back then. Huh? Brother Chu Yan. Hearing the sound, Li Mingdao also looked surprised, and looked at Chu Yan, first startled, and then said with surprise. How did you come here? Chu Yan looked at Li Mingdao, who ran over with a look of surprise, with a puzzled expression. This Li Mingdao, when he first met himself, said that he was an outer disciple of the Fox clan. Later, in the fairy game, he heard what Long Tianhun and others said. This Li Mingdao, I am afraid that he is in the Fox clan, with a very high status. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the supreme treasure of the Fox family, such as the 9 sacred fox tail, to appear on him. And Xuanhuan Road is extremely dangerous. Aren't the children of these aristocratic families afraid of accidents? Chu Yan knew Li Mingdao's strength, and it was really dangerous to come to Xuanhuan Road. I sneaked out, my family didn't know. Li Mingdao said softly. The road to Xuanhuan is opened, only once in 1,000 years, how can we do it without knowing it, brother Chu Yan, don't you think so? When Li Mingdao saw Chu Yan, the smile on his face bloomed like a flower. Mingdao, this brother is. The 2 young men who came with Li Mingdao also followed and asked. He is my elder brother, Chu Yan. I used to mess with him. Li Mingdao still had that carefree character, and as soon as he opened his mouth, Chu Yan was speechless, shaking his head and smiling wryly. It's just that you helped him once, and you became a younger brother? This brother, who is the master from Yizhong, please? Hearing Li Mingdao's words, the young man in the lead suddenly darkened his face, looked at Chu Yan, looked him up and down, and asked with his hands clasped. "Loose cultivator." Chu Yan replied. "An Aishandao is a secret force, and its members are outside, and they are not allowed to reveal their identity as an Aishandao. Chu Yan's public identity in the 10 Directions starfield is just a casual cultivator. Casual repair." Hearing Chu Yan's words, the man in the cloud silk golden robe suddenly had a look of contempt in his eyes. End of chapter. Equals old iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C22857 Battle Clan. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. In the 10 Directions starfield, there are strong clans like forests, and there are even some behemoths that have been passed down to the ancient times. They are not only powerful, but also have extremely prominent backgrounds. Undoubtedly, these 3 young people, including Li Mingdao, all come from such powerful families. Therefore, for them, the proud background made them pay more attention to these fame and fortune. A casual cultivator, with no clan or family, is everywhere in the 10 Directions starfield. Humph. Mingdao, don't even look at the people you associate with, whether they are worthy of your identity. The young man in the cloud silk gold robe turned his head directly and taught Li Mingdao a lesson. No matter where they are, casual cultivators are the most vulnerable class among warriors. Most of the casual cultivators are either weakly talented, and ordinary sect forces don't like them at all, and they don't know how to recruit them, or they are directly eliminated and driven out by some powerful clans. No matter what kind of identity, this kind of identity cannot enter his eyes. Zhu Tianhu, stop farting here and talk nonsense, don't blame me for not giving face. When Li Mingdao heard the words, he was immediately angry, his face flushed, he pointed at the man in the cloud silk golden robe named Zhu Tianhu, and opened his mouth to curse. This scene made Chu Yan startled, and suddenly remembered that Li Mingdao directly scolded Long Tianhun in the same way in the fairy game. That one is the young city lord of Yunlong City, the son of the sage emperor, and his status is not low. This Li Mingdao is really strong enough, anyone dares to scold him, and he looks like he is not afraid of anything. However, this is also supported by the Fox clan. After all, the Fox clan is extremely powerful in the 10 Directions starfield. Even among the 7 great war clans, the Fox clan is at the front. When Zhu Tianhu heard Li Mingdao's words, his face turned red immediately. Mingdao, I'm doing it for your own good. This Xuanhuan road is full of fish and dragons, and you are not good at worldly affairs, just in case. He didn't expect that he would be scolded by Li Mingdao for his kindness. Moreover, it was for such a casual cultivator. Fart. In case of a fart. Like I said, I used to hang out with Big Brother Chu, whoever dares to talk about him will just make things difficult for me, Li Mingdao. Snort. Li Mingdao's eyebrows were cold and aggressive. If Zhu Tianhu didn't continue talking, Li Mingdao would definitely continue to scold him. Forget it. Let's do it this way, getting together is fate, bring you, Big Brother Chu, and let's go to the box on the 2nd floor. Zhu Tianhu looked at Li Mingdao, the corners of his mouth twitched twice, and finally held back, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said, I treat you. The last added sentence was said looking at Chu Yan, as if he suspected Chu Yan that he couldn't afford the drink at all. Brother Chu, let's go, let's. Li Mingdao heard the words, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said with a smile, but before he could speak, Chu Yan shook his head directly. No, you go. I'm here alone, quiet. But. Li Mingdao was stunned when he heard this, and was about to try to persuade him again, but when he saw Chu Yan sitting down directly, he didn't pay any attention to their intentions, so he just shut up. Turning around, he gave Zhu Tianhu a hard look, and Li Mingdao said, Okay, Brother Chu, I'll come find you later. From Li Mingdao's point of view, if they met here anyway, they must enter Huangquan Road, and then form a team together. Humph. Even if you still have self-knowledge. Zhu Tianhu snorted coldly, with eyes full of disdain. He glanced at Chu Yan's background, turned around and walked upstairs. The entrance to Huangquan Road, this city on the side of the mountain, is located in an extremely dangerous place. Let alone the power of the people behind this restaurant, even the price of this restaurant is beyond the reach of ordinary people. In an ordinary restaurant, you can eat and drink as you like with a piece of divine crystal, even if it is cooked by monster spirit grass, it is enough. But here, the price of all consumption is at least 100 times higher than that of the outside world. Therefore, when ordinary warriors come to the Huangquan restaurant at the entrance of Huangquan, they are all in the lobby on the first floor, where they can eat and drink as they please, as a temporary gathering place. Like the VIP boxes on the second floor, which cost hundreds of crystals to move, very few people go up there. Therefore, when the figures of these three youths disappeared on the stairs on the second floor, the powerhouses in the hall on the first floor became more certain that the identities of these three people were most likely the 7 great clans. Not long after, Chu Yan heard almost all the news on the first floor, so he got up directly, left Huangquan restaurant, left the city on the mountainside, found a good place nearby, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. From the opening of the underworld, the remaining time is less than a day. The reason why Chu Yan came out to practice was for the sake of tranquility, and at the same time, he could see which powerful forces and powerful people would enter the road to Huangquan this time. Time flies, half a day passes quickly. More and more people entered the mountainside city from the entrance of the underworld. There are even some vicious enemies who meet suddenly and fight directly. With more and more people, fighting and killing became the norm, and the smell of gunpowder and blood in the air became stronger and stronger. In such a three-way zone, and it is dangerous, killing is unavoidable. Finally, on the mountain peak, in the huge animal bone, a dazzling red light soared into the sky, exploding a mass of red flames in the gray sky. Those flames, coquettish like a flower, condensed and did not disperse, and soon formed a circular vortex light gate. At this moment, in the city at the belly of the mountain, a large number of strong men kept pouring out, standing at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the vision in the sky. The underworld is about to open. Look, someone came out of that light gate. It's the mother-in-law of natural disasters. The treasure map is coming, get ready. One after another exclamations sounded, mixed with excitement and excitement. Everyone stared closely at the figure that slowly appeared in the red light door. In the dead forest at the foot of the mountain, on top of a black stone, Chu Yan also slowly opened his eyes and walked towards the crowd. Just standing still, when I raised my head, I saw a voluptuous figure appearing in the sky, striding in the air, her feather skirt fluttering, holding a dragon head crutch, and falling towards the crowd below. This is the mother-in-law of natural disasters. With a glance, Chu Yan's face was stunned. He never expected that the so-called mother-in-law of natural disasters turned out to be a young woman with a beautiful face and a beautiful face. It's just that the dragon's crutch in her hand is too thick, which is in sharp contrast to her beautiful figure. Everyone, it's been 1,000 years, time flies so fast. With a sound like a silver bell, the natural calamity mother-in-law fell to the ground, and a dull breath rushed out from the moment her feet touched the ground, sweeping in all directions like a wave of air. 100 natural disaster maps are ready. Those who participate in the grabbing map, please pay 3,000 divine crystals, and start right away. As soon as the words fell to the ground, someone in the crowd rushed forward with excitement, scrambling to sign up. And Chu Yan also strode towards the natural disaster mother-in-law. At the same time, he turned the unicorn's pupils and looked towards her. However, with this glance, Chu Yan's body trembled violently, and the sea of consciousness exploded in an instant. End of chapter. equals old iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2286 Qinglian changes. 3U3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. The appearance of the natural disaster mother-in-law actually caused a shock in the sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan was suddenly stunned. On the sea of consciousness and the sky, the cyan sky lotus emits thousands of blue lights, dyeing the sea of consciousness and the sky in blue. The endless power is like a flood peak, stirring up layers of air waves. On the other side, in the direction of Wuhun mountain, 5 divine beasts Wuhun woke up together and let out roars that shook the sky. What's the situation? Chu Yan stagnated and frowned. Last time, in Yingui City, when the 5 soul stones were encountered for the first time, the 5 gods and beasts also moved, but the blue sky lotus did not respond. But this time even the blue sky lotus made such a big commotion. This natural disaster mother-in-law is by no means simple. However, this is a person, not the 5 soul stones, so why did the 5 spirit beast spirits and the blue sky lotus move at the same time? Could it be that this natural disaster mother-in-law can swallow it, improve her cultivation base, enhance her martial spirit, and even help the blue sky lotus recover? If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. There must be something wrong with this mother-in-law. Chu Yan thought to himself, and at the same time took another step towards the mother-in-law of natural disasters. Walking closer, separated by a group of people, Chu Yan was finally able to see the appearance of the natural calamity mother-in-law, and was suddenly a little surprised. Surrounded by large swaths of grey mist, she was dressed in a long skirt woven like feathers. She had an exquisite figure and a light veil on her face, which couldn't hide her stunning beauty at all. What a nice view! Oh my God, the natural disaster mother-in-law is so beautiful. I used to think that the natural disaster mother-in-law is really a mother-in-law. I heard that the former royal family of the demon clan were all handsome men and beautiful women. Could it be that this mother-in-law of the natural disaster is really a descendant of the royal family of the demon clan? Not only Chu Yan, but also the group of strong men who squeezed in front of the natural disaster mother-in-law were all attracted by the appearance of the natural disaster mother-in-law. Pay for the voices of discussion all around. The natural calamity mother-in-law smiled sweetly, didn't care, and spoke directly. As soon as the words landed, everyone came to their senses, took out jade talismans, and threw them at the disaster mother-in-law. All of a sudden, all the jade talismans with 3,000 divine crystals were flying all over the sky, flying towards the location of the natural disaster mother-in-law. Swish! 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 Every time a piece of jade talisman was received, the divine sense would scan it to confirm the number of divine crystals, and the mother-in-law would raise her hand, and shoot a gray air current towards the top of the person who paid the money. As a result, within 100 breaths, there was a cloud of gray air above the heads of most of the warriors present. However, not all of them will pay the money and are ready to participate in the robbing of the Xuanhuan treasure map. On the contrary, there are some powerful warriors who gather a little farther away and watch with a sneer on their faces. Some old people who have been to Xuanhuan Road glanced at this group of strong men in the distance, and all of them showed a look of vigilance on their faces. Anyone who is not too stupid can guess that these strong men who wait here without paying the money may have other plans. It's very simple. They plan to grab the treasure map of Xuanhuan after those who have paid the money get it. In this way, one can obtain the treasure map of the underworld without even spending a piece of divine crystal. Moreover, it is also possible to clearly know who got the treasure map and who got the ordinary map, so it is more accurate to grab it. There are 100 maps of Yellow Springs, each of which is different. Some may mark a relic, some may mark the location of a natural treasure, and some may directly be the location of the Yellow Spring tree. Among them, the 10 treasure maps are of the highest value, and the recorded ruins are also of the highest rank. Chu Yan just glanced at it, and those strong men who were about to catch cicadas with mantises turned their eyes to the mother-in-law of natural disasters. Strange, except for the strong breath, there is nothing special about it. No matter whether he used his divine sense to probe or peeped with the unicorn's pupils, Chu Yan looked up and down the natural disaster mother-in-law many times, but found nothing. It doesn't matter, let's grab the map of Xuanhuan first, and then talk about 10 treasure maps. Chu Yan's goal is of course the 10 treasure maps among the 100 Xuanhuan maps. Compared with ordinary maps, these treasure maps not only record higher-level relics and treasures, but also have larger map areas, including Lower Xuanhuan, Upper Xuanhuan, and all-terrain areas of Xuanhuan Mausoleum. This is the first time I came to the road to the underworld. With such a picture, it is of course much more convenient for Chu Yan to move. After handing in 3,000 divine crystals, a cloud of gray air flowed above Chu Yan's head. Like everyone else, he was waiting there for the picture grabbing to start. However, what Chu Yan didn't notice was that there was a trace of purple light in the gray air above his head. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find any abnormalities in comparison with the gray air masses above the hundreds of people present. At the same time, the mother-in-law of natural disasters would look at Chu Yan from time to time, with a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Li Mingdao, Zhu Tianhu, Peng Xiong and other members of the 7 great clans also participated in the picture grabbing and stood among the crowd. The rules are very simple. No killing, no use of spirit weapons, imperial techniques, martial souls, secret techniques, spirit patterns, a time limit of 100 breaths, and when the time is over, whoever gets how many pictures and what pictures is the result. The mother-in-law of natural disasters seldom talks, and after she finished explaining the rules in one sentence, she started directly. She flipped the seal with her slender hands, streams of light rushed out of her body, and in the blink of an eye, 100 scrolls with the same breath, but different colors appeared in the space in front of her. Prepare. The disaster mother-in-law announced loudly. Including Chu Yan, a group of warriors with gray air masses above their heads all looked nervous, and they all looked at the 10 treasure maps shining with golden light in the map of Xuanhuan. Brother Chu, grab that golden map. At some point, Li Mingdao squeezed to Chu Yan's side, and reminded him nervously. Not far away, Zhu Tianhu and Peng Xiong glanced at Chu Yan, sneered, and looked contemptuous. Start. At this moment, Granny Tianchao suddenly shouted urgently, waved her slender hand, and hundreds of scrolls shot in unison, rushing in all directions. At this moment, hundreds of pairs of eyes, including Chu Yan, looked at the sky together, locking on the treasure maps one by one, and their momentum skyrocketed. Huh? What's going on? Suddenly, just when everyone was about to make a move, they suddenly discovered that 10 golden lights suddenly turned, as if they were guided by something, they flew towards Chu Yan's direction together. 5 Xuanhuan treasure maps. Out of 100 maps, there were only 10 treasure maps in total, and half of them flew to Chu Yan. You know, there are many restrictions on snatching the map of Xuanhuan, mainly relying on body skills and speed, so the distance from the treasure map is very important. But now, the 5 treasure maps were all flying towards Chu Yan, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed 10 steps in front of Chu Yan. Collecting 5 treasure maps at once, that's a real release. Haha, big brother Chu, hurry up. Li Mingdao, who had already rushed out, turned his head to see this scene. He was overjoyed and reminded Chu Yandao loudly. Chu Yan didn't hesitate either, he was about to grab these 5 treasure maps, but at this moment, there was a sudden change. Roar! 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 In the Sea of Consciousness world, the 5 gods and beasts rioted together, and one after another consciousness came, which was urging Chu Yan to ignore the 5 golden pictures and quickly snatch an ordinary white picture flying to Zhu Tianhu's position in the distance. Huh? How come? Chu Yan's figure stopped abruptly, his spiritual consciousness swept out, and he locked on the ordinary white map of Xuanhuan in an instant, frowning. End of chapter. Equals old iron. Please remember for a second 3@3novels.com. Hashtag C2287 double repair. 3U&3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. For Chu Yan, the most trustworthy is of course the Wuhun of the 5 divine beasts. Therefore, when the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts issued a reminder, even if Chu Yan didn't understand, he didn't hesitate at all, and his figure suddenly turned sharply in the air, and shot towards the right. However, this action, in the eyes of other people around, all of them changed their expressions. What? Is this man crazy? He actually gave up the 5 golden maps at hand and rushed to an ordinary white map. You know, Baitu is the second to last map among all the 100 maps. Even warriors who haven't captured a single map, they won't even look at Baitu. But now, this person actually gave up the 5 gold pictures and went to grab the white picture. Haha, this golden picture belongs to me. Seeing Chu Yan turn around, a strong man who was following behind him suddenly looked ecstatic, laughed and grabbed the 5 gold pictures. Dream. The other powerhouses in the short distance also reacted quickly, and roared violently, rushing towards the 5 golden pictures. Because the 5 gold maps are too concentrated, half of the warriors are attracted to rush over, and the other places on the Xuanhuan map are empty. Boom. 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 Just when Chu Yan caught the white Xuanhuan map, behind him, in the space where the 5 gold maps were originally located, a war broke out immediately. A fist and palm prints were intertwined together, blasting layers of air waves, rushing in all directions with violent vigor. In this battle, for the map of the underworld, the time limit is 100 breaths. For the strong present, 100 breaths of time is enough for a big battle. Chu Yan didn't pay attention to the group of crazy warriors behind him. At this moment, all he could see was the white map in his hand. The level of this map is too low, so even if Chu Yan holds him and just stands there, no one will come to snatch it. 100 interest time. Whether it is long or not, whether it is short or not. Time is up. Everyone stop. The natural calamity mother-in-law let out a soft shout, raised her hand and slashed out a thunderbolt, shaking everyone's spirits, and they all stopped. Hundreds of people participated in the map grabbing, and less than 70 people were able to get the map of Xuanhuan. Among them, some people even grabbed 2 or 3. Like Zhu Tianhu, who has a golden map in one hand and a purple map in the other, both are high-level maps, with a proud look on his face. Holding an ordinary blueprint in his hand, Li Mingdao walked up to Chu Yan, looked at Chu Yan with doubts, and said, "Brother Chu, why did you give up those 5 golden pictures? This white picture is a bit poor." Everyone in the audience was absorbed by Li Mingdao's words, and they all turned their heads to look at it. "Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, thanks to you this time, otherwise this golden picture would not be able to do it." But Zhu Tianhu laughed loudly, looked at Chu Yan with a mocking look on his face, and continued. "For you have self-knowledge. Even if you snatched the golden map just now, you still can't protect it." Originally, Li Mingdao paid so much attention to Chu Yan, which made Zhu Tianhu think highly of Chu Yan, but now, in his eyes, this Chu Yan is simply a fool. Either he was weak and knew he couldn't defend the golden map, or he was simply frightened by the 5 golden maps and the strong man rushing behind him, and ran away directly. No matter which one it is, in Zhu Tianhu's view, they are dismissive. As expected of a powerful casual cultivator, amazing. Peng Xiong, who was following Zhu Tianhu, also sneered and said sarcastically, "That's right, is this guy out of his mind? It seems to be called Chu Yan. My brain must have been flooded. I didn't grab the golden picture that was delivered to my door, and ran to grab the white picture that no one wanted. Damn, such a good opportunity. If it were me, I would at least grab one and run away. The chances of getting it are very high. It should be because his strength is too weak. I didn't see him at the 5th level of Emperor Wudi. He is smart. At least he can keep a white map. Smart fart, this courage is too small. Martial arts world, precious and dangerous, with this kind of courage, dare to come to Xuanhuan Road, even if you find him the top-level demon ruins, I am afraid that you will not even dare to enter the door. That's right. It's a little too weak. Whether it was those who got the map of Xuanhuan or those who didn't, they all looked at Chu Yan with contempt. There were even some people who had already made up their minds to snatch the boy's white map as soon as they turned around and entered Xuanhuan Road. All kinds of discussions around, without any cover-up, all came to Chu Yan's ears. However, Chu Yan directly ignored some people, and didn't even bother to pay attention to them. In Chu Yan's view, these people are really funny. Do you need them to take care of what pictures you want to grab? So what about the 5 golden maps? For Chu Yan, the white map in front of him might not be comparable to the 10 golden maps added up. Besides, what are they doing? Are they qualified to evaluate? Okay. This time, the map of Xuanhuan is all sold out. The natural disaster mother-in-law smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes swept across the audience, and said softly, "If anyone still wants the map of Xuanhuan, you can come to me on Xuanhuan Road. As long as anyone can find me, I can promise him any condition." Speaking of this, the natural calamity mother-in-law's eyes were slightly curved, her eyes were full of charm, and the next sentence she uttered shocked the audience. Any condition? Even if it's dual cultivation, it's not a problem. No matter what she said, or the hesitation in her voice, or the charming eyes exposed by the veil on her face, they all had a powerful impact on all the strong people present. What? Dual cultivation? My God, there is such a good thing. Why haven't I heard of it before? Ha ha ha, I don't want Huang Kuangwo this time, I must find her. Xuanxiu is mine, I will make you happy. In a word, it made all the strong men burn with desire, and their red eyes scanned the graceful figure of the natural disaster mother-in-law. There were even some people who, being stimulated, breathed heavily, and their eyes sparkled red. Facing the green eyes of the audience, the natural calamity mother-in-law smiled lightly, her feather skirt fluttered, and she turned around and flew directly towards the sky. In less than a few breaths, the figure of the natural disaster mother-in-law disappeared in the sky, in the red vortex light gate. Immediately afterwards, the light gate closed and turned into a ball of red light, falling towards the huge beast skeleton on the top of the mountain below. Boom, boom. The red light exploded, and the airwaves soared into the sky. The huge monster skeleton, wrapped in the red light, began to tremble crazily, and miraculously began to recover. Black dry bones flew up from the ground, and quickly spliced together on the huge beast's skeleton. In less than 10 breaths, a tall elephant-like monster skeleton appeared in front of everyone. This figurative monster is extremely huge in size, much larger than all the known monsters in the 10 Directions starfield. From a distance, it looks like another 1,000-zhang mountain stands on top of a 10,000-zhang mountain. This is the blood elephant of the ancient mammoth. One of the top 10 monsters. Look, the passage to the underworld between its legs has opened. Sure enough, let's go, let's hurry over. With excited cries, everyone flew towards the mountain. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C228800. 000 years. 3U&3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. With the opening of the underworld teleportation, all the strong people in the audience boiled instantly, and their true energy continued to explode, urging their body skills, and galloped towards the top of the mountain. From a distance, it looks like a group of ants launching a fearless charge towards a mountain-like giant elephant, which is extremely spectacular. Chu Yan nodded to Li Mingdao. Without answering his question, he flew up and flew towards the top of the mountain. "Brother Chu, wait for me." Seeing Chu Yan leave, Li Mingdao was startled, and then hurried to catch up, shouting anxiously. He had already made up his mind that this time Xuanhuan Lu Lilian would form a team with Chu Yan, and maybe he would have unlucky luck just like last time. On the top of the mountain, figures rushed into the teleportation array. Chu Yan mixed in the crowd, followed closely, and also stepped into the teleportation array. A sense of dizziness came, and Chu Yan only felt that his whole body was wrapped by a powerful force, as if he had fallen into the deep sea and kept sinking. The deep sense of powerlessness gave Chu Yan a sense of nothingness floating in the channel of time and space. After a full 10 breaths, Chu Yan's body trembled, and he felt a touch of the ground under his feet. The body that had lost its center of gravity finally regained a sense of balance. Slowly opened his eyes, a large piece of light poured into his eyes, and the scene in front of him quickly changed from blurred to clear. "This is Xuanhuan Road." Chu Yan slowly turned his gaze and looked around. This is a strange world. The sky is a piece of golden yellow, as if countless yellow sands completely cover the sky, and it looks like a large desert appearing in the sky. The ground under his feet is green like a tide, and even the mountains in the distance are full of greenery. Whether it's trees or small grasses, every single plant grows extraordinarily thick, obviously growing better than the outside plants. Even the aura in the air is a bit richer. Here is really Xuanhuan Road. Chu Yan was a little surprised. Originally, I thought that I would arrive at a hellish place, but now, the scene in front of me is completely different from the scene I saw in the abyss last time. It seems that in ancient times, this demon realm was also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades, and the powerful forces were all concentrated on Xuanhuan Road, so the environment here is much better. There are no other people around. It seems that everyone has been dispersed. Just right, save trouble. According to the situation when grabbing the map before, Chu Yan was prepared to meet people directly and rob his own map. But now, within 1,000 miles, there is no one. Letting go of his consciousness and alerting the surroundings, Chu Yan flipped his hands over and took out the white picture of Xuanhuan that he had snatched earlier. After grabbing this white picture, the teleportation of Xuanhuan was activated, and Chu Yan didn't have time to study it. Unfolding the white map, with just a glance, Chu Yan showed a look of surprise on his face. This map is a map of the entire Xuanhuan Road. The material of the whole map is extremely strange. It is not ordinary silk or animal skin, but the leaves of some kind of plants. On the map, there are 3 places specially marked with golden words, which indicate the location of 3 Xuanhuan fruit trees. Everything is very ordinary. It is so common that it completely corresponds to the level of Baitu. But this result, to Chu Yan, is extremely strange and completely unreasonable. This white picture caused a change in the Wuhun of the 5 gods and the blue sky lotus at the same time. How could it be so ordinary? Originally, Chu Yan thought that in this map, there would be clues to the 5 soul stones, or clues related to the colorful lotus seeds of the cyan sky lotus. But now, there is nothing at all. It seems that there is something wrong with that mother-in-law. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. From the very beginning, Chu Yan discovered that the mother-in-law of natural disasters seems to have been paying attention to something. Including the start of grabbing pictures, 5 golden pictures flew towards her at the same time, which was obviously manipulated by her on purpose. Now, the white picture in hand does not have the clues that Chu Yan imagined, so there is only one possibility. The natural disaster mother-in-law deliberately manipulated this picture to lure herself to snatch it. But if it is speculated like this, then it can also be said that the mother-in-law of the natural calamity already knew about her possession of the Wuxin Wuhun and the blue sky lotus. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to make a move to make the 5 gods and beasts and the blue sky lotus move at the same time. A trap? Want to lure yourself to these 3 places? The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, and he looked down at the 3 Xuanhuan fruit trees marked on the white map in his hand. Are these 3 Xuanhuan fruit trees really only Xuanhuan fruit? For such a trap, Chu Yan has experienced too much, so it is not surprising. After all, there are countless capable people and strange men in this 10-direction star field, and the strong are as powerful as clouds, and there are probably not a few existences like Granny Calamity. It's just that Chu Yan still doesn't know what this natural disaster mother-in-law wants to do. If I find you, I can agree to any conditions. Double cultivation. Chu Yan thought of the matter that the mother-in-law of natural disasters suddenly brought up when she was about to leave. Looking at the reactions of other strong people on the scene, I am afraid that mother-in-law natural disasters did not say such a thing when the Xuanhuan Road opened before. In other words, this condition is also a temporary increase, which should be complementary to setting traps. If nothing else happened, in these 3 points on the map, you should be able to meet this mother-in-law of natural disasters. Forget it for now, let's harvest some Xuanhuan fruit first. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan shook his head, no longer thinking about it, jumped up and flew towards the distant mountains. According to the map, this world of Xuanhuan Road is extremely vast, not smaller than the sky and sea. Therefore, even if it is marked on a map, it will take at least 3 hours to arrive at the point closest to Chu Yan. Chu Yan was not in a hurry. While flying, he released his consciousness at the same time, activated the pupils of the unicorn, and observed the world of Xuanhuan Road. 3 hours later, Chu Yan finally flew to the first place. It should be here. Falling down, in front of Chu Yan is a forest with an area of about 10 miles, which is exactly where the red dot is marked. Entering the woods, looking around, it didn't take long before I found a small black and red tree half the height of a person. Red is blood, black is soul, yin and yang are inseparable, and you will fall into hell. The Xuanhuan tree is very strange, half of the tree body is red, and half of the tree body is black. In the part of the tree where black and white intersect, the most famous Xuanhuan fruit in the demon realm will be bred. With this small red and black tree as the center, within a radius of 10,000 steps, not a single blade of grass grows, and all spiritual power is swallowed by this yellow spring fruit tree. You are the one. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, his true energy surged, and the bodyguard Gang Yuan appeared, and he stepped out and walked towards the red and black little tree. As soon as he walked in front of the Xuanhuan fruit tree, suddenly, a powerful breath rushed out from the fruit tree, and the ground under the tree began to tremble crazily. Thick roots kept pushing out of the ground, shaking violently. At the same time, powerful aura emanates from these tree roots, merges together, and turns into a powerful wave of air, rushing between the heaven and the earth. A million-year fruit tree. Seeing this one, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that this Xuanhuan fruit tree turned out to be an extremely rare million-year-old fruit tree with extremely strong strength. Okay. The top-grade Xuanhuan fruit, I made it this time. Chu Yan's face brightened, his body turned into electricity, and he stepped on the twitching roots and rushed towards the fruit tree. Just when Chu Yan was approaching the million-year-old Xuanhuan fruit tree, thousands of miles away from the woods, a group of figures suddenly turned their heads, looked in the direction of the surging wind, turned around in unison, and rushed towards them. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2289 look on in despair. 3U3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. In less than 100 breaths, a group of strong men, a total of 50 people, landed in front of the forest. These people are not a group, they all saw this position from different directions in all directions, and a large cloud of smoke rose. Knowing that there was a strange treasure, they all rushed over. It's just that the forest surroundings and the sky have been shrouded in dense gray mist. As long as one enters the area of the dense fog, one's fingers cannot be seen, and even one's spiritual sense cannot detect it. This was almost the same as the situation in the ordinary demon realm. These people were not too surprised, but full of excitement. A group of several people groped towards the small forest from different directions. The Yellow Springs map mark. There are Yellow Springs fruit trees here, look carefully. Zhu Tianhu looked around. Wherever he looked, he could see at most 10 paces away. When we came just now, it seemed that there was a breaking wind coming from the east of the forest. Did other people notice it too? Peng Xiong followed closely behind Zhu Tianhu, looked around, and said, "Hee, don't worry, the one in my hand is Jin too." With a smile on his face, Zhu Tianhu glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Li Mingdao, who was following him, with a smug look in his eyes. Jin too. What happened to Jin too? Peng Xiong couldn't react, and asked. Ordinary maps, compared with Jin too, have a huge gap, and there are even some errors and traps. The lower the price of the map, the more murderous it may take you to, and you will get nothing. Only Jin2 can accurately mark location, do you understand? Zhu Tianhu explained. So that's the case. If it's the lowest level white map, wouldn't it be worse than no map? Peng Xiong turned his eyes, glanced at Li Mingdao, and remembered that Chu Yan, who gave up 5 gold maps and grabbed the map, seemed to be the lowest priced white map. No, at least, by 2 will point in a certain direction and draw a range of hundreds of miles. As for whether you can't find it, how many traps are there, will you see the treasure or ruins you are looking for before you die, that's not necessarily the case. Hearing this, Zhu Tianhu didn't hide the smile and complacency on his face, and said loudly in front of Li Mingdao. But after the words fell to the ground, what surprised Zhu Tianhu was that Li Mingdao, who was usually very fiery, listened to what he said, but he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, and he wanted to fight him at all. This is so strange. However, it wasn't a big deal. Zhu Tianhu glanced at Li Mingdao, and stopped talking, and continued to explore the depths of the dense fog. The 3 of them were back to back, almost back to back, the body shield was turned on, and they looked forward vigilantly. After a while, they found an extremely thick tree root. This tree root is like a giant python, entangled and sneaked in the soil layer, extending towards the distance. The tree root in front of Zhu Tianhu and the 3 of them suddenly had a happy face, and they continued to move forward along the direction of the tree root, and finally found a large hole in the ground at the end of the tree root. Go in. Zhu Tianhu shouted lightly, and jumped into the tree hole. Why is this yellow spring fruit underground? Strange. Peng Xiong looked puzzled, but he also jumped down the tree hole. Li Mingdao frowned slightly, raised his head and glanced around, hesitated for a moment, and entered the tree hole. As the figures of the 3 disappeared into the tree hole, at almost the same time, the same scene kept happening in all directions in this forest. More than 50 strong men, relying on various gold maps, purple maps, black maps, and other Xuanhuan maps in their hands, found the woods where the Xuanhuan fruit trees were located, followed the roots of the trees, and entered the cave. The shape of the roots is exactly the same as that marked on the map. The underground cave was twists and turns, heading in the same direction. Zhu Tianhu, the 3 of them, and other warriors walked for a long time, and saw a huge underground river. On the other side of this underground river is a huge underground palace. In front of the gate of the palace, a towering tree stood, and the tree covered the entire palace. However, the eyes of Zhu Tianhu and the others just glanced at the palace, and then fell on the canopy of the tree. Their eyes were shining brightly. Because, above the crown of the tree, there are clusters of black air masses suspended between the dense leaves and branches. At a glance, there are hundreds of such black air masses. Xuanhuan fruit. So many. Peng Xiong, who has seen the yellow spring fruit, of course knows that those black air clusters are extremely pure devilish energy. As long as he breaks through the devilish energy, he can see the purple-yellow spring fruit inside. Hundreds of yellow spring fruits are definitely a huge fortune, which made Zhu Tianhu and the three of them breathe heavily. Go, hurry across the river. There was still half a breath of time to wait. Zhu Tianhu swooped and was about to fly to the other side of the river, but when his figure just entered the range of the river, suddenly, a wave of water rushed up from the river, blowing him upside down and back. Huh! This river water. After rolling to the ground, Zhu Tianhu's face was full of astonishment. Looking at the underground river flowing in front of him, his face was full of solemnity. I knew that this yellow spring fruit was not so easy to get, and there were indeed traps. Fortunately, Zhu Tianhu was shrewd and was on guard all the time, so he didn't rush to the middle of the river, otherwise, it might be difficult to come back. Boom! 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 I don't know if it was because of Zhu Tianhu's actions that activated the formation of the underground river. Water jets rushed up from the river surface continuously, like stabbing spears, and shot straight into the sky above the river. Zhu Tianhu and the others, who are warriors, just swept away their consciousness, and their expressions changed. The water column of this river is extremely powerful, and it is invisible. It never rises in the same place, and the rise and fall of each water column is uneven, unpredictable. How could this be? Zhu Tianhu looked serious. You know, what he is holding is a gold map. How could he encounter such a powerful trap? There are hundreds of Xuanhuan roads in front of you, but you can only stare helplessly like this. In the hearts of the three of Zhu Tianhu, an extremely powerful resentment suddenly rose, but before they could think of a way, suddenly there were several explosions of water waves from the upper and lower river banks. Zhu Tianhu and the others looked along the voice, but they saw a few strong men, just like them, blocked by the river bank. Someone. There was a thump in my heart. Dozens of strong men, on the same river bank, separated by tens of miles, were all stupid. This underground river trap attacks people who want to cross the river. No matter how high or low your cultivation level is, as long as you enter the river, the water column rushing up cannot be resisted at all, so you can only retreat to the river bank. Next, nearly 50 strong men, divided into more than a dozen waves, began to use various methods to cross the river, but without exception, all failed. For a moment, dozens of people, across the river, looked at the hundreds of yellow spring fruits on the tree on the other side, all with red eyes, scratching their ears and cheeks. The veins on Zhu Tianhu's forehead burst out, and his teeth rattled. He has already discovered that among the dozens of experts present, only the map of Xuanhuan in his hand is the golden map. But in the end, it turned out to be the same thing, and was blocked by this powerful underground river trap. This gold map is still useful. End of chapter. Equals old iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2290 Ride the Waves. 3U&3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. After repeated probing, the rage soared to the sky and the river, and finally gradually calmed down. However, a group of strong men who were as tired as dogs were about to explode, and the entire river bank was boiling. Damn. What the hell is going on? Is this river formation too strong? I'm afraid a holy emperor might not be able to break through it. Damn it, I'm Zidu, how could there be such a strong trap? That's right, I mean two, I'm one level lower than Jin 2, and I'm blocked by a river. It's impossible. That's right, it's too unfair. What's the use of grabbing this picture? 3,000 divine crystals, the map that I managed to grab is still the same as everyone else. Come on, you didn't see the one in the cloud silk golden robe, the one from the 7 great war clans. He seems to be called Zhu, he is Jin 2. What? Jin 2 was also blocked, this Zhu. Amidst the angry roars and discussions all around, the gazes of dozens of strong men all fell on Zhu Tianhu. Their gazes were like looking at two idiots. There were even some gloating. After all, the blocking of a person holding a golden map made them more or less balanced. However, for Zhu Tianhu, he was already so angry that his true energy turned backwards, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to explode. What is that, what Zhu? I am Zhu Tianhu, not that Zhu. Besides, Lao Tzu's golden picture was snatched by his ability, who the hell knew it would be like this. If it wasn't for Zhu Tianhu's status as a member of the 7 great war clans, he would probably be yelling at him by now. Up to now, dozens of strong men have also begun to slowly realize that these maps of the underworld seem to be all traps, and they are still the same traps. Moreover, some people have 2 or 3 maps of Xuanhuan in their hands, and it turns out that maps of different grades. The content inside is 70% similar. With such a map and such a trap, no one can get Xuanhuan fruit at all. We have all been tricked by that natural disaster mother-in-law. Zhu Tianhu kept taking deep breaths, suppressing the anger in his heart, and spoke softly. Although it seems that this Xuanhuan fruit tree is impossible to pick, everyone is the same. Although I have a little loss in my gold plan, I can barely accept it. Brother Hu, if it doesn't work, change places as soon as possible. Peng Xiong said. Zhu Tianhu nodded, although he was a bit unwilling, but staying here would be a waste of time. I didn't see dozens of strong men, and after tossing for almost half an hour, the farthest one was only 5 steps away from the river before being blasted back by countless water jets. Therefore, it is impossible to cross this underground river, not even the gods. Not only Zhu Tianhu, but the other warriors around had the same ideas as Zhu Tianhu, so it was a complete waste of time here. You know, Xuanhuan Road has just been opened, and Xuanhuan Road will be opened in a few days. Time is tight. If you have the time, it is better to go to other places and try your luck. Dozens of strong men on the bank cursed a few times angrily, and then began to turn around one after another, preparing to return the same way. However, when they turned around, they suddenly discovered that a figure was striding towards the shore, and everyone was startled. Chu Yan. Zhu Tianhu stared at the black-robed figure in front of him with his monster-like eyes. His face was full of astonishment. He didn't expect that Chu Yan, who was holding the white map, could find it here. Chu Yan didn't even look at Zhu Tianhu, and walked straight to the river, and began to look at the underground river in front of him, as well as the stone palace and Xuanhuan fruit tree in the distance. Before, Chu Yan rushed to the million-year-old black-red tree, but he didn't expect that this tree would run away. With a swipe, it went straight into the ground and disappeared, leaving only a huge tree hole. Chu Yan got into the cave and went all the way down. He encountered many restrictions and formations, and spent a lot of time to break them. So, although he was the first to arrive, he was the last to reach the underground river. However, this is also beneficial. When Chu Yan first arrived at the underground river, he saw from a distance that dozens of strong men were blocked by the underground river, and he kept thinking about the way to cross the underground river. Brother Chu. Li Mingdao was excited when he saw Chu Yan. That loose cultivator, Chu Yan. The powerhouses around were all taken aback, just like Zhu Tianhu. They didn't expect that Baitu's guys could find this place too. Humph, so what if you find this place? You still want to go back? Are you secretly following us? Really cunning. Zhu Tianhu glanced at Chu Yan from the corner of his eyes, and drank lightly with an unhappy expression on his face. That's right, what's the use of being cunning? On Xuanhuan Road, relying on strength. Waste of time. Ignore him, he's just a fool, let's go. We can't make it through, and he can't, let's go. The strong men around all looked disdainful, shook their heads, and were about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Crash! There was a sound of water, and a cloud of water rose directly from the bank of the river in front of Chu Yan, floating on the surface of the river. Chu Yan looked down, frowned slightly, stepped out, and stood directly on the water flower. swish. Almost the moment Chu Yan stood firm on the water flower rushed towards the opposite bank of the river in an instant, and stopped on the opposite bank in the blink of an eye. What? How can this be? That kid, he was not attacked by the water column, and was sent to the other side. Damn it, this underground river formation was opened by their family. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What's the situation? Zhu Tianhu and other powerhouses all stared bull-eyed and opened their mouths wide, with expressions of seeing a ghost. They had just experienced the power of the underground river formation. Unless someone from the Saint Emperor realm came, it would be impossible to cross this underground river safely. However, that Chu Yan just came here, did nothing, just raised his feet, and was sent by the underground river. There is no difficulty at all. With the group of them, who were as tired as dogs just now, but couldn't even walk a few steps, it was a completely different treatment. Isn't it difficult? Standing on the other side of the river, Chu Yan was about to use his Xuanhuan soul to cross the river just now, but he didn't expect to come here so easily. Turning his head slowly, looking at Hiduian, with a slight smile, Chu Yan waved his hand, then turned and walked towards the stone palace. Puff. 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 On the other side of the other side, more than 50 strong men, hearing Chu Yan's words, saw the smile on Chu Yan's face, especially the waving hand that was calm, all of them blushed, and their true energy rushed back. Chi spewed out 2 flesh and blood. It's not difficult. What the hell, do you want to live? This person compares himself to others, he can really piss people off. When they saw again, when Chu Yan was striding towards the huge Xuanhuan fruit tree, green lights almost appeared in the eyes of each strong man. Hundreds of Xuanhuan fruit trees. What a fortune just fell into the hands of that fool. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2291, depressed to vomit blood. 3U&3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Dozens of martial artists in the audience watched Chu Yan walk towards the fruit tree in Xuanhuan. The feeling like a cat's claws scratching their hearts made them go crazy. However, there was an underground river in front of them, and they couldn't cross it at all. On the other side of the river, Chu Yan walked a few steps, then reached under the tree, raised his hand, and picked the nearest yellow spring fruit. Good quality. Chu Yan looked down and saw that the yellow spring fruit wrapped in a black air mass was the size of a fist. With a breath of true energy, he swallowed all the pure magic energy wrapped outside, revealing that the purple-yellow spring fruit the size of a longan released a strong spiritual energy. The black magic energy wrapped around the yellow spring fruit is not only useless to other warriors, but harmful. But for Chu Yan, it is a great tonic for Saint Rakshasa, and nothing will be wasted. As soon as he raised his hand, he put the purple-yellow spring fruit into the Rakshasa space, and Chu Yan went on to pick the other. In less than 10 breaths, all the 100 Xuanhuan fruits were picked. Chu Yan took the last Xuanhuan fruit and turned to look at the other side of the river in the distance. The group of staring powerhouses smiled lightly and said, "Today's luck is pretty good. I didn't expect to pick so many yellow spring fruits from an ordinary white map, hee." In front of everyone, Chu Yan opened his mouth, swallowed the yellow spring fruit, smashed his mouth twice, and nodded with a smile. This scene, in the eyes of more than 50 strong men on the other side of the river, was like a resounding slap in the face, all slapped on their faces. Puff. 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 Zhu Tianhu was already full of anger at first, and he was full of anger in his chest. When he saw Chu Yan's actions and heard what Chu Yan said, he immediately rushed into his heart, and his true energy turned against him. Not only Zhu Tianhu, among the more than 50 strong men, several of them vomited blood. These people, who have been pampered since childhood, are extremely arrogant, small-minded, and easily irritated wherever they go. Even those who did not vomit blood. His face was flushed from holding back, and his teeth were itching with hatred. This Chu Yan, who picked up such a big deal for nothing, even came to provoke them. It is really unkind. Humph. You guys, what did you say back then? Li Mingdao looked at Zhu Tianhu, snorted softly, and said. Brother Chu gave up the 5 gold pictures and snatched the white picture, and you still said he was stupid. Now. Who is that stupid? This person, Li Mingdao, hated everything. How could he let go of Zhu Tianhu, who was frightened in front of him along the way, and opened his mouth directly, almost making Zhu Tianhu so angry that he spurted blood again. You. Zhu Tianhu pressed his chest with one hand, and pointed at Li Mingdao with the other. His fingers trembled with anger, but he couldn't say anything. After all, what Li Mingdao said was the truth, and he couldn't refute it at all. The faces of Zhu Tianhu, Peng Xiong, and the surrounding powerhouses instantly turned livid, as black as the bottom of a pot. Li Mingdao's words are too heartbreaking. However, when the atmosphere at the scene became more and more dull, Peng Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said. Humph. Mingdao, you are too simple. When the words fell, Li Mingdao, Zhu Tianhu, and everyone else looked at Peng Xiong. If this Chu Yan got Xuanhuan fruit, if he really relied on the white map in his hand, then I ask you, why did he come so much later than us when he set off with us? This shows that in his white map, the markings are not as clear as the golden map in our hands, and he encountered more restrictions on the road than us. Have you forgotten that Brother Zhu is holding the gold map? The 3 of us were the first to arrive here, and we didn't encounter any restriction traps at all along the way. Hearing Peng Xiong's words, everyone's faces were startled, and their eyes sparkled. Not bad. It makes sense, this Chu Yan is the latest. Yeah, those of us have encountered some troubles on the way. Judging by the order of arrival, it really has something to do with the grades in the picture. But, if you put it this way, why can that Chu Yan pass, but we can't? After some discussion, everyone looked at Peng Xiong again. It's very simple. Peng Xiong seemed to have expected it a long time ago. With a smug look on his face, he said. This Chu Yan should have a secret method to restrain this underground river formation. Therefore, we people can't pass through it, and we can't even walk a few steps, but he can cross the river safely. When the words landed, everyone was stunned at the same time. Not bad. It makes sense. That is, Tu is lower than us, and his cultivation is lower than ours, but he is the only one who can cross the river. This shows that he must have special means or secret techniques against this underground river. Maybe this kid came here last time, so this time he came prepared. That's right, that's it. Zhu Tianhu and the others came to their senses and looked at Chu Yan, who had already stood at the gate of the stone palace on the other side, with contempt and disdain again appearing in their eyes. Almost let him cheat. I really thought that he was relying on the white picture, but it was not at all. Therefore, Chu Yan, who gave up the 5 gold maps, is still stupid, and it is impossible to rely on this premeditated thing to change. You. Li Mingdao looked angry. He didn't expect that these people didn't know how to repent. What kind of people are they? But at this time, on the other side, Chu Yan, who was on the other side, although he heard what these people said, he didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. Because, at this time, Chu Yan's eyes were all focused on a small altar in front of the stone hall. This altar has only 1 floor, so it just reaches Chu Yan's waist. This is the first time Chu Yan has seen such an altar. The most peculiar thing is that there is a groove on the platform on the top of the altar, which seems to have a special function. Chu Yan released his consciousness and true energy, and studied the altar carefully, but he couldn't activate it at all. It seems that the activation of this altar should have a lot to do with the groove above. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan flipped his hands over and took out his white map. Glancing at the white picture, and then looking at the grooves on the altar, sure enough, the shape is exactly the same. Huh. What is Chu Yan doing? On the other side of the river, someone found Chu Yan standing at the gate of the stone palace, wondering what he was doing. When Chu Yan took out the white map, there were more than 50 strong people here, all of them looked surprised. What is he doing with the white map? Zhu Tianhu also had a suspicious look on his face. He turned his eyesight and looked towards the other side of the river. With a glance, Zhu Tianhu also saw the white map in Chu Yan's hand, and the groove on the altar, which had exactly the same shape. Could it be? That white picture is the key to open the altar. Hearing Zhu Tianhu's words, everyone looked at Chu Yan, just in time to see that Chu Yan threw the white map in his hand into the groove on the altar. Click! Under the watchful eyes of dozens of pairs of eyes, the white picture fit perfectly into the groove, and a black light suddenly rushed out from the altar. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. #C2292 Blood Yellow Spring. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Hurrah! The black on the altar rushed out, and black shadows shot out from the altar like sharp arrows. Burn! Chu Yan yelled, and he had been prepared for a long time. With a big wave of his hand, the Suzaku Emperor fire burst out, burning all the black shadows directly into powder. At the same time, Chu Yan also saw clearly that these black shadows were actually black poisonous vines, which happened to be restrained by Suzaku Emperor fire. However, these black poisonous vines seemed to be endless, continuously sprayed out from the altar, hit Chu Yan's Suzaku Emperor fire, and were burned to powder. In less than 10 breaths, there was already a thick layer under Chu Yan's feet, all covered with black ash. Seeing this scene, the warriors on the other side of the river felt chills in their hearts. You must know that the sudden attack of a few poison ivy is nothing. Most of the strong people present can deal with it. However, if it is so endless, it is completely different. You know, now Chu Yan just used flames to block the front of the altar, and those poisonous vines couldn't rush out, so naturally they couldn't unfold. If it's other warriors, if they don't have fire skills, if they dodge, maybe now, in front of the entire stone palace, it is estimated that there are dense poisonous ivy. In that case, no matter how strong the strength is, if you fall into it, you will definitely die. Now it's right. When Pang Xiong spoke suddenly, everyone was startled at the same time. They all turned their heads to look, their faces full of doubts. Anything is right. Li Mingdao, have you seen it? This Chu Yan is not because of the baitu in his hand, otherwise, how could that altar attack him? While speaking, Pang Xiong turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of coldness, and he even hoped that it would be best for that Chu Yan to die there directly. When everyone heard Pang Xiong's words, they laughed immediately, and their hearts were much more relaxed than before. Just now they watched Chu Yan and collected hundreds of Xuanhuan fruits, and felt extremely aggrieved. Now seeing Chu Yan being attacked, of course they are happy. But such happiness did not last long. In less than 100 breaths, the black poison ivy in the altar finally stopped spraying. Boom, boom. The ground where the altar was located slowly cracked, and the entire altar began to fall rapidly. At the same time, the gate of the stone palace, not far away, slowly opened towards both sides at almost the same time. This sudden scene made everyone look at the gate of the stone palace with astonishment. No one thought that this stone palace could really be opened. Moreover, the most unexpected thing is that there are other things, besides Xuanhuan fruit trees here. Click, click. The heavy stone gate, which had been closed for an unknown number of years, slowly opened under dozens of pairs of astonished eyes. This is a stone room with a small area. The moment the door was opened, the rich black magic energy that had gathered for countless years rushed out. It was as if a large black mist rushed out of the stone room, but within a few breaths, behind the black mist, dazzling golden lights shone. At that scene, it was like the sun shining on the thick dark clouds, breaking them open, and the golden light filled the sky and the earth. A huge stone box exuding dark golden light appeared on the stone table in the stone room, and in the gaps of the stone box, traces of spirit-lifting aura continuously overflowed, making Chu Yan's eyes instantly dazzled by it. One light. Tread. 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 Walking over step by step, Chu Yan took out the stone box, returned to the Xuanhuan fruit tree, and slowly opened the stone box. Swish. Swish. Almost at the moment when the lid of the stone box was opened, two streaks of golden light shot up into the sky, like two shooting stars, shooting directly into the sky. At this moment, dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the two meteors together. However, after just one glance, everyone's eyes widened in an instant, and their eyes were full of disbelief. This is the blood yellow spring. Zhu Tianhu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, looking at the two dark golden fruits as big as fists hovering above Chu Yan's head, his whole face turned green. Damn it, it's really blood yellow spring. No. Impossible. Go down to Xuanhuan Road. I've never heard of it. Blood Xuanhuan appears. Oh my god, this can only be conceived when you go to Xuanhuan Road, and you need to be lucky against the weather to encounter one blood yellow spring fruit, but there are two here. I heard that one blood yellow spring is equivalent to 100 ordinary yellow spring fruits. Everyone's eyes were straightened. Seeing Chu Yan lightly waved his hand and held the two blood yellow springs in his hand, they all looked shocked. You know, this is the lower Xuanhuan Road. For countless years, I have never heard that anyone has found the blood Xuanhuan. Blood yellow spring fruit. Hearing those exclamations, Chu Yan frowned, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, the harvest this time is really good. First, I picked up more than 100 ordinary yellow spring fruits, and now, I got two more blood yellow springs. On the map, it seems to be marked with 3 red dots. The first one has such a good harvest, and the remaining 2 should not be bad. Chu Yan casually collected the blood Xuanhuan into the Rakshasa space, and at the same time grasped it with his right hand, clawed it with his big hand, and grabbed the white picture on the altar back. Everyone, I'm leaving first. Chu Yan waved his hand at the crowd, and with a wave of his hand, a crack in the void was torn, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Before entering the burrow, Chu Yan was outside and connected to the space spirit pattern. Therefore, there is no need to return along the original path, and you can return to the ground by directly traveling through the void. This way, on the one hand, it saves time, and at the same time, it can also prevent some accidents from happening, and there is a way out. When Chu Yan's figure disappeared, the crack in the void slowly healed, and the people on the other side of the river still stood there with dull faces, as if they were petrified. Dozens of pairs of dull eyes stared straight at the Xuanhuan fruit tree that had been plucked on the other side of the river, and that empty stone room, all of them twitching. From the beginning to the end, they could only watch as Chu Yan reaped all kinds of treasures in front of them, and they had no share at all. What did I say? You are a bunch of pigs. Li Mingdao was the first to react, turned his head, and glanced at the crowd, and finally fixed his eyes on Zhu Tianhu with a look of disdain on his face. This? Hearing Li Mingdao's scolding, Zhu Tianhu and Pang Xiong blushed, and when they woke up, they couldn't say a word. Now, they dare not say that the white map that Chu Yan snatched is really an ordinary white map. In front of them, he used the white map to open the stone chamber and got 2 blood yellow springs. Any fool can see that not all the maps in the stone room can be opened, and it can even be said that not all the first maps have the function of opening the ruins. Even the golden map in Zhu Tianhu's hands probably doesn't have such a function. So now, it's clear at a glance who is a fool and an idiot. A group of bastards, pig teammates, Li Mingdao snorted heavily, turned around, and flew towards the original path. Zhu Tianhu and Peng Xiong, watching Li Mingdao leave, were so embarrassed and angry that they almost bleed. Damn Chu Yan, wait for me. End of chapter. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2293 Ancient Mongolian. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Zhu Tianhu watched Li Mingdao leave, the coldness and resentment in his eyes became more and more intense, and the killing intent loomed. However, Zhu Tianhu didn't plan to deal with Chu Yan directly by himself. Because just now, when Chu Yan dealt with the endless black poisonous vines ejected from the altar, the kind of flame that Chu Yan used made Zhu Tianhu feel a little palpitating. At least, Zhu Tianhu was not sure if he could hold that kind of flame. Since there is a risk, a child from a family like Zhu Tianhu cannot easily avoid the risk. Master, the disciple has something to ask. Zhu Tianhu took out a jade talisman, swept his consciousness into it, and the consciousness was transmitted thousands of miles away. Not long after, the corner of Zhu Tianhu's mouth curled up. With a grin on his face, he put away the jade talisman of communication. Turning his head to look in the direction where Li Mingdao and Chu Yan left, Zhu Tianhu secretly said in his heart, Chu Yan, wait for me and see what I can do to you. At this time, Chu Yan, who had already left far away, naturally would not know all this. Flying in the air with the white map in his hand, Chu Yan carefully identified the direction of the second point, and then flew away towards the southeast. Flying at high altitude, Chu Yan swallowed the golden elixir at the same time, and adjusted his breath to recover. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In 5 days, Chu Yan knew that the road to Xuanhuan might have been opened, so he tore through the void all the way and rushed at full speed. The second and third points, one is in the swamp, and the other is deep in the bottom of the sea. Following Baitu's guidance, Chu Yan stepped into the swamp and dived into the seabed respectively, and found a lot of yellow spring fruits. However, compared with the first point, the gains are much smaller. In the swamp, the Xuanhuan fruit tree may have been picked thousands of years ago. There are only more than 30 newly bred Xuanhuan fruits, and there are only more than 40 pieces at the bottom of the sea. The sum of the two places is not as much as the first place, not to mention, not a single blood yellow spring was found in the latter 2 places. What surprised Chu Yan the most was that, originally, in these 2 places, he would encounter the mother-in-law of natural disasters, and he had been fully on guard. But from the beginning to the end, no abnormality was found, not even a ghost shadow was encountered. Next, Chu Yan's bite too has little effect. Chu Yan could only rely on his feelings, looking around on the Xie Wenquan road, trying his luck. At the end of the day, only 3 free Xuanhuan fruits were found. This kind of luck, among the thousands of strong people who entered the lower Xuanhuan road, is considered good. Good luck, I don't know which direction Shang Wenquan road is in. Standing on the top of a mountain, Chu Yan put away the 3 Xuanhuan fruits, and began to study the white map, looking for a way to go to Shang Wenquan road. This time, the main mission of Chu Yan, coming to Xuanhuan road, was for the killing mission. Therefore, it is impossible for him to stay on Xie Wenquan road all the time, and he must go to Shang Wenquan road as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the elders of the Xingtian Pavilion are preempted by the Huanlei Sage Emperor and the others, it will be troublesome. After all, only Yu Shitian and his son know about the news and clues of the Duantian sword scabbard. Just as Chu Yan was looking at the map, suddenly, a breath fluctuated in the sky 100,000 miles away, which instantly caught Chu Yan's attention. Raising his head suddenly, looking at the distant sky, Chu Yan's eyes instantly became extremely fierce. I saw that in the sky of that day, a large piece of spiritual cloud began to surge rapidly, and the speed was obviously much faster than other spiritual clouds. It was as if, in that piece of sky, there was a strong wind blowing the spirit clouds to rush around. Immediately afterwards, traces of spiritual energy began to continuously overflow from the sea of spiritual clouds, like a river breaking its embankment, frantically gathering towards that area. In less than a few breaths, a huge lengthy cloud tide suddenly appeared. Howling heaven and earth, the aura was like a tide, accelerating rapidly, and soon aroused the strong magic energy below, forming a wave of magic energy. At this moment, Chu Yan stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the scene in front of him. His heart was extremely shocked. Chu Yan has only heard of the heaven and earth vision of Lingqiao, but has never encountered it. Unexpectedly, the aura of this demon realm would be so rich. Even after the entire demon race had been lost for 1,000,000 years, there would still be a surge of demonic energy in the Huangquan Road area, the core of the demon realm. If this was in the ancient times when the demons were most prosperous, how strong would the aura be? Roar! 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 Just when Chu Yan's mind was trembling, suddenly, in the more and more powerful wave of magic energy, figures continued to appear. Against the background of the surge of demonic energy, large phantoms kept appearing. Huge figures of monsters, powerful demon warriors, fighting in the tide of demon energy. The scene is extremely spectacular. This scene, like a mirage, appeared in front of Chu Yan, recreating the strength and glory of the demons millions of years ago. The impact on the soul and the sea of consciousness made Chu Yan's whole body boil with enthusiasm. Amazing! In a radius of 100,000 years, not only Chu Yan, but other warriors who saw the scene all raised their heads and looked at the sky. All of them looked shocked. Boom, boom. Between the heavens and the earth, deafening thunder rolls, sweeping the heavens and the earth, like the wrath of the heavens and the earth, the roar of a demon god. The entire sky was constantly trembling in this violent power. It was as if an invisible force descended from the sky, surging within a radius of 100,000 miles, sweeping the sky into dark red. Any warrior who is in this tide of devilish energy will be awed by this terrifying power of heaven and earth. After a full 100 breaths of time, the tide of demonic energy slowly dissipated, and began to evolve in the sky. While a large area of demon energy is dissipating, part of it is also condensing, gathering more and more densely, and gathering more and more. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and a circle of void ripples visible to the naked eye rippled in the sky, and a black gate gradually appeared in the thick devilish energy. Chu Yan looked up, and saw that the gate seemed to be squeezed out of the black mist, with a height of nearly 100 feet and a width of several tens of feet. With the appearance of this demon gate, an ancient and eternal breath emerged between the heaven and the earth. Call! Call! Just when Chu Yan was amazed at the intimidating magic gate in the sky, suddenly, a group of black shadows suddenly appeared on the far side of the sky, heading towards the direction of the magic gate at the speed of a meteor. Come quickly. This is a huge poultry monster, with its wings spread out. It is more than 10 feet long, and there is a wooden house on its back, which releases a lot of spiritual energy, completely wrapping the wooden house, blocking the fierce wind from high above. On the top of this giant bird and monster's head, there is a fiery red spiritual seal, which is constantly flashing red light, but it is a word, Mongolian. One of the 7 great clans, the ancient Mongolian clan. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils flickered with 5 colors of light, and his brows were slightly frowned. Like Li Mingdao and Zhu Tianhu, this giant bird and monster, as well as the dozens of figures on its back, belonged to one of the ancient 7 war clans. Chu Yan had heard Li Mingdao mention these 7 great clans, but he never expected to meet them here. End of chapter. Old iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. #C2294 Magic Gate Bird. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Giant birds and monsters, like a cloud of fire, billowed in from the unreachable horizon, within a blink of an eye, within 10,000 miles. Chu Yan looked at its back, and in that wooden house, there were 20 or 30 figures faintly visible, and the eyes kept flickering. Mongolian. One of the 7 great clans, extremely powerful. Even if it is in the 10-direction starfield, it is definitely a first-class force. There are more than 20 people, everyone's aura is extremely powerful, and there is a faint power of fusion, obviously practicing the same kind of skills, and at the same time possessing the art of battle formation. Such an opponent is the most difficult to provoke. In the 10-direction starfield, no one wants to be an enemy or fight against such an opponent. Seeing the giant bird with a clear goal, heading straight towards the magic gate in the sky, and galloping away, Chu Yan's face showed a look of contemplation. Looks like it's time. Chu Yan's gaze became sharp in an instant, and a sharp air gushed out from him, like a heavenly sword drawn out of its sheath, ready to fight. Li Mingdao, Zhu Tianhu, Peng Wei, plus the Mongolian people in front of him. Although Chu Yan didn't know whether Zhu Tianhu and Peng Wei came from the same war clan or two, even if they came from the same war clan. So far, Xuanhuan Road has been opened, and 3 war clans have arrived, maybe even 4. When did Xuanhuan Road become so lively and attractive? Almost half of the 7 great war clans have come. Although the demon race was the only powerful racial force that could fight against the god race in ancient times, it has been damaged for nearly 1,000,000 years, and most of the original civilization has been destroyed. Coupled with the fact that for millions of years, warriors have continued to come to practice, there are not many resources and relics left. Under such circumstances, there must be another reason for attracting such a powerful force as the 7 great war clans. Although Chu Yan didn't know what the reason was, Chu Yan had already developed a little interest. Above the sky, the magic gate became clearer and clearer, and the black gate was slowly opening. It is certain that this magic gate is the only passage leading to Xuanhuan Road. And to pass through such a passage, a drop of demonic blood is needed, otherwise, the power of the heaven and earth demon gods above the demon gate will directly suppress the trespassers into powder. After all, this Xuanhuan Road was the fiefdom of the aristocratic emperors among the demons in ancient times, and not all demons could enter it. Although Chu Yan had already exchanged a drop of demon blood essence before he came, but now Chu Yan is not in a hurry to enter Xuanhuan Road. At this time, above the 10,000 zhang sky, the huge bird uttered a loud and clear bird song, and its 2 fans shook suddenly, and the speed dropped instantly. And in the wooden house on its back, an old man in a purple gold robe suddenly opened his eyes, which were originally closed for cultivation. Well, Tianhu. His complexion changed slightly, and the old man in the purple gold robe raised his hand to take out a jade talisman, penetrated it with his spiritual sense, and examined it carefully. Hundreds of yellow spring fruits. 2 blood yellow springs. The map of the yellow springs that can start the ruins. One message after another resounded in his sea of consciousness, and with each sentence, the eyes of the old man in the purple gold robe would sparkle a little. Chu Yan. Loose cultivator. Middle martial emperor realm. Fire element warrior. Such a large amount of wealth fell into the hands of such rubbish. Not bad. Not bad. Tianhu also knows how to be filial. He knows that I am looking for blood Xuanhuan, and, it seems that I have to make a trip. The next moment, the old man in the purple gold robe stood up slowly, took out a black jade talisman, and began to pass the message with an extremely respectful expression. Headmaster, please report to Patriarch Jiuxiao. I have some personal matters that need to be dealt with. I want to take a leave of absence. A 1,000-mile message, wandering in the void, flew towards the distance. In the jade talisman, a reply from the chief executive came soon. Then, thousands of miles away, in a stone palace, with the ruins of Xuanhuan, several figures appeared in it. Young palace master, just now Elder Meng Jun sent a letter saying that the demon sect of Xuanhuan has been found. However, he has some private matters to deal with, and he will take a few days off. Standing below, Jiuxiao, who was dressed in a black robe and had no aura of a warrior, cupped his hands. Shang Wenquan Road is open. Turning around, Yu Linglong, who was dressed in a white dress, looked towards He Xiao with a twinkle in her twinkling spiritual eyes, and asked anxiously. Yes, my Mongolian team has found one of the magic gates, and it is opening. He Xiao bowed and quickly replied. Okay. Let's go. Yu Linglong said excitedly with her big eyes flashing, as if she had thought of something. As for Elder Meng Jun, let him go. Yes. Young Palace Master. He Xiao bowed to accept the order. Uncle He, didn't I say that? Don't call me Young Palace Master, just call me Linglong. Yu Linglong looked at He Xiao and said softly. Yes. Okay, Linglong. He Xiao raised the corner of his mouth lightly, and there was a hint of warmth in Yu Linglong's eyes. Immediately, he turned around gently and strode away. After He Xiao left, Yu Linglong stood alone in the empty stone hall, her spiritual eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chu Yan, we will meet again soon. Don't think that you can escape, hee. This time, in order to escape, Yu Linglong not only spent almost a month with her father, but also paid a huge price to move those old monsters. However, Yu Linglong knew that if it wasn't for the fact that her father was worried about letting these old monsters protect her, no matter how expensive she was, she wouldn't be able to invite them. Time flies. An hour later, more and more strong men gathered around the Sky Demon Gate. There were even quite a few Great Emperor Realm powerhouses and 2 Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses. It seemed that for the sake of deterrence, their auras did not hold back at all, and the vast imperial prestige surged to suppress this world and all warriors. And in a dense forest below, Chu Yan was sitting cross-legged, with a pair of unicorn pupils, flashing 5 colors of different lights, quietly watching the dense crowd of people in the sky. On his body, all the auras were restrained to the extreme, and a piece of breathtaking spirit pattern was activated. The whole person and the rocks under him merged into one. As long as you don't walk in front of you with your own eyes, you can't find it at all. Of course, above the sky, the 2 holy emperors standing in front of the demon gate may be able to spot Chu Yan, but for the 2 holy emperors, a martial artist in the middle martial emperor realm is like ants all over the ground, don't care at all. Chu Yan is waiting for the arrival of the people from Xingtian Pavilion, to be precise, waiting for Yin Tianquan. Although it is possible for Yin Tianquan to enter directly from the entrance of Upper Huangquan Road and not appear at the entrance of Lower Huangquan Road, Chu Yan needs to confirm it so as not to miss it. However, this time, I am afraid that there will be a fierce battle with Xingtian Pavilion. Swish. Swish. While Chu Yan was waiting quietly, suddenly, 2 dazzling golden lights appeared on the far horizon. End of chapter. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2295, who suppresses who? 3U3 novel online updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. As soon as he raised his eyes, Chu Yan turned his unicorn pupils to look, and after a glance, he frowned slightly. Because, the people who came were none other than Saint Emperor Huanlei, Ji Ming, Guhong, Emperor Kong Tian, and Emperor Giant Spirit. Unexpectedly, apart from himself, people who rebelled against the divine way would form a team to come. Above the sky, several people were extremely fast, and soon rushed to the front of the magic gate, then stopped and disappeared into the crowd. The appearance of the 3 great emperors aroused the attention of some people, but after only a glance, no one paid any more attention. Among the 3 great emperors, of course the Holy Emperor Huanlei was included. This guy used some kind of secret technique to suppress his aura of the Holy Emperor to the level of the Great Emperor. Even the other 2 holy emperors present did not discover his cultivation. What puzzled Chu Yan was that, not long after, Saint Emperor Huanlei quietly left the crowd by himself, and flew away in another direction. Huh. Could it be that he found the people from Xingtian Pavilion? Chu Yan was startled, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he just wanted to follow, but then he thought, if the Huanlei Saint Emperor really discovered the ruins of the Xingtian Pavilion, he might not be able to directly conflict with the other party. After all, the people in Xingtian Pavilion are extremely powerful. After Chu Yan gave up the idea of tracking the Huanlei Saint Emperor, he began to wait patiently, waiting for the people from Xingtian Pavilion to appear. But after waiting for a long time, the people who did not wait for the Xingtian Pavilion met a group of uninvited guests. On the edge of the distant sky, several figures appeared, but their flying direction was not towards the magic gate, but towards the forest where they were. Chu Yan raised his head. Qilan Jitong stared at those figures, his face darkened slightly, and in the sea of qi, true qi began to circulate slowly. Swish! 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 Just as he was on guard, several crackling sounds rang out, the surrounding trees were blown upside down, and leaves flew all over the sky. Several figures then landed and appeared not far in front of Chu Yan. The one who walks ahead. Wearing a purple gold robe, middle-aged with a short beard, and a majestic expression, he is obviously a big boss who has been in the top position for a long time. Behind him are Zhu Tianhu, Peng Xiong and several Mongolian disciples. Chu Yan, let me find it. Zhu Tianhu had a playful smile on his face, and followed the old man in the purple gold robe with a look of complacency on his face. After leaving the underground river, Zhu Tianhu and Elder Meng Jun met, and they have been looking for Chu Yan. You are Chu Yan. Meng Jun, who was dressed in a purple gold robe, looked Chu Yan up and down, enveloped in consciousness, and kept probing. Meng Jun wants to confirm finally that this Chu Yan is not the disciple of the Shifeng Starfield, that powerful sect, or the second generation of the family. After all, to Meng Jun, there are not many people in the 10 Directions Starfield that he doesn't know. Yes, I am Chu Yan. Chu Yan nodded without denying it. After all, Zhu Tianhu and Peng Xiong are here, and there is no way to hide it. Good, very good. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Meng Jun withdrew his probing consciousness, a grin appeared on his face, and said, I am the elder of the Mongolian tribe, Meng Jun. I'm looking for you this time, because of the yellow spring fruit and blood yellow spring on your body, as well as that white picture, hand them all over. Also, give my apprentice Zhu Tianhu, kneel down and admit your mistake. I can consider it and let you go. With his hands on his back, Meng Jun looked down at Chu Yan. As always, he was as high and powerful as a mountain when he was in the Mongolian tribe. When these words landed, Zhu Tianhu and Peng Xiong grinned grimly at the same time, their chins raised high, and their faces were filled with pride. Aren't you Chu Yan, a cow? Among the hundreds of maps of Xuanhuan, 5 golden maps were sent to him, but a white map was chosen, but it was the most powerful map. It's not the same now, you have to hand it over obediently. Elder of the Mongolian clan. Chu Yan was startled. Isn't this Mongolian tribe a descendant of the Dark Temple? Chu Yan heard from Li Mingdao that the 7 great clans in the 10 Directions Starfield have nothing to do with each other, but are relatively powerful clans under the 7 great powers. Because of the relationship between the 7 major forces, they are collectively called the 7 great clans. This Mongolian tribe is exactly the tribe of the Dark Temple, the number 1 demon power in the 10 Directions Starfield. Because of the protection of the Dark Temple, they are extremely powerful. In that case, it just so happens that I owe her a favor, so I'll let you off this time. Chu Yan glanced at Meng Jun and said lightly. Although Chu Yan has never had direct contact with the Dark Temple, no matter whether it is the Hexiao Emperor or Yu Linglong, they have all helped him. Therefore, if there are no major problems, Chu Yan will try to avoid conflicts with the Dark Temple. After all, beating a dog depends on the owner, no. However, Chu Yan's words fell into the ears of Meng Jun, Zhu Tianhu, and others, but it directly made them all stupid. It can even be said that they doubted themselves. The words they heard just now were simply auditory hallucinations. What? Let us go. Does this Chu Yan have a brain problem or a problem with his eyes? Don't you see the current situation? Humph. Boy, you are the first one to talk to me like this. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Meng Jun's body, the aura of the great emperor realm, rushed out like mountains and seas. These auras do not seem to be the momentum before the battle, but more like a deterrent, directly towards Chu Yan, and severely suppressed. Obviously, in Meng Jun's view, a martial artist with a mid-level martial emperor cultivation base can be crushed by breath alone. Idiot. However, before Meng Jun could finish speaking, the cold flame in Chu Yan's eyes exploded instantly. Swish. I saw a black figure, pulling out an afterimage in an instant, rushing straight in front of Meng Jun, the violent Rakshasa Chi, like a rolling thundercloud, roaring and rushing. Momentum suppression. Then try and see who suppresses whom. Chu Yan's eyes instantly turned into bloody golden pupils, and the Saint Rakshasa's domain opened directly, sweeping towards the few people in front of him. The opportunity has been given. Since you don't cherish it, then don't give it. As a strong man in the great emperor realm and an elder of the Mongolian tribe, one of the 7 great war clans, Meng Jun's combat power is obviously stronger than that of the great emperors of the same rank. For the sudden change, Meng Jun's reaction was extremely fast. Seeing that the situation was not right, he raised his hand and slapped it out. This palm is extremely powerful. Although it is fast, it has at least 50% of his total strength. However, this palm print did not even rush 10 steps ahead of Chu Yan, and it was directly smashed into powder by the unfolded Holy Rakshasa domain, and disappeared without a trace. What field is this? Not only Meng Jun, but even Zhu Tianhu and Pang Xiong's expressions changed greatly in shock. Quick, let's shoot together. Get rid of him. Seeing the billowing black cloud becoming more and more terrifying, a bad premonition rose in Meng Jun's heart, and he roared loudly. End of chapter. Old iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. #C2296 Beautiful Sister is coming. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Zhu Tianhu, Peng Yu, and several Mongolian disciples all burst into flames when they heard Meng Jun's roar. All kinds of martial spirits, imperial arts, and domains were released one after another, attacking Chu Yan. None of these people's cultivation was lower than the upper martial emperor realm, and 7 or 8 of them attacked at the same time, and an elder and strong man like Meng Jun took the lead. What an astonishing power. Moreover, they have already prepared for it. As long as this Chu Yan does not hand over, they will kill and rob. Therefore, almost immediately after Meng Jun shouted, a large attacking torrent appeared directly. However, what he didn't expect was that in the face of such a powerful torrent of attack, that Chu Yan didn't even have a slight change in expression, and he didn't even dodge. I saw him, with a figure like a shadow, rushing straight towards the crowd. His whole body was like a tide of black clouds. Court death. Zhu Tianhu and Pang Xiong sneered when they saw Chu Yan not dodging or avoiding. You know, with so many of them teaming up to deal with one person, no matter how strong Chu Yan is, what's the use? Moreover, this Chu Yan actually wanted to die by himself, bumping upwards, without dodging or avoiding. With such thoughts in mind, Zhu Tianhu, Pang Xiong and others continued to strengthen their attacks, waiting for a good show. However, when the first wave of attack hit the opponent's black cloud domain, the expressions of Zhu Tianhu and the others changed instantly. Because Chu Yan, with black clouds rolling all over his body, is like a demon god descending into the world. Where the black waves roll, all attacks, no matter how strong or weak, are all turned into nothingness and swallowed directly by the black clouds. At the same time, Chu Yan, who had no defensive scruples, ignored the attack at all, and just shot, punching Meng Jun and others. The golden fist smashed on the bodyguards of the crowd, making a muffled bang 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 bang, knocking them back again and again. Boom! 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 The battle became more and more fierce, and the sound of air explosions continued to explode throughout the dense forest. This battle of 7 or 8 people besieging one person lasted only 100 breaths, and the battle situation began to tilt. However, it is not the side with more people that has the upper hand, but the other side. Good. Chu Yan, who used the Holy Rakshasa domain, has completely suppressed 7 or 8 people, including Elder Meng Jun. Facing Chu Yan's almost invincible defense of the Saint Rakshasa domain, as well as the terrifying fists, Meng Jun, Zhu Tianhu, and others could barely protect themselves. Master! Master, what should I do? Zhu Tianhu's face already showed a look of panic, and his trembling voice transmitted the voice. Although he had seen Chu Yan display his strength in the underground river before, he guessed that Chu Yan was very strong. But he never thought that Chu Yan's combat power would be so strong. A middle martial emperor realm expert can fight against 7 or 8 upper martial emperor realm experts at the same time, including a great emperor realm expert. This is no longer a question of strength, this is simply perverted. The situation is not good. Hearing the voice transmission of Zhu Tianhu's consciousness, Meng Jun, who had already turned blue, replied. This Chu Yan didn't even have a martial soul or a spirit weapon, and his strength is so terrifying. If he really kills, I'm afraid that half of our people have already been lost. The most important thing is that this is Xuanhuan Road. As a teacher, you can't attack with all your strength. Even if you kill him, if you get injured, then not only will you not be able to enter Xuanhuan Road, but you may even be taken advantage of by others. While Meng Jun was answering, he kept thinking in his sea of consciousness. To be honest, he really had been scruples all the time, so he didn't make a move with all his strength. Of course, what Zhu Tianhu said was only part of the reason, and the reason why he really wanted to quit was because. First, as an elder of the Mongolian tribe, this time he came out to perform the mission with the young master of the Dark Temple. Although he took a leave of absence, it was impossible to delay it for too long. Second, if he really went back with all his injuries, when the patriarch He Xiao asked, how would he answer? Said that he was injured by a martial artist in the Middle Martial Emperor realm. Please, he is an elder of the Mongolian tribe, so he should be ashamed. Therefore, I thought that I could reap a lot of wealth just by doing a small thing, but I didn't expect that I ran into a stubble. Prepare to make a move together, find an opportunity, let's temporarily. Seeing that Chu Yan was attacking more and more fiercely, Meng Jun finally made up his mind and prepared to call everyone to retreat together. However, at this moment, the jade talisman on Meng Jun's body buzzed and trembled. Well, the decree of the temple. Meng Jun's expression changed, and he quickly probed into the jade talisman to check. With just a glance, Meng Jun's face suddenly showed ecstasy. The patriarch and the young hall set off for Xuanhuan Road, and are rushing to the Demon Gate. The surprise came so suddenly that he was caught off guard. He didn't expect the people from the Dark Temple to come so quickly. However, as soon as the people from the Dark Temple arrive, this Chu Yan will be dead. Boom! A big move was blasted out, and with the force of the shock, Meng Jun retreated violently. After opening a safe distance, he looked directly at Chu Yan and shouted loudly. Chu Yan! It only takes a moment for Meng Jun's momentum to change from decadent to arrogant. At this time, Meng Jun looked proud, pointed at Chu Yan, and said loudly. I'm not afraid to tell you that just after receiving the summons, my master, the eldest lady of the Dark Temple, will be here soon, including the patriarch of our Mongolian clan, Emperor Xiao. Now, I will give you one last chance. Immediately hand over the Xuanhuan fruit, the blood Xuanhuan, and the white picture, and I can let you go. The fact that you attacked us today can be treated as if it didn't happen. Otherwise, let your mind and soul be wiped out, and you will be on the scene. When these words fell to the ground, Zhu Tianhu, Peng Xiong and the others, who had already been cleaned up by Chu Yan and who were almost crying, suddenly had their eyes brightened and their faces were full of excitement. There is hope. The eldest lady of the Dark Temple led a team to deal with a small casual cultivator, so what's the problem? However, Chu Yan, who was standing opposite and heard Meng Jun's words, was stunned, and his figure slowly stopped. Yu Linglong. She's coming. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Meng Jun's face suddenly changed, his eyes flickered fiercely, and he shouted loudly. Bah! Bold! How dare you call my master by his first name? Now that you know who my master is, it's easy to handle. I still advise you, you'd better be smart. It's too late to kneel down and admit your mistake. Otherwise, when my master comes, even if I speak, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you. Meng Jun spoke in a hurry, it can be said that he even threatened and coaxed. There is no other reason, if the brigade arrives, the Xuanhuan fruit and blood Xuanhuan on this Chu Yan will still have his share. Therefore, he must get the things before the people from the Dark Temple arrive. End of chapter. Old Iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2297 Young Hall Master. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. However, what makes Meng Jun depressed is that his words are like a puff of air in the air to Chu Yan in front of him. Looking at Chu Yan's eyes, he knew that he didn't listen to a single word. I didn't expect to meet her on Xuanhuan Road. There was a wry smile on Chu Yan's face, he shook his head slightly, then slowly raised his head, looked at Meng Jun, his eyes turned cold for a moment, and said. Sorry, I have a problem. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Meng Jun and Zhu Tianhu were startled at the same time. Huh? What? Meng Jun frowned and asked. It's just, seeing you, I can't be smarter. Chu Yan fell to the ground with a word, the corner of his mouth lightly raised, and he pulled out his backhand, and the Haoyan sword was unsheathed directly. Clang. The resonant sound of the sword, accompanied by the fierce sword intent, instantly diffused the audience, and the chill released from the sword body instantly penetrated to the bone marrow of Meng Jun and the others. Hiss. Meng Jun stared at the long sword in Chu Yan's hand, his eyeballs almost flew out, and he gasped suddenly. God soldier. As an elder of the Mongolian clan, one of the 7 great war clans, Meng Jun has lived in this 10-direction star field for hundreds of thousands of years, and he has seen countless strong men and treasures. Therefore, when the Haoyan sword was unsheathed, he recognized it at a glance, it was a divine weapon. That kind of spirit weapon power that makes the enemy's soul chill without any real energy at all, is absolutely unmistakable. Sure enough, a chill had just risen in Meng Jun's sea of consciousness, and before he could move away his horrified eyes, Chu Yan in front of him was urged with true energy, and an astonishing sword energy erupted from the long sword in his hand, directly slashed towards Meng Jun. Mom. Meng Jun watched the sword light cut down. I was so frightened that my scalp exploded, I quickly dodged to avoid it. Just kidding. I couldn't beat it just now, so I directly pulled out the magic weapon on the spot, this is to kill someone. Moreover, Meng Jun has seen the divine soldiers, of course he knows that in front of the divine soldiers, he can only hide, not block, otherwise, no matter what it will be chopped into scum for you. Swish. An unprecedented afterimage that was faster than a meteor flew out. Meng Jun escaped tens of thousands of steps before stopping with a pale face. Looking at Chu Yan in the distance, he shouted directly. "Boy, didn't you hear clearly? I said my master, the Dark Temple." "Damn." Without waiting for Meng Jun to finish speaking, another sword light slashed straight at the place where he was standing. His legs were a little weak from fright, only half a blink of an eye slowed. This time Meng Jun's escape was not so chic. The moment the sword light fell, although he basically avoided the range of the sword light, the purple gold robe fluttered, and the part behind him was directly cut off by the sword light. Shocked by the sword energy, it directly turned into black ash, flying in the wind. You. Meng Jun, Zhu Tianhu, and Pang Chun stared wide-eyed, opened their mouths wide, and stared at Chu Yan in disbelief. It's not because Chu Yan cut off the tail of Meng Jun's robe, but because this Chu Yan dared to do it when he heard that the eldest lady of the Dark Temple was coming soon. This guy, isn't he crazy? This is clear, it is not giving the Dark Temple face. Could it be that he really intends to become an enemy of the Dark Temple, and use his own strength to fight against the 10 Direction Star Field, the #1 force in the evil way? Good. 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 Boy, you've offended me. Meng Jun's face was livid, he gritted his teeth fiercely, looked at Chu Yan, and roared with blood-red eyes. Since this kid is ignorant of current affairs, there is nothing he can do. After all, Meng Jun didn't want to see him being chopped off by this casual cultivator and fleeing when the head of Jiuxiao and the eldest lady of the Dark Temple came. If that's the case, he, the Mongolian elder, doesn't have to do it. Next, Meng Jun took out his housekeeping skills and rushed straight up. The war broke out. Chu Yan, holding the Haoyan sword, has more than doubled his combat power. Even if Meng Jun broke out, he will continue to display all the tricks of his cards. However, facing the incomparably sharp Haoyan sword, which cuts everything, it is also helpless. In front of the Haoyan sword, it is impossible to use it with all its strength. As long as the sword light falls, it must be dodged at the fastest speed. Even Meng Jun didn't dare to use his emperor-rank top-grade spiritual weapon, because Meng Jun knew very well that his spiritual weapon was the most powerful spiritual weapon in front of others, but in front of this long sword, he might not be able to use it. It's just a matter of 2 or 3 swords. A top-grade imperial-level spiritual weapon is very valuable. If it is chopped into pieces, you will cry to death. Therefore, even if Meng Jun tried his best to face Chu Yan, who was holding the Haoyan sword, and cut out the sword light all over the sky, he could only dodge like a monkey, jumping up and down. As for Zhu Tianhu and Pang Xiong, of course they were not stupid, they just hid far away and attacked from a long distance. Such an attack is no different from scratching an itch for Chu Yan, who has cast the Holy Rakshasa domain. Meng Jun, who is a human opponent against Chu Yan, who holds a magic weapon, even if he runs out of cards, still can't beat Meng Jun, who wants to die. He could only start running away again, to be chased by Chu Yan. In less than 100 breaths, there were more than a dozen cuts on Meng Jun's body that had been cut open by the sword energy. A good purple and gold robe was beyond recognition, almost turned into a cloth dress. Stop it. Suddenly, above the sky, a thunderous roar exploded. Immediately afterwards, above the clouds, a middle-aged man in a black robe and black face appeared. He didn't have a trace of aura fluctuations in his body, but he was like a strong man from heaven and earth. This turned out to be a strong man at the peak of the great emperor. And behind him, there is a fairy-like figure in a white dress, floating down from the sky, like a 9-day celestial maiden descending to the earth, where the clouds pass by, and the wind blows the moon. Elder Meng, what are you doing here? The silver bell-like voice, with a hint of coldness, made people tremble. When Chu Yan looked up, his face froze for a moment, then a smile appeared, and his eyes flickered slightly. Because the people who came were Jiuxiao Emperor and Yu Linglong. Patriarch. Young Palace Master. When Meng Jun saw Emperor Jiuxiao and Yu Linglong, his face suddenly changed, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that the patriarch and the young hall master would come so soon. In other words, in the battle just now, the tragic situation of being chased and killed was completely seen by the patriarch and the young hall master. Zhu Tianhu and Peng Xiong on the side looked at Yu Linglong descending from the sky, but their faces were full of strange lights, shining like flames, and their minds went blank. This white-clothed fairy is one of the 7 great powers in the 10 Directions Starfield, the number 1 power in the magic way, and the young master of the Dark Temple. In the entire 10 Directions Starfield, no matter it is the Changzong family, there is almost no one who does not know this prestigious existence. Qi report to the patriarch, young palace master, I'm here. Meng Jun's face was almost suffocated, and while bowing to salute, his consciousness was flying around, thinking about how to report what happened. Old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. #C2298 Seek Death. 3U&3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Standing in front of the young palace master and the patriarch, Meng Jun was under a lot of pressure, very heavy. In particular, Meng Jun can be sure that the scene of him fighting with that Chu Yan just now must have been seen. Heixiao patriarch had just arrived, and the voice, stop, was clearly filled with anger. So, if you don't have a reasonable explanation, the consequences will be disastrous. However, as an elder of the 7 great war clans, how could Meng Jun not be proficient in this way? So when he rolled his eyes, Meng Jun thought of a reasonable excuse. Report, patriarch, young palace master. Meng Jun's attitude was extremely respectful. While bowing to salute, he quickly opened his mouth and said, "This son's name is Chu Yan. He is a casual cultivator. He is extremely vicious and insidious. Taking advantage of my apprentice's unpreparedness, he robbed him of the map of Xuanhuan and humiliated my Mongolian tribe and the Dark Temple. I couldn't stand it, so I asked him to reason. The result, woo-woo. This son relied on the magic weapon in his hand to bully me, and even uttered wild words, saying that even if the young palace master came, he would not be his opponent, and one sword was enough to kill him." Meng Jun's words were impeccable. Not only did he portray a heinous person to an extreme image, but at the same time, he also directed the hatred to the young palace master. In this way, the nature of the original personal enmity has completely changed. After these words were finished, Meng Jun's heart and face suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He is very clear about the characters of Heixiao and young palace master. They are all existences whose eyes cannot be rubbed with sand. Therefore, what I said will inevitably arouse the anger of the two of them. At that time, this Chu Yan may be directly blasted into scum. There is such a thing. In midair, Yu Linglong followed Heixiao and landed slowly, looking at Meng Jun who was bowing in salute. She frowned slightly. As soon as he looked up, the familiar figure in black robe not far away was indeed Chu Yan. It was Chu Yan, who I found after searching all over Huangquan Road and finally met. Originally, when she heard what Meng Jun said about Chu Yan. When I was a casual cultivator, I thought I had met someone with the same name and surname, but now when I looked up, my eyes met, my face blushed, and my spiritual eyes froze. Casual repair. That's right, Chu Yan is now a member of an Aishan Dao, and he can only call himself a casual cultivator when he is outside. I haven't seen her for a long time, but seeing her suddenly now, Yu Linglong was a little overwhelmed, and even embarrassed to say hello. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. Standing aside, Heixiao, with smiles in his eyes, shook his head slightly, glanced back and forth between the faces of the two of them, and didn't say anything. However, when his eyes fell on Meng Jun's face again, there was a flash of sternness, obviously carrying a trace of killing intent. And Meng Jun, who was swept by Heixiao's gaze, suddenly trembled, as if he felt an extremely terrifying killing intent. He immediately smiled. Chu Yan, I asked you to hand it over, but now the young palace master is angry, you are dead. He thought that this killing intent was aimed at Chu Yan, so he was full of pride. Elder Meng, the great villain you mentioned is this person. After a long time, Yu Linglong asked softly, with a hint of sullenness in her tone. Not bad. Not bad. It's him. Meng Jun quickly replied. Good, very good, excellent. Yu Linglong looked at Meng Jun, her face getting colder and colder. She turned her head slowly, looked at He Xiao beside her, and said directly. Uncle He, everything is abolished. Yes. Young palace master. He Xiao cupped his hands, without any surprise on his face, he strode directly towards Meng Jun. Haha, Chu Yan, you are waiting to die, eh? Wait. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Meng Jun laughed wildly. When he looked up at Chu Yan, the smile on his face suddenly froze. All abolished. This seems a bit wrong. Isn't there only one person in that Chu Yan? What does all mean? Meng Jun was a little puzzled, turned his head hastily, and was about to ask, when he saw the patriarch He Xiao walking towards him with a livid face. Ah. Clan, patriarch, Chu Yan is over there. Meng Jun looked at He Xiao's face, and there was a fierce murderous intent in his eyes, and a cold air rushed up from the soles of his feet, making his scalp numb all over. It seems, something is going to happen. Meng Jun, if you dare to disrespect Chu Yan in front of the young palace master, you are looking for death. He Xiao, who was already dark-faced, now wished he could gnaw Meng Jun alive and embarrass them. As for what he said just now, don't say that the young palace master wanted to get angry, even if she heard it, she would be furious. For Chu Yan, He Xiao knew him earlier than the young palace master, and he had a better understanding of this son's character. As for what Meng Jun said just now, if it was about someone else, maybe He Xiao would have to investigate, but Meng Jun was talking about Chu Yan. This made He Xiao feel extremely ashamed. You must know that He Xiao has been watching Chu Yan's every move for a long time, because of the relationship of the young palace master. Even this time, He Xiao told the young palace master that Chu Yan came to Xuanhuan Road. Therefore, for a long time, He Xiao was completely clear about everything Chu Yan did. This Meng Jun dared to say such a thing, even if the young palace master didn't speak, He Xiao would look for an opportunity to clean up this guy. However, when He Xiao's words fell into Meng Jun's ears, it was like a thunderbolt, which made his whole body tremble, and his eyeballs almost flew out. Looking for death. Looking for death for yourself. Meng Jun's mind was in a mess, his eyes were staring straight, he didn't understand what He Xiao was saying at all, but he seemed to hear it vaguely, because... Yes, disrespect to this Chu Yan. Boom. A blast of thunder exploded directly in Meng Jun's mind, it was almost earth-shattering. At the same time, this thunder explosion and nothingness seemed to be a series of explosions. Zhu Tianhu, Peng Xiong and others who were not far away all had the corners of their eyes twitched, and their whole bodies trembled, completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? Isn't that Chu Yan going to be wiped out? Why now? It seems that they are the ones who are going to be destroyed. How fast is He Xiao? He walked up to Meng Jun and the others in just a few steps. With a wave of his lord, the emperor's might surged and turned into a palm print of thunder. Grasping his fleshy body in the palm of his hand, he suppressed it directly. This attack seemed to be done casually, but in fact it was extremely powerful. Even Chu Yan, who was standing on the side, his eyes flashed, and then he looked at Emperor He Xiao, and his eyes changed instantly. Because of Chu Yan's battle just now, the unicorn's pupils were still functioning. The moment He Xiao made his move just now, it was obvious that his cultivation had broken through the peak of the great emperor realm. Moreover, there seemed to be an extremely powerful seal on him, which completely enveloped his aura of cultivation. Therefore, every time Emperor He Xiao appeared, he didn't feel a trace of breath leaking out at all. It turned out that it was because of the seal on his body. End of chapter. Equals old iron. Please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. Hashtag C2299 Dark Sky. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. He Xiao's strength is by no means as simple as it appears on the surface. That Gangyuan paw print held Meng Jun and Zhu Tianhu firmly in his hands, as if a few tiny ants were imprisoned by the gods in a cage, without the slightest resistance. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was slightly startled by He Xiao's strength, and glanced at Meng Jun and Zhu Tianhu in Gangyuan's claw prints, his expression calm. These people, Chu Yan, didn't want to fight with them, after all, they were from the Dark Temple. But before, Chu Yan thought he had done what should be said and done, and even in the subsequent battle, Chu Yan did not kill. However, Meng Jun's self-defeating behavior has reached the extreme. Even after Yu Linglong and He Xiao arrived, he still wanted Yu Linglong to take action against him. Clan, Patriarch, Young Master, the subordinate is Meng Jun, Chu Yan is over there. Meng Jun's eyes were wide open, his face was full of disbelief and horror, and he shouted loudly. Not only Meng Jun, but Zhu Tianhu and Peng Xiong were completely dumbfounded, standing in the paw prints of Gangyuan in a daze, as if petrified, and their minds were in a mess. Who I am? I'm at that. What did I do? Why are you arresting me? Snort. Yu Linglong let out a cold snort, her face was covered with frost, and her eyes swept over, causing Meng Jun and the others to shudder. Elder Meng, you are the ones who are arresting you. Turning her head to look at He Xiao, Yu Linglong yelled directly, Uncle He, don't do it yet. Hearing Yu Linglong's order, He Xiao nodded without any further hesitation, clenched his right hand tightly, and kept tightening the cage of Gangyuan paw prints in front of him. Ah! Ah, have mercy! The majestic power of Gangyuan suddenly weighed heavily on Meng Jun and the others, and there were screams all of a sudden. The Patriarch, the Patriarch. Forgive me, I am Meng Jun, an elder of the Mongolian tribe, a member of the Dark Temple. Why did you kill me? I don't agree. Meng Jun's face was pale, sweat was pouring down like rain, he howled miserably, his eyes stared at He Xiao through the Gangyuan cage, and roared loudly. Hearing this, He Xiao frowned slightly, and turned to look at Yu Linglong. It's not that He Xiao's heart is hidden, but because, this time, Yu Linglong is not alone, there are people from the Dark Temple accompanying him, especially those old monsters, who are also hiding in the void. Middle. He and Yu Linglong are very clear about this matter, but for other people, they may not know the whole story. Although, the young hall chief wanted to kill people, they naturally wouldn't intervene, and they didn't dare to intervene, but it was unavoidable that the prestige of the young hall master was somewhat damaged. After all, Yu Linglong, the young hall master, as the sole heir of the hall master, apart from acting evil since childhood, has a very good disposition. Not convinced. Yu Linglong looked at Meng Jun, the coldness on her face became more and more intense. Do not repent. Do you know who this Chu Yan is? Yu Linglong asked back. Well. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Meng Jun's eyes trembled, he turned his head slowly, and looked at Chu Yan, who was not far away, his heart skipped a beat. This word is wrong. Meng Jun looked at Chu Yan, and was stunned for a while. In his mind, he thought about all the powerful sects and forces in the 10 Directions starfield, and he was sure that there was no such person as Chu Yan. Therefore, Meng Jun looked at Patriarch He Xiao with bewildered eyes. After all, his relationship with the Patriarch He Xiao is still a little closer, and Yu Linglong's identity and aura make him feel his liver tremble. Okay. Let you die to understand. He Xiao naturally knew what it meant when Meng Jun looked at him, and at the same time, He Xiao wanted to take this opportunity to scare the clansmen. This Chu Yan is the word Diablo. Puff. Almost at the moment He Jiao's words fell to the ground, Meng Jun opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, treating the ground in front of him as black and red. Dark, dark sky, Tianzi. Meng Jun's eyes were trembling, and he looked at Chu Yan, his whole face was pale, and the corners of his mouth kept spilling blood. Meng Jun wanted to break his head, but he couldn't have imagined that Chu Yan in front of him was actually the target of this time, the joint operation between the Dark Temple and the Mongolian people. It's the young palace master, the person who attaches the most importance to him. Even the hall master sent those terrifying beings to accompany the young hall master to Xuanhuan Road, the person he was looking for. The trembling pupils continued to enlarge, and the figure reflected in Meng Jun's eyes instantly became towering and tall like a mountain, making Meng Jun look up, as if looking at the sky. At this moment, Meng Jun finally understood why this Chu Yan had no fear from the beginning to the end. Uncle He, do it. Yu Linglong looked away, not wanting to talk nonsense with Meng Jun, and ordered directly. Yes. He Xiao bowed his hands to accept the order, turned his head to look at Meng Jun, shook his head, a gust of imperial power gushed out, and poured directly into the Gangyuan cage. Immediately, the Gangyuan paw print, which was originally half the size of a house, instantly shrank by a circle, and the void in the cage suddenly exploded with several thunderbolts, splitting on Meng Jun, Zhu Tianhu, and others. Ah! The shrill screams echoed again, and the other people who were watching around were all terrified. However, unlike before, the people who followed Yu Linglong looked at Meng Jun and the others in Gong Yuan's cage, from sympathy to coldness. These gazes are almost the same as the gazes in Yu Linglong and He Xiao's eyes. Snort. I really want to die. Even the existence of dark sky character dare to provoke. This is simply killing oneself, that is to say, the young palace master will not let him go, even his subordinates will kill him. But Chu Yan, who was standing aside, looked at Yu Linglong with a puzzled look on his face. Dark heaven. Hearing what Yu Linglong said just now, Chu Yan didn't understand at all. When did he gain the identity of dark sky character again? I don't seem to know about this. However, no matter it is He Xiao, or the people from the Dark Temple who are with Yu Linglong, including Meng Jun who is screaming like a pig butcher in the Gangyuan prison at this time, they all seem to know the word dark sky. What is it? However, it seems that the identity of this dark sky character is very high in the Dark Temple. Under He Xiao's continuous suppression, the screams of Meng Jun and the others in the cage became louder and louder. Chu Yan was startled, awakened by these screams, then smiled wryly, shook his head, and stopped thinking about these things. After all, no matter what it does so much, it's its own business, which is the business. Miss Yu, this is for you. Flipping his hands, Chu Yan took out a blood-yellow spring, handed it to Yu Linglong, and said softly. Although the blood-yellow spring is precious, for the current Chu Yan, it is just an increase in cultivation. Wow! Blood-yellow spring fruit. So beautiful. Glancing at the fruit in Chu Yan's hand, Yu Linglong exclaimed in surprise, took it all at once, and looked at it in her hand. Pretty. Hearing Yu Linglong's reaction, Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice. This month Linglong, when she saw the precious blood Xuanhuan, her first reaction was that it was beautiful. End of chapter. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. #C2300 Walk with America. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Good. The blood yellow spring fruit looks very beautiful, even with a touch of charm that makes people tremble. This kind of exotic fruit produced in the core area of the demon realm was used to enshrine the royal family of the demon race before the ancient times. It not only has a precious effect, but also has a stunning appearance. Therefore, when Yu Linglong saw the blood-yellow spring in Chu Yan's hand, her eyes lit up and she was very surprised, which is understandable. Ahem. At this moment, He Xiao, who was not far away, slowly turned his head, the corners of his eyes twitched twice, and he quickly coughed twice. When the voice sounded, Yu Linglong's face full of surprise froze instantly. Snort. Yu Linglong, who was a little unhappy, looked at He Xiao and made a grimace. In an instant, the smile on her face began to shrink. As the young hall master of the Dark Temple, in front of so many subordinates, of course he should pay attention. Although He Xiao looked helpless, he still had to speak out to remind him. Although he likes Yu Linglong's character very much, he knows that sooner or later, Yu Linglong will be in charge of the Dark Temple. Such a personality will not do her any good. Xiao Chu, even if you have a conscience, you still know how to give me a gift. Yu Linglong looked at Chu Yan, her eyes were slightly bent, and she directly transmitted her voice with her spiritual sense. Wait, little, Chu. Chu Yan, who was stunned by Yu Linglong's call, immediately glared at Yu Linglong. Why does this girl give herself a new name every time she meets her? As you wish. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong with eyes full of little stars, shook his head immediately, and gave up fighting. Because Yu Linglong's eyes clearly contained a hint of expectation, as if she was waiting for Chu Yan to argue with her. Blood-yellow spring fruit. Not far away, He Xiao turned his head, glanced at the small dark golden fruit in the hands of the young hall master, chuckled, and shook his head. Such natural treasures may be considered precious in the eyes of ordinary warriors. But who is Yu Linglong? That is the young hall master of the Dark Temple. It can be said that even if the top-level treasures of the 10 Directions Starfield appeared in front of her in piles. However, He Xiao is rarely seen, because of some kind of natural treasure, the young palace master would be so happy. Xiao Chu, this drop of demon blood essence is for you. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't respond, Yu Linglong was slightly disappointed, then she smiled lightly, took out a small jade bottle, and handed it to Chu Yan, saying, Well. Chu Yan shook his head lightly and said, I have the demon blood essence. Huh. You have it, why don't you enter the magic gate? Yu Linglong asked, curiously. When she first met Chu Yan, Yu Linglong saw that Chu Yan was guarding near the demon gate, and thought that he did not have the blood essence of the demon race, so she did not enter the demon gate and went to Xuanhuan Road. But now, when he heard Chu Yan say that he had the blood essence of the demon race, he suddenly asked in surprise. I'm waiting for someone. Chu Yan replied. Lifting her spirit eyes slightly, Yu Linglong could easily see a trace of killing intent in Chu Yan's eyes, and immediately understood the reason why Chu Yan stayed here. No need to wait, the person you are waiting for has already entered Xuanhuan Road, and will not appear at this magic gate. Yu Linglong smiled lightly and said. So, why don't you come with me now, and go in directly? What? You want to go too? Chu Yan was startled when he heard this, looked at Yu Linglong, shook his head and said. That won't work, absolutely not. Chu Yan did not expect that Yu Linglong would propose to go to Xuanhuan Road with him. You know, he came to Xuanhuan Road this time to deal with Elder Yin Tian of Xingtian Pavilion, so Chu Yan didn't want to get Yu Linglong involved. After all, the opponent was Xingtian Pavilion, which might bring her trouble and danger. Young Hall Master. Hearing Chu Yan's words, even He Xiao, who was not far away, turned around, and was about to speak out to dissuade her, but saw that Yu Linglong's face had changed, so she quickly shut up, turned around, and acted as if she hadn't heard anything. As He Xiao, who watched Yu Linglong grow up, she knows Yu Linglong's character better than anyone else. As long as it is something she has decided on, it is almost impossible to change it, but now, looking at the expression of the young palace master, she knows that this matter has been decided, and it is useless to say more. Humph. I said yes, so I will. If you dare not listen to me, I will let you go today. Yu Linglong pouted her mouth to the sky, showing a domineering side. That expression was short of crossing her chest with her hands. This? Chu Yan was a little bit embarrassed, but when he saw the distance, Emperor Xiao secretly cast a look. He felt relieved, nodded, and said, "Oh well." Since Emperor Xiao had no objection, it was inconvenient for him to say anything more. After all, this eldest lady had helped him just now. He, you are obedient." Yu Linglong's complexion changed instantly, and the smile on her face made the filthy and devilish energy around her seem to be much thinner. Boom, boom. At this moment, there was a thunderous sound in the sky above the demon gate, and the whole sky trembled suddenly. Looking up, I saw a golden thundercloud, carrying dozens of figures, rushing directly towards the opened magic door. Xuanhuan Palace. Emperor Xiao revealed the identity of the golden thunder cloud at a glance, and frowned slightly. This time, Xuanhuan Road is really lively. Not only Nashendo, Xingtian Pavilion, Dark Temple, 7 war clans, and even Xuanhuan Palace sent geniuses here. Chu Yan, let me remind you, no matter what happens in Xuanhuan Road, I don't want to see the young palace master without a hair. As he spoke, a powerful imperial prestige exuded from Emperor Xiao. Although it did not envelope Chu Yan, the invisible aura of majesty still shocked Chu Yan. Senior Xiao, please don't worry, anyone who wants to hurt Miss Xu must step over my corpse first. Chu Yan replied firmly. Hearing these words, Xiao's aura quickly subsided, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slowly. Although the safety of the young palace master has been guaranteed, hearing what Chu Yan said made Xiao very satisfied. Brother Chu, let's go. Yu Linglong said softly, with a bewildered smile on her face. Huh? How did you become so polite all of a sudden? Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, looking at Yu Linglong, who was smiling bewilderedly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Just now Xiaochu was screaming, but in the blink of an eye, he called brother. Nothing. He. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yu Linglong jumped up, dressed in a white dress, like a white cloud, and flew towards the magic gate in the sky. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. Without hesitation, he quickly flew up, towards the direction of the magic gate, and chased after Yu Linglong. My Lord Protector, are we really not going to follow? A strong man from the Dark Temple walked up to Xiao and asked. No need. Everything is according to the wish of the young palace master. After all, such days are not many for the young palace master. Xiao looked up at the 2 figures in the sky, and slowly shook his head. Equals old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. #C2301 like a fish in water. Xiao watched Chu Yan and the young palace master disappear into the magic gate. His face was full of regret. He sighed slightly, looked away, and remained silent for a long time. Forgive me, Patriarch. Not far away, Mengjun, Zhu Tianhu, and others who were suppressed in the Gangyuan cage saw Yu Linglong leave, and hurriedly begged for mercy again. Humph. Forgive you. Xiao's face turned cold for an instant, and his true energy surged, continuing to torment Mengjun and the others. According to Yu Linglong's order, Xiao will definitely abolish them, but this process must be extremely painful. On the other side, in the sky 10,000 zhang high, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, one behind the other, rushed into the magic gate. At this time, not a short period of time has passed since the opening of the demon gate, and most of the warriors and sect forces who began to gather in front of the demon gate have already entered the demon gate. Therefore, when the 2 entered the magic gate, they did not attract anyone's attention. Rushing into the magic gate, it seems to have entered a strange space, surrounded by gray, as if walking in dark clouds. After a long time, there was a feeling of touching the ground under his feet, and Chu Yan's expression froze, and he instantly activated the bodyguard and the pupil of the unicorn, and looked around. Focusing on one aspect, Chu Yan strode forward. After less than 10,000 steps, he walked out of the gray fog area, and the world in front of him was completely presented in front of him. This is Xuanhuan Road. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Unlike Jiuxiao Road, the world in front of me is full of dilapidated scenes, torn earth, broken mountains, large areas of withered forests, dry rivers, and some bones that can be seen everywhere, almost every distance, you can see it. Obviously, an extremely terrifying battle took place here. But now, I don't know how many years have passed, what is presented in front of Chu Yan is a battlefield relic. Brother Chu, come with me, I know a ruin. Yu Linglong appeared behind Chu Yan, and Chu Yan was taken aback suddenly, with a look of astonishment on his face. To know. This magic door is the same as the transmission channel on the lower Xuanhuan Road, it is transmitted randomly. This young lady actually appeared in the same place as herself. How did she do it? It seems that the trump card on this eldest lady is by no means what Chu Yan can imagine. Seeing the astonishment on Chu Yan's face, Yu Linglong's eyes suddenly smiled into two crescent moons. With a hint of complacency, she raised her small hand. A map appeared in her hand, and on the unfolded canvas, the entire appearance of Xuanhuan Road was fully presented in it. The most important thing is that the marked red dots are densely packed, with at least a dozen places. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, and followed Yu Linglong towards the distance. At this moment, at the entrance of the abyss, in front of the mountainside city. One fat and the other round, two figures appeared in front of the huge monster skeleton, looked at the transmission channel under the skeleton, and stopped in unison. Huh. This is the road leading to Xuanhuan. There is also a big stupid elephant. The little white bear looked at the monster skeleton above his head, with a look of disdain in his eyes. No mistake. This is here. Yang shook off the fat on his body, and pulled out a jade talisman the size of a palm. A burst of true energy poured into the jade talisman, and a black spot appeared in the jade talisman. Huh. Go to Xuanhuan Road. Yang was taken aback. Wow. Boss is so powerful, we have reached Xuanhuan Road, we have to hurry. Little White Bear wailed. But, Big Brother isn't going there, is he? Yang was startled for a moment, and then, two flames emerged from his two slit eyes. Swish. Swish. The two looked at each other without a trace of hesitation, and at the same time unfolded their movements and rushed into the transmission channel. Chu Yan didn't know about Xuanhuan Road, which was separated from Jiuxiao Road by a time and space, and Little White Bear and Yang also chased after him. According to the map in Yu Linglong's hand, where the two of them went, they broke through a few secret ruins and got a lot of precious treasures. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that Yu Linglong seemed like a duck to water in this ancient land of demons, and the demonic energy that could cover the spiritual consciousness of ordinary warriors had no effect on her. Even, Chu Yan suspected that these demonic energy would still help her. Some places are not even marked on the map, but Yu Linglong only needs to close her eyes to sense, and with the flow of devil energy around her, she can accurately find the hidden ancient ruins. After finding the ruins, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils swept away, and all kinds of restrictions and formations seemed to be fake, without any threat. This kind of cooperation is almost invincible. As time passed, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong swept around within Xuanhuan Road, almost never letting go of any ancient ruins and secret places they found. However, what they didn't expect was that there were more and more hidden ruins and secret places on Xuanhuan Road. Chu Yan was amazed by the strength of the demon clan in ancient times. Even after 1,000,000 years, there are still so many ruins in the demon realm that have not been discovered. However, it may also be because, in ancient times, after the great war between gods and demons, the two races were lost almost at the same time. Therefore, those strong demons who lost will leave their relics for inheritance. In this way, ruins will be everywhere in the demon realm. However, the large number does not mean that you can find them casually. After all, the stronger the warrior, the stronger the ability to hide his own relics. Under various restrictions and spiritual formations, only geniuses with perverted abilities like Chu Yan can discover it. Those powerful ancient demons, of course, hoped that their relics and inheritance would be obtained by the top geniuses of later generations. How could it be easy for people to find them? Although the harvest has become more and more abundant along the way, Chu Yan is still a little disappointed. Because almost half a day has passed, and the remains of the Xingtian pavilion have still not been found. Suddenly, Yu Linglong's face froze, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and her body froze, as if she was listening to the message from her spiritual consciousness seriously. After a while, a smile appeared on Yu Linglong's face. She looked at Chu Yan, and said, "Brother Chu, you are lucky. I just received the news that the 3 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses have all gone, here." While speaking, Sun Yu Linglong pointed to a red dot on the map and said, "Here." Chu Yan frowned slightly as he looked at the red dot on the map. Although Yu Linglong didn't say it clearly, but the meaning couldn't be more obvious. If even those who are strong in the Saint Emperor realm go there, then the Holy Heaven Pavilion is very likely to appear. Walk. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong soared into the sky, like 2 bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flying towards the distance. There must be a special reason for the location of the red, to attract so many strong men. However, with the presence of the 3 holy emperors, it is better to be more cautious. An hour later, the figures of Chu Yan and the 2 slowly stopped. #C23023ST 3UN3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. Among the huge mountains in front of him, there is a canyon that divides the mountains into 2. In that canyon, a small river meanders and overflows. It seems to be formed naturally, but in the void, there is a strong saber intent, which makes the flow of the void a little chaotic. And that saber intent, from near to far, is the strongest in that canyon. At the same time, the cliffs on both sides of the canyon are extremely straight, and it looks more like they have been cut by someone. What a strong sword intent! Even if Chu Yan is a sword cultivator, feeling the sword intent that has survived for an unknown number of years in the void, his soul is still trembling, and his whole body is full of blood. Obviously, the person who wielded the knife here at the beginning had a combat power. How terrifying! The power of a sword lasts for 1,000,000 years. Slowly falling from the air, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong landed on the cliffs on both sides, looking around. In front of this mountain range is a dense forest that can't be seen at a glance. There are various big trees growing in it, which are hundreds of feet high. There are many trees that don't exist in the outside world at all, and they are obviously the only tree species in the demon realm. In this forest, if you glance casually, you can see that there are many natural treasures, rare flowers, and precious fruits growing in it. However, what attracted the attention of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong was not far away. A group of strong men with spiritual weapons were fighting frantically. These powerhouses were divided into several camps, and various imperial techniques and secret techniques exploded layers of gas explosions, sweeping away in all directions. Chu Yan carefully identified it, and soon, he found the figure of Xingtian Pavilion, Hunyuanzong, and the ancient 7 great clans. In addition, there were a few casual cultivators who also mixed in and fought with others. Not far from the battlefield, there is a radiant palace, which lives in the forest, and looks extremely ancient and mysterious. In the palace, a more majestic aura surged out, one after another, mysterious light shining on the heaven and earth, wrapped in terrifying true energy, soaring to the sky and attacking the earth, violently shooting into the sky. The entire spiritual energy palace was constantly trembling under this terrifying force. In Chu Yan's eyes, 5 colors of light flickered, and the unicorn's pupils were running, instantly piercing through the defensive formation of the palace, and seeing the battle scene inside. I saw that one of the 3 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses turned out to be the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor. As for the other 2, one was wearing a broken iron armor and had a strong figure, while the other was wearing a golden dragon robe with a pair of fiery eyebrows on his face. The Tianquan Saint Emperor of the Xingtian Pavilion, and the Panlong Saint Emperor of the Mad Clan. Chu Yan's eyes froze, his face darkened. With regard to the 10 Directions starfield, Chu Yan has detailed information on all the powerhouses above the Saint Emperor realm. Therefore, as long as these Saint Emperors do not change their appearance and breath, Chu Yan can recognize them at a glance. Especially for those who are above the Saint Emperor realm in Xingtian Pavilion, even if they have changed their aura in the internal information of an Aishan Dao, Chu Yan can recognize them with the unicorn pupil. The one from Xingtian Pavilion has indeed arrived at Xuanhuan Road. Chu Yan murmured. Among the 3 holy emperors, it goes without saying that the Tianquan Holy Emperor, based on his title as the Sinner of God's Edict in the Xingtian Pavilion, I am afraid that this Tianquan Holy Emperor will frantically chase and kill him as soon as he meets him. Whether it is the relationship between Xingtian Pavilion and an Aishan Dao, or the relationship between Chu Yan and Xingtian Pavilion, they are endless. And that Huanlei Sage Emperor, because of some things in an Aishan Dao before, is now in an antagonistic relationship, and Chu Yan has long made up his mind that as long as he meets him in Xuanhuan Road, he will settle accounts with him. Therefore, the current situation is that 2 of the 3 holy emperors are enemies with him. I don't know, what are they fighting for? Chu Yan secretly said in his heart, and at the same time operated the pupil of the unicorn, looking around. In this demon realm, due to the existence of demon energy, the warrior's spiritual sense is of little use. Only the pupil technique, like Chu Yan, has some detection ability. However, not every warrior has pupil skills. In the Wuhun world, only spirit pattern masters like Situ Yang can practice pupil art, but they didn't expect that in this demon realm, they would take advantage of it. The unicorn's pupils moved sideways, and after only a few glances, Chu Yan's face changed instantly, and a look of astonishment rose in his eyes, and the flames ignited. Because, outside the palace, several powerful people are fighting for a yellow spring fruit tree and a blood yellow spring. But inside the palace, 3 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses are vying for a jade box, which contains nearly 30 blood yellow spring fruits. 30 blood yellow spring fruits, if you snatch them back and take them back against the gods, the amount of points you can exchange is just enough to exchange for the next 5 soul stone. You know, the last 5 soul stone made Chu Yan's cultivation skyrocket, and his martial soul was greatly improved. No. You can't directly come forward to snatch it. You are not afraid to deal with those people, but the 3 holy emperors are simply impossible. Chu Yan's eyes were slightly wrinkled, staring at the jade box, thinking constantly in the sea of consciousness, and the light in his eyes kept flickering. Miss you, it seems that we have to join forces again, maybe there is a chance. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong and said softly. Following Chu Yan's plan, a look of excitement appeared on Yu Linglong's face, and her spiritual eyes sparkled. Hee, interesting. Sounds like fun. It doesn't matter whether Chu Yan's plan has a chance of winning or not. In Yu Linglong's big eyes, there are only expectations and teasing. With so many yellow spring fruits and blood yellow springs, if she can snatch them, especially from these people, it will be a very interesting thing for her. Swish. The impatient Yu Linglong put on the white gauze on her face, leaped forward, and flew directly towards the palace. Someone is coming. Several warriors who were fighting suddenly found this unexpected guest. Unexpectedly, there are new strong players joining, so the competition will become more intense. Hearing the shout, warriors from other directions also turned their heads to look. Except for the 3 holy emperors in the palace, they didn't care about the ordinary Xuanhuan fruit outside, so they didn't pay attention to the situation outside at all, and didn't notice Yu Linglong's appearance. After all, distraction in the battle between the holy emperors is not a good thing. Moonfall Fenghua. Yin. Yu Linglong would care about the gazes of these ordinary strong men, but she had already made a move in midair, and a tidal wave of true energy rushed out, releasing a vast silver light like a moon god descending from the sky, reflecting the entire space. It became silvery white. Raising the little hand, the huge Xuanhuan fruit tree trembled suddenly, indexed by the silver light covering it. It uprooted itself and flew towards Yu Linglong. What? Seeing this scene, all the strong men's faces changed greatly, and their faces were full of disbelief. There are such means. Even a piece of bark in ancient times, known as the tree of demon gods, can be uprooted so easily. Don't think about it. Seeing the yellow spring fruit tree flying over their heads, all the warriors woke up suddenly and shot together. End of chapter. Old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com.